Chapter 1. The Son of God. As Chu Tianyuan gazed at the dark muzzles of several assassins' guns pointed menacingly at him, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped him. As the champion of the underground fighting arena, he possessed remarkable combat skills and lightning-fast reflexes. However, no speed could rival that of a bullet. He never anticipated meeting his demise in such a constricted manner, nor did he foresee this being the end of his journey. Once an ordinary graduate of a medical academy, he found himself leading a life of idleness post-graduation, not from a lack of ambition, but rather from an absence of favorable connections. In his own words, securing a decent job was akin to finding a respectable woman without wealth or influence. One was left with little hope. He could only curse the heavens for not granting him a better lineage. He bore no resentment towards his parents, nor could he lament his upbringing in an orphanage. He reminisced about the elderly director of the orphanage, who often practiced Tai Chi in the courtyard. In those days, he would imitate the old man, albeit without mastering any techniques. Nevertheless, the elder had ignited within him a passion for martial arts, leading him to peruse the martial manuals hidden in the old man's quarters and practice fervently, albeit to little avail. It was only after the educational reforms, upon entering school, that he broke free from that phase. From then on, he turned his back on the so-called martial arts manuals. He held steadfast to his singular belief. In the realm of martial arts, there is nothing invincible, only speed remains unbroken. This conviction stemmed from his first-hand experiences, as his combat prowess was honed through street fights with delinquents. Most importantly, he had come to a profound realization. He understood that the legendary martial arts texts were mere fabrications. The techniques where illusion gymnasts could somersault higher than so-called martial arts masters. The concept of lightness was a myth, as anyone acquainted with Newton's laws would recognize, and internal energy was a fallacy, evident from his fruitless years practicing the I Ching Jing. To validate his perspective, he had once challenged the elderly director, who had practiced Tai Chi for decades. In a swift encounter, he brought the old man to the ground, not with the intent to harm, but to demonstrate his point. The defeated elder was deeply shaken, yet he refused to accept reality. He told the other children that Chu Tianyuan had mastered superior martial arts and cautioned them against approaching him, claiming that he was a rebellious soul destined to bring calamity. In response, Chu Tianyuan scoffed, declaring that he was entirely composed of rebellion and that it would be wise for others to maintain their distance. From that point onward, his life was devoted to two pursuits. The pursuit of knowledge, for he firmly believed that education could alter one's destiny in martial arts, albeit limited to speed, strength, and technique. The funds for his university education came from the old director. Leaving Chu Tianyuan profoundly moved, he vowed to repay the elder's kindness one day, yet the director did not live to see that promise fulfilled. Like any ordinary elder, he succumbed to illness, passing away on a hospital bed. In his final moments, facing all the children he had nurtured, he uttered but one phrase: Tianyuan is right. For a considerable time, Chu Tianyuan was engulfed in sorrow. Particularly when he recalled the moment he had forced the elderly man to the ground, he could sense the deep yearning of a frail old man, striving to extend his life through good deeds and martial practice. Yet, this flicker of hope was extinguished under the weight of Chu Tianyuan's overwhelming power. After graduating, he had briefly worked as a street doctor. However, his stall was overturned by a passing car. In a fit of rage, he dragged the driver out and assaulted him before fleeing. Unbeknownst to him, the driver was the son of a local official. In his recollection, the words of the driver, uttered amidst the blows, ignited his fury, yet they rang true. The man had leaned out of his vehicle after the collision, disdainfully exclaiming, "What kind of quack are you? Look at the damage to my car." Without hesitation, Chu Tianyuan had yanked him out and unleashed a torrent of punches. Even as he was being beaten, the man had dared to shout, "You dare hit me? My father is Zhang Jiang. Even if you die, you'll face no consequences." In a fit of indignation, Chu Tianyuan had retaliated with another punch. His humble origins rendered him intolerant of such oppression, though he remained oblivious to the grave consequences that were being sown. For 5 years, he fought in the underground boxing circuit, where he encountered countless martial artists, each one a relentless pursuer of speed, strength, and technique. Little did he realize that he himself was a natural fighter, boasting an undefeated record in all his matches. Many declared him a favored child of the heavens, endowed with extraordinary physical prowess. Such achievements, they believed, could not be attained without innate talent, no matter how arduous the effort. In the fighting world, he was known as the Son of God. He reveled in the thrill of competition, honing his skills while basking in the cheers of the audience, cherishing the aura that enveloped him. Yet, as the saying goes, Fame brings danger. He could never have anticipated that among the spectators, a pair of malicious eyes were fixated upon him. It was not until a bullet pierced through his body that he pondered who sought to end his life. Slowly, he tilted his head, and in the dimly lit alley, he beheld a silhouette emerging from amidst a group of assassins, an all too familiar figure, the very man he had brutally assaulted 5 years prior. Suddenly, he recalled the man's taunt. "Even if I kill you, I will face no repercussions." In that moment, he felt the light that had surrounded him vanish. The title of Son of God paled in comparison to the influence of an official son. Gasping for air, he yearned to utter something, yet words eluded him. All he wished to convey was, "If there's a next life, let me be the son of God." As Chu Tianyuan's consciousness began to fade, the figure drew closer, seizing the gun from the hand of one of the assassins and firing several more shots into Chu Tianyuan. He then ordered his accomplices to check whether Chu Tianyuan had succumbed. Reluctantly, the assassins complied, acutely aware of the official's authority. Disobedience could very well lead to their own demise. They understood the ruthlessness of their leader, whose paranoia was so intense that he would doubt the lifeless body riddled with bullets. Only after confirming Chu Tianyuan's death did they hastily depart. Chu Tianyuan felt as though he were ensnared in a deep slumber, unable to exert control over his body. Yet, distinctly aware of his consciousness that is this a hospital? He pondered. If so, why is there an eerie silence enveloping him? A foreboding sense crept over him. Perhaps he had been rescued, but tragically, he had become a mere vegetable. This explanation seemed to encapsulate his current predicament. Is this what they call being unable to live or die? Chu Tianyuan felt an overwhelming sadness. He incessantly cursed the heavens, imploring them to show some mercy and hasten his journey to the underworld for a rebirth. Yet it appeared that the divine realm turned a blind eye to his plight. This state persisted for an entire year. Chu Tianyuan regained control of his body only after his birth. He could scarcely fathom that he had not been a dormant vegetable in a hospital, but rather a fetus developing within a woman's womb. So, there truly exists an afterlife. Just as he began to feel relief, someone approached and lifted him away, rendering him speechless as his tongue had yet to fully develop, merely emitting incoherent babbles. The figure who carried him was clad in golden armor, and he inquired of another, "Are we truly to kill this child?" Chu Tianyuan was filled with ire. He longed to curse the heavens once more. How could it be that I had been reborn with such difficulty, only to be snuffed out before I could realize my grand ambitions? Such cruelty! The other warrior in golden armor seemed to echo Chu Tianyuan's grievances, responding, "Kill him." The unfortunate Chu Tianyuan was thus once again extinguished. His eyes had yet to adjust to the light, and he could merely discern the grand inscription, "Southern Heavenly Gate." Upon the door behind the two armored figures, "Southern Heavenly Gate? Could this be the divine realm? By my ancestors, I have truly become the son of a deity, only to be extinguished like this. Unacceptable." Chu Tianyuan lamented as he was slain by the golden-armored beings, yet his cries were but the mewling of an infant to their ears. Only when his wails ceased did the golden-armored warrior release his grip. "Isn't this a bit too cruel? This is the command of the divine sovereign. If we do not comply, we shall be the ones to perish," replied the other warrior. "Yet this child is truly pitiable. He has barely been born for a quarter of an hour." Indeed, even at such a tender age, his primordial soul possesses immense power. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset to the divine realm. Very well, let us allow his primordial soul to be reborn in the mortal realm. Our task has been accomplished. Agreed, placing him in the human world should go unnoticed. I recall the divine sovereign once uttering, "To be a god is akin to being human. One must not take matters to the extreme." Chu Tianyuan fell into a profound slumber once more. Yet this time, it was a complete oblivion, enveloped in a haze of chaos. Before succumbing to this state, he could not resist muttering, "If you have the power, let me be the great sage equal to heaven in my next life. I shall surely breach your southern heavenly gate." The master of the Chu Tian household was Chu Batian, the Grand Marshal of the Dragon Soul Empire, celebrating a victorious return. This implied that, barring unforeseen events, the Dragon Soul Empire would likely experience a decade devoid of conflict. In the illustrious household of Chu Batian, there were 3 sons. The eldest, Chu Zhantian II, Chu Zhansong, and the youngest, Chu Zhantian. Each was a figure of remarkable prowess, yet it was Chu Zhantian who found himself in a state of exuberance. Upon returning from a triumphant campaign, he was greeted by a maid who announced the impending birth of his 3rd wife's child, heralding a dual celebration that infused the entire Chu family with joy. Chu Zhantian paced restlessly within the hall, his impatience palpable, As if he were the one about to give birth, it was no surprise as a soldier. He was accustomed to the rigors of battle and the march of armies, seldom returning home. Despite the numerous offspring within the family, none were his own. The prospect of fatherhood stirred a fervent excitement within him, leaving him nearly beside himself with anticipation. After the arduous labor endured by Madame Chu, the child finally entered the world with a resounding wail that a maid rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Third young master, the mistress has given birth. Is it a boy or a girl?" Chu Zhantian inquired, his heart swelling with joy. "The mistress has given birth," the maid replied, her brow glistening with sweat. "What has she given birth to? Speak quickly," he urged Madame. "She has born a monkey." Chapter 2. The Birth of a Monkey. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhantian swiftly entered the room, only to behold the midwife cradling a furry Bunlian infant curled in a fetal position. The name for the child, Chu Tianyuan, was bestowed upon him by Chu Batian. Upon realizing the unusual appearance of his grandson, he could not help but sigh. "Since it is a gift from the heavens, let us name him Tianyuan." The arrival of Chu Tianyuan cast a faint shadow over the previously jubilant Chu household. The birth of an anomaly was indeed an ill omen, and Chu Tianyuan became synonymous with misfortune. Within the expansive Chu estate, there lay a seldom visited enclave, the small courtyard behind Chu Zanshan's residence. This secluded area housed but 4 souls: Chu Zanshan's elderly steward, the cook responsible for their meals, and the mother and child, Chu Tianyuan and his mother. The mother had once harbored hopes that the birth of a son would elevate her status within the Chu family, yet the reality proved otherwise, leading to a decline in her standing. Thus, this modest abode became a peculiar corner of the Chu estate, more accurately described as a harbinger of ill fortune. Oh, the lament of Chu Tianyuan. In tales of reincarnation, protagonists often emerge as formidable figures, yet he found himself in such a predicament. Gazing into a mirror, he could not help but curse his fate. He resembled the legendary king of the monkey, no makeup required. Lacking nothing that an ordinary human possesses, he merely had a greater abundance of body hair. Scientifically, this phenomenon would be termed atavism. However, in a world bereft of medical knowledge, scientific explanations were futile, as no one would believe them. The world inhabited by Chu Tianyuan is known as the Dan continent, a realm utterly distinct from Earth. In this land, martial prowess reigns supreme, and practitioners are categorized into 2 esteemed professions: the Soul Master, regarded as the most noble vocation, and the Martial Master, which follows in rank. The primary requisite to ascend as a Soul Master is the innate strength of one's original soul, a trait one is born with. Those unable to become Soul Masters are relegated to the lesser path of Martial Masters. Initially, both Soul Masters and Martial Masters are classified into 9 ranks. Levels 1 to 5 represent novice warriors, levels 6 to 7 denote intermediate warriors, and levels 8 to 9 signify advanced warriors, followed by the realms of the Holy Domain and the Divine level, beyond which ordinary individuals are not even qualified to comprehend. The Dragon Soul Empire boasts only 2 powerhouses in the Holy Domain. One is the martial Saint Chu Batian, and the other is the esteemed head of the Empire's foremost institution, the Soul Martial Academy. This was the world Chu Tianyuan had always yearned for. However, fate played a cruel jest upon him, endowing him with an appearance that set him apart. This peculiarity directly influenced his standing within the Chu family, where occasionally a servant would refer to him as Little Monkey instead of Young Master. Deeply affected by this, Chu Tianyuan eventually articulated his first words in the Duhan continent. "How can you be so cruel? One cannot simply name someone based on their appearance." Chu Batian initially harbored a flicker of hope for his grandson, but his interest soon waned. By the age of 6, Chu Tianyuan had yet to master the art of speech, extinguishing any remnants of expectation. Have you ever encountered a genius who could not speak until the age of 6? Lacking in talent and possessing a lowly intellect, he would inevitably become the subject of ridicule wherever he went. Chu Tianyuan finds himself in a rather lamentable predicament. Initially possessing an unappealing visage, he must, upon reincarnation, master the language of the Duhan continent, a task that spans 6 arduous years. Language acquisition is a fundamental ability typically innate to infants. However, Chu Tianyuan is no mere infant, but rather a soul in his 20s trapped within a child's body. This predicament renders the process of learning a new language akin to acquiring a foreign tongue, which inevitably leads others to mistakenly perceive him as intellectually deficient. Within his entire family, only his mother extends unwavering affection towards him. She delights in cradling him while uttering words he cannot comprehend. Nevertheless, Chu Tianyuan can sense the sincerity of this woman. He feels the warmth of maternal love emanating from her gaze, a sentiment he had never experienced in his previous life. It was not until he reached the age of 6 that he began to grasp his mother's words. They were laced with hope and belief. She, as his mother, understood him better than anyone else. She witnessed his ability to learn in mere moments what his peers struggled to grasp, save for the art of speech. She would often encourage him, saying, "Tian Yuan, you are a genius. Your mother believes in you. You shall become the mightiest warrior of the Duhan continent. You must strive diligently, so that those who once ridiculed you may behold your greatness." Subsequently, she would lean down and imprint a gentle kiss upon his forehead, leaving behind a faint mark of her love. Chu Tianyuan reveled in this sensation, yet he merely smiled foolishly, while secretly admonishing himself, "I must become the paramount powerhouse of the Duhan continent. To become the unrivaled champion of the Duhan continent. What a grand ambition." Driven solely by the presence of the woman before him, who was the first to evoke a sense of maternal love within him. To achieve strength, one must first comprehend this world. Only by becoming a so-called soul master or martial artist can one attain true power. For Chu Tianyuan, everything in this world appeared extraordinarily novel. Yet, what baffled him was that the inhabitants here bore striking similarities to those of Earth. Why then? Could soul masters possess the ability to upheave the very seas, while martial artists could cleave stone asunder? The nobility of a soul master lay in their mastery over soul energy for their own use. For instance, a wind soul master could soar through the skies. A water soul master could manipulate the surrounding waters, and a light soul master could even heal ailments. As long as one could harness any form of soul energy from the cosmos, they could become a soul master. The path of a martial artist was comparatively straightforward. Relying solely on the application of internal energy, the stronger the internal energy, the mightier the attack. Naturally, the potency of soul techniques and martial techniques was also of paramount importance. The strength disparity between soul masters or martial artists of the same rank was invariably determined by their respective techniques. For Chu Tianyuan, the concept of soul energy remained elusive. In his words, it was akin to discerning wind or water. He could perceive the wind and water, yet could not discern any soul energy. In the absence of guidance, he was compelled to opt for the path of a martial artist. Yet how to embark on this journey became a conundrum, due to the barriers of language. Chu Tianyuan reverted to his previous school life before the age of 6, where his existence revolved around two pursuits: acquiring knowledge and honing combat skills. Combat techniques, he mused, must belong to the realm of martial artists. However, his peculiar behavior rendered him a figure of ridicule in the eyes of others. Have you ever encountered a child of such tender age who delights in somersaults? Only a monkey would behave thus to others. Chu Tianyuan had become a veritable monkey in every sense. The happiest moment after Chu Tianyuan spoke was undoubtedly for his mother, who had been anticipating this day for so long. The fact that Chu Tianyuan could articulate words was a testament to his humanity, distinguishing him from a mere monkey. He could live and train in martial arts like any ordinary person. Overwhelmed with joy, she eagerly embraced Chu Tianyuan and sought out Chu Zhanhuan, exclaiming, "My dear, our Tianyuan has spoken today." Chu Zhanhuan was taken aback. "He can speak now. What did he say?" "It was the maid who spoke. I did not hear." Chu's mother felt a hint of embarrassment, as she was reluctant to utter those words. Chu Zhantian felt a tinge of disappointment. After 6 long years, he had only just begun to speak. It was hardly a cause for celebration. Nevertheless, it was a relief to know he was not an anomaly. He turned to Chu Tianyuan and remarked, "So, you can speak now." Just as Chu Tianyuan was about to respond, Chu Zhantian added with a hint of teasing, "Little monkey?" Chu Tianyuan suddenly found his father before him to be so unfamiliar. He clung tightly to his mother's neck, remaining silent. Chu's mother hurriedly patted his back and said, "Tianyuan, dear, call out father so that your daddy can hear you." Chu Tianyuan remained silent. Deep within his heart, the man before him had become entirely estranged. Since his birth, Chu Zhanhuan had scarcely visited the mother and son, leaving him devoid of the warmth of paternal love. Never had he experienced it. Perhaps it was due to his innate reticence. As Chu's mother awkwardly elucidated, "Very well, madam, you may take your leave." Chu Zhanhuan gestured dismissively. Seeing her son, Chu Tianyuan, silent and withdrawn, Chumu was left with no choice but to walk despondently toward the door. In the embrace of his mother, Chu Tianyuan suddenly turned his head, fixing an intense gaze upon Chu Zhanhuan, one that conveyed a sense of deep resentment. Chu Zhanhuan happened to meet his gaze, their eyes locking in a tense exchange. A sense of unease washed over Chu Zhanhuan as he heard Chu Tianyuan utter a chilling statement. "The blood coursing through my veins is Indeed, your blood. As soon as Lady Chu stepped out of the door, she was suddenly startled and immediately turned back, exclaiming with excitement, "My husband! Did you hear that? Tian Yuan truly spoke just now. Did you hear it?" Chu Zansul stood there in a daze, a piercing pain spreading deep within his heart. He had never fulfilled the responsibilities of a father. Upon hearing him speak, he realized that the blood coursing through his veins was my own. In an instant, Chu Mu regained her composure from her excitement, yet she found herself at a loss for words. This statement struck deep at the heart of Chu Zhantian. "My dear, these are merely the words of a child. Please do not take offense." "No more," Chu Zhantian interjected, raising his hand. "I am the one who has wronged both of you. If fate allows, let him train in martial arts alongside the children of our family." Mother Chu was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears that felt like the liberation of a cursed soul after 6 long years. "Thank you, my husband." She then placed Tian Yuan on the ground and urged him, "Tian Yuan, quickly express your gratitude to your father." Tian Yuan cast a glance at Chu Zhanhuan, unable to utter a single word. "Never mind, you may return for now," he said, waving his hand once more. After the two departed through the door, he let out a long sigh. He reflected on the recent exchange. Was that remark from Tian Yuan intentional? The gaze he received was far from what one would expect from a mere 6-year-old child. This perplexity lingered in his mind until dawn broke. Perhaps I am overthinking it. I must treat that mother and son with greater kindness moving forward. After all, the blood flowing through him is that of Chu Zhanhuan. Chapter 3. The Essence of Heaven and Earth. As the old steward, Chu He, escorted Chu Tian Yuan to the Chu family's martial arts arena. A multitude of astonished gazes fell upon them. The martial instructor responsible for their training was named Lu Fong, a 6th-level martial artist. Upon noticing the old steward approaching with Chu Tian Yuan, he promptly clasped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, third steward, what brings you to the training grounds today?" Then, noticing Chu Tian Yuan, he added, "And why have you brought along a monkey? It seems quite clever. What type of spirit beast is it?" Laughter erupted among the spectators in the martial arts arena. The tale of the monkey born to the matriarch was well known throughout the clan. Yet none dared to mention it due to the imposing authority of Chu Badian. Clearly, this 6th-level martial artist was unaware of the situation. "See, this is indeed the monkey born of the 3rd madam. It looks just as described in the rumors," a member of the Chu clan whispered amidst the crowd. "Nonsense. It is far more handsome than the rumors suggested. Just look at its smooth, golden fur. Last time you claimed it was black and had splits in it," another retorted. "Indeed, you even said it had a tail. Yet, it resembles nothing of what you described." The discussions in the martial arts arena became a cacophony, and the old steward's face turned a shade reminiscent of liver. "Instructor Lu, please mind your words. This is General Chu Zhanhuan's youngest son, Chu Tian Yuan, who will be training under you from now on." A wave of embarrassment washed over Lu Fong's face as he quickly nodded in acknowledgement. His standing within the Chu family did not compare to that of the old steward. Although Chu He's current strength may not match his own, he was nonetheless a 7th-level light soul master. He had merely returned to the family estate to serve as steward due to injuries sustained on the battlefield. Even so, a 7th-level light soul master would always be regarded as a distinguished guest, and though he could no longer wield his full strength, his healing abilities remained the finest within the Chu residence. Throughout this awkward exchange, Chu Tian Yuan remained the most uncomfortable. Yet, he simply clenched his fists tightly, his fluffy face betraying no emotion. After Chu finished discussing several matters with Lu Fong, he squatted down and placed his hand on Chu Tianyuan's shoulder. "Tian Yuan, do not weep. You must strive diligently to demonstrate to everyone that you possess strength surpassing theirs. Only through capability can you validate your existence and attain your desires. Remember, the blood coursing through your veins is that of the great martial Chu." Chu grew up watching Chu Tian Yuan. Although he typically maintained a stern expression and spoke little to Chu Tian Yuan and his mother, he treated them with great respect and harbored a certain pity for the child. Chu Tian Yuan did not weep. He merely felt a sense of frustration. Yet, at the same time, he was moved by a few words from Chu He. Previously, in his eyes, Chu He was merely an eccentric with a stern visage. He did not mock him, perhaps out of disdain, but in that moment, he perceived a different emotion emanating from Chu He, reminiscent of the feelings he once shared with the old director at the orphanage. Thus, he resolutely declared, "Grandfather Chu, I will surely do it." Chu gently touched his head and departed from the training grounds, casting a fleeting smile that, though somewhat stiff, enveloped Chu Tian Yuan in an extraordinary warmth. "All right," Lu Fong proclaimed loudly. "Those who have yet to attain the status of a junior martial artist or soul master Please gather here. Those who have achieved the rank of junior martial artist may proceed to the first floor of the library to select martial techniques or soul skills that suit them. Upon hearing the opportunity to choose martial techniques or soul skills, the junior members of the Chu family surged eagerly towards the library. The training ground, once bustling with over 100 children, bore testament to the vastness of the Chu clan, as nearly all related descendants had congregated here. Only a little over 20 individuals remained in the arena, predominantly children aged between 6 and 10. Now, all present members of the Chu family, listen carefully. Lu Fang continued. The reason you have not reached the status of junior martial artist is undoubtedly because you have yet to master the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To become a martial artist, the foremost skill to acquire is the ability to absorb this energy. Only by doing so can a soul master or martial artist harness their soul power or internal strength. Now, let us further elucidate how to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Chu Tianyuan suddenly inquired. Laughter erupted among the crowd. It was a question that nearly every martial artist in the soul-fighting continent was familiar with, yet here stood one who did not know. Lu Fang turned his gaze towards Chu Tianyuan, slightly displeased, and replied, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a profound and righteous force that exists within our surroundings. Have you never felt it?" Chu Tianyuan shook his head. It was challenging for Lu Fang to elucidate the concept of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in intangible essence, especially to a 6-year-old child. In the past, he had never needed to provide explanations to children, but now he found it necessary to embark on a detailed discourse. Consider this. How do you feel when you are indoors compared to when you are surrounded by a forest? The forest can be somewhat intimidating. A voice, belonging to a little girl, promptly responded, followed by a burst of laughter from the others. Silence. Lu Fang admonished, adopting a serious demeanor. Do you not sense that being in the forest is more comforting than being indoors? Indeed, that is because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is more abundant in the forest than within the confines of a building. Do you understand now? Lu Fang turned his gaze towards Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan nodded thoughtfully, internally reflecting. Is this not merely oxygen? What is this so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Very well, now I shall impart to you the method of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lu Fang, as he spoke, settled himself into a meditative posture, instructing others to follow suit. The method of breathing and absorption is quite simple, at least for Chu Tianyuan. It merely involves sitting in meditation and regulating the rhythm of one's breath. However, at that moment, something peculiar occurred. A small vortex appeared above Chu Tianyuan's head as he meditated with closed eyes, and an abundance of spiritual energy surged into him from above. Lu Fang's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Chu Tianyuan, his heart racing with excitement. What astounding speed of energy absorption! Before long, the onlookers also noticed Chu Tianyuan's extraordinary phenomenon. Numerous gazes converged upon him, some filled with surprise, others tinged with envy, yet a singular girl observed him with wide, glistening eyes. She was the same little girl who had answered a question earlier, her expression brimming with admiration, devoid of any jealousy or disdain. Once Chu Tianyuan completed his breathing exercise, he opened his eyes. "Why are you all staring at me?" he inquired. "How did you feel, Tianyuan?" Lu Fang asked. "I sensed a warm current flowing from above into my body," Chu Tianyuan replied, scratching his forehead. Could this be the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Indeed, it is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Lu Fang exclaimed. Did you all see? What Tianyuan has just absorbed is precisely that. To absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one must be fully focused. Without a resolute heart, one cannot become a true martial artist. With such an excellent teaching moment before them, Lu Fang was determined not to let it slip away, for this was far easier than abstract explanations. "It's merely a stroke of luck," a slightly older boy scoffed. "Chu Tianyuan, you've been studying for 2 years without mastering it." Instantly, someone came to Chu Tianyuan's defense. It was the girl with the large, expressive eyes. Chu Tianyuan smiled gently at her, and she replied with a smile, "Tianyuan, do not pay him any mind. He is merely envious. Children are always so candid." Chu Tian's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she found herself at a loss for words. "Come, Tianyuan, let us practice over there," the girl urged, taking Chu Tianyuan by the hand. Chu Tianyuan could hardly be bothered to engage with Chu Tianbian, believing that quarreling with a mere child would compromise his dignity. However, his indifference was perceived by Chu Tianbian as a sign of weakness. Thus, he shouted at Chu Tianyuan, You are nothing but a wretched monkey. Chu Tianyuan paused for a moment and turned back, inquiring, what did you just say? Chu Tianbian was taken aback. And as he met Chu Tianyuan's gaze, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground, stammering. He could hardly utter a word. Remember to choose your words more carefully next time, Chu Tianyuan remarked indifferently. Everyone present was left in a state of shock, including Lu Fang. What a fierce gaze it was, akin to that of a wild beast, freshly liberated from its cage. Truly, he was the son of the iron-blooded battle soul. Chu Tianyuan turned around, lifted the girl, and said, let us practice over there. The girl, momentarily taken aback, replied, MHM. My name is Tian Tian. She smiled brightly. Hiki, your name sounds quite masculine, Chu Tianyuan remarked. Yours sounds even more like a boy's. Tian Tian retorted. My name was given to me by my grandfather. And who is your grandfather? My grandfather is Elder Chuhi, the very one who brought you here. Do not be deceived by his stern demeanor. He is actually quite kind-hearted. I know, Chu Tianyuan chuckled. And what about you? Who bestowed your name upon you? A fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he lowered his head and murmured, it is the will of heaven. Chu gazed at the sorrowful expression of Chu Tianyuan, a wave of guilt washing over his heart, and said, I am truly sorry, Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan raised his head, smiled at her, and said, it matters not. Both you and your grandfather possess great kindness. Furthermore, I have grown accustomed to it. Even if everyone were to treat me thus, it would not be of concern. Though little Chu Tian was merely a young girl, she could still perceive the heartache experienced by Chu Tianyuan. Thus, she grasped his hand firmly and said, Tianyuan, no matter how they treat you, I shall forever be your steadfast friend. Thank you, Tian Tian, he replied. We are friends. There is no need for gratitude. If you must express thanks, then teach me the art of cultivating spiritual energy. Chu Tian Tian laughed. Very well, I shall certainly teach you. With the assistance of Chu Tianyuan, Chu Tian swiftly mastered the art of harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this process, Chu Tianyuan also reaped significant benefits, finally grasping the true essence of this celestial energy. It is not merely oxygen, nor is it a gas. Rather, it is a form of energy that transcends the earthly realm, a phenomenon absent from the terrestrial plane he once knew. It was as though he stood at the threshold between two worlds, peering through a fissure to behold an entirely different vista. This fissure, unique to him, bridged the two realms. Chapter 4. Gazing through the fissure of worlds indeed. This is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, profoundly enigmatic. Chu Tianyuan felt the flow of this energy within him, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Mastering the absorption of such energy signifies the potential to learn martial techniques or soul arts. The Chu family, in terms of its layout, resembles a traditional Sihiyuan, with Chu Batian situated in the central courtyard, flanked by the courtyards of his three brothers, Chu Zhantian, Chu Zhanlong, and Chu Zhanuan. There are a total of 4 courtyards, each overseen by a steward. The chief steward, Chu Yun, who is responsible for the central courtyard and the library, holds the highest position among the 4 stewards, while the 3 stewards of the Chu brothers' courtyards hold subordinate ranks. At this moment, Chu Yun was engrossed in reading a tome on soul techniques when he unexpectedly noticed Chu Tianyuan entering through the front door. Surprised to see this monkey adorned in human attire, Chu Tianyuan bowed and said, Grandfather Chu Yun, Master Lu has sent me to select a combat skill. Chu Yun was taken aback for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, Are you not the son of the 3rd young master, Chu Tianyuan? Indeed, I am, replied Chu Tianyuan with a respectful demeanor. Upon witnessing Chu Tianyuan's understanding of etiquette, Chu Yun's spirits lifted somewhat. He inquired, Have you already mastered the inhalation of the essence of heaven and earth? Indeed, thanks to the meticulous guidance of Coach Lu, I, as a junior, have been fortunate enough to succeed. Chu Yun gazed at Chu Tianyuan, silently contemplating. Truly, he is the scion of a noble general, despite having somewhat lesser aptitude. He possesses decorum and remains unperturbed by praise or blame, far surpassing the other children. Recalling how that group of children had rushed in yesterday, completely disregarding him, his fondness for Chu Tianyuan grew even stronger. He inquired, Will you choose a soul technique or a martial skill? Chu Tianyuan paused momentarily and said, As a junior, I am still uncertain about my choice. I humbly request guidance from you, Grandpa Chuan. Have you not tested your original soul? No, I haven't. Ah, then never mind. You may enter the left side of the martial arts pavilion and take a look. He added, by the way. The martial arts on the far left of the first row may suit you quite well. Thank you, Grandpa Chuyun. After bowing in gratitude, Chu Tianyuan eagerly approached the martial arts pavilion. He suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, feeling a surge of joy. Surely, I, Chu Tianyuan, am clever. I awaited the very phrase from you. Had Chuyun been aware of Chu Tianyuan's previous pretense, he would have been infuriated, his beard bristling in indignation. Yet, he could never have imagined that such a young child would possess such depth of cunning. Unbeknownst to Chu Tianyuan, Chuyun's final words as he stepped into the martial arts pavilion were, "What a pity, the path of greatness shows no mercy." Chu Tianyuan opened a martial arts manual. Having long since become well-versed in the script of the Soul Combat Continent, reading it posed no challenge whatsoever. However, as he delved deeper, his astonishment grew. This was not merely a martial artist's combat technique. It was evidently the inner cultivation method of the past 2 lifetimes. The practices of training, breath regulation, and energy control were detailed, and despite the absence of explanations regarding the body's meridian pathways, the content was strikingly similar. Yet, this did not impede the efficacy of the training. Much like a scholar of Newtonian physics who, though unaware of the derivations, can still adeptly apply the principles. In that moment, Chu Tianyuan could be said to have thoroughly dissected the martial arts manual before him, while others might be oblivious to the implications of such training. Merely aware that it would cultivate internal energy, he possessed a deeper understanding. For one who had perused countless martial arts tomes, this so-called martial artist technique was merely the rudimentary entry point into the realm of internal cultivation. A bold conjecture suddenly dawned upon Chu Tianyuan, causing his heart to race exponentially. Oh heavens! Why did you bring me into this world without endowing me with a more handsome visage? Even should I ascend to become the mightiest warrior of the Duhan continent, the imperfections upon my face would remain a lamentable flaw. If the martial skills before me are merely rudimentary techniques, then methods such as the I Ching Jing and the Shisui Jing must surely represent the pinnacle of martial arts. The bottleneck encountered by martial masters arises from obstructed meridians. With each step forward, impurities accumulate at the subsequent threshold, making advancement increasingly arduous. This implies that if one can thoroughly clear all meridians, future progress would be devoid of such impediments. The I Ching Jing and Shisui Jing are indeed unparalleled martial arts for unblocking these channels. However, why have the inhabitants of this continent failed to explore the issue of bottlenecks? Remarkably, they seem unaware even of the term meridian. A sudden epiphany struck Chu Tianyuan. It is the issue of soul masters. Regardless of the severity of injury or illness, they are treated by light soul masters. Even the most virulent poisons can be eradicated through soul energy, indicating that in this world, light soul masters have supplanted the role of physicians. Furthermore, endowed with light soul energy, they would scarcely concern themselves with the intricacies of human anatomy. Moreover, if meridians represent the bottleneck for martial masters, what, pray tell, constitutes the bottleneck for soul masters? And why, during my time on Earth, did I toil for over a decade mastering the I Ching Jing, yet achieve nothing? Chu Tianyuan closed his eyes, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. After a while, he opened his eyes, realizing that this was indeed the rift between 2 worlds. The only thing that Earth lacks compared to this place is the essence of heaven and earth. In other words, the spiritual energy has altered the flow of energy here. While the mysteries of soul power remain elusive for the time being, as long as there is spiritual energy, one can cultivate any internal martial arts technique. Moreover, there will come a day when I shall unveil the secrets of soul power as well. Upon witnessing Chu Tianyuan hastily depart, Chuyun couldn't help but shake his head. In his perspective, the martial arts techniques presented at the martial arts pavilion were perhaps a bit too profound for Chu Tianyuan, who, unable to comprehend them, had no choice but to leave. In truth, Chu Tianyuan's hurried exit from the martial arts pavilion was driven by an urgent desire to validate his astonishing hypothesis. Should his conjecture prove correct, then the soul fighting continent would undoubtedly become his dominion in the future. Chu Tianyuan returned to his chamber, promptly closing the door and windows, and sat quietly on his bed to practice the breathing techniques of the I Ching Jing. Only after completing his meditation did he exhale a long, deep breath, releasing the stagnant energy within him. Indeed, the reason he could not cultivate internal power in his previous world was the absence of spiritual energy. However, in the Duhan continent, the abundance of natural spiritual energy explains the longevity of its inhabitants, and this realm is destined to be a land where martial arts secrets flourish. With this realization, The weight on Chu Tianyuan's heart lifted entirely. Yet, to open all his meridians, the scriptures suggested it would require approximately 30 years of dedicated practice. This estimation was presumably under conditions of abundant spiritual energy, but he wondered how many years would be needed in the Duhan continent, where the spiritual energy was so dense. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The so-called sacred domain must be achieved by opening all meridians and breaking through the final barrier. This implies that with diligent practice over 30 years, he could at least reach the sacred domain. Had anyone known of Chu Tianyuan's aspiration to attain the sacred domain in 30 years, he would surely have been met with scorn and derision. People would point fingers and scold him, questioning his qualifications and reminding him of his father's age, which was a mere 100 years. Only Chu Batian, his father, knew the time it took him to reach the sacred domain. In his pursuit of martial prowess and in battles against neighboring countries, he had even forsaken his marriage until he achieved that status. By the time he settled down, he was over 80 years old, yet he appeared youthful, akin to a man in his 40s, wielding great power as a formidable sacred domain expert, attracting countless suitors. Thus began the rise of the extensive Chu family lineage. It can be said that the ascendance of the Chu clan was entirely due to one man, Chu Batian, the military spirit of the Dragon Soul Empire. There is a tale from decades past, recounting how the Fengxia Empire had once encroached upon the borders of the Dragon Soul Empire, causing the populace to flock to the capital. Yet, an elderly man sat calmly in his courtyard, sipping tea. When questioned about his tranquility in the face of impending invasion, he replied, with Batian present, "There is nothing to fear." Indeed, Chu Batian repelled the Fengxia Empire, and this anecdote has been passed down through generations. Every member of the Chu clan holds a sense of pride, particularly the direct descendants, who are regarded as exceptionally valuable. However, there is one exception, Chu Tianyuan. He now occupies an awkward position within the Chu family. Although he should have received preferential treatment due to his direct lineage, fate has conspired against him. The direct descendants look down upon him, while the collateral branches regard him with disdain, leaving him in a liminal space, a unique anomaly within the family, blooming unnoticed, or rather, scarcely acknowledged. At this moment, Chu Tianyuan embodies this sentiment. He practices the I Ching Jing daily within the confines of his room. Having ceased his visits to the martial training grounds, Lu Feng naturally believed that after being ridiculed, Chu Tianyuan abandoned the martial path and no longer paid him any mind. Chui also refrained from inquiring about him, as living a quiet life seemed preferable. Occasionally, Chu's mother would ask, yet she respected her son's choices. At least everyone acknowledged him as a person, and Chu Zhantian gradually accepted her. Only Tian Tian would occasionally seek him out for fresh air, though she never broached the subject of martial arts. This way of life persisted for 5 years. In 5 years, much can change. For instance, Tian Tian had grown into a graceful young lady, and at 11, it was evident that she was a stunning beauty in the making. Likewise, Chu Tianyuan had grown taller. His hair thicker, glistening, and smooth. When he stood in the sunlight, he resembled a towering giant ape. Beneath his golden locks lay sharply defined features, and his slender physique held no excess flesh. Every muscle appeared both supple and firm, with clear contours, and his limbs were proportionate, suggesting that any movement he executed would flow like water. At times, Tian Tian would gaze at him intently, often fantasizing about what Chu Tianyuan might look like without that layer of fur. How splendid it would be if he were devoid of that golden mane, she mused. Surely, he would excel in martial arts, standing out amongst his peers. Women, when lost in reverie, can become rather foolish. She even overlooked the fact that Chu Tianyuan's martial talent had no correlation with his golden hair. If he were without that golden coat, upon further inspection, he would undoubtedly be an extraordinarily handsome man. This thought sent a jolt of confusion through her heart. To apply the term beautiful to a man is enough to convey the image Chu Tianyuan held in Tian Tian's eyes. Chu Tianyuan basked in the sunlight, turning his head to find Tian Tian gazing at him. He offered her a subtle smile. Upon noticing his attention, Tian Tian's cheeks flushed, yet she lifted her gaze to meet his, momentarily lost in the warmth of his smile. It was a peculiar sensation. The sight of his eyes and grin made her forget his physical imperfections. Chapter 5. The Initial Battle of the Soul Masters. Tian Tian, what brings you here? Chu Tianyuan inquired, observing Tian Tian's flushed face. Why are your cheeks so rosy? The sun has only just risen. Brother Tianyuan, you're not wearing a shirt, Tian Tian replied, her face growing even warmer. Since their deepening friendship, she had begun to address him differently, and Chu Tianyuan was more than happy to regard her as a younger sister. "Oh, this? I took off my clothes to soak up the sun and kill some germs," Chu Tianyuan said, awkwardly donning his shirt. "Kill germs?" Tian questioned, intrigued. "Yes. I mean using the solar energy to eradicate the bacteria on my body," Chu Tianyuan explained. Tian had grown accustomed to his unique expressions, often bemused by the peculiar terms that sometimes escaped his lips. However, she found it strange that despite his limited outings, Chu Tianyuan seemed to possess more knowledge than many outside, while remaining oblivious to certain widely known facts about the Duhan continent. For instance, during a previous tale he recounted about the great sage equal to heaven, the characters left her perplexed. It was common knowledge that the divine realm had 9 deities. Yet in Chu Tianyuan's narrative, there was only one heavenly emperor governing the gods. Most bewildering to her was that this heavenly emperor was not the most powerful in the divine realm. In the Duhan continent, even deities were ranked by strength. Tian had directly posed her confusion to him. If the heavenly emperor is not the strongest, how can he govern the heavens and the earth? Chu Tianyuan's response at that moment was, the reason the heavenly emperor ascended to his exalted position is not solely due to his cultivation, but rather attributed to his virtuous character. He proceeded to narrate the tale of the star of Venus descending to earth in search of a person endowed with both talent and virtue to become the sovereign of the 3 realms. However, the advent of the star of Venus led his narrative into an entirely different direction, as no one in the soul-fighting continent recognized this celestial figure. Ultimately, Chu Tianyuan had no choice but to consult Chu Tian regarding the divine realm of the soul-fighting continent to provide a satisfactory conclusion to his story. It was through this experience that Chu Tianyuan became acutely aware of the sheer madness of this world. In the soul-fighting continent, one could ascend to divinity merely by achieving sufficient cultivation. Yet, the requisite level of cultivation remains a mystery known only to the deities of the divine realm. In the end, Chu Tianyuan successfully concluded the tale of the great sage equal to heaven, although his amalgamation of the 2 realms transformed journey to the west beyond recognition. And the tale of Sun Wukong being trapped beneath the 5 Elements mountain was altered to depict him as being sealed within its confines. After hearing the story, Chu Tian was profoundly moved, shedding tears in the process. At that moment, Chu Tianyuan was taken aback, at a loss as to how to console her. Yet, Chu Tian tightly embraced him and said, "Brother Tianyuan, I am fine. I am merely saddened for you. I understand that you are the Monkey King from the tale. Over the years, I have known that if you wish to break free from the shackles of your family, you must strive to overcome them. If you do not possess the extraordinary abilities of the Monkey King, then patiently await my growth. Once I have attained a higher level of cultivation, I will undoubtedly assist you in shattering these bonds. At that time, no one in the Duhan continent shall dare to mock or bully you again." Chu Tianyuan gently closed his eyes and embraced Chu Tian, saying, "Tian, I have faith in you, but you must also believe in me. One day, I shall stand at the pinnacle of the entire Duhan continent, not solely for myself, but for my mother and for you." Since that moment, Chu Tian sought Chu Tianyuan less frequently, yet he did not feel disheartened. He understood she was undoubtedly exerting herself in secret. Chu Tianyuan, too, was diligent, dedicating nearly all his time to enhancing his cultivation. 5 years passed in a blur. Their encounters became infrequent, yet their bond deepened. Chu Tianyuan watched Chu Tian grow day by day, akin to observing his dearest sister flourish. In his heart, she would forever remain that headstrong child, yet one who devoted nearly 3 times the effort of others to master martial skills for his sake. He tenderly ruffled her hair and asked, "What brings you here to visit your elder brother today?" With a glimmer of sorrow in her eyes, Chu Tian whispered, "Brother Tianyuan, I may no longer have the time to visit you in the future." Chu Tianyuan ceased to caress her hand and inquired, "What has transpired? Has something occurred at home?" "No," Chu Tian shook his head. "Release your hand." At that moment, a voice thundered. Upon turning his head, Chu Tianyuan was surprised to find it was none other than Chu Tianbian. Chu Tianbian glared furiously, and I exclaimed, "Remove your claws from my sister Tian. Chu Tianbian, what brings you here?" Chu Tian shielded Chu Tianyuan behind him. Chu Tianbian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly donned a smile. Tian, my dear sister, I merely wish to prevent this monkey from soiling you." Chu Tianyuan regarded Chu Tianbian's demeanor with disdain. In their childhood, they had exchanged fierce glances. Yet now that Chu Tian had blossomed into beauty, he had altered his address to Tian, my dear sister. "My affairs are none of your concern." Chu Tian retorted angrily. Chu Tian frowned and said, Sister Tian, how can you say such a thing? From now on, we will both be students of the Soul Martial Academy. My father insists that I am older than you and must take good care of you. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Tian. Yes, indeed. The clan has already agreed to allow me to enroll in the Soul Martial Academy alongside Sister Tian. With our qualifications, we are bound to succeed. Chu Tian raised his head proudly and declared, Of course, someone like you, who is not human, will never have such an opportunity. Chu Tian, Tian exclaimed, her anger palpable. She could tolerate how others treated her, but she would not allow anyone to bully her brother Tian Yuan. I am merely speaking the truth, Chu Tian retorted. Even if he were permitted to enroll, his qualifications would only lead to him being dismissed. He cast a disdainful glance at Tian Yuan as he finished his statement. Chu Tian. Tian was at a loss for words, her frustration mounting. She simply could not find a way to counter Chu Tian's remarks. At that moment, Tian Yuan pulled her behind him. It was uncharacteristic of him to hide behind a woman. Who gave you the right to say that I am not human? Did I not warn you to choose your words carefully? Tian Yuan glared at Chu Tian, enunciating each word with intensity. How can you presume to know that my qualifications would prevent me from entering the Soul Martial Academy? As Chu Tianbian gazed upon Chu Tianyuan, a cold sweat broke out upon him. This sensation was reminiscent of 5 years ago, when he felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predator. However, he was no longer the timid child who would faint at the slightest fright. He was now 13 and had attained the level of a second-tier soul master. Confronted with Chu Tianyuan's accusations, especially in the presence of the girl he admired, he straightened his chest and declared, I assert that you are the offspring of your mother and a wild monkey. With a resounding thud, before he could finish his sentence, a fish struck him, sending his body flying 5 paces away. I may overlook your insults towards me, but you shall not disparage my mother. At that moment, Chu Tianyuan resembled an enraged beast. Chu Tian, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. Despite being a third-tier martial artist, she was completely oblivious to how Chu Tianyuan had struck. Meanwhile, the fallen Chu Tianbian was equally taken aback, yet the pain on his face swiftly jolted him back to reality. Struggling to rise, he stammered, Why you possess martial skills? Chu Tianyuan exchanged glances with him, and he retorted with a hint of disdain. No, it's not martial skills. If it were, I wouldn't merely sustain such trivial injuries. He seemed somewhat pleased as he added, It's merely brute force. I accidentally allowed you to strike me once. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he declared, You shall witness my prowess. Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly, flames enveloping his arms as if they were extensions of his very being. Yet, at that moment, he felt no pain. A cruel glint flickered across his face as he commanded, Soul of Fire, attack. Countless fireballs erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Chu Tianyuan. The fireballs descended rapidly, but Chu Tianyuan was swifter still. He held no fear for such feeble assaults. His body was remarkably agile. Is this the power of soul energy? Truly wondrous. Chu Tianyuan exclaimed, exhilarated. It was his first encounter with someone wielding soul energy to attack him. Indeed, it possessed the might to seize the very essence of the heavens and earth. However, with your meager skills, I could defeat you in a single move. You stubborn monkey. Even as you faced demise, you remained defiant. Yet here you are, jumping around like a fool. Chu Tian manipulated the fireballs with precision. Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate the martial skills of Chu Tianyuan. With that, Chu Tianyuan abruptly halted, as several fireballs hurtled directly toward him. Chu Tiantian's heart raced with trepidation. Events unfolded at an astonishing pace, leaving her no time to intervene. As Chu Tianbian gazed at the fireball hurtling towards Chu Tianyuan, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, yet this fleeting expression vanished almost instantly, in an astonishing turn of events. Just as the fireball was about to strike, Chu Tianyuan abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, his fist had already made contact with Chu Tianbian's jaw. Chu Tian soared into the air, only to crash to the ground with a resounding thud, thereafter remaining utterly still. Chu Tian hurriedly rushed over and grasped Chu Tianyuan's arm. Brother Tianyuan, are you all right? Her eyes were filled with concern. I am fine, Chu Tianyuan replied. However, Chu Tian's gaze fell upon the unconscious Chu Tianbian on the ground. She was most fearful of something happening to him, for she understood the rarity of soul masters. There were scarcely a few in their entire family. Do not worry, he has merely fainted, Chu Tianyuan said calmly. Yet, Chu Tian remained filled with doubt. We shall discuss this further when we return, Chu Tianyuan stated as he led Chu Tian towards his small courtyard. Chu Tian followed closely behind, utterly astonished. her mind brimming with inquiries. Chapter 6. The Origin of the Soul of Gravity. Ever since Chumu relocated to reside with Chusenhan, Chutian's modest courtyard had been nearly devoid of visitors. Chuha, the steward of the Chusenhan estate, could not remain in Chutian's courtyard indefinitely. Moreover, the sole cook in the courtyard was mute, attending solely to Chutian's daily needs without further engagement. Occasionally, Chumu would visit Chutian, bringing with her an abundance of daily necessities and inquiring tenderly about her well-being. Yet, constrained by her silence, she could only cast a lingering glance before reluctantly departing. Upon witnessing the desolate courtyard of Chu Tianyuan, a wave of compassion surged within Chu Tian. In times past, her visits to Chu Tianyuan were marked by her calling out from the entrance of the courtyard. Never did she anticipate such a scene within. She could vividly envision a child left in an unattended small courtyard. While the Chu family possessed ample resources, she understood more deeply than others what a young child truly requires. How could a child navigate the journey of childhood devoid of companions and the tender affection of kin? Chu Tianyuan remained utterly oblivious to the inner transformations of Chu Tian, dedicating nearly all his time to the pursuit of martial arts. As for his childhood, it existed solely in another realm. Retaining the memories of his past two lives, he held little regard for the notion of a childhood. His singular aspiration was to attain strength sufficient to alter his own destiny, a desire that had persisted since the moment of his birth. Brother Tianyuan, you have endured much hardship over the years, Chu Tian murmured softly. Chu Tianyuan offered a faint smile, expressing that it was nothing to be concerned about, as he had grown accustomed to it and found great pleasure in living this way. Chu Tian naturally assumed that Chu Tianyuan was merely offering her comfort. Deep within her heart, she perceived him as a person who always considered the feelings of others, regardless of how poorly he was treated in return. This is how she envisioned her brother Tianyuan, kind-hearted and empathetic. Though fate may have betrayed him, he never uttered a word of complaint. Chu Tianyuan certainly did not anticipate that his image would be so magnified in Chu Tian's heart. He merely spoke the truth, yet in her eyes, this truth sculpted an almost flawless persona for him. The surroundings were tranquil, devoid of any disturbances, allowing me to pursue my desires freely. Chu Tianyuan elucidated. Tian, you must be curious about how I managed to defeat Chu Tianbian just now, right? Brother Tianyuan, your martial technique is peculiar, almost as though it transcends conventional martial arts. Yet I cannot articulate precisely what makes it so strange, pondered Chu Tian. Among all combat techniques, whether they be soul skills or martial arts, the predominant pursuit is power. The greater the power, the higher the rank of the technique, is it not? It is surprising that Brother Tianyuan possesses such extensive knowledge, teased Chu Tian. The blush on Chu Tianyuan's face deepened as he remarked, allow me to discuss the matter of martial techniques without interruption. Of course, I shall comply, Chu Tian replied, a smile gracing her lips. Uncertain if she had ever encountered the phrase, she inquired, what phrase? Chu Tian, now serious, listened intently. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed remains invincible. Nothing is unbreakable, only speed remains invincible? Chu Tian pondered for a moment, recognizing the simplicity of the statement, yet acknowledging it encapsulated the essence of martial arts. Indeed, Chu Tianyuan affirmed, the pursuit of ultimate strength and speed is the essence of the techniques I employ. Ultimate strength and speed? Techniques that entirely forego the use of spiritual energy or inner strength. Chu Tian recalled the moment when Chu Tianyuan had effortlessly defeated Chu Tianbin. This is what I have devoted myself to over the past 5 years, Chu Tianyuan continued. Tian, perhaps like others, you believe I have abandoned the path of martial arts. However, I share your fervent desire to grow stronger, strong enough to alter everyone's perception of me. I'm sorry, Brother Tianyuan, Chu Tian murmured. Will you hold it against me? Foolish girl, how could I ever blame you? Chu Tianyuan consoled her. In this place, you are my most trusted confidant. Chu Tian's face flushed slightly as she remarked, perhaps in the future, when you have grown stronger, you may forget about me. Chu Tianyuan solemnly declared. Even if I were to forget myself, I would never forget Tian. If I were to grow truly strong, the person I would most wish to protect would be you. Brother Tianyuan would always know how to bring a smile to her face. Tian's cheeks flushed even deeper. At this moment, Chu Tianyuan became acutely aware of the ripple stirred within his heart by his own words. He suddenly realized the profound impact such statements could have on a young girl. Embarrassment washed over him, yet it was not his intention to cause distress. He merely articulated the thoughts that resided within him. Ah, by the way, Chu Tianyuan shifted the conversation. Observe the items in this little courtyard. They're what I utilize for my training. Chu Tian gazed at the several massive stone pillars in the courtyard, slightly astonished, and remarked, Brother Tianyuan, you do not carry these stone pillars in the courtyard every day, do you? Well, a significant portion of my time is indeed spent this way, replied Chu Tianyuan. As Chu Tian approached a stone pedestal, she effortlessly lifted it with both hands. As a third-level martial artist, she could easily raise weights exceeding 100 pounds. With a slight exertion of her strength, she could elevate the stone without difficulty. However, she noted its considerable weight, at least 80 pounds. Is it merely 80 pounds? She pondered. For someone who frequently engaged in muscle training, such an assessment seemed implausible. This stone pedestal must weigh more than that. Yet, Chu Tian asserted, it is indeed 80 pounds. We utilize stones of this magnitude to enhance our inner strength and endurance. I am certain of my assessment. Although Chu Tianyuan felt somewhat perplexed, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. By the way, I just overheard Chu Tian mentioning that you are headed to the Seoul Martial Academy. What is the story behind that? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian lowered his head and spoke softly. Brother Tianyuan, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. The Seoul Martial Academy in the imperial capital is about to commence its enrollment, and every child aged between 9 and 15 is eligible to apply. However, the standards set by the academy are exceedingly high. Within our entire Chu family, only a handful may barely qualify, and I am among them. What are their criteria? Inquired Chu Tianyuan. At our age, one must possess at least the level of a third-rank martial master. Naturally, Seoul masters are an exception, as their emergence is exceedingly rare, and their advancement in rank occurs at a much swifter pace than that of martial masters. Thus, it is apparent that Chu Tian was selected precisely because he has become a Seoul master? Indeed, replied Chu Tian, a hint of disappointment in his voice. His innate talent was rather mediocre. However, 3 years ago, he astonishingly comprehended the fire soul power, which elevated our family's standing significantly within the Chu lineage. The disparity in the progression of soul masters compared to martial masters is profound. He achieved the status of a second-rank soul master in just 3 years, while I have toiled for a full 5 years merely to attain the level of a third-rank martial master. Chu Tianyuan was secretly astonished. Chu Tian's relentless dedication had enabled him to attain the rank of a third-level martial master at such a young age. In contrast, Chu Tianbian, seemingly aware of the situation, had reached the level of a second-level soul master in merely 3 years. This indeed illustrates the remarkable speed at which soul masters advance. However, it is not quite so straightforward. Chu Tian appeared to have discerned Chu Tianyuan's thoughts. While soul masters may progress swiftly, their bottlenecks are intangible and require profound insight to overcome. Unlike us martial masters, who can sense the limitations through persistent practice, soul masters must rely on their understanding to break through. Chu Tianyuan contemplated deeply, reflecting on the principle of balance that governs all things in the universe. For instance, the mightiest creatures often possess diminished reproductive capabilities, much like the legendary dragons. Although dragons had never been witnessed in the past world, their existence is undeniably real in the Duhan continent. Not only dragons, but also various other formidable beings, collectively referred to as soul beasts by the inhabitants of Duhan continent. Brother Tianyuan, I have come today to bid you farewell, Chu Tian suddenly declared. As Chu Tianyuan regained his senses, he noticed the suddenly melancholic expression on Chu Tian's face. Yes, Tian has grown up. It is essential for her to venture out and explore the world. Suddenly, Chu Tian leaped into his embrace, declaring, when I return, I will surely take you to traverse the entire continent of soul fighting. Chu Tianyuan hung his arms in the air, uncertain of how to respond. He merely nodded solemnly, his heart growing even heavier. Chu Tian had departed, leaving Chu Tianyuan in quiet contemplation. He reflected on every word spoken by Chu Tian, his resolve growing ever stronger. He was determined to become a formidable force, surpassing all others. Yet, suddenly jolted from his reverie, he recalled the stone pedestal beside him. Approaching it, he embraced it with both arms and lifted it, fully utilizing his strength. If his impression of Tian was accurate, why then did the outcomes differ? A thought struck him. A revelation dawned upon him after countless experiments and calculations. Before him swayed a small pendulum, the ground beneath inscribed with formulas. He was measuring the gravitational acceleration using the pendulum method. Although lacking precise instruments, his observational error would not be substantial. At last, he understood why Chu Tian had claimed the stone pedestal weighed only 80 pounds. The same object could yield different conclusions based on the gravitational acceleration of Duhan continent, which was greater than that of Earth. With higher gravitational acceleration, the perceived weight of objects would increase correspondingly. On Duhan continent, under such intensified conditions, individuals would experience objects as being heavier, just like Chu Tianyuan himself. An audacious thought struck him. Every individual finds it relatively easy to adapt to their surroundings. This implies that prolonged exposure to a specific environment, much like gravity, leads to adaptation. If the gravitational acceleration surrounding him were several times greater than that of those nearby, then once he acclimated to this enhanced gravity and subsequently removed the constraint, his physical endurance would surpass that of others by several-fold, or even more. This epitomized the ultimate training regimen of a four-speed combatant. However, how could he amplify the gravitational acceleration surrounding him to several or even dozens of times that of others? The essence of gravity is universal attraction. With eyes closed, his mind raced with contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, the environment around him began to subtly transform. Soul power. A fleeting thought ignited within him. So this is what soul power is. He abruptly opened his eyes. Soul power. He felt a newfound strength within him, and astonishingly, his body began to levitate. The soul of gravity. A power never before comprehended on Duhan continent. The ability to freely manipulate the gravity surrounding his body. What an extraordinary capability. Chapter 7. Tian's belief. Upon returning home, Chu Tian felt an unexpected wave of despondency wash over her. The enrollment at the Seoul Martial Academy represented a pivotal opportunity for her. Although the pangs of parting weighed heavily on her heart, she could not remain in the Chu family forever. She yearned for strength, driven solely by a modest yet profoundly significant desire nestled within her heart. She wished to shield him from ridicule and aspired to accompany him in fulfilling his dream of traversing every corner of the soul-fighting continent. Nothing more, nothing less. He seemed to discern the concerns weighing on his beloved granddaughter, Chu Tiantian. She was a well-behaved, sensible, and beautiful young lady, whose grace endeared her to all. Most importantly, she exerted herself with unparalleled diligence. In the soul combat continent, virtue alone held little value without strength. "My dear Tian, what troubles you?" Chui inquired gently. "Grandfather, today I visited Brother Tianyuan," she replied with a sigh. He exhaled deeply. "Ah, Tianyuan is a pitiable child. I have watched him grow. His heart is kind. Yet fortune has not favored him. Had he been born into a common family, perhaps his lot would have been better, but alas. Grandfather, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Chu Tian hesitated. "Speak freely. For as long as it brings you joy, I am willing to oblige," he encouraged. "I wish to take Brother Tianyuan with me to the Seoul Martial Academy," Chu Tian murmured softly. Chui's expression subtly shifted, and as he contemplated a refusal, Chu Tian hastily interjected, "Grandfather, today someone is attempting to bully Brother Tianyuan again, and I cannot bear to see him mistreated." Despite being astonished by the prowess demonstrated by Chu Tianyuan moments ago, Chu Tian remained somewhat skeptical. No matter how great his strength, could it rival that of a martial artist with internal energy? No matter how swift he was, could he compare to a wind soul master? Tian, your kindness is commendable, but you cannot possibly guard him for a lifetime," he remarked. "I can," Chu Tian asserted resolutely, "as long as I possess sufficient strength. And as long as Brother Tianyuan is willing, I will always protect him." Upon hearing this, he felt a surge of emotions within him. Tian, tell me, why do you exert yourself so diligently in your training? Do you truly wish to hear the honest truth, Grandpa? "Indeed, I do. It is to fulfill the wish of my brother Tianyuan," replied Chu Tian. "Grandpa, do you understand? The Chu family, though seemingly illustrious, is, in the eyes of my brother Tianyuan, nothing but a prison. I yearn to liberate him from this confinement. You are doing this for him." He momentarily lost his composure, but he quickly regained his equanimity. "Then were your previous claims about elevating our family's standing within the Chu lineage merely fabrications? I apologize." "Grandpa," Chu Tian said, "I did not deceive you until I met my brother Tianyuan." As she spoke, her face suddenly flushed crimson. The heart of Chu He is already stirred into tumultuous waves. Chu Tian, who is fond of anything, is willing to accept everything except for one thing: the path of belief of Chu Tian. He is acutely aware that no matter how exceptional the talent of a martial artist or a soul master may be, without a fervent conviction, one can never become a formidable force. Yet, Chu Tian's path of belief is precisely this. If he were to allow her to develop freely, she might indeed become powerful. But Chu Tianyuan would remain a burden for her throughout her life. To intervene forcefully would mean altering a person's conviction. Can someone who easily changes their belief ever become strong? The thought alone gives Chu-hee a headache. Tian, let us discuss the matter of Tianyuan later. Shall we? Chu-hee endeavored to calm his sentiments. No, I want you to promise me now, insisted Chu Tian stubbornly. I am merely afraid that if I leave, someone will bully him. He is so kind-hearted, he wouldn't hold a grudge, nor would he protect himself. Hence, I am afraid. Absolutely not. Chu-hee blurted out, but immediately regretted his words. He found himself unable to agree, yet equally incapable of refusing her. Why not? Questioned Chu Tian. All along, Chu-hee had been entirely accommodating to her, and she had been quite obedient. However, this time, there was a distinct lack of the usual grandfather-granddaughter rapport. While this may seem like an ordinary conversation, Chu-hee realized that it was nearly impossible to make his granddaughter defy his wishes. Yet, on this occasion, she chose not to heed his counsel. Chu-hee once again suppressed his emotions. Tian, consider this. What kind of place is the Seoul Martial Academy? It is a gathering of prodigies. If you were to attend, you would merely be an ordinary student. If Tianyuan were to go there, how would others perceive him? Even if they acknowledged him as human, what of his martial aptitude? They would surely look down upon him even more. You believe that he can be protected within the Chu family because of your strength among these children, but at the Seoul Martial Academy, would you still be able to shield him as you do now? However, Chu Tian found herself at a loss for words in response. Indeed, every word spoken by Chu-hee was indisputable, and she could not guarantee his safety. Taking a deep breath, she softly replied, I understand, grandfather. Chu-hee let out a long sigh of relief. That was indeed a comfort. With Tianyuan in the Chu family, his grandfather would undoubtedly take good care of him. However, grandfather, Chu Tian firmly declared, I cannot take him out just yet, for I still lack the strength. Once I have acquired the power I need, I shall certainly return. As Chu-hee gazed at Chu Tian, words eluded him momentarily. Perhaps his understanding of her was too superficial. He had only witnessed her obedient facade, oblivious to the fervor that resided within her heart. He found himself unable to dissuade her, for the determination reflected in her steadfast eyes filled him with an inexplicable sorrow. He stared intently at Chu Tian, envisioning her as a formidable female warrior many years hence, wandering the world with a being that was neither human nor beast. No, I cannot allow such a fate to transpire. A tumultuous wave surged within Chu-hee, yet he concealed his emotions. Tian, you may rest assured as you venture to the Seoul Martial Academy. Your grandfather guarantees that no one from the Chu family shall ever bully Tianyuan. Is that acceptable? Chu Tian replied. She placed her trust in her grandfather, for he had never failed to fulfill his promises. In truth, there was no need for her grandfather to worry excessively about brother Tianyuan. He had now achieved the status of a martial artist. Tianyuan is a martial artist? Chu-hee exclaimed in astonishment. One could say that. Chu Tian hesitated. Today he managed to defeat Chu Tianbian. Chu Tianbian? The child who comprehended the fire soul power? Yes. Chu Tian nodded. He is a level 2 fire soul master. Tian, you must clarify this matter. How did Tianyuan become a martial artist? How could he possibly defeat a level 2 soul master? Chu Tian recounted the events that had just transpired. Are you saying that Tianyuan managed to defeat Chu Tian without employing any internal energy? Indeed, grandfather. Thus, it stands to reason that Tianyuan's combat skills should now be at the level of a 3rd-tier martial artist. At merely 11 years of age, he could vanquish a 2nd-tier soul master using only his physical combat techniques. Chu-hee, as if he had stumbled upon a rare gem, inquired, Tian, are you certain that Tianyuan developed his martial skills without any guidance? Yes, he even shared a phrase with me. It goes something like, in the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed remains unconquered. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed remains unconquered. Chu-hee pondered, then suddenly burst into raucous laughter, exclaiming, what a remarkable saying. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed remains unconquered. Truly astounding. To think that a phrase you took a decade to comprehend has been uttered by an 11-year-old child. Chu gazed at Chu-hee, who was laughing heartily towards the sky, a peculiar expression emerging on her face. In her mind, Chu-hee had scarcely ever smiled. Chu-hee seemed to have noticed his own indiscretion and could only awkwardly clear his throat, saying, Tian, perhaps Tianyuan truly should not remain in the Chu family. Does grandfather agree for brother Tianyuan to accompany me to the Seoul Martial Academy? No, there is a place more suited for him. Chui recalled Quang Zhan, particularly his assertion that in the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable except for speed, which made him unable to suppress a smile. Grandfather, where is that place? Why is Brother Tian Yuan suited for it? Tian, you should know that grandfather once fought alongside Martial Ba Tian. At that time, there was an 8th-level martial master by the name of Quang Zhan, who, like me, sustained injuries in battle, leaving behind a hidden ailment. Chui spoke of this matter with a hint of melancholy. What ailment could possibly be so insidious that even a 7th-level light soul master could not cure it? It is a type of hidden weapon. Not only soul masters, but even martial masters, once struck, will be left with such ailments. This hidden ailment gradually diminishes a warrior's abilities. What a vicious hidden weapon! Tian exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, after both Quang Zhan and I were struck by the hidden weapon, my light soul power, although severely diminished in combat effectiveness, still allowed me to provide healing. However, Quang Zhan could no longer unleash a trace of inner strength, which is a tremendous blow for a martial master. As Chui reminisced about the time spent battling alongside Quang Zhan, a wave of regret washed over him. Yet he did not finish his thought. However, do you know, Tian, that Quang Zhan was able to forsake inner strength and cultivate a new combat technique. This technique is known as physical arts. It relies entirely on enhancing power and speed without utilizing inner strength, complemented by his rich combat skills, and astonishingly, he managed to regain the strength of a high-level martial master. To achieve the level of a high-level martial master relying solely on power and speed? Does that mean Brother Tian Yuan could also learn this technique? Tian rejoiced. Not only can he, but this technique may be most suitable for him. Quang Zhan reached high-level martial master status in just 10 years, and his comprehension of physical arts can be summed up in a single phrase: in the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is unbreakable. Chui exclaimed excitedly. Of course, we cannot exclude the possibility that Quang Zhan utilized the essence of inner strength within his body. If that is the case, then Tian Yuan may still need to exert considerable effort in practicing inner strength. Although the chances are slim, it is still a glimmer of hope. Having hope is always a good thing. Having hope is always a good thing. Tian murmured as she gazed in the direction of Chu Tian Yuan's small courtyard. A flicker of light ignited within her heart. She believed in him, for she knew that Chu Tian Yuan yearned for strength more than anyone else. As long as there was even a slight possibility, he would never give up. Chapter 8. Departure from the Chu family. After Chuha conveyed his intention for Chu Tian to learn martial arts to the Chuzhenhan couple, Chuzhenhan readily agreed without a moment's hesitation, embodying the sentiment expressed by Chuha. Hope, after all, is always a good thing. Although Chui had little intersection with Chu Tian Yuan, he felt compelled to seek him out for the sake of Chu Tian. Despite harboring some sympathy for Chu Tian Yuan, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Standing at the door, he hesitated on how to initiate the conversation. After all, in terms of social standing, Chu Tian Yuan remained his young master. While others may not hold Chu Tian Yuan in high regard, he remained steadfastly loyal to the Chu family, with the concepts of hierarchy deeply ingrained in his mind. Chu Tian Yuan did not place this third steward in a difficult position. Chui only heard a voice from the courtyard saying, "Who is it? Please come in." Within, Chui was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how Chu Tian Yuan had discerned someone was outside. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and strode confidently into the courtyard. The yard appeared somewhat desolate, with the ground merely a patch of ordinary soil. It had once been a quaint garden, which had since transformed into Chu Tianyuan's small enclave. It's Grandpa Chu He. I initially thought it was one of the maidservants, Chu Tianyuan remarked, slightly surprised to see Chu He, who had not visited in quite some time. It is I, young Master Tianyuan, Chu He replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Grandpa Chu He, it is quite a feat for you to come here. There is no need for such formality. From now on, simply call me Tianyuan, Chu Tianyuan encouraged, harboring a deep fondness for this old steward who had once offered him support. Very well then, I shall address you directly by your name henceforth, Chu He conceded, shedding his previous reserve, clearly pleased by Chu Tianyuan's courteous demeanor. All right, Grandpa Chu He, did you come to see me for any particular reason? Chu Tianyuan inquired as he ushered Chu He into the house. Chu He gestured for Chu Tianyuan to take a seat as well. With a smile, Chu Tianyuan complied, and the chair creaked under the weight of his seemingly light form. Of course, Chu He did not notice these details. Tianyuan, I've come to discuss something important with you. Grandfather Chu He, please speak candidly, replied Chu Tianyuan. Tian Yuan. You are aware that tomorrow is the day for enrollment at the Seoul Martial Academy, Chui mentioned, feeling a pang of concern within. You know that in this realm, one cannot succeed without a certain level of strength. Grandfather Chu He, please tell me what you wish to say. Since you've inquired, I shall be direct. Chu He continued. Tian Yuan, do you wish to pursue martial arts? In the depths of Chu Tianyuan's heart, an odd sensation lingered. Yet his countenance remained unchanged as he replied, Of course, I have contemplated this matter. I have discussed it with your parents, and we intend to send you to practice martial arts. As for the Seoul Martial Academy, it may prove to be somewhat beyond your capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian Yuan inquired, To which place does Grandfather Chuha intend to send me for martial arts training? I have heard from Tian Tian that you have independently mastered a particular combat technique. I have a dear friend whose martial arts discipline may align with that of the young master. Thus I believe it would be more beneficial for the young master to accompany him. Chua replied, Indeed, he is now a proficient martial artist. Chu Tian Yuan did not immediately acquiesce. He pondered deeply. For many years, he had remained in the small courtyard, yearning to venture out and explore the world. Yet he wondered how he would continue to hone his martial skills once he arrived there. I assure you, my dear friend will train you to become a formidable martial artist, Chuha remarked, observing Chu Tian Yuan's indecision. Very well, Chu Tian Yuan replied. I shall arrange for someone to escort you there tomorrow. His name is Kwangzhan, residing in the windswept town of Huashan, Fengqing. When you arrive, simply present him with a letter I will provide. Chua breathed a sigh of relief. After sending off Chu Tian Yuan turned to gaze into the distance. To others, his small courtyard resembled a cage, with him as the monkey confined within. However, he had never perceived it that way. This place was, in fact, the formidable foundation of his journey. He certainly did not seek to learn any martial techniques. Once hailed as the son of God, he was confident in his combat skills, believing he would not be outmatched by anyone from the Duhan continent. As for the advanced martial masters, he felt a twinge of disdain within. What he lacked was merely time. If granted sufficient time, once his strength and speed reached a certain level, he too would ascend to the rank of advanced martial master. Moreover, he would attain the pinnacle of martial skills. Presently, he yearned to venture forth, to witness the wonders of the Duhan continent. He gently lifted his foot and slowly made his way back inside, leaving behind small footprints in the courtyard, which were even more pronounced than those left by Chu He. The carriage was already prepared, drawn by two fiery red steeds capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day. Upon seeing these legendary steeds, Chu Tianyuan's immediate reaction was one of awe. However, he was soon derided by Chu Tian, who scoffed disdainfully. With a contemptuous spit, he remarked, Uninformed fools. They are merely two low-tier soul beasts, lacking even a proper rank. Chu Tian Yuan chose not to dwell on the matter any longer, which prompted Chu Tian to chide Chu Tian Bian once more, for she always stood in his defense. Brother Tian Yuan, you must strive diligently. I will also exert myself. It was only after the carriage had receded into the distance that Chu Tian Yuan regained his senses, reflecting upon Chu Tian's final words to him. A sudden sense of connection began to wane, drifting away from him. After Chu Tian departed, another carriage arrived, this one to fetch Chu Tian Yuan. Chu's mother hurried over. Weeping softly, she had always been a devoted mother. Just before his departure, she discreetly tucked a pouch of gold coins into his waistband. After bidding farewell to his mother, Chu Tian Yuan took a deep breath and boarded the carriage. Accompanying him were two servants from the Chu residence, physically capable yet possessing only the skills of a third-tier martial artist. In the Chu household, even a third-tier martial artist held the authority to look down upon him. The young master. These two third-tier martial artists were no exception, as evidenced by their indifferent demeanor towards Chu Tian Yuan. Chu Tian Yuan had grown accustomed to such gazes. As the journey commenced, he remained in the carriage, diligently practicing his internal energy. The two drivers were preoccupied with guiding the horse-drawn carriage, occasionally exchanging crude jokes that elicited boisterous laughter. Chu Tian Yuan merely shook his head, continuing his training. For him, the quality of those jokes was woefully inadequate. The fortnight-long journey passed uneventfully. For the two martial artists, it was merely a straightforward task. As long as they did not encounter formidable soul beasts, there were no concerns. Though bandits were present, they would promptly vanish upon the revelation of Chu Tian's family insignia. Is this Feng City? Chu Tian Yuan inquired, gazing at the imposing city walls before him. The two martial artists, clearly reluctant to answer his question, nonetheless responded, This is still Batian City, far from Feng City. However, the teleportation array is situated here. Teleportation array? Chu Tianyuan exclaimed in astonishment. This cannot be. The shock within him was profound. While he understood the concept of a teleportation array, it defied the laws of science. The notion of material being transmitted through space. What force could accomplish such a feat? Unless it was the work of a deity. Yes, here, even deities existed, he mused internally. Suddenly, he felt that his acquired knowledge was becoming insufficient. There were phenomena here that even science could not elucidate. Spiritual energy, soul power, sacred domains, divine levels. Soul beasts, everything was extraordinarily mystical, akin to a series of enigmas awaiting his unraveling. The two martial artists, noticing Chu Tianyuan's astonished expression, regarded him with a look of incredulity. What is so impossible? As long as one is a sacred domain spatial soul master, establishing a teleportation array is no challenge at all, it merely requires some time. One of them stated, Sacred domain spatial soul master? Chu Tianyuan questioned, perplexed. The other martial artist, who had remained silent, shot a glare at the one who had spoken, seemingly chastising him for divulging too much. He then felt compelled to clarify for Chu Tianyuan. A sacred domain spatial soul master comprehends spatial soul power. Such masters emerge only once every few centuries, and even when they do, reaching the sacred domain is exceedingly rare, resulting in very few teleportation arrays. This scarcity also explains the high demand for spatial rings. Although advanced spatial soul masters can create them, such individuals are still exceedingly few. The management of the teleportation array was entrusted to a senior martial artist. It was an array established by his family. This singular array had elevated the entire family's status, as they once had a spatial sacred domain soul master. Despite their decline, the legacy left by their ancestor remained immensely valuable. Various branches of the family vied for control of the array, especially this one, which had ignited fierce rivalry among them. However, in this realm, strength was of paramount importance. As his branch was slightly more powerful than the others, the authority over the teleportation array fell to him. Indeed, managing the teleportation array was a lucrative endeavor. Merely placing soul crystals in the correct positions and activating the array could yield a substantial sum of gold. Each activation garnered 10 gold coins, an amount equivalent to the income of an average household over several months. At that moment, several unsuspecting patrons approached, presenting yet another opportunity for profit. Two low-ranking martial artists approached, accompanied by a monkey clad in peculiar attire. While unusual, this did not hinder the potential for charging a fee. In fact, it might even yield an additional profit, he mused privately. Pray tell, is this the teleportation array of Wind City? Inquired one martial artist beside Chu Tianyuan. As a mere servant of the Chu family, he had never utilized a teleportation array. Indeed, what other purpose would I serve here? Replied the senior martial artist with an air of arrogance. 10 gold coins per person, and 5 for the monkey. What? 10 gold coins? Exclaimed another martial artist incredulously. While we can accept paying 10 gold coins each, does this mere soul beast also require a fee? He gestured towards Chu Tianyuan, evidently intending to masquerade him as a monkey to evade scrutiny. Does a monkey's teleportation not require energy? Each transfer consumes a considerable amount of soul crystals, the senior martial artist retorted with disdain. With only one teleportation array present, he felt unconcerned. As the two martial artists prepared to haggle, Chu Tianyuan was seething with indignation. His nature was not one of humility. He had merely concealed it during his time in the Chu family. In his heart, he believed that not everyone had the right to mock him, especially not two mere servants. Coupled with the disdainful attitudes of the martial artists throughout their journey, a surge of resentment welled within him. He straightened his posture and declared loudly, "You two scoundrels, silence yourselves before me." All present near the teleportation array fell silent. The senior martial artist and his entourage were astonished that the monkey could articulate speech. Meanwhile, the two martial artists escorting Chu Tianyuan were taken aback by the audacity of their young master to utter such words. And the scheme to pass him off as a monkey was now laid bare, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. "Be quiet, you monkey," one of the martial artists retorted, clearly having severed their facade with Chu Tianyuan. "It is merely a monkey-like soul beast. How could it possibly speak?" Another martial artist attempted to explain. However, his reasoning held little weight in the eyes of the onlookers. A speaking soul beast? Do you believe it to be a sacred domain creature? Chu Tianyuan erupted in fury, raising his fist towards the two martial artists. With two resounding thuds, the two third-level martial artists collapsed to the ground, entirely unaware of how they had met their fate. Chu Tianyuan gazed at the two fallen third-tier martial masters. delivering several fierce kicks to their sprawled forms, exclaiming in indignation, "This is what you get for not treating me, your young master, with the respect I deserve." The advanced warriors and their companions stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the audacity of this trio. After venting his frustration, Chu Tianyuan turned and remarked, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone with a bit of body hair?" The advanced martial master managed an awkward smile, inwardly reflecting, "Your body hair is hardly just a bit. I am a person, and I wish to be transported to Wine City," Chu Tianyuan declared, producing 10 gold coins from his possession and handing them to the advanced martial master. With a flash of white light, Chu Tianyuan was instantly transported to Wine City, leaving behind the two unconscious third-tier martial masters to explain their predicament to Chu He as they saw fit. Chapter 9. The Dark Soul Master. The Dragon Soul Empire is encircled by 5 major cities, with Chu Batian governing Batian City, positioned directly in front of the imperial capital. Surrounding the capital are Wind City, Fire City, Water City, and Earth City, each ruled by a 9th-tier soul master. The entire imperial capital resembles a fortified barrel, and the presence of Chu Batian ensures that other empires dare not advance. The Lord of Wind City, Zealandphone, is a 9th-tier Wind Soul Master, rumored to be but a step away from the Sacred Realm, a fact known solely to him. However, it is certain that the strength of Wind City should not be underestimated, as evidenced by the Wind Summer Empire's decision to circumvent direct confrontation with Wind City in favor of Earth City, which turned out to be a surprising tactic. Unfortunately, they ultimately fell victim to Chu Batian's interception, returning in vain. Upon his arrival in Wind City, Chu Tianyuan found himself rather unfamiliar with the locale. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to inquire about the whereabouts of the formidable warrior, Quangzhan. The 2 martial masters who accompanied him had already been left behind, and even if he were inclined to turn back, his pride would not permit such an action. Moreover, judging by their current state, whether they would awaken was uncertain, as their previous displays of strength were anything but ordinary. Upon entering Wind City, the surrounding populace regarded Chu Tianyuan with expressions of surprise. In his predicament, he felt compelled to clarify his identity, apprehensive that he might inadvertently become a source of amusement. Ultimately, he sought refuge in a tailor's shop, procuring a long black robe that enveloped him from head to toe. As he traversed the streets, he resembled a hunchbacked elder, prompting passers-by to steer clear of him from a distance. Chu Tianyuan found this phenomenon rather perplexing, yet he paid it no heed, as he preferred to avoid unnecessary attention, particularly regarding his appearance. Though Wind City was expansive, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Batian City. After a considerable search, he finally stumbled upon an inn. The proprietor, a rotund middle-aged man, loomed before Chu Tianyuan like a giant. However, upon noticing his entrance, the innkeeper approached him with an unexpected warmth that left Chu Tianyuan bewildered. "Greetings, esteemed guest," he beamed. "How may I be of service to you?" "I require a room. Modest in condition, yet tranquil will suffice," Chu Tianyuan replied. "Certainly, we have accommodations perfectly suited for esteemed guests such as yourself," the innkeeper assured him. "Such guests? Are there others like me here?" Chu Tianyuan inquired, astonished. "Do not jest, kind sir," the innkeeper chuckled. "Individuals of your caliber, as a soul master, are exceedingly rare. My humble establishment could scarcely be so fortunate as to host 2 soul masters at once." "How did you discern that I am a soul master?" Chu Tianyuan questioned, his tone sharp. His face was entirely obscured by the robe, yet the innkeeper failed to notice his unusual demeanor. "Do not jest, sir," he explained. "By your attire alone, even an ordinary person would not dare to dress so." Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. "What is wrong with my attire? It seems that the guest is venturing out for the first time. You must usually be preoccupied with honing your soul skills. Am I correct?" inquired the middle-aged man. Chu Tianyuan nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was indeed his first foray into such a realm. Although his thoughts diverged from those of the middle-aged man, he chose to remain reticent, for to him, the secret of being a gravity soul master was his most formidable trump card. Observing Chu Tianyuan's tacit acceptance, the middle-aged man elucidated, "Individuals clad in such robes usually harbor soul techniques that eschew light." He chuckled awkwardly, adding inwardly, "Another reason may be their unseemly appearance." Naturally, he would never voice such a sentiment aloud. In his mind, he had already categorized Chu Tianyuan as belonging to that particular class of soul masters. Offending a soul master is hardly a prudent course of action. Moreover, if one were a dark soul master, it might be manageable. But should they belong to the ranks of corrosive or poison soul masters, it would indeed pose a considerable headache for anyone. Chu Tianyuan was evidently oblivious to the thoughts swirling within the middle-aged man's mind. He merely perceived the esteemed status of soul masters. As for practitioners of the dark arts, he found nothing particularly remarkable about them. In his eyes, the world was merely divided into soul masters and martial artists, which was a reflection of his ignorance concerning the continent of soul battles. Among the dark soul practitioners, dark soul masters were the most prevalent, while necromancers, corrosion masters, and poison masters, though not as rare as light soul masters, possessed formidable power. What rendered these practitioners particularly fearsome was their control over soul energy, characterized by its ability to inflict widespread damage. A necromancer could summon the deceased in spirits, effectively transforming a high-level necromancer into a vast army. The corrosive fluid wielded by corrosion masters could dissolve even the toughest steel, while the toxic arts of poison masters were insidiously elusive, with very few types of soul masters capable of countering their poisons. "Excuse me, sir, do you have any rooms available?" At that moment, a figure stepped through the door. The middle-aged man glanced up, his heart skipping a beat. Yet another dark soul master? He observed another individual cloaked in black from head to toe approaching the counter, dressed similarly to Chu Tianyuan. "I would like a guest room. The conditions can be modest, just a quiet space will suffice." The voice of the cloaked figure was somewhat cold, yet leaned towards an effeminate tone. "Of course, please follow me." The middle-aged man responded with enthusiasm as he led the way, though internally he was filled with trepidation. After all, dark soul masters were a rarity. To encounter two in quick succession could spell disaster for his humble establishment. Chu Tianyuan walked ahead, his heart heavy with turmoil. He could sense the figure in the black robe scrutinizing him from behind, although the mysterious stranger did not exhibit any overt malevolence. The sensation of being observed was undeniably unsettling. "Is this companion also a soul master of the dark arts?" inquired the figure in the black robe. Chu Tianyuan, initially reluctant to respond, ultimately opted for a muted acknowledgement, not wishing to offend. Observing Chu Tianyuan's demeanor, the figure clad in black felt no ire. Instead, he turned to the middle-aged man ahead and remarked, "I wish to reside next to this esteemed friend shortly, to seek his insights on the knowledge of soul power." As the middle-aged man was about to acquiesce, Chu Tianyuan interjected, "There is no need. I prefer solitude and do not welcome disturbances." Dark-type soul masters typically favored solitude, making opportunities for mutual learning rare. Chu Tianyuan's decision momentarily startled the figure in black, who felt a pang of humiliation. Interpreting the rejection as either a reflection of Chu Tianyuan's profoundly isolated nature, even among dark soul masters, or as a sign of disdain towards him. It was evident that the figure in black perceived Chu Tianyuan as embodying the latter. Unbeknownst to Chu Tianyuan, he had unwittingly played the role of a fool once more. He too harbored a curiosity regarding the dark soul masters, yet he was in no way affiliated with the dark arts. A mere slip of the tongue could easily unveil his ignorance, leaving him hesitant to seek counsel from the enigmatic figure in the black cloak. "Since my friend prefers solitude, I shall take residence across from him," the cloaked individual remarked with a cold snort. The shopkeeper, apprehensive, understood all too well that dark soul masters often possessed eccentric temperaments. More crucially, each master bore their own pride, and the isolation of the dark soul practitioners only intensified this arrogance. He feared that a mere disagreement between these two soul masters could lead to a violent clash, a disturbance his establishment could ill afford. Thus, he hurriedly intervened, saying, "Of course, our humble shop will do its utmost to cater to the needs of our esteemed guests." As Chu Tianyuan observed the shopkeeper's hesitant demeanor, he chose to remain silent and proceeded forward. The shopkeeper, unable to suppress his anxiety, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, which continued to bead despite his efforts, until he escorted the two individuals to a modest courtyard. Naturally, their rooms were situated directly opposite one another. With a sense of dejection, the shopkeeper returned to the counter, his legs still trembling. He was merely an ordinary man, yearning for a tranquil existence, and the presence of soul masters, beings of such elevated status, was beyond his capacity to offend. The prospect of a confrontation among soul masters was particularly daunting, especially after one of the dark-cloaked soul masters inquired about wine, a request that sent his heart racing. What was wine? He had never heard of such a thing. The astonishment on the soul master's face upon hearing his ignorance only intensified his unease. Chu Tianyuan felt a sense of melancholy. It was utterly unexpected that the soul-fighting continent lacked even the simplest of pleasures, alcohol. The image of the innkeeper's startled expression made him chuckle. He cast aside his robe onto the bed, exclaiming, "Curse the Dark Soul Masters." Zhi Rujing indeed belonged to the ranks of Dark Soul Masters. Although he had only just begun to comprehend Dark Soul energy, he was aware of the inherent rules governing Dark Soul Masters. Chu Tianyuan's earlier demeanor had left him quite uncomfortable, yet he chose to endure it. As a mere 4th-level Wind Soul Master, he was exhilarated by the fact that he had grasped 2 types of soul energy. To master even a single type of soul energy provides one with the opportunity to ascend to the heights of the continent. And possessing the ability to wield 2 types marked him as exceptionally gifted. Yet, he remained merely a prodigy, lacking the confidence to contend with soul masters or martial artists of superior rank. He also harbored a degree of trepidation towards Chu Tianyuan, for after all, he was a genuine Dark Soul Master. Even among peers, a Wind Soul Master encountering a Dark Soul Master would find themselves fleeing in disarray. He gazed at the firmly shut door and windows of the room across from him, increasingly convinced that Chu Tianyuan was indeed a Dark Soul Master. His earlier decision to stay opposite Chu Tianyuan had been a momentary impulse. He had no genuine intention of confronting him, and certainly lacked the confidence to challenge a Dark Soul Master. Reflecting on this left him feeling quite frustrated. With a remarkably pale hand, he cast his robe onto the bed once more, muttering, "Curse the Dark Soul Masters." Chapter 10. The Soul Beast Contract. Feng City boasted hundreds of towns, and Chu Tianyuan discovered on the second day that he was in a place called Sangjiao Town. This town lay on the fringes of Feng City, with a considerable distance yet remaining to Huangsha Town. Chu Tianyuan was not seeking out Guangzhan. He merely wished to ascertain his location. The rent was 2 silver coins per day, which caused Chu Tianyuan considerable distress. In the realm of the soul-fighting continent, 1 gold coin equated to 10 silver coins, which in turn amounted to 100 copper coins. Although 2 silver coins were a trivial sum, they represented a significant expense for Chu Tianyuan. A single silver coin in his former world held considerable value. Moreover, he had initially paid in gold. 2 gold coins for just 10 days, how could he not feel the sting? Chu Tianyuan had counted the remaining gold coins his mother had given him, which numbered over 50. While this would suffice for a time, he could not afford to squander it, after all. He was on a journey and could not allow himself to starve before his strength had even begun to grow. Chu Tianyuan inquired with the shopkeeper and discovered that there are numerous lucrative opportunities available here. Professions such as mercenaries or soul hunters are particularly promising, though one must possess considerable strength to pursue the latter. Just beyond Tongjiao Town lies the Sanjia Forest, teeming with an abundance of soul beasts. Many soul masters and martial artists are drawn to this place to hunt these creatures. Should fortune smile upon them, and they encounter an injured soul beast, it could yield a substantial fortune, especially in the form of soul crystals, with even a low-tier crystal fetching several dozen gold coins. Conversely, those less fortunate may find themselves at the mercy of high-tier soul beasts, becoming their prey. Thus, while opportunity and risk coexist, this does not dampen the fervor of soul hunters for gold. Each day, the number of individuals entering Sanjia Forest far exceeds those who emerge. Chu Tianyuan initially aspired to join a soul hunting team, yet his ignorance regarding soul beasts compelled him to temporarily shelve this ambition. He resolved to first familiarize himself with these mystical creatures. From the shopkeeper, he learned of a soul beast market in Sangjiao Town, dedicated to the sale of soul beasts, where countless captured or domesticated beasts were confined within cages. The vastness of the market struck Chu Tianyuan with a sensation akin to entering a slaughterhouse. However, unlike the livestock typically found in such places, the cages here held soul beasts not intended for consumption. The thunderous roars of the colossal soul beast resonated throughout the market, prompting Chu Tianyuan to marvel at the grandeur of creation, as the forms of these creatures were largely unfamiliar to him. What astonished him most was the evident intelligence possessed by these soul beasts. They bellowed from their cages, their furious gazes fixated on every passerby, as if they yearned to devour all who approached. Chu Tianyuan contemplated offering a smile to the beasts, but recalled that baring one's teeth to wild animals signifies hostility, and promptly closed his mouth. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire which type of soul beast has captured your interest?" A beautiful attendant approached him, her attention drawn by Chu Tianyuan's attire. Typically, ordinary martial artists possess too weak a primal soul to forge a contract with more formidable soul beasts. In contrast, soul masters are inherently endowed with powerful primal souls. Only those whose primal souls surpass those of the soul beasts can hope to command them. And the degree of mastery over soul power also determines the number of soul beasts one can control. This is a significant reason for the esteemed status of soul masters. In battles between martial artists and soul masters of the same tier, the latter holds a distinct advantage, if accompanied by a soul beast of comparable strength. The martial artist would find escape their only viable option. I wish to learn more about soul beasts, Chu Tianyuan stated. Very well, sir. Please follow me. This section features the dark-type soul beasts, the attendant replied, leading the way. She was strikingly tall, surpassing Chu Tianyuan by a head. Unbeknownst to her, the figure before her, clad in a black robe, was merely an 11-year-old boy. Dark-type soul masters often possess shorter statures, a characteristic linked to their understanding of soul power, particularly among necromancers, whose physiques resemble that of skeletal forms. Chu Tianyuan would naturally refrain from providing any explanations, with an abundance of spirit beasts. It is equally important to familiarize oneself with the dark attribute. Before him stood the three-colored spider, a fifth-level spirit beast, whose acquisition by a poison spirit master would undoubtedly enhance their prowess significantly. The waitress guided Chu Tianyuan to a large cage and gestured towards a formidable spider within. Chu Tianyuan gazed at the enormous spider before him, suddenly engulfed by a sense of suffocation. Could this truly be a spider? Have you ever encountered a creature larger than an ox, resembling a spider? The waitress, noticing Chu Tianyuan's silence, mistakenly assumed he was unimpressed by this soul beast. If this soul beast does not meet your fancy, esteemed guest, we can certainly explore other options. Chu Tianyuan remained silent, trembling as he inquired. You claim this is a soul beast? Indeed, it is a soul beast, the waitress replied, somewhat astonished. Are all soul beasts in the Sangjiao forest of such size? The gentleman appears to jest. The dimensions of soul beasts are not fixed, though a common characteristic is that the higher the rank, the larger the beast. What rank do you say this soul beast is? 5th rank. Is there a problem? Chu Tianyuan noticed her growing confusion. If a 5th rank is this size, then 6th and 7th ranks must be even larger? Chu Tianyuan countered. Then why were the soul beasts outside not as large? The ones outside were all below 5th rank. Typically suited for martial artists, the waitress clarified. Naturally, a soul master of your caliber would require a more formidable soul beast. Chu Tianyuan wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and said, I would prefer to observe the soul beasts outside, after all. It is rather impractical to stroll about with such a large creature. Strolling with a soul beast? The waitress seemed somewhat disheartened. You haven't brought a soul contract scroll, have you? Not to worry, if you purchase a soul beast, we will provide you with one complimentary. How does that sound? Soul contract scroll? Chu Tianyuan was perplexed. It is the scroll used to establish a soul contract with a soul beast, she replied, her patience wearing thin. Oh, my heavens, are you not from the Duhan continent? The soul contract scroll is the document through which a soul master binds a soul beast to their service. Once the contract is established, the soul beast can enter the soul master's original soul space. This was yet another enigma for Chu Tianyuan in his journey through the Duhan continent, leading him to the conclusion that anything related to soul power eludes scientific explanation. What is the true essence of soul power? It is something that diverges from the realm of science. Upon grasping the concept of the soul beast contract, Chu Tianyuan finally exhaled in relief. He was eager to learn more, yet the beautiful waitress found herself laboring more than ever to convey so much information. Dear guest, I have explained so much to you. Will you consider purchasing this soul beast? She asked. How much is this soul beast? Our prices are quite fair. This 5th rank soul beast is merely 500,000 gold coins. Pardon? Chu Tianyuan questioned, suspecting he had misheard. 500,000 gold coins, she reiterated. If that seems excessive, I could offer you a discount. Chu Tianyuan felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Internally, he exclaimed, 500,000 gold coins. Do you truly believe I can carry such a sum? Have you ever encountered anyone who enjoys toting a sackful of gold coins around? Noticing Chu Tianyuan's lack of response, the waitress continued, Perhaps you have an aversion to poisonous soul beasts. Fear not, for we offer a variety of others. She covertly scrutinized Chu Tianyuan, pondering which category of dark-type soul master he might belong to, yet ultimately failed to discern his true nature. In her frustration, she resorted to categorizing him based on the types of soul beasts available. Generally, poison soul masters prefer using poisonous soul beasts as their contracted companions, while those of the dark type favor dark soul beasts. Each category of soul master typically gravitates towards corresponding soul beasts for their contracts. However, Chu Tianyuan's apparent interest in all types of soul beasts left the waitress utterly perplexed. I am merely here to browse today. I have no intention of purchasing a soul beast, Chu Tianyuan reluctantly stated. It seems you are lacking sufficient funds, a soft, effeminate voice interjected. Upon turning around, Chu Tianyuan was taken aback to find the enigmatic figure in the black robe, the very same individual who had shared his lodgings the previous day. You lack sufficient funds yet dare to seek out soul beasts? How shameless of you, spoke Zirujing with a hint of disdain. The memory of Chu Tianyuan's demeanor towards him the day before still lingered in his mind. Although he held a certain trepidation towards Chu Tianyuan, he was equally convinced that the latter would not dare to create a scene here. The leaders of every soul beast market were far from being trifled with. I may not have enough money, but do you truly think you are any better off? Chu Tianyuan retorted angrily. Aren't you merely here to browse the soul beasts? Just like me? What makes you think you are so special? He found it hard to believe that the figure before him could possibly muster 50,000 gold coins. Given the shabby robe he wore, merely preserving his dignity was an achievement in itself. However, the subsequent scene left Chu Tianyuan utterly astounded, as if he were wearing glasses. Should he have had any? Zirujing extended a delicate, fair hand from his sleeve and declared, I may not have gold coins, but I possess an abundance of soul crystal cards. To Chu Tianyuan's astonishment, he revealed several shimmering crystal cards in his grasp. Chu Tianyuan wished fervently to strangle Zirujing to death, and then to end his own life as well. He could not help but feel a sense of frustration. Reflecting, I should have anticipated that this cursed soul-fighting continent would also embrace the trend of credit cards. So, esteemed Soul Master, do you happen to possess a few soul crystal cards as well? Zirujing appeared to have confidently deduced that Chu Tianyuan was devoid of gold coins. Chu Tianyuan could not help but recall the moment when he haggled with the shopkeeper over the rent, only to be observed by the ominous figure in black. That damned Dark Soul Master, he cursed inwardly, who said one could not purchase a soul beast without sufficient funds. Gritting his teeth, Chu Tianyuan surveyed his surroundings and declared, This is the soul beast I have set my sights on. He pointed towards a creature near the entrance. Chapter 11. The sound soul bird Zirujing and the waitress followed Chu Tianyuan's, nearly choking on their breath. There, perched on a sign at the entrance, stood a bizarre bird, restrained by a small iron chain, which would occasionally greet incoming guests with a cheerful, welcome. I have my heart set on this parrot. Is that acceptable? Chu Tianyuan approached the entrance, gesturing towards the peculiar avian. This is the most rudimentary of sound soul birds. Kept here for its ability to mimic human speech, the waitress explained. Oh, no need for that. Zirujing promptly interrupted. If this esteemed soul master desires the soul beast, let us procure it for him. What? You lack the funds? Fear not, I shall cover the expense. However, it must be agreed upon that once the soul beast is purchased, a soul contract shall be signed. As we previously discussed, you are the most precious of soul masters. Uphold your dignity and do not renege on this accord. Chu Tianyuan found himself at a loss for words. When had he ever claimed that purchasing a soul beast necessitated signing a soul contract? Nevertheless, he felt a sense of resignation. Although the black robe obscured his face, he could vividly imagine the awkwardness etched upon it. Internally cursing Zirujing countless times, he steeled himself and declared, Let us proceed with the signing. After completing the necessary formalities, the attendant collected 1,010 gold coins from Zirujing, of which 1,000 were designated for the soul contract scroll. Are you truly certain about signing a soul contract with this sound soul bird? She inquired, her uncertainty palpable. Yes, Chu Tianyuan affirmed. A man devoid of integrity cannot establish himself if he were to renege on such a trivial soul contract. How could he ever hope to thrive in the soul-fighting continent? Very well, the attendant replied with resignation. However, you must first sign a promissory note. Should you have second thoughts later, our soul beast market shall bear no responsibility. Hurry and make him sign. Why are you still discussing this? Zirujing seemed eager for Chu Tianyuan to finalize the contract with the sound soul beast. Typically, a martial artist could only forge a soul contract with a single soul beast, while the soul master's capability varied according to their comprehension of soul power. For instance, a pure wind soul master could only contract one soul beast. Thus, if Chu Tianyuan were to sign with this sound soul beast, it would preclude him from forming contracts with any other soul beasts, even in the event of the current beast's demise, unless he were to comprehend a different type of soul power. Chu Tianyuan was evidently unaware of this fact. Otherwise, he would never have engaged in such a foolish endeavor. Even under duress, It was only after completing the final procedure that he exhaled in relief, while both the attendant and Zero Jing regarded him with incredulous expressions. The attendant was somewhat more composed, but Zero Jing was dumbfounded. He had merely wished to embarrass him, never expecting to encounter such an extraordinary soul master. The formidable synergy between soul masters and their beast was common knowledge, yet the soul master before him seemed to have lost his senses. Well then, I have signed the soul contract. I sincerely appreciate your soul beast, and hope our paths cross again. With that, Chu Tianyuan turned and left without a backward glance. Is he a fool? Zero Jing mused as he watched Chu Tianyuan's retreating figure. The attendant, equally perplexed, could only gaze outside. Ever since a soul beast had entered the fray, Chu Tianyuan had been occupied with tasks he had no choice but to undertake. After extensive inquiries and research, he finally grasped the implications of forming a soul contract with the beast. Filled with anger and despair, he longed to confront Zero Jing, but alas, Zero Jing had already departed. Frustratingly, all he knew about his counterpart was that he was a figure cloaked in black, with a physique similar to his own. Signing the soul contract meant that this so-called sound soul bird would now be his companion soul beast. While raising a parrot might not seem daunting, the crucial issue was that this avian creature obstructed his path to power. Although he had never tested the strength of his original soul, he was certain that his potential as a soul master indicated he possessed a formidable original soul. Yet, the first soul beast he had contracted was an inconsequential sound soul bird, devoid of even a rank. How could this not cause him profound anguish? The sound soul bird, however, seemed to take delight in its new master, incessantly flitting about his head and chirping, "Master, Master." After all, this soul continent may very well be the first realm where a soul contract was forged between humans and a mystical avian spirit. Chu Tianyuan could only return it to the original soul space, feeling vexed as he continued to ponder this troublesome issue. Soul beasts are capable of evolution. Yet not all possess this ability, particularly the sound soul bird, which lacks even a rank. No one knows if it has the potential to advance. And even if they did, they would refrain from attempting it. The method for a soul beast evolution involves consuming soul crystals, and no one would willingly offer such precious resources to a being devoid of rank unless they were a fool. However, at this moment, Chu Tianyuan found himself compelled to engage in actions that could only be deemed foolish. For he had committed an act even more absurd than feeding a sound soul bird with soul crystals. He entered into a soul contract with it. This decision inevitably led him to follow through on his folly. Yes, he had resolved to seek out soul crystals to nourish the sound soul bird, believing that any improvement, no matter how slight, was better than having merely a talking bird. Ultimately, the sound soul bird remained by Chu Tianyuan's side, named Inwu, as its appearance seemed to him merely a larger version of an ordinary parrot. Chu Tianyuan resolved to join the ranks of the soul hunters. Motivated by financial constraints and a desire to elevate the rank of his musical companion, the Sanjia forest is vast, its boundaries known to no one. And within its depths dwell ferocious soul beasts. These creatures are not mere ordinary predators. They wield soul energy, are larger, stronger, and far more vicious. Chu Tianyuan had witnessed, with his own eyes, the harrowing spectacle of soul beasts tearing a soul hunter asunder, a sight that haunted him throughout a sleepless night. Though he had previously viewed films depicting wild beasts consuming humans, the reality was far more jarring than any cinematic portrayal. The visceral violence occurring before him was more shocking than any horror film. He had taken lives in underground fights, but those instances lacked the visceral terror of murder. Now, in the Sanjia forest, he confronted the raw brutality of dismemberment, blood cascading upon the ground. The specter of death loomed persistently, and Chu Tianyuan gradually transformed from a mere fighter into a resolute warrior, one accustomed to the presence of death, teetering on its precipice. Throughout this journey, he hunted numerous soul beasts, culminating in encounters with formidable fifth-tier soul beasts, colossal creatures akin to water buffalo. It was only through the full deployment of his skills that he managed to bring one down. After years of rigorous training, Chu Tianyuan was uncertain of his internal energy's precise tier, but in addition to practicing the I Jing Jing and the Shisui Jing, he had acquired several formidable martial arts. Of these, his favorite technique was the Buddha's Palm, a powerful skill that proved exceptionally effective on the continent of soul fighting, allowing him to dispatch soul beasts of tier 3 and below with a single strike. However, the immense energy consumption of this technique limited him to merely 3 strikes, after which he lacked the strength even to retrieve soul crystals. Chu Tianyuan felt a certain helplessness regarding this limitation. Thus, when facing soul beasts of tier 3 and below, he resorted to blade work and fighting techniques. It was not a reluctance to wield martial skills, but rather the significant energy expenditure required for each technique. Against soul beasts of tier 3 to 4, he had to liberate the constraints of his gravitational energy and employ his internal power to secure victory. As for 5th-tier beasts, the outcome was uncertain, and he generally refrained from provoking such formidable adversaries. The 6th-tier beasts, residing predominantly within the Sangjiao forest, were classified as intermediate soul beasts, and the sheer size of these creatures was enough to instill a sense of trepidation. Amidst his hunts, Chu Tianyuan would summon his musical companion, Yinhua, to feed its soul crystals and teach its songs, particularly popular melodies from his previous lives. His aspirations extended beyond merely elevating Yinhua's rank. He yearned to enhance its vocal abilities, as MP3 players were unavailable on the continent of soul fighting, and he could hardly boast of a commendable singing voice himself. Consequently, he relied on Yinhua to fulfill his musical cravings. Initially, Yinhua had been reluctant to emerge, but since Chu Tianyuan began imparting musical knowledge, it had kept a respectful distance from him. Though its intelligence may not be particularly high, the abundance of soul crystals it has consumed has significantly elevated its spiritual awareness. Furthermore, after spending considerable time with Chu Tianyuan, it has been able to engage in brief exchanges with him, much to his delight. This has intensified Chu Tianyuan's desire to cultivate it into an MP3. Initially, the songs and dances that Chu Tianyuan taught were quickly grasped, as it is a sound-based soul beast with a heightened sensitivity to auditory stimuli. However, after teaching it the song Love, Even in Death, it finally uttered a heartfelt exclamation. "What a dreadful song! It's so difficult to sing." Upon hearing such words, Chu Tianyuan felt a surge of displeasure. This was a song he cherished deeply, yet it had been dismissed as a mere trifle by Yinwu. Anger welled up within him as he retorted, "You foolish bird. If you cannot master it, admit your inadequacy rather than seeking excuses. Singing is not merely an act of the mouth. It requires heart and emotion. Do you understand?" Following this exchange, silence enveloped both man and bird. As night approached, Chu Tianyuan retracted the bird into his soul space and sought a suitable place to rest. In the Sangjiao forest, if one were alone, it was imperative to find a secure spot as night fell. One would dig a shallow pit, lie within, and cover oneself with branches and leaves to facilitate sleep. This merely served to mitigate danger. Certain soul beasts possessed exceptionally keen senses, and many soul hunters had tragically lost their physical limbs in their dreams, only to awaken surrounded by a horde of these creatures, with one even clutching a piece of their own flesh. Such terrifying occurrences were not uncommon. Fortunately, Chu Tianyuan had not yet encountered such misfortune. Since practicing the I Ching Jing, his spiritual awareness had sharpened to a level akin to that of wild beasts. No whisper of the wind or rustle of the grass could evade his senses. He could detect the breaths of soul beasts from 30 paces away. And if a beast had recently fed, he could even catch a faint whiff of blood. This extraordinary ability had allowed him to navigate perilous situations in the Sangjiao forest time and again. For several consecutive days, Chu Tianyuan refrained from summoning Yinwu. It remained within his original soul space, gradually realizing that it had inadvertently angered its master. However, it was preoccupied with a profound question: how to sing with heart and emotion. Another conundrum weighing on its mind was the essence of emotion itself. Ultimately, it was Chu Tianyuan who could no longer endure the silence and called forth Yinwu, establishing a pact between them. For each song Yinwu mastered, it would be rewarded with 2 secondary soul crystals. This strategy of enduring hardship before savoring sweetness was one frequently employed by the old director of the orphanage they once resided in. He was reluctant to part with higher-grade soul crystals, as they were essential for monetary exchange. Much like the old director who offered them a single candy instead of a whole jar when asking for their assistance in procuring tobacco. Upon hearing about the secondary soul crystals, Yinwu eagerly consented. Over the past 3 months, Chu Tianyuan had fed it hundreds of primary soul crystals, the benefits of which it comprehended fully. Moreover, it had begun to ponder its own needs, realizing it required more advanced soul crystals. At this moment, it remained oblivious to the fact that it had gradually transformed from a low-level, unranked soul beast into a conscious first-tier soul beast. A small crystal had begun to coalesce in its mind, representing a first-tier soul crystal. Chapter 12. The Earth Clan Kali concealed himself within a thicket, his diminutive yet robust physique allowing him to remain undetected. He awaited an injured fire-patterned wolf, a 5th-level fire soul beast. The beast's ferocity paled in comparison to its formidable fire soul power, yet Kali's fortune smiled upon him, This particular fire-patterned wolf bore significant wounds. It was uncertain which soul hunter possessed the strength to inflict such injuries, as even a 5th-level martial artist or soul master would flee in terror upon encountering it. The terror of soul beasts lies in their ability to overpower even those of equal rank. Their physical strength is so formidable that they can engage a martial artist of the same level without faltering. As footsteps drew nearer, Callie sensed the faint warmth radiating from the fire-patterned wolf. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the beast, and he beheld a colossal fireball hurtling towards him. The explosion engulfed the surrounding thicket in flames, a testament to his underestimation of the wolf's keen sense of smell. Callie swiftly patted out the flames licking at his body, a cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. The fire-patterned wolf had fixated its gaze upon him, its jaws slightly ajar, releasing scorching gas. This was an adult fire-patterned wolf, and despite its injuries, it was far beyond Callie's capacity to confront. A famished soul beast is far more fearsome than a sated one. However, an injured soul beast is even more terrifying. At this moment, Callie faced a creature that was both starving and wounded. Callie's hand, tightly gripping the heavy axe, was already drenched in cold sweat. He felt a twinge of regret for his actions today. Initially, he had intended to bring along several tribe members, but the opportunity was rare. He had chanced upon an injured fire-patterned wolf, and he desperately needed its soul crystal. In a moment of urgency, he resolved to ambush the creature. Yet now, regret was futile, for he had plunged into a perilous predicament. The fire-patterned wolf lunged at him, and with a swift motion, Callie swung his dual axes forward. The beast's fury was palpable as it tore a massive gash in his arm. This was an enraged fire-patterned wolf, one that, having been ambushed by a despicable human days prior, harbored an intensified hatred for humanity, particularly towards its assailant. Although Callie was not the one who had attacked it, he bore the resemblance of a human and was preparing to ambush it as well. The wolf roared in rage, slowly advancing towards him. As the creature charged, Callie shut his eyes, bracing for impact. Strangely, nothing happened. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a figure in a black robe standing before him, while the fire-patterned wolf had rolled aside. The wolf quickly regained its footing, vigorously shaking its massive head. Its gaze now fixated with malice upon the cloaked figure. This was the very individual who had ambushed it before, just as it was about to rend Callie apart. This mysterious figure had unexpectedly emerged to strike it once more. The wolf felt the wound atop its head, which had been on the mend, reopen. This black-clad figure had targeted the same spot twice. Moreover, it was the location of the soul crystal. "We meet again, old friend." The figure spoke to the fire-patterned wolf, his voice reminiscent of a juvenile. Yet, Callie could not share this sentiment, for he recalled the elders of his tribe mentioning a profession among humans known as Dark Soul Masters. These masters were deemed far more fearsome than their counterparts in other disciplines. However, if their soul power grew excessively dark, it could stifle their physical growth. Thus, many of these soul masters appeared diminutive compared to their kin, often with hoarse voices, making the peculiar tone of the soul master before him entirely plausible. The fire-patterned wolf clearly exhibited trepidation towards Chu Tianyuan, as the latter's stealth techniques were remarkably potent, enabling him to successfully ambush the creature not once, but twice. With impeccable timing, gradually, it retreated a couple of steps, fear gripping its heart. "Do you still wish to flee?" Chu Tianyuan inquired. Although he felt uncertain against a 5th-level soul beast, he was confident in his ambush abilities, consistently striking true. Each time, he aimed precisely at the location of the beast's soul crystal. While he may not have directly pierced the crystal, he was convinced that the creatures he struck would be significantly weakened, for the soul crystal was the essence of a soul beast's power. Having realized this, he had slain over a dozen 5th-level soul beasts in the forest of hiding corners. Callie was utterly astonished, though he had not witnessed how Chu Tianyuan executed the ambush. The next scene left him in shock. He had not seen the soul master utilize any soul power. In an instant, the dagger in his hand found its mark in the fire-patterned wolf's head, specifically at the location of its soul crystal, struck thrice in its vital points. The fire-patterned wolf staggered before collapsing, bewildered by the astonishing speed of a mere human. In the instant of the attack, it felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping its body, rendering it immobile. The application of the soul of gravity, Chu Tianyuan's most clandestine assassination technique. Chu Tianyuan swiftly extracted the fiery soul crystal from the fire-patterned wolf. This blazing red gem gleamed like a colossal ruby under the sun. Overjoyed, he stowed the soul crystal into his backpack, considering it yet another substantial fortune. "Soul Master," called out Carrie. Is there something amiss? Chu Tianyuan turned to regard Carrie, but his gaze was instantly captivated by Carrie's figure. Dwarf? Ah, that is how humans refer to us. In truth, we are known as the Earth Folk, Carrie replied, a hint of discontent in his tone. He held no disdain for his own stature. Rather, he found the elongated forms of humans devoid of aesthetic appeal and lacking in strength. For the Earth Folk, true power was the hallmark of prowess. Very well, Earth Folk, Chu Tianyuan responded, having regained his composure from the initial shock. For the wonders of the soul-fighting continent had become increasingly familiar. First and foremost, I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue. Carrie continued, my name is Carrie. An Earth Folk. Our dwelling lies not far from here. In appreciation for your life-saving assistance, I implore you to accept my invitation to visit our clan. Chu Tianyuan felt a twinge of curiosity. The Earth Clan should indeed be the dwarves described in the texts, known to inhabit the southern wastelands. Characterized by their obstinate and irritable nature, particularly averse to the intrusion of outsiders. How could it be that Carrie extended an invitation for him to visit their clan? Setting aside his inner questions, Chu Tianyuan said, very well, Earth Clan member, I have numerous inquiries regarding the Songjiao Forest that I wish to discuss with you. Thus, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Carrie appeared visibly delighted and responded, esteemed Soul Master, please, this way. Chu Tianyuan followed closely behind Lord Carly. Might I inquire? How far is it to the Earth Clan from here? Not far, Carly replied. It will take merely an hour's walk. An hour should suffice, Chu Tianyuan mused inwardly. He had no desire to venture into the territory of the Earth Clan, for it was their domain, and he would rather not be at their mercy. Despite his caution, he was intrigued by Carly's intentions. Should there be any nefarious designs against him, he would not hesitate to extinguish a life. An hour was ample time to extract the information he sought. Lord Carly, if I may speak candidly, your Earth Clan does not appreciate the disturbance of outsiders, correct? Carly paused for a moment before responding. Indeed, esteemed Soul Master, you are quite right. The Earth Clan does not welcome intrusions from outsiders. However, we are in desperate need of a certain item. If I were to inform my kin that you possess it, they would surely forgive our transgressions. Chu Tianyuan was increasingly perplexed. After all, he had merely met Carrie for the first time, so how could he possibly possess what the Earth Clan required? Carrie seemed to have discerned Chu Tianyuan's confusion and remarked, the soul crystal of the fire-patterned wolf you just slain is precisely what we seek. Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. The Earth Clan had their sights set on his soul crystals. He had over 100 in his backpack. The thought filled him with indignation. Dear Soul Master, please do not be enraged. We do not seek your soul crystals without cause. Our clan possesses a wealth of exquisite gemstones, which I know are highly coveted by your kind. Should you be willing to part with the fire-patterned wolf soul crystal, we would gladly offer you these beautiful gems in return. Gems. A tightness gripped Chu Tianyuan's heart, yet he remained unclouded by greed. What were the odds of encountering such a fortuitous opportunity in this world? It seemed improbable. What do you need the fire-patterned wolf's soul crystal for? He inquired. To be frank, esteemed Soul Master, our chieftain recently battled a malevolent dragon and suffered from its dragon breath. Only a fire element soul crystal can heal him, explained Carly. A malevolent dragon? Chu Tianyuan's scalp prickled. Are you implying there is a dragon lurking in the Hidden Horn Forest? Indeed. It is a water element soul dragon residing in the nearby Great Lake. A sacred domain water soul dragon, Carly confirmed. The Great Lake you speak of, could it be the one 5 miles away? Cold sweat dampened Chu Tianyuan's back. He often swam in that lake. No wonder he had encountered no soul beasts there. It was the territory of a sacred domain soul beast. Yes, what of it? Carly asked. Nothing. It merely strikes me as odd that a sacred domain soul beast would inhabit the outskirts of the Hidden Horn Forest. The outskirts? Carly seemed puzzled. We are already deep within the Hidden Horn Forest. What? We are deep within the Hidden Horn Forest? Chu Tianyuan was astonished. He had unknowingly ventured into its depths, which explained the increasing encounters with 5th-level soul beasts. Did you not know? Carly remarked. However, for a powerful soul master like yourself, encountering anything short of a sacred domain soul beast should pose little threat. May I inquire, esteemed soul master, what level of dark element soul master are you? 8th or 9th? Carly was still astounded by Chu Tianyuan's decisive strike against the fire-patterned wolf. I have yet to reach the level of an intermediate martial master, let alone a soul master, Chu Tianyuan thought wryly, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment. To be honest, I am not a dark element soul master. He replied to Carly, "You are not a dark element soul master? Then what of your attire?" Carly was taken aback. "My appearance is rather unappealing. Hence my choice of clothing," Chu Tianyuan admitted, recognizing the sincerity inherent in the nature of dwarfs. He felt no desire to conceal this minor secret. His honesty immediately endeared him to Carly. "Fear not. I am delighted you chose to share this with me. In gratitude for your trust, I, Carly, shall be your most loyal friend henceforth." Chu Tianyuan could not help but marvel at the simplicity of the card, a rarity among humankind. After an hour of conversation, Chu Tianyuan gradually came to understand the nature of the Earth Dwellers. As the text had indicated, the disposition of the dwarves is obstinate and tempestuous. Once they have set their minds on a matter, it is exceedingly difficult to alter their perspective. Moreover, they possess a penchant for combat, particularly engaging in fierce brawls amongst their own kin. Despite their diminutive stature, they exhibit remarkable strength, with their chieftain having even attained the realm of sanctity through sheer power. Chu Tianyuan pondered for a moment, realizing that the Earth Clan, capable of contending with the sacred domain Soul Dragon, must possess formidable strength. In an effort to further cultivate his friendship with Callie, he even removed the hood from his head. Upon witnessing Chu Tianyuan's appearance, Callie's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Your Excellency the Divine Envoy." Chapter 13. Your Excellency the Divine Envoy. Your Excellency the Divine Envoy? Chu Tianyuan was utterly perplexed. "Are you not the envoy of Lord Tej?" "Who is Tej?" After 3 explanations from Callie, Chu Tianyuan finally grasped the situation. Deep within the Tsangjia forest, there resided 4 divine beasts, among which Tej was the mighty divine ape governing this region. The envoy of the strength-type divine beast Tej was a sacred domain soul ape, resembling Chu Tianyuan in appearance. Chu Tianyuan felt a wave of frustration. Did he truly bear such a resemblance to an ape? With a face full of reverence, Callie continued, "Lord Tej is the deity of our region, and his might is beyond your imagination. Perhaps he is the most powerful among the 4 divine beasts. What are the other 3 divine beasts?" "The water-type Black Soul Flood Dragon, the earth-type Flying Ant King, and the wind-type Cloud-Piercing Griffin." Chu Tianyuan felt a surge of astonishment within. This was a divine-level soul beast. Our clan, having migrated from the southern wilderness to this region, owes our survival in the Tsangjia forest to the assistance of the Tej people. Callie, since you were born in the southern wilderness, why did you choose to relocate to the Tsangjia forest, a place rife with soul beasts? Upon hearing this, Callie's heart sank. The southern wilderness is plagued by war. We were chosen as the most promising among our people by our king, and we migrated here solely to preserve our bloodline. "I see," Chu Tianyuan replied. "However, if given the chance to return to the southern wilderness, I would undoubtedly seek the battlefield." As Callie spoke, a fervor surged within him. "I would rather perish in the southern wilderness than live out my days in tranquility." Is the war in the southern wilderness particularly fierce? Indeed, it is rife with marauders, especially the orcs, who have nearly conquered the entire region. Their very nature is one of plunder. Wherever the orcs tread, little remains. As Callie spoke, tears welled in his eyes. "Our clan, alongside the giants, is one of the strongest races in the southern wilderness, but even when united, we cannot contend with those barbaric orcs." "So you relocated a portion of your kin here?" "Yes, along with us came some of the giants. However, due to their immense size, we could only bring a handful of their children, guiding them through the underground passages." "What? You mean you migrated through underground tunnels?" Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. "Indeed, we excavated a tunnel from the southern wilderness to here, primarily to avoid detection by the orcs. And because the mainland is teeming with soul beasts, we can no longer afford to lose more of our kin," Callie lamented. "May the divine protect you," Chu Tianyuan offered, knowing that almost every race in this land worshipped a deity, hoping to console Callie with this sentiment. "Thank you, esteemed soul master," Callie replied, his voice further subdued. "Yet, our deity has not manifested any miracles for quite some time. The last envoy of Lord Tej shared a secret with us about the divine realm, revealing that our divine protector has perished." "Deities can die?" Chu Tianyuan was astonished. "As long as there is life, death is inevitable. Deities are no exception," Callie explained. "However, how our divine protector met their end is a mystery to us. Even Lord Tej is unaware, though it is connected to the cataclysm in the divine realm 1,000 years ago." "What exactly transpired during the divine realm cataclysm?" Chu Tianyuan pondered silently. Suddenly, he recalled certain events from a past life, particularly the time of his reincarnation, when he indeed found himself in the divine realm and even glimpsed the southern heavenly gate. though he did not have the chance to behold it for long before meeting his untimely end. At that time, two golden-armored celestial beings seemed to have been commanded by a certain deity, sparing not even a newly born child. What could have compelled that deity to act so ruthlessly? Furthermore, how long ago was that in my previous life, and how much time has passed since my reincarnation? Perhaps it has been a millennium. Perhaps it is my rebirth that coincides with the cataclysm of the divine realm. This series of deductions rapidly flashed through Chu Tianyuan's mind. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming desire to grow stronger, strong enough to ascend to the divine realm, strong enough to defeat the divine sovereign. The grievances of my past life shall be avenged in this one. We have arrived, said Kalia at that moment. Chu Tianyuan awakened from his reverie, finding himself before a vast plain where several giants were engaged in a wrestling match, while a group of earth dwellers gazed at him with admiration. Divine Envoy, they exclaimed in joyous chorus. Chu Tianyuan's expression was frozen in that moment as he awkwardly offered a smile to them. Kali energetically greeted them, ushering him into the throng. Observing the warmth and reverence of his kin towards him, Chu Tianyuan felt somewhat helpless, uncertain of how to clarify the situation. It was Kali who came to his rescue, stating, "All right, everyone, please settle down. This esteemed divine envoy has come to address the chief's ailment, bringing with him the soul crystal of a 5th-level fire-type soul beast. Now, I shall take him to meet our beloved chief." The crowd erupted in another wave of cheers. It wasn't until they entered a secret passage that Kali turned to Chu Tianyuan and remarked, "Our tribesmen are always so enthusiastic towards the divine envoy." "I mentioned I am not a divine envoy, and I do not know Tej," Chu Tianyuan explained. "Please forgive me for not clarifying earlier. The previous divine envoy, Lord Tej, was also unfamiliar with him," Kali responded. "However, you shall soon be acquainted with him. Lord Tej has proclaimed that anyone who resembles you and shares a bond with our Earth tribe is indeed our divine envoy." Chu Tianyuan found himself at a loss for words. The book had stated that the dwarves were obstinate, and today he had finally witnessed it firsthand. He had encountered robbers and wedding thieves, but he had never heard of someone being forcibly taken to become a deity's envoy. The realm of the dwarves was surprisingly vast. Upon entering, Chu Tianyuan discovered that it resembled an underground city. Kali led him directly to a grand hall, akin to a royal palace, which left Chu Tianyuan utterly astonished. However, what astonished him even more was the imposing figure seated within the hall, a robust dwarf who was none other than the chieftain of this clan, Case. "Esteemed chieftain, I have brought the esteemed envoy," Kali announced to Case. "The envoy has also brought with him a fire-type soul crystal." You may leave now." Case's voice rumbled like a beast's roar. As Kali departed, only Case and Chu Tianyuan remained in the hall. Chu Tianyuan gazed at Case, feeling a surge of anxiety within him. "The great chieftain of the dwarves," he thought, "they must have made a mistake. I am not your esteemed envoy." "Haha. Esteemed envoy, do not be afraid," Case's voice resonated like a massive bell. "I am Case. Almost every esteemed envoy that visits here expresses the same sentiments. Is it possible that others have had similar experiences?" Chu Tianyuan asked in astonishment. "There have been 2 others. Both were Sacred Domain Divine Apes." "Sacred Domain Divine Apes," Chu Tianyuan exclaimed. "Indeed. Otherwise, how could we converse?" Case replied, "Soul beasts must possess human speech unless they reach the sacred domain. Of course, the sound soul bird is an exception, but I am neither of the sacred domain nor an ape." Chu Tianyuan exclaimed loudly. Case paused for a moment before saying, "Follow me." He then stood and walked deeper into the hall. Chu Tianyuan followed closely behind, feeling a profound sense of conflict. Yet, at this moment, he found himself ensnared by circumstances beyond his control. The formidable Case ahead was a being of the sacred domain. Upon entering a modest dwelling, Case turned back and remarked, "Behold the wall." Chu Tianyuan gazed at the wall, where a colossal image was depicted, a monkey that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Lord Tej proclaimed that this was indeed our divine emissary. Chu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Case and inquired, "How does Lord Tej ascertain that this person is indeed the divine envoy he designated?" Case replied, "It would be best to direct that question to Lord Tej. Our sole responsibility is to assist him in locating the individuals he seeks, and in return, he grants us the means to exist here. Beyond that, we remain entirely uninformed." "So, you intend to hand me over to Lord Tej?" Chu Tianyuan asked. "That would be a fair assessment," Case responded. "However, rest assured, I can guarantee that Lord Tej harbors no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, it is possible that there are immense blessings in store for you." "What kind of immense blessings?" Chu Tianyuan pressed. I cannot say, Kaze admitted. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianyuan was reluctant to accept Kasai's words at face value. He was acutely aware that tales of divine messengers were mere fabrications. He trusted only in tangible reality. Convincing the obstinate leader of the Earth clan was evidently an insurmountable task, so he quietly remarked, I believe our discussion concludes here for today. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. This is a soul crystal of the 5th level fire pattern wolf. Please accept it, clan leader. As he spoke, Chu Tianyuan retrieved the soul crystal and prepared to exit. Kasai accepted the crystal and replied, Esteemed divine messenger, I implore you to remain with us for a few days. My clansmen would be most welcoming. Regrettably, I have other commitments, Chu Tianyuan responded, wishing to avoid any encounter with the esteemed Lord Tej, a being of divine caliber. Bring him. Kasai called towards the door, and immediately, 2 members of the Earth clan entered. Escort the divine messenger to the side courtyard to rest. Are you intending to imprison me? Chu Tianyuan protested. Upon hearing this, Kasai's expression shifted dramatically as he performed an unexpected gesture. He knelt before Chu Tianyuan on one knee and said, Respected divine messenger, we harbor no intention of confinement. Your presence is of immense significance, and we must retain you here. I beseech you, for the sake of the entire Earth clan, please consent to meet with Lord Tej. As long as you agree to this meeting, I assure you that your freedom will not be curtailed. It was a monumental act for a being of such power to kneel before an ordinary individual, yet in that moment, Chu Tianyuan discerned the sincerity in Kasai's words. Even if he wished to refuse, Kasai would undoubtedly find a way to keep him there. The Earth clan was resolute. Once they deemed Chu Tianyuan a divine messenger, it was a conviction unlikely to waver. Very well, I accept your request to stay and meet with Lord Tej. Chu Tianyuan conceded, resigned to his fate. Chapter 14. The ferocious Earth clan. In the days that followed, Chu Tianyuan remained within the Earth clan. Each member treated him with utmost respect, illustrating the high regard in which Lord Tej was held among them. However, Lord Tej remained unresponsive for an extended period, seemingly oblivious to the presence of this divine messenger. According to Kasai, as long as Tej offered no response, they would continue to wait indefinitely. Chu Tianyuan could only remain in the underground city, continuing his monotonous existence. During this time, he gained a profound understanding of the Earth dwellers, whose most prominent trait was their simplicity. For instance, if Chu Tianyuan remarked that the rooms in the underground city were too dim, the Earth dwellers would promptly present a plethora of gemstones for illumination, leaving him utterly astounded. Occasionally, he would release his melodic companion, allowing it to serenade them. Its enchanting voice captivated many of the Earth dwellers. Such a beautiful melody, akin to that of the Winged Clan, one Earth dweller exclaimed. No, perhaps the voices of the Winged Clan could rival it, but in terms of the song's composition, it pales in comparison, remarked another, who possessed a keen ear for music, truly worthy of the title of divine envoy. Even the soul bird you nurture can sing so beautifully, the others chimed in. Indeed, Chu Tianyuan replied, yet the soul bird is quite greedy. It demands soul crystals each time before it will sing. With that, he retrieved a level 1 soul crystal from his satchel and tossed it to his melodic companion. The bird eagerly responded, Provide a soul crystal and I shall sing. The Earth dwellers exchanged glances, acutely aware of the invigorating effects music had on their bodies. Listening to such a splendid tune before battle would undoubtedly enhance their prowess. Regular exposure to such melodies would gradually ease their rigid muscles, rendering them more supple and agile. The Earth dwellers' weakness lay in their excessive focus on physical strength, resulting in muscular stiffness. However, since departing from the southern wilderness, they had not heard songs as enchanting as those of the Winged Clan. Thus, when the opportunity to rectify this shortcoming arose, they were determined not to let it slip away. Just as they prepared to hunt soul beasts, Chu Tianyuan interjected, I possess a considerable amount of soul crystals. If anyone is willing to barter, I would be more than happy to allow the soul bird to sing a few more songs. After taking a sip of the brew he had crafted during his bouts of boredom, which amounted to only 2 jugs, he continued, Esteemed soul master, I am willing to offer my collection of gemstones in exchange for the soul bird songs, declared one Earth dweller. No, immediately retorted another. How could such commonplace gemstones be worthy of such exquisite music? I shall trade a day's worth of rations for the soul bird song. In the eyes of the Earth dwellers, nothing was more precious than food. Chu Tianyuan could not help but let out a chuckle, spraying the wine from his throat onto the faces of the Earth tribesmen. Such precious sustenance is better left for you. I desire only those mundane gems, he declared. Feeling a twinge of hypocrisy within himself, his generosity earned him the respect of the Earth tribesmen, who shouted in unison, "Glory to the divine envoy! Glory to Lord Tej!" Yet among them stood one tribesman, motionless and silent, the very one who had been inadvertently splashed by Chu Tianyuan's drink. What is this liquid? He wondered. As if he had entered a wondrous realm, too magnificent to comprehend. It is extraordinary, he exclaimed. The Earth tribesman regarded him with curiosity, and he soon regained his senses. Yet his gaze remained fixated upon Chu Tianyuan's wine flask, radiating fervor. "Oh, great divine envoy, I am called Cashin. Please forgive my boldness." "Did you just consume the sacred water from the realm of the gods?" Chu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. What was the fuss about? Was it merely a jug of wine? Was such excitement truly warranted? Nevertheless, he maintained his dignified composure and stated, "This is merely a humble beverage of my own brewing, which I refer to as wine. It is not some sacred elixir. If you wish to partake, feel free to do so." The earthling accepted the jug, his hands still trembling. He abruptly took a swig and instantly became frozen in place. A group of earthlings gathered around him, asking, "Cashin, what has happened to you?" It took several moments for Cashin to regain his senses, but his eyes were already bloodshot, beads of sweat forming profusely on his forehead, and his muscles quivering uncontrollably. Did he become intoxicated from just one sip? Chu Tianyuan felt a twinge of disdain. Chu Tianyuan remained composed, yet the surrounding members of the Earth clan were utterly astounded. "Oh my God, he is in a frenzy. Sacred water. It must be the sacred water." All the Earth clan knelt before Chu Tianyuan, fervently exclaiming, "Glory to the divine power." It seemed that Kazan had noticed his own transformation. He raised his fists and struck his chest, unleashing a tremendous roar. He had now become a frenzied member of the Earth clan. The frenzied Earth clan appeared only once in a century, and their combat prowess would be tenfold that of the ordinary Earth clan. "Is this wine truly beneficial for you?" Chu Tianyuan was left speechless. "Feel free to indulge if you wish." With that, he retrieved the remaining flask of wine from his waist. A member of the Earth clan, trembling with reverence, accepted the flask, tears brimming in his eyes. "O divine one, you have indeed not forsaken your people." Case, having utilized the soul crystal of the fire pattern wolf, found that his injuries had only slightly improved, yet they were far better in comparison to the fate of the soul dragon in the Great Lake. Recently, several members of the Earth clan had approached the lakeside for water, only to be devoured whole by that sacred domain soul dragon. Concerned for his people, he immediately sought to confront the dragon, resulting in a mutual defeat. He had suffered from the dragon's water soul attack, while the dragon had sustained internal injuries, likely more severe than his own. The mere thought of this incident ignited Kaze's fury. In the hidden corner forest, each sacred domain possessed its own territory, and conflicts were nearly unheard of. Yet that dragon dared to claim the entire lake, denying even other soul beasts the right to drink. It was utterly despicable. He fumed. "If I could attain the legendary frenzied state, I would surely tear that accursed dragon to shreds." Yet, he could only contemplate this, as frenzied members of the Earth clan had not appeared for a long time. Even in the southern wilderness, scarcely a dozen could achieve such a transformation. "Chieftain." At that moment, a member of the Earth clan rushed in hastily. Care, why the urgency?" Kaze inquired. The outside member, Care, was breathless. "This news is truly shocking. What has happened to our kin?" Kaze asked slowly. "In times of crisis, do not lose your composure. First, calm yourself. This is a lesson our king often imparts." However, the members outside, "All right, take your time, no need to rush," Kaze replied. The most significant matter for the Earth clan was the previous incident when several had been consumed by the soul dragon. Surely, such a tragedy would not befall them again. Kaze calmly took a sip of water. "All your kin have gone frenzied." Kaze spat out the water in disbelief. What did you say?" "There are dozens of clan members outside, all in a frenzy," Care exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Kaze leapt into action. The might and speed of a sacred domain expert manifesting at that moment, he dashed toward the door, even toppling several tables in the great hall along the way. In that instant, all semblance of calm was cast aside, as he was eager to witness this extraordinary reality. Care stared at the shattered tables in the hall, momentarily stunned. This chieftain is certainly too composed. Frenzied Earth clan. Indeed, they are the frenzied Earth clan. Kaze gazed at dozens of his kin, seemingly bereft of reason. In a sudden burst of fervor, he seized one of his tribesmen nearby. What on earth was happening? The individual, who had been grasping a wine jug, appeared to be the most despondent among them, lamenting that when the jug came to him, it was empty. "Chief, it is holy water. The holy water of the divine messenger," he exclaimed, shaking the jug in his hand. "Holy water?" Kay snatched the jug away and nonchalantly cast the tribesman aside. "Is this truly holy water?" He inhaled deeply, a wave of intoxication washing over his countenance. Then, with fervor, he brought the jug to his lips. And only a mere drop trickled into his mouth. Yet, he did not cease this act. Astonishingly, he began to fervently lick the spout of the jug. Chu Tianyuan gazed at Kay's, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly a member of the Earth Clan? He seemed nothing short of a drunkard. It felt as though he had never encountered alcohol in his entire life. "My esteemed leader, Chu Tianyuan," he stammered, his voice trembling. Kay's, lost in the ecstasy of kissing the spout, suddenly came to his senses, opening his eyes to reveal a faint blush. The embarrassment of the divine envoy was beyond description. "Please forgive my earlier rudeness," he said. "It's of no consequence. The flavor of this holy water is simply exquisite," Kay's remarked, casting yet another longing glance at the wine jug in his hand. "There is no need for such fervor, even for something so delicious," Chu Tianyuan mused inwardly. Nevertheless, the wonder of it was certainly not merely in its taste. Kay's exclaimed with excitement, "This is undoubtedly the holy water of our Earth Clan. Just moments ago, I felt my blood boiling. If I could savor a few more sips of this divine liquid, I guarantee I would enter a state of frenzy." Chu Tianyuan was once again met with a chorus of sighs. "Divine Envoy, you cannot fathom the power we could unleash if our Earth Clan were to enter a state of frenzy. It would amplify our combat prowess tenfold," Kay's nearly shouted. The implications of such a tenfold increase in strength were not lost on him. If every member of the Earth Clan could become frenzied, what would the Beastmen army amount to? Slaughtering them would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. "Oh, great divine envoy." Kay's knelt before Chu Tianyuan once more, pleading. "If you could bestow upon us a measure of holy water, and perhaps even 2 jars, we, the Earth Clan, would swear eternal allegiance to your command." The weight of such a promise was immense. What did a jar of holy water signify? Kay's understood all too well. He could return to the southern wilderness with it. And if the domain-level warriors there each took a sip, it would transform into dozens of frenzied domain-level Earth Clan warriors. While the strength boost for domain-level frenzied warriors may not be as pronounced as that of ordinary Earth Clan members, if memory served him correctly, the sole domain-level frenzied warrior within their ranks was second only to the divine in power. Chapter 15. The Unfortunate Divine Envoy. Is it true that this wine, this holy water, possesses such extraordinary effects for your Earth Clan? Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. A tenfold increase in combat power. While the Earth Clan's martial skills might lack finesse, their sheer strength was formidable. The pinnacle of strength is annihilation. In the face of absolute power, any technique becomes futile. Indeed, divine envoy, might I inquire if you possess any more of this holy water? Kay's asked anxiously. His greatest fear was that this was the final jar of holy water, and that it had been consumed by his ordinary clansmen. Were they all fools? He fumed inwardly. That holy water could incite the frenzy within the Earth Clan. He had only tasted a single drop. Yet that solitary drop had caused the long stagnant barrier of his advancement to tremble. He was convinced that if he could drink even a mouthful, he would ascend from domain level to the second tier of domain level. You understand, esteemed clan leader, that you should not assume this holy water can be easily produced? Chu Tianyuan replied. The process is quite complicated. He certainly would not divulge that it was a concoction he had casually brewed. I understand, great divine envoy. Such miraculous holy water could never be easily obtained. While the Earth Clan may be simple, we are far from foolish. However, divine envoy, regardless of your requirements, if you could grant us another jar of holy water, we would certainly meet your demands. Well, you see, Chu Tianyuan feigned a somber demeanor. Divine envoy, we will do our utmost to fulfill any tasks within our capabilities. Kay's was quite dazed by the prospect of the holy water, as its effects on the Earth Clan were indeed unprecedented. It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but the formula for this holy water requires certain ingredients that can only be found in human society, Chu Tianyuan articulated carefully, as you know. Lord Tej has yet to respond. Kay's found himself at a loss. It was impossible for the Earth Clan to venture into human territory, and Chu Tianyuan would not casually divulge what materials he sought. The only option would be for Chu Tianyuan to fetch them himself. Yet, if he departed, how would Kay's explain this to Lord Tej and his clansmen? Esteemed divine envoy, Might it be prudent for you to meet with Lord Tej before returning to gather the materials? Suggested Case. Such a course of action is simply unacceptable, replied Chu Tianyuan. Why is it unacceptable? Case inquired. Respected chieftain, you have previously hosted 2 divine envoys. May I ask what became of them? Case pondered briefly and conceded. Indeed. The prior divine envoys have not been seen since their visit to Lord Tej. Could it be that Lord Tej? No, that is implausible. How could he possibly harm a divine envoy? Yet, how does one explain the disappearance of the envoys? They entered Lord Tej's domain and never returned. What if the current divine envoy were to meet with Lord Tej and also vanish? This concerns the fate of our entire clan. Very well, divine envoy. I shall permit you to depart, but you must return with the materials for the holy water. The entirety of our clan shall be grateful to you. In the face of the clan's future before Tej, Case chose the former option. I shall return, declared Chu Tianyuan, though he internally added, that is, once I achieve godhood. Divine beast Tej, though I am unaware of your intentions, I shall undoubtedly return when my strength has been attained. At that time, I shall unearth your true form. Excellent. Case exclaimed, turning to a fellow clansman, inform the entire clan, and convene an emergency meeting forthwith. The emergency meeting of the Earth Clan lasted a full hour, addressing 2 primary matters. First, the announcement that henceforth, Chu Tianyuan would serve as their official divine envoy, and all clan members must heed the envoy's commands. Second, the envoy would return to the human city to gather the materials required for the holy water, during which time the clan members would exert all efforts to excavate the previously filled tunnels leading to the southern wasteland. Divine envoy, do you truly not wish to carry more supplies? Case asked, eyeing the bulging backpack of Chu Tianyuan. No, these exquisite gems shall serve as my most cherished memories, replied Chu Tianyuan. I shall not take any of your provisions, for you are in need of them. Remember, the god of strength is with you. The Earth Clan erupted in cheers, and an elder among them, with tears glistening in his eyes, grasped Chu Tianyuan's hand, saying, Great divine envoy, you must return swiftly. Within 10 years, we shall assuredly clear the tunnel to the southern wasteland. In the meantime, please take care of yourself. Chu Tianyuan felt a pang of guilt. Is this what faith entails? If the divine sovereign cannot offer hope, will the belief of mortals remain as fervent as before? As long as he does not return, their hopes will be utterly extinguished, yet he did not wish to shatter their dreams. Thus, he grasped the old man's hand tightly and vowed, I assure you, although the materials for the holy water are challenging to procure, I shall return as swiftly as I can. Upon hearing these words, the elder of the Earth Clan suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, Thank you, divine envoy. Thank you, divine sovereign. Subsequently, the other members of the Earth Clan followed suit, including their chieftain, Case, who also knelt in reverence as he bid farewell to Chu Tianyuan. Once he departed from the Earth Clan, Chu Tianyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was aware of the simplicity of the Earth folk, yet the enigmatic beast, Tej, left him feeling apprehensive. A god-level powerhouse could eliminate him as effortlessly as crushing an ant. Before he amassed formidable strength, he was reluctant to encounter the esteemed Tej. With 2 heavy bags of precious gemstones slung over his shoulders, Chu Tianyuan eagerly made his way towards the outskirts of the Sanjia forest. He was in haste to escape this cursed land teeming with soul beasts. Soul crystals? One of the gems in his possession could be exchanged for an entire bag. He was determined to avoid any unforeseen mishaps that might lead to the loss of his precious cargo. He even summoned Inyu, who began to sing joyfully. It was ecstatic. During their time with the Earth Clan, Chu Tianyuan had constantly collected gemstones with it. Each additional gemstone meant extracting another soul crystal from his bag, for otherwise, he had no place to store them. All the extracted soul crystals were consumed by Inyu. It had begun to sense that its bottleneck was on the verge of breaking through. Its voice grew increasingly melodious, its feathers became sleeker, and most importantly, its speed accelerated. Its claws and beak had become as solid as steel. It was destined to be the first second-tier sound soul bird in the Duhan continent. Inyu's song resembled that of a maiden, harmonizing with a beautiful melody. Chu Tianyuan was initially immersed in the enchanting notes, but gradually he sensed something amiss. It felt as if something were watching him. Slowly turning his head, his eyes widened in shock. Heavens above, behind him trailed several soul beasts. There were 3rd-tier silver-horned lizards, 4th-tier wind-winged wolves, 4th-tier fire pigeons, 5th-tier fire-patterned wolves, and even a 6th-tier wild heavenly python. Moreover, soul beasts were converging from all directions. drawn in by the captivating song of the Sound Soul bird. Its melody was simply too alluring. "You troublesome creature," Chu Tianyuan exclaimed in alarm. "Gravity Soul, release." He immediately sprinted away at the fastest pace possible. Once he shed the constraints of the Gravity Soul, his speed escalated to a terrifying degree. And it wasn't until half an hour later that he finally halted. Seeing that no soul beasts were pursuing him any longer, he could finally relax. "You foolish bird. From now on, no singing in the forest. Otherwise, I shall roast you," he added, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Inu responded with a note of grievance. Feeling utterly wronged, it thought to itself, "Can I be blamed for this? Wasn't it you who encouraged me to sing? For the sake of safety." Chu Tianyuan had no choice but to return Inu to its original soul space. He turned around, ready to set off, when he suddenly noticed a soul beast before him. Having gazed at him for quite some time, it was an enormous ape-like soul beast, resplendent in golden fur, standing tall like an iron tower. Its muscular arms were as solid as steel. What was most peculiar, however, were its eyes, which were a clear shade of purple. This was a purple-eyed golden-haired ape. A level 7 soul beast. Adult purple-eyed golden-haired apes typically reach level 7, yet that is their ultimate limit. Beyond level 7, there is no possibility of further advancement. A long-standing convention in the Dolua continent. Nevertheless, even so, a level 7 purple-eyed golden-haired ape was not something Chu Tianyuan could contend with. Chu Tianyuan felt a bitter smile creeping across his face. No wonder it was able to match his speed. It was a level 7 soul beast. Goodness. It's surely isn't carnivorous, is it? Chu Tianyuan mused. The purple-eyed golden-furred ape remained silent, merely gazing at him intently. Its penetrating stare sent a chill down his spine. Oh heavens, could my luck possibly be this wretched? A surge of frustration and a murderous impulse welled up within him. He had just become the divine envoy of the Earth Tribe, and surely, an envoy should receive divine favor. Is there truly such an unfortunate envoy in existence? He smiled at the purple-eyed golden-furred ape and said, "Brother Purple-Eye, look, we can be considered kindred spirits." As he spoke, he lowered his cloak to reveal his furry face. "How about I take my leave now?" He understood that intermediate soul beasts possessed considerable intelligence and could comprehend his words. Little did he know that his attempt at diplomacy would prove futile. No sooner had he spoken than the purple-eyed golden-furred ape lunged at him. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to employ his gravity soul. It was too swift, indeed. A level 7 soul beast was not something he could withstand. A colossal fist came crashing toward his face. Chu Tianyuan fell unconscious, and just before succumbing to darkness, he found it absurd that the soul beast would strike him with its fist, and moreover, on his face. After rendering him unconscious, the purple-eyed golden-furred ape hoisted him onto its shoulder and dashed deep into the Zhangjiao forest. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have noticed that Chu Tianyuan clutched tightly to the opening of a large bag of gemstones, even in his unconscious state. Remarkably, he had not forgotten to hold onto that bag of treasures as he fainted. Had Chu Tianyuan been awake at that moment, he would surely have cursed. "I just emerged from Zhangjiao forest, and now you carry me back? You've made my entire journey a futile endeavor." Chapter 16. The legacy of a godly power. The purple-eyed, golden-furred ape carried Chu Tianyuan into a shadowy cave, where it unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground. This was not the first time it had performed such an act. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. The cave was dimly illuminated, but one could vaguely discern the silhouette of a woman clad in black. She glanced down at Chu Tianyuan and then at the purple-eyed golden-furred ape. Upon meeting her gaze, the purple-eyed golden-furred ape instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed by fear of the person before it. "You foolish ape, I instructed you to capture someone. Yet you brought back one of your own kind," she remarked coldly. The purple-eyed golden-furred ape immediately gestured excitedly towards Chu Tianyuan, attempting to convey that he was, in fact, a human. Unfortunately, the black-clad woman could not decipher its intentions. Her brows furrowed as she pointed a finger at the ape's abdomen, causing it to writhe in pain on the ground. "Indu, get up." The black-clad woman kicked Chu Tianyuan twice with force. Chu Tianyuan initially intended to feign death, yet he was taken aback by how effortlessly the woman in black discerned that he had already awakened, causing a surge of panic within him. "Hurry and get up." He then heard her voice once more. Chu Tianyuan could only force himself to stand upright. He opened his mouth to smile at the woman before him as a gesture of goodwill, but unexpectedly, she flicked her sleeve and struck him, causing his eyes to sparkle in shock. "Brutal," she exclaimed fiercely. "Dare to bare your teeth at me in my presence." Chu Tianyuan silently protested his injustice. Yet he dared not voice his grievances. He wished fervently that the woman would regard him merely as a soul beast and release him. Alas, his initial gestures of goodwill had been misconstrued as malevolent intentions. Was his smile truly so unappealing? At that moment, the golden-haired, purple-eyed monkey scurried to the forefront, gesturing towards Chu Tianyuan and then pointing at its own mouth, chattering incessantly. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Tianyuan felt a twinge of pity for the monkey. Yet a sense of schadenfreude welled up within him as he mused. Ah, I see. You wish to imply that I just spoke, did you? Alas, I am but a monkey now. No matter the circumstance, I shall remain silent. Let that perverse woman teach you a lesson. True to his expectations, the woman swiftly struck the purple-eyed golden-haired monkey across the face, admonishing it to cease its incessant chattering, for she could not comprehend its utterances. The monkey, having been struck, fell silent and motionless. Chu Tianyuan internally exclaimed, I am utterly astounded. A 7th-level soul beast rendered unconscious by a mere slap. This creature certainly knows how to feign. The woman in black paid no further heed to the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey. Instead, she directed her hand towards Chu Tianyuan and proclaimed, Soul of water, coalesce. A colossal hand formed from water seized Chu Tianyuan, a water soul master of the holy domain. Though merely a monkey, perhaps I shall indulge in this experience. Not even monkeys are spared. Chu Tianyuan's heart raced with alarm. Indulge? Surely, you do not mean to imply that. Unbeknownst to the woman in black, Chu Tianyuan's depraved thoughts, she unceremoniously hurled him into a cavern, where a piercing scream echoed, followed by an eerie silence enveloping the cave. How long have I been here? After tossing Chu Tianyuan inside, the woman rubbed her temples, pondering that it had likely been over a century. Zhong Linfeng, you have brought me great misfortune. Once I escape this cursed place, I shall seek retribution. Shui Linglong had been imprisoned here for a century. 100 years prior, she and Zhong Linfeng ventured deep into the Cangjiao forest to hunt a dual-element sacred soul beast. They succeeded in slaying the beast, yet only one soul crystal remained. The two ultimately clashed fiercely over the precious crystal, with Shui Linglong sustaining injuries as she fled with the prize. In the end, she took refuge in this secluded cave, only to discover that it was the resting place of a godly powerhouse. Before the godly figure's ascension, he had established a barrier here, permitting entry but forbidding exit, unless one could obtain his legacy. Such an elusive opportunity, which many would dream of, became a source of distress for Shui Linglong. This godly master was none other than a lightning soul master, one of the rarest among soul masters. However, the legacy of a lightning soul master necessitated the comprehension of the lightning soul's power. The cave itself transformed into a lightning soul space. Any who entered would be subjected to relentless assaults of lightning soul energy. This formidable figure had devised this challenge to facilitate the understanding of the lightning soul. Shui Linglong was beset by frustration. It had been arduous enough to become a water soul master, and now she was expected to grasp an entirely different soul power? It was akin to scaling the heavens. Entering the lightning soul space would be sheer torment for her. Yet, was there any way for her to escape this barrier? Would she have to wait until she attained godhood? That day seemed far off indeed. Unless, of course, someone else could come in to comprehend the lightning soul power. Once someone achieved that, the barrier would automatically dissipate, granting her freedom. Thus began her prolonged wait until one fateful day, when a purple-eyed golden-haired monkey inadvertently stumbled into the cave. Although Shui Linglong possessed no accompanying soul beast, she was unwilling to forge a pact with a 7th-grade soul beast devoid of any potential for advancement. Without hesitation, she implanted the power of water within its being, fully aware that a 7th-grade soul beast had already attained a degree of sentience akin to that of a human. The soul power she infused into the purple-eyed golden-haired ape could lethally affect it at any moment. Thus, the purple-eyed golden-haired ape became her laborer. Capable of traversing the barrier at will, yet unable to control the water soul within, compelled to obediently assist Shui Linglong in capturing humans and bringing them to her lair. Nearly a century passed, and while many humans were ensnared, none had comprehended the power of thunder. All perished within the thunder soul space. Shui Linglong had long since relinquished any hope for humanity, and now the purple-eyed golden-haired ape had returned with a mere monkey, seemingly one that had not even attained a level. Such a soul beast could barely defend itself against an ordinary person, let alone apprehend others. In a fit of anger, she delivered a sharp slap to the purple-eyed golden-haired ape and carelessly discarded another monkey into the thunder soul space. Unbeknownst to her, this series of events would grant Chu Tianyuan a remarkable fortune. After several days of meditation and practice, Shui Linglong gradually forgot the incident. The purple-eyed, golden-haired ape began bringing her fruits, having transformed into her unpaid servant. Suddenly, she felt the ground tremble beneath her. The barrier at the entrance appeared to be collapsing. Impossible. Panic surged within her. Could it be an earthquake? Yet, she had no time to ponder. She dashed out of the cave with utmost urgency. Even as the entire mountain crumbled, a lingering dread remained within her. What was happening? Why had the barrier suddenly failed? The mountains had collapsed? Nevertheless, it mattered not. Shui Linglong had finally escaped that cursed place. She exclaimed, releasing a century's worth of solitude. She was finally free. Where am I? What is this surrounding space? Chu Tianyuan gazed upon a world suffused in violet hues, with countless bolts of lightning coursing through the air. He tapped his head, striving to regain clarity. He remembered being cast into this tempestuous realm by a woman clad in black. In a desperate bid to evade the strikes of lightning, he had to exert extreme physical agility, ultimately deciphering the trajectory of the lightning within the space. Just as he comprehended the path of the lightning, a colossal bolt struck him without warning, plunging him into unconsciousness. You have finally awakened, a voice resonated. Startled, Chu Tianyuan inquired, who is speaking? He scanned his surroundings, yet found no one present. Do not search further. You are currently within my original soul space. Original soul space? Chu Tianyuan felt a surge of trepidation. Isn't it true that only soul beasts bound by a contract with humans can enter such a realm? This will become clear to you in due time. However, I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. Who are you? How did I find myself in your original soul space? I am the Thunder Soul Master, Tyakno. You can only receive my legacy within my original soul space. Wait. Chu Tianyuan interjected, I never consented to receive your legacy. He understood the concept of legacies well. It was merely the case of a formidable being nearing their end, wishing to pass on their skills. While it could lead to great fortune, it invariably required the inheritor to fulfill certain conditions. And he had no desire to entangle himself in such a predicament. Once you accept my legacy, I assure you, you shall rise to become a pinnacle powerhouse on this continent, provided you assist me in fulfilling a modest wish, Tyakno asserted. Indeed, Chu Tianyuan mused inwardly. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he queried, given your current immense power, why do you require my assistance for this task? Little one, are you genuinely unaware or merely pretending? Tyakno replied with a hint of frustration. Your presence in my original soul space signifies that I have already met my demise. Do you truly expect a deceased individual to accomplish anything? You assert that you are dead? How then can you converse with me? Chu Tianyuan questioned, perplexed. This is merely a fragment of my lingering soul. Moreover, my essence will not endure much longer. I must convey my message swiftly, so refrain from interrupting, otherwise I cannot guarantee my ability to control the Thunder Soul energy within this space. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyuan was utterly bewildered. He certainly did not wish to endure another lightning strike. Very well, I shall now recount the events that transpired, although it is a rather lengthy tale. To make it brief, after a considerable narration, Chu Tianyuan finally grasped the essence of the matter. A millennium ago, the divine realm faced a cataclysm, causing numerous divine artifacts to descend into the mortal world. In the quest for these artifacts, the Duhan continent was engulfed in conflict, with every wielder of a divine artifact becoming a target of pursuit, and Taya Nu was among them. At that time, the 9 divine temples of the Duhan continent showcased their formidable powers, with the Temple of Light being the most powerful. Taya Nu, armed with a divine artifact known as the God Layer, became the focus of pursuit. However, relying on his formidable Thunder Soul power and the God Layer, he repelled his pursuers. Yet, this also revealed the artifact's immense power, leading to relentless hunts by the various temples, with the Temple of Light dispatching 10 divine-level warriors. However, Taya Nu's fall was not due to this. Instead, it was a betrayal by his own disciple that led to his demise. Under the treachery of his disciple, Odes, he fell victim to a concealed weapon that robbed him of his soul power. Subsequently, he was gravely injured while fleeing from the assault of the 10 divine-level warriors from the Temple of Light. His wounds were dire, and as he faced his end, he sought refuge in a cave, leaving behind his legacy. Chapter 17, Transformation. You accept my legacy. I do not demand vengeance upon the Temple of Light. However, I cannot forgive Ode's betrayal. I require you to find him and eliminate him. Taya Nu's voice resonated with intense hatred. Yet, a millennium has passed. Odes may have perished from old age, Chu Tianyuan remarked. Impossible. If no one has slain him, he shall not age. He is a life soul master, and only my destructive thunder soul power can be his bane. If you find him, you will assuredly be able to kill him. I refuse, Chu Tianyuan retorted. Why should he seek vengeance against a creature that had lived for over 1,000 years? He was not foolish. This matter is no longer within your control. Taya Nu asserted, I have infused my thunder soul power into your original soul. I grant you a century to reach the sacred domain and a millennium to attain divine level. Should you fail to reach the sacred domain within a century, the thunder soul power will annihilate your original soul, rendering you a soulless husk. Likewise, if you do not achieve divine level within a millennium, the thunder soul power will likewise obliterate your original essence. You old monster, Chu Tianyuan exclaimed in fury. He did not believe Taya Nu was jesting. Even if I reach the sacred domain in a century and attain divine level in a millennium, I will not aid you in your revenge. You will, Taya Nu replied. If you do not accept my legacy, you will be reduced to a fool within a century. Should you accept my legacy, Odes will inevitably seek you out. You, Chu Tianyuan, are currently in a state of agitation. Fear not. Should you attain divine status, even the formidable Odes shall find it exceedingly difficult to vanquish you. However, remain vigilant of his enigmatic hidden weapons. I suspect they are artifacts from the divine realm. Moreover, as the cavern recently collapsed, a monkey remained trapped within. Could it be one of your kin? I managed to rescue it. As Taya Guest spoke, an object, charred and blackened by lightning, suddenly descended from the space, a purple-eyed golden-haired ape. My goodness! Chu Tianyuan was on the verge of losing his composure. Well then, I have conveyed all that I wished to say. Now, immerse yourself in my thunder soul space and comprehend my divine soul technique, the 9 calamities thunder movement. This is the divine artifact, the god-slaying blade, which I once seized, and I shall bestow it upon you as well. With that, he dropped a ring from the space. The god-slaying blade resides within the spatial ring. Remember, do not reveal this blade to others until you have attained divine status. As Chu Tianyuan was about to articulate his thoughts, he could only perceive the voice of Taya Nu growing increasingly faint. Regardless of whether you genuinely accept my legacy, I thank you. Young man, his voice resembled that of a dying elder. Wait, Chu Tianyuan shouted into the air. I promise you. The gratitude in his voice echoed from a distant horizon. Perhaps it was Taya Nu's final expression of thanks or his departure that stirred something deep within Chu Tianyuan. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to refuse Taya Nu. Memories of the old dean who had raised him flooded back. The man had passed without imparting any last wishes. He would not forget, forever cherishing that innocent heart. And he could never turn away from a dying elder. The Thunder Soul Space was, in fact, another barrier set by Taya Nu. Should Chu Tianyuan fail to fully comprehend the 9 catastrophes thunder movement, he could not escape. The abundance of spiritual energy within allowed him to draw sustenance without the need for food. He remained in the Thunder Soul Space for 4 full years. During this time, he mastered the techniques of the 9 catastrophes thunder movement, but what truly astonished him was the spatial ring that Taya Nu had left behind. After much exploration, he learned how to utilize it. By infusing it with soul power, he could access its contents. Upon looking inside, he was indeed taken aback. Truly, a divine-level powerhouse. His family treasures were remarkably abundant. He could not help but exclaim. Within the spatial ring, besides the divine artifact known as the God-slaying blade, lay an astonishing array of rare treasures, weapons, materials, gems, and soul crystals that filled the entire space. Among these soul crystals, astonishingly, all were of the 8th rank or higher, with holy domain soul crystals piled up like refuse. During these 4 years, Chu Tianyuan had also forged a soul beast contract with a 7th-level purple-eyed golden-haired ape. He had grasped the essence of Thunder Soul power and was poised to sign a contract with a 2nd soul beast. However, this was not his original intent. The purple-eyed golden-haired ape could not survive in the Thunder Soul space and would perish from starvation. Remaining in his original soul space equated to a deep slumber. And if sleep could lead to death, then the unfortunate luck of this ape was lamentable. The soul contract was discovered within the spatial ring. It seemed that every soul master carried 1 or 2 soul contract scrolls. Chu Tianyuan immersed himself entirely in the comprehension of the 9 catastrophes thunder movement until, upon fully grasping it, the barrier of the Thunder Soul space collapsed on its own, allowing him to emerge. Upon exiting the barrier, Chu Tianyuan was hardly recognizable. He had transformed beyond human comprehension, or rather, he had lost even the semblance of a monkey. His tattered clothing barely concealed his adult-like stature, while the fine golden hair on his body had notably shortened. His face now bore the features of a youth. He had reached the age of 15. He eagerly sought out a small lake and leaped into its waters, meticulously washing his entire body. Gradually, he noticed that much of the fine golden hair had fallen away. In truth, he had already observed this phenomenon in the Thunder Soul space. With each enhancement of his soul power, some of his golden hair would shed. He concluded that the golden hair on his body was intrinsically linked to his soul power. The greater and stronger his soul power became, the less golden hair he would retain. If this continues, should he comprehend the third form of soul power, he will completely transcend his simian form. Emerging as an entirely normal human being, he meticulously cleansed himself, the lake's waters so clear that the fish below danced into view. Truly, the beauty of this place is remarkable, he mused. In a previous world, this location would undoubtedly have become a scenic spot, provided there were no soul beast lurking about. He recalled a chemistry teacher from that world who resided in Gillen, continuously extolling the exquisite beauty of his hometown's landscape. At that time, he often fantasized about visiting Gillen. However, upon entering society, he realized that without financial means, travel was an impossibility, and once wealth was attained, he felt that all destinations held equal allure. Just like now. Having witnessed many sights, he believed that even a brief visit to dip his feet in Gillen's waters would not evoke any sense of regret. If his chemistry teacher were aware of his current sentiments, he would likely traverse time to berate him vehemently. Alas, Chu Tianyuan had not excelled in chemistry. Apart from memorizing the chemical formula for a water molecule, he held little else in his memory. Contemplating this, he felt grateful for his current fortune, finding the verdant waters around him increasingly pleasing, especially since no one would emerge from the depths to inform him that water's essence is that of hydrogen oxide. As he was engulfed in reminiscence, the waters of the lake began to shift. The application of soul power hinges on understanding, and that understanding is influenced by one's affinity for soul power. There exists another method, which is to perceive the essence of soul power. Unbeknownst to him, in his unintentional recollections, he had inadvertently uncovered the essence of water's soul. The true nature of water is indeed hydrogen oxide. I sense the essence of the water's soul, Chu Tianyuan declared, as the lake's waters gently lifted him. In that moment, he resembled a deity of water, with soft golden hair cascading down, distinct facial features, brows like blades, eyes sparkling like stars, and a complexion as smooth as jade, his upper body devoid of any hair, each sinew of his physique defined to perfection. This was Chu Tianyuan, stripped of his golden fur. His appearance was akin to the dream lover of any youthful maiden, his exquisite features radiating gentleness. His athletic form both supple and strong, emerging from the mist like a celestial being from a dream. Dual-element soul masters are regarded as geniuses amongst soul masters. Their original souls are undoubtedly more formidable than those of ordinary soul masters, possessing heightened insight. Such soul masters are rarer than space soul masters, yet at this moment, Chu Tianyuan was a tri-element soul master. Tri-element soul masters are not unheard of on the continent of Duhan, but they can certainly be counted on one hand. Gravity, lightning, and water, a tri-element soul master. Each category of soul master is immensely precious. While water soul power is relatively common, lightning soul power represents the pinnacle of destruction. Furthermore, the force of gravity remains an enigma yet to be comprehended by any soul master on the continent. The talents on the continent of Duhan are numerous. Those who surpass the ordinary are deemed geniuses, while those who transcend even the geniuses earn the title of prodigies. Beyond the prodigies, one who surpasses the limits of innate talent undergoes a transformation of the spirit, becoming favored by the divine. Such individuals act freely and fearlessly in all their endeavors, driven solely by the desire to attain what resides within their hearts. They are often referred to as the children of the divine. Chu Tianyuan is not only a master of 3 soul systems but also a martial artist. Although he has yet to ascertain his martial arts level, it undoubtedly will not fall below level 5. At this moment, he remains unaware that should he reveal all his hidden capabilities, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy of the Duhan continent. Starting today, I, Chu Tianyuan, shall strive to be a righteous individual within the Duhan continent, and I am determined to become its foremost powerhouse. He proclaimed loudly into the vastness of the forest. The pressure that had burdened him for over a decade was released with his shout, instantly bringing him immense relief. 15 long years. A life that felt neither human nor animal. He had endured enough. While others enjoyed privileges he could only dream of, he remained a mere spectator. Whereas others trained in esteemed academies, he was confined to solitary practice within his courtyard. All of this simply because he did not resemble a human. Yet now, He could finally shatter the shackles that had bound him for 15 years. From this day forth, he would be a true human being, able to walk boldly into society without donning a hooded robe that concealed his identity. He cried out, momentarily forgetting that he was in the hidden corner forest. Once his emotions settled, he wiped his face and was surprised to find it damp with a sticky liquid. Have I shed tears? He pondered. Taken aback, I once believed that after 2 lifetimes, I would be impervious to such emotions, indifferent to the opinions of others. Yet, deep within my heart, I remained that immature child. It was only when the surroundings fell silent that Chu Tianyuan finally regained his composure. How ironic. He mused with a faint smile. What does it matter whether I care or not? From this day forward, others are others, and I am I. I am Chu Tianyuan. With that declaration, he laughed heartily and departed. This transformation marks a complete metamorphosis for Chu Tianyuan, not only in his physique but also in his mindset. Previously, he had only lamented the injustice of fate and yearned to alter his circumstances, yet he remained ensnared by destiny. But now, he has undergone a profound transformation. No longer will he bemoan the world. He simply wishes to live authentically, striving for what he desires through his own strength and nothing more. Thus, the journey of the Son of God towards empowerment begins. Chapter 1. The most beautiful man Anwei is a member of an ordinary soul hunting group consisting of 10 individuals, led by a level 5 martial artist. They typically operate on the outskirts of the hidden corner forest. However, their activities do not involve hunting soul beasts but rather prey upon soul hunters within the forest, seizing their soul crystals. In blunt terms, they are a band of robbers masquerading as soul hunters. At this moment, Anwei is sprinting through the forest, drenched in sweat. Although merely a level 3 martial artist, his instincts are the sharpest in the group. He accidentally ventured slightly deeper into the hidden corner forest and sensed that something was watching him. It was a feeling akin to being targeted by a soul beast, and its level surely matches or exceeds his own. Sweat poured down his brow as he turned to flee, but he could feel whatever was behind him pursuing at an even swifter pace. Resolutely, he halted, his chest heaving violently, cold sweat trickling down his face. He slowly turned his head, his eyes wide with astonishment. Anwei let out a sigh of relief. What lay before him was far from a majestic soul beast. It was merely a young boy with his upper body bare. Why are you following me? He inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. I saw you running before I could even catch a glimpse of you. So naturally, I followed, the boy replied. May I ask why you were running? At that moment, Anwei began to scrutinize the boy before him. What a stunning youth he was. Anwei couldn't help but exclaim. He felt an overwhelming desire, wishing fervently that this enchanting figure were a woman. You still haven't answered my question. What are you running from? The boy smiled gently, and Anwei felt an immediate warmth in that smile. You were chasing me, so I had to run, he joked. The boy's presence instilled in Anwei no sense of animosity whatsoever. Chu Tianyuan could not help but chuckle. Was this truly a soul hunter? It was evident that he had mistaken himself for a spirit beast, yet he could still articulate such reasoning. He had never encountered a soul hunter so timid, one who fled without even glancing back at what pursued him. Anwei, upon witnessing Chu Tianyuan's smile, felt a stir within his heart. Little brother, how did you end up here? Have you perhaps lost your way? Fear not, for I am a soul hunter of the forest, well acquainted with this terrain. Why don't you accompany me? I shall guide you out. At that moment, Anwei had made up his mind. A beautiful woman is often the coveted prize among nobles. Yet there are certain peculiarities in their preferences. Even in the absence of such, noble women abound. The breathtaking young man before him would surely command a high price. Moreover, his demeanor radiated an innocence that left Anwei pondering which esteemed family had allowed this exquisite youth to wander into such a forsaken place. His eyes, as clear as crystal springs, revealed him to be a paragon of beauty. Lost in thought, Anwei shook his head to regain his composure. Feeling a slight astonishment within, a prodigy indeed. Even I find myself captivated. Chu Tianyuan gazed at Anwei, aware of the latter's ill intentions. Incidents of murder and crystal theft in the Sanjiao forest were not uncommon, yet Chu Tianyuan followed Anwei with ulterior motives of his own. Had he been privy to Anwei's current thoughts, he would have realized that the situation was far more serious than mere ulterior motives. The notion of being sold as a male concubine was indeed a graver matter than being called a monkey. Unbeknownst to Chu Tianyuan, Anwei had already mentally defiled him. Yet he maintained a calm smile and said, "Remove your clothing." Anwei was taken aback, his heart racing. His sexual orientation had always been conventional, and he was astonished to discover such peculiar inclinations in the youth before him. He looked at Chu Tianyuan with a mixture of confusion and intrigue, as though gazing upon the most exquisite of women. Slowly, he began to shed his outer garment. Upon witnessing his true essence, Chu Tianyuan did not impose upon him. Instead, he simply approached to retrieve his garments and vanished before Wei with a swiftness akin to lightning. Before departing, he graciously remarked, "Thank you for your clothes." And Wei stood frozen in place, as if doused with icy water. It happened so swiftly. Like a flash of lightning, he disappeared. This youth must undoubtedly be an extraordinary powerhouse. Yet, how could one so young possess such formidable strength? He was unclothed. Could it be that he was merely a newly transformed soul beast? With this realization, Wei's desires plummeted to an icy abyss. Just moments ago, he had mistakenly interpreted the youth's intentions. Good heavens, I was just contemplating the prospect of encountering a soul beast in its transformation stage, which would surely be a divine-level soul beast. He sighed inwardly, hastily wiping the cold sweat from his brow. After dressing, Chu Tianyuan made his way towards the periphery of the Sangjiao forest. The soul hunter he had just encountered was truly timid. He had merely uttered a single sentence, and the hunter had obediently handed over his clothing. Could it be that the hunter discerned the potential within him to become the ultimate powerhouse? Chu Tianyuan's thoughts wandered. Yet he could never fathom the extraordinary ideas of Wei. It was not until he reached the outskirts that he paused to rest for a moment. At that instant, he remembered that he had not summoned Yifeng for quite some time, nor had he given a name to the purple-eyed golden-haired monkey. He simply referred to it as Purple Eye. Yifeng had undergone significant changes during its 4-year slumber in his original soul space. The 4 years of rest had evidently left Yifeng unaware of the passage of time. It had merely taken a nap. Upon awakening, it was astonished to discover that it had ascended to the rank of a level 3 soul beast. Its physique had grown as magnificent as a sculpture, with sharper eyes and a beak and claws resembling iron hooks. It gazed at Chu Tianyuan with excitement, noting the even greater transformation in its master. However, it remained blissfully naive, merely a simple soul bird, not pondering deeply. In its mind, as long as it advanced, change would ensue, and Chu Tianyuan would be no exception. Purple Eye had already been sent by Chu Tianyuan to search for food, returning to its former role as a servant. Chu Tianyuan still harbored lingering feelings about the time Purple Eye had knocked him unconscious and taken him to the cave. Nonetheless, Purple Eye was obedient, as it was Chu Tianyuan who had saved it, and its water soul power had been healed by him. It was solely focused on how to please its master to atone for past mistakes. Regarding the water soul power within Purple Eye, Chu Tianyuan had not employed the abilities of a water soul master to heal it. He was merely a novice water soul master, lacking the capacity to unravel the soul power of a sacred domain water soul master. He simply checked Purple Eye's pulse and pressed its abdomen, echoing the practices of physicians from his previous lives, abdominal swelling from water. After administering a few acupuncture needles at various points on its body, all was well. He was the sole physician of the Duhan continent. Having traveled throughout the day, Chu Tianyuan felt somewhat fatigued. Yet he knew he must wait for Purple Eye's return before daring to sleep. After all, having a level 7 soul beast to guard the night was far safer than sleeping in a pit. Has it returned? He heard someone approaching from a distance. He stood up and looked in that direction, only to see a figure soaring towards him, flying in the air. The application of wind soul power, a wind soul master. It was a girl in green, about his age, appearing breathless, clutching something in her arms. Without stopping, she called out to Chu Tianyuan, "Run. The magic cloud leopard is chasing us." With that, she soared several meters ahead. The magic cloud leopard? Chu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. After all, it was just a leopard. Did it truly warrant such haste? In the periphery of the Sangjiao forest, he did not believe there existed a soul beast capable of confronting him directly. However, as furious roars echoed and the figure of the magic cloud leopard came into view, Chu Tianyuan's eyes widened, and he immediately accelerated, following the green-clad girl. "Magic cloud leopard. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" he shouted ahead. "Didn't I just say that?" replied the voice of the girl in green, drifting back to him. "But you didn't tell me it could swallow a cow whole." The magical cloud leopard, an 8th-level dark soul beast, possesses immense strength and astonishing dark soul power. The wind soul master indeed stands out among soul masters in terms of speed. She is slightly swifter than Chu Tianyuan. However, the green-clad woman's ability to maintain a distance from the magical cloud leopard is commendable. One reason for this is that dark soul beasts are not particularly adept at speed. While their strength surpasses that of ordinary soul beasts, they prefer to dwell in dark, damp places such as caves or swamps. Prolonged habitation in such environments causes their muscles to stiffen, resulting in diminished speed, which explains why the green-clad maiden could evade Chu Tianyuan. If, however, they were soul beasts like the purple-eyed one, accustomed to life on land or in jungles, escape would be futile. They might find themselves swiftly captured. It was only after they had distanced themselves from the magical cloud leopard that they paused. Chu Tianyuan, utterly exhausted, sank to the ground, his gravitational soul still unrelieved. "I'm utterly spent," he gasped. The green-clad woman, upon witnessing his predicament, couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Look at you, a martial artist yet so fatigued after such a short distance." At that moment, she examined Chu Tianyuan more closely and inwardly marveled. "What a strikingly handsome young man. He bears an uncanny resemblance to my cousin." Chu Tianyuan was unaware that the young lady was currently admiring his handsome features. He gazed at her and inquired, "How is it that you find yourself being pursued by such a formidable soul beast as the magic cloud leopard?" Typically, high-level soul beasts reside deep within the secluded corners of the forest. What could have prompted it to venture out to the periphery? The woman in green smiled gently, her beauty reminiscent of a bud poised to bloom. Slowly, she retrieved a furry object from her bosom, revealing a delightful cub of the magic cloud leopard. Upon witnessing the cubs of the shadow cloud leopard, Chu Tianyuan was drenched in a cold sweat. This woman, it seemed, possessed an audacious spirit. How could she dare to pilfer the offspring from the lair of an 8th-grade soul beast? "I am Song Seer. And you?" she inquired, her large, glistening eyes gazing up at Chu Tianyuan. "I am Chu Tianyuan," he replied. Song Seer smiled playfully, then retrieved a signal firecracker from her bosom and set it off. "I came here with my cousin. He is responsible for luring the soul beasts, while I take on the task of stealing their cubs." To my surprise, the shadow cloud leopard has 2 cubs. Although it was perilous, I managed to secure them. "Are you not afraid that the shadow cloud leopard might pursue us again?" Chu Tianyuan suddenly asked, glancing back. "Not at all. It has a litter of over a dozen cubs. It has been away for quite some time and must return to tend to the others," Song Seer assured him. Chu Tianyuan involuntarily swallowed hard and exclaimed, "You are both lunatics, you and your cousin." Upon hearing this, Song Seer's expression immediately darkened. "Do not speak ill of my cousin," she retorted. "He is not a lunatic. He is a genius, and moreover, he is the most captivating man in the entire Feng City." As she spoke, a flush of color rose to her cheeks. Chu Tianyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. "Ah, well, I was merely jesting," he replied. "I am aware that you are not speaking earnestly," Song Seer remarked. Chu Tianyuan was left speechless. It seemed that Song Seer's cousin had led her into a dire predicament from which there was no salvation. An impulse to meet this cousin surged within him. In the second chapter, a profound blow to Zi Rujing occurred. "My cousin is named Zi Rujing," Song Seer remarked. "You haven't heard of him, have you?" "I knew you wouldn't." The mere thought of Zi Rujing filled her with joy. Just the sight of him brought her immense happiness. Though he maintained a cold demeanor towards her, it did not diminish his esteemed position in her heart. "My cousin is a once-in-a-century prodigy. A dual-element soul master of both darkness and wind. Astonishing, isn't it? You captured this magical cloud leopard to enable your cousin to forge a soul beast contract with it, right?" "Indeed," she replied. "A powerful soul beast is of paramount importance to a soul master." As she gently caressed the magical cloud leopard cub in her arms, her affection became even more evident. "Oh, by the way, let me share something amusing with you. This event transpired several years ago, yet I cannot help but laugh whenever I recall it." "What is it?" Chu Tianyuan inquired. "My cousin once told me that 4 years ago, he witnessed a dark soul master signing a soul beast contract with a sound soul bird." "Huh." She laughed heartily. "Can you believe it? A dark soul master with a sound soul bird. Was he a fool? Was your cousin's experience at the soul beast market in Sangjiao Town?" "Yes." "Does your cousin typically wear a long black robe that obscures his entire figure?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "If he didn't dress that way, he would attract trouble." Then, lifting her gaze to Chu Tianyuan, she asked, "How do you know about my cousin? Were you there at that time?" "What a coincidence." "Quite the coincidence. For I am indeed that foolish dark soul master." After a brief pause, footsteps approached them. "Seer, are you all right?" Zi Rujing rushed over upon receiving Song Seer's signal. Clad in his customary black robe, he appeared taller than before, yet Chu Tianyuan recognized him immediately. "I'm fine," Song Seer replied, lifting the magical cloud leopard cub to present it to Zi Rujing. "Look, a magical cloud leopard," Zi Rujing exclaimed, eager to take the cub into his possession. However, a voice interjected, "She is fine, but I am not." Zi Rujing turned to see who had spoken, momentarily taken aback by Chu Tianyuan's striking appearance. A paragon among handsome men. As he was momentarily entranced, Chu Tianyuan delivered a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Zi Rujing had no time to evade. The blow landed squarely on his face. Stumbling, he fell to the ground, clutching his injured cheek. "Who are you? Why do you resort to violence upon first meeting?" Song Seer immediately assisted Zi Rujing to his feet, expressing concern. "Cousin, are you all right?" Zi Rujing, feeling vexed, pointed at Chu Tianyuan, asking, "Seer, who is he?" He is Song Seer," hesitating. "Who is he? Speak quickly." Zi Rujing exclaimed angrily, "Could it be that he is your lover?" No. Song Seer hurriedly clarified. "He is my cousin, the Dark Soul Master I mentioned." "What Dark Soul Master?" Zi Rujing, already infuriated, paused. "Which Dark Soul Master are you referring to?" "The one from the Soul Beast Market in Sangjiao Town." Zi Rujing, touching her slightly pained face, approached Chu Tianyuan, then turned around, saying, "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just that foolish Dark Soul Master. That damn Dark Soul Master." Chu Tianyuan retaliated with a punch. However, Zi Rujing had anticipated this move, swiftly evading and standing in midair. "I wanted to challenge you to a duel 4 years ago, but you declined. Now, let us see how it goes." Thick layers of dark mist enveloped his hands. For years prior, he lacked the confidence to defeat a Dark Soul Master of his level. But now he was different, for he had become a level 5 dual system Soul Master. A Dark Wind Soul Master? Chu Tianyuan gazed at the airborne Zi Rujing. In response, 2 streams of dark soul power descended from above. Chu Tianyuan swiftly dodged, then pointed directly at Zi Rujing in the air. "Cousin, be careful. He is actually a martial artist." Song Seer warned from the side. But it was too late. 6-Pulse Divine Sword, Commercial Sun Sword. The 6-Pulse Divine Sword, originating from the Celestial Secret Manual, is a martial skill of divine sword practitioners, boasting over a millennium of history. Its stance is simple, yet its effects are remarkable, with intense sensory perception, making it unparalleled. When reaching the level of pointing with the sword, the area within reach feels as if an invisible sword exists. Whether sweeping or feigning, it can injure enemies. This was Chu Tianyuan's recollection of the 6-Pulse Divine Sword when he first arrived in the Duhan continent. The 6-Pulse Divine Sword was among the few martial arts he chose to learn. He understood that Wind Soul Masters on this continent could fly, and in his words, the 6-Pulse Divine Sword was specifically effective against birdmen. With a whoosh, Zi Rujing was pierced in the shoulder, crashing down to the ground with a thud. "Cousin." Song Seer rushed over. Zi Rujing clutched his shoulder, disregarding his injury, exclaiming in shock, "Divine-level martial skill." Then he fainted from the pain. At this moment, Song Seer was too overwhelmed with astonishment to care. Seeing the blood gushing from Zi Rujing's shoulder, she burst into tears. "Cousin, are you all right?" She then turned her gaze fiercely at Chu Tianyuan. "You wicked person. What enmity does my cousin have with you, that you would strike with such severity? Just possessing a divine-level martial skill makes you exceptional, huh?" Woo-woo. Chu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Zi Rujing bore him no significant enmity. Their grievances were merely trifling. It was utterly unwarranted for him to inflict such harm upon her. In a fit of rage, he had not anticipated the formidable power of the 6 Veins Divine Sword, which had pierced through Zi Rujing's shoulder with such ferocity. Yet, a twinge of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had refrained from using the Tiger Roar Fist. Otherwise, Zi Rujing would now be a lifeless corpse. Since the inception of his training, Chu Tianyuan had devoted himself to mastering only the most elite martial arts. Yet despite dedicating all his time to this pursuit, he had only acquired a handful of skills. After all, the Duhan continent was no martial arts novel. One could not expect to master a supreme technique in mere days. "What should we do?" sobbed Song Seer. "We are so far from Sangjiao Town, and there is no light soul master here." Chu Tianyuan approached and extended his hand towards Zi Rujing. However, Song Seer pushed his hand away, exclaiming, "You wicked man. Do not lay a finger on my cousin." Tears glistened in her eyes. "If you wish to prevent him from losing too much blood and succumbing to death, it is imperative that you allow me to examine him," Chu Tianyuan asserted. "Can you truly heal him?" Song Seer inquired, a flicker of hope igniting within her. "I can ensure he will bleed no more." "Then proceed, but be gentle and do not cause him any pain." Chu Tianyuan knelt down, slowly unfastening the robe of Zi Rujing, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face from beneath the cloak. Upon seeing her visage, Chu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Such a stunning beauty. He inwardly sighed. No wonder she had captivated Song Seer to such an extent. No wonder she dressed in such a manner daily. With a countenance like that, any man would indeed become a source of turmoil. While his own appearance was undeniably handsome, it still bore the unmistakable traits of masculinity. In contrast, Zi Rujing's face was ethereal, almost otherworldly. Were one to claim that she was a woman at that moment, no one would dare to dispute it. Have you seen enough? Hurry and help him staunch the bleeding. Song Seer interjected from the side, as if it were she who would suffer from Chu Tianyuan's lingering gaze. Chu Tianyuan drew a dagger from his person, poised to take action. What are you doing? Song Seer exclaimed sharply. I must cut open his sleeve, otherwise. How can we examine his wound? Then proceed, Song Seer replied, biting her lip. Gradually sliced open the sleeve of Zi Rujing, revealing a snow-white arm. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Even her arms exuded such femininity. Just then, Song Seer spoke again. What now? I fear blood, she replied, turning away. With a sigh, Chu Tianyuan resumed his work. After tending to the wounds, he summoned Inwu and instructed, go find Zitong and ask it to retrieve some herbs. Inwu circled above his head twice and replied, 2 level 2 soul crystals. Chu Tianyuan cast 2 soul crystals onto the ground and declared, go forth. At that moment, Song Seer, who stood nearby, was utterly astonished. Have you truly forged a soul beast contract with the Sound Soul Bird? Chu Tianyuan cast her a sharp glance. Do you think this is a forgery? I didn't mean that, Song Seer replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment. By the way, what exactly are herbs? In the continent of fighting souls, devoid of physicians, no one bothers to study herbal remedies. Chu Tianyuan, disinclined to elaborate, stated. Herbs are the knowledge possessed solely by 3 beings in this world. Which 3 beings? Inquired Song Seer, unrelenting in her curiosity. It is I, that ethereal songbird. And a monkey, replied Chu Tianyuan. The 2 contracted spirit beasts, who had long accompanied Chu Tianyuan, gradually began to comprehend some of the knowledge he imparted. After a brief interval, Zitong returned alongside Inyu, bringing back not only a selection of herbs, but also some fruits. Chu Tianyuan acknowledged them with a nod before allowing them to return to the original soul space. This elicited another wave of astonishment from Song Seer. You possess 2 spirit beasts? What, is that not permissible? Chu Tianyuan replied with a hint of indifference. It is impossible. A martial artist could never contract 2 spirit beasts. Song Seer exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. You are, indeed, a soul master. Chu Tianyuan did not deny it. Indeed, I remain a water soul master. As for the other 2 types of soul masters, he chose to keep them a secret. What? You are still a water soul master? Song Seer's eyes widened even further. Yes, is there a problem? Chu Tianyuan replied. There is a problem, a significant one. Song Seer exclaimed loudly. You imbecile fool. And utter simpleton. Chu Tianyuan was utterly bewildered by the scorn directed at him, contemplating the reason behind it. When he heard Song Seer utter a statement that left him speechless, are you not aware that water soul masters, like light soul masters, also possess the ability to heal wounds? Chapter 3. Returning together under Song Seer's guidance, Chu Tianyuan finally mastered the art of utilizing water soul power for healing. Throughout this process, Zi Rujing's shoulder undoubtedly became his experimental subject. Chu Tianyuan initially learned the healing technique rather swiftly. But in a mischievous attempt to elicit more cries of anguish from Zi Rujing, he deliberately intensified his soul power. You are a scoundrel. Zi Rujing exclaimed in outrage upon awakening from his torment. You are not much better, Chu Tianyuan retorted with a smirk. Zi Rujing's face flushed with anger. Yet he found himself at a loss against Chu Tianyuan, for the latter's strength surpassed his own. He had originally believed that possessing dual soul power rendered him nearly invincible among his peers, only to be unexpectedly bested in a single move. To add to his frustration, the very person who had overcome him was also the one who assisted in his healing, making his humiliation all the more profound. Fortunately, Song Seer managed to ease the tension between the 2. Although she harbored some reservations towards Chu Tianyuan, she occasionally engaged him in conversation and even spoke a few kind words about Zi Rujing. Chu Tianyuan understood her intentions and wished to avoid escalating the conflict with Zi Rujing, particularly considering the latter's injuries. Further hostility would seem rather petty. As a man, he aspired to embody a spirit of magnanimity. Thus, he offered Zi Rujing a flask of his homemade brew, saying, This is my special concoction, enriched with certain ingredients. Consuming it will greatly aid in your recovery. Zi Rujing, not one to refuse, took the flask and gulped down a mouthful. An intense spiciness immediately lodged itself in his throat, and just as he was about to expel it, he heard Chu Tianyuan declare, after consuming this sip, "Let us consider our grievances settled." Reluctantly, Ziru Jing swallowed hard, his mind racing with curses directed at Chu Tianyuan for his trickery. However, as the fiery liquid settled in his stomach, a wave of warmth surged through him, akin to the rise of soul power, invigorating him with renewed energy. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "A splendid elixir." Chu Tianyuan smiled gently, contemplating inwardly, "Indeed, this is a remarkable treasure. It could be exchanged for a plethora of gemstones in the Earth Clan." After several days of interaction, Chu Tianyuan and Ziru Jing gradually grew more acquainted. Along with Chu Tianyuan's soul beasts, Ziru Jing sincerely apologized for the incident concerning the sound soul bird, to which Chu Tianyuan responded with a nonchalant smile. Previously, he had looked down upon the sound soul bird, yet he now regarded Yinwu as a splendid companion, largely due to the enchanting melodies of its song. Another surprising revelation for Ziru Jing was that Chu Tianyuan had formed a soul beast contract with Zitong, a soul beast incapable of advancing. It is perplexing that on the soul-fighting continent, some soul beasts possess the potential for infinite advancement, while others, no matter how long they live, remain confined to a certain stage, and Zitong is one such creature. While it may not be unusual for an ordinary martial artist or soul master to form a contract with Zitong, the fact that a prodigy like Chu Tianyuan would choose to bond with a soul beast devoid of advancement potential left many in bewilderment. Chu Tianyuan naturally refrained from disclosing the matter to him, merely stating, "I prefer to form contracts with soul beasts of lesser aptitude, much like I did with Yinwu." Is that so unacceptable? Upon hearing this, Ziru Jing obediently fell silent, as it was he who had facilitated the contract between Chu Tianyuan and Yinwu. Chu Tianyuan no longer held any grudges against him. At the very least, he had successfully advanced Yinwu to a level 3 spirit beast. With sufficient time and spirit crystals, he was convinced that Yinwu would become a significant asset in the future. However, the purple-eyed creature posed a dilemma. Presently, it was not an issue. But should he attain the realm of the holy domain or even divine level, being accompanied by a 7th-tier purple-eyed golden-haired ape would be quite detrimental to his reputation. Yet, the inherent inability of the purple-eyed creature to advance was a natural condition. How could one alter that? In light of this, Chu Tianyuan conceived a plan. He would have the purple-eyed creature practice the Yi Jin Jing alongside him. If the bottleneck for martial artists stemmed from blockages in their meridians, what about spirit beasts? The purple-eyed creature was a strength-based spirit beast, utterly unresponsive to spiritual energy. This indicated that it was akin to a martial artist, albeit with a somewhat greater physical prowess. Furthermore, the anatomical structure of monkeys closely resembled that of humans. If humans could surmount the obstructions in their meridians and break through their limits, why could the purple-eyed creature not do the same? With this thought in mind, as soon as Chu Tianyuan began to practice his inner strength, he summoned the purple-eyed creature to train alongside him. The creature initially believed that Chu Tianyuan had found another use for it, thus practicing diligently. However, it struggled to keep pace with the nuances of the techniques. Chu Tianyuan was not impatient. He merely wanted it to practice. After all, mastery and cultivation could not be rushed. What did it matter if there was no inner strength at present? Hadn't he also cultivated until it manifested in the past? Upon exiting the Sangjiao forest, Chu Tianyuan settled in Sangjiao town with Ziru Jing and the others, returning to the same inn as before. This time, however, the company was slightly larger. The plump innkeeper, upon seeing the two dark-robed spirit masters, completely overlooked Song Si-er, who followed behind. This oversight left her feeling quite vexed. In her frustration, she used her wind spirit power to shatter one of the innkeeper's tables into 8 pieces, nearly causing him to topple over. Good heavens! 3 spirit masters. Do they all prefer to congregate together these days? The innkeeper's words echoed like a weather forecast, for shortly thereafter, 2 more spirit masters checked into his establishment. This time, 2 fire-type masters, whose tempers matched the ferocity of their spiritual energy, causing the plump innkeeper to lose considerable weight from fright. Only when his inn was filled to capacity did he realize that nearly all the guests were young spirit masters and martial artists, instilling in him a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. After all, they were the living advertisements for his establishment. Chu Tianyuan was quite perplexed, wondering why there were so many martial artists gathered in this place. Suddenly, Song Si-er burst into his room with great enthusiasm. plopping down and gulping down a cup of tea. Shortly thereafter, Zi Rujing also entered and took a seat. Chu Tianyuan, do you know why there are so many martial artists outside? She inquired. Chu Tianyuan gradually settled down, remaining silent. These martial artists were all en route to the imperial capital. Song Seer exclaimed with excitement. The Seoul Martial Academy's enrollment, held once every 4 years, is about to commence. Enrollment for the Seoul Martial Academy? Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. He suddenly recalled that 4 years prior, he had already journeyed to the Seoul Martial Academy. That pure, headstrong girl was one of the few he truly trusted. How about it? My cousin and I have already decided to register. Would you like to join us? Song Seer inquired, her eyes sparkling. Oh, by the way, the enrollment is for ages 9 to 15. How old are you this year? Just turned 15, replied Chu Tianyuan. That is splendid. We can go to the imperial capital to register together. Song Seer responded cheerfully. I haven't agreed yet. Chu Tianyuan shot her a pointed look. Zi Rujing produced a soul crystal card from her possession. Are you worried about the gold coins? Here are 5,000 gold coins. It should suffice for quite some time. She too was seeking companionship, for it felt rather insipid with just herself and Song Seer. Moreover, Chu Tianyuan was sufficiently formidable, and gold coins posed no obstacle for them. Chu Tianyuan, unreservedly, accepted the soul crystal card, acknowledging it with a simple, very well. Despite the treasures contained within his spatial ring being worth a fortune, he understood the wisdom of keeping wealth discreetly hidden. It was evident that Zi Rujing and Song Seer were affluent individuals, and he deemed it prudent to seize this opportunity without hesitation. He had heard that the Seoul Martial Academy was a realm where prodigies congregated. Yet he pondered the true magnitude of the formidable beings that resided there. Zi Rujing cast an exasperated glance in his direction, internally reflecting, no matter how talented they are, they pale in comparison to this anomaly. Am I not a dual-element soul master, a prodigy in my own right? Yet, I too fell victim to his prowess in a single move. Of course, he referred to their encounters among peers. With this thought lingering, he could not help but inquire of Chu Tianyuan, if you were to refrain from employing that divine-level martial technique, just how formidable would your strength truly be? Chu Tianyuan found himself perplexed by the question regarding his own strength. He was uncertain about his capabilities. He had never encountered the bottleneck of a martial artist. As for a soul master, the essence of gravity had no standard for him to reference. The only certainty was his mastery over the Thunder Soul, having grasped the quintessence of the 9 calamities thunder movement. Yet he remained at the 3rd calamity's level of power. Meanwhile, he had merely recently acquired the healing arts of the Water Soul, which served little purpose beyond bathing. Should anyone become aware of Chu Tianyuan's true circumstances, they would undoubtedly berate him mercilessly. Which soul master in the Duhan continent does not diligently practice after comprehending their soul power? Unlike him, who, upon grasping the Water Soul power, resorts to bathing as his sole application. Perhaps I might be slightly stronger, Chu Tianyuan mused thoughtfully. Nonsense. Song Seer immediately countered. My cousin is a wind soul master. If you do not employ that particular technique, you wouldn't even be able to graze the hem of his garment, let alone defeat him. By your logic, if a martial artist were to face off against a wind soul master, would they not possess no hope of victory? Chu Tianyuan retorted. Song Seer was momentarily rendered speechless. She certainly did not dare to claim that a martial artist would undoubtedly lose to a wind soul master, as this pertained to a matter of distance. For instance, if a wind soul master could remain 10 meters aloft, while a martial artist's internal energy attack range extended merely 9 meters, a loss would be inevitable. However, martial artists typically learn specialized techniques to counter wind soul masters, given that the aerial prowess of wind soul masters was profoundly unfair to martial artists. The wisdom of predecessors was often astonishing. The development of martial techniques aimed not only to surpass peers of equal rank, but also to diminish the advantages held by soul masters. Enough, Seer, urged Zi Rujing. Brother Tianyuan is indeed stronger than I. Let us not dispute this further. Song Seer could only huff in response. In her eyes, Zi Rujing was nearly flawless. Her beauty, character, and talent all positioned her at the pinnacle among young men. The emergence of Chu Tianyuan had tarnished the image of the prince she had held in her heart, and thus she harbored a modicum of resentment towards him. In terms of appearance, while Chu Tianyuan may have been slightly inferior to Zi Rujing, his physique radiated youthful vigor. As for character, Song Seer hastily categorized Chu Tianyuan as a rogue, reasoning that he had concealed his identity as a water soul master merely to behold Zi Rujing's visage. Does he not know that a water soul master can heal? Who would believe that? She scoffed. Yet concerning talent, even Zi Rujing, who had suffered defeat at Chu Tianyuan's hands, acknowledged his superiority. Leaving Song Si at a loss for words, Chu Tianyuan chose not to hold her faults against her. After all, what young woman does not yearn for her ideal prince to be flawless and impeccable? He merely relished in playful banter, having endured a prolonged silence in his youth when few dared to converse with him. Now, with the rare opportunity to engage in light-hearted disputes, he welcomed it with open arms. It echoed a thought that lingered in his mind, having lived a brief life in his previous existence. He was determined to reclaim the time in this one. Upon reflection, he calculated that he had lived 25 years in his first life, and the second was too brief to mention, a mere quarter of an hour of notoriety. In this, his third life, he was resolute in ensuring he lived fully, knowing that longevity could be achieved not only by avoiding untimely demise, but also by continually enhancing his cultivation. The higher his skills, the longer his life. Odysseus, a creature of millennia, stood as a testament to this truth, while divine beings need not fret over the passage of time. With this in mind, Chu Tianyuan smiled faintly. Appreciating the beauty of this life, he uttered a perplexing phrase before exiting the room, leaving Song Si and Zi Rujing bewildered. This life is truly wonderful? Did you suffer in your previous one? His past was not one of suffering, but rather devoid of existence altogether. Chapter 4. The Fiery Brothers Seer. How formidable do you perceive Brother Yuan's strength to be? Zi Rujing inquired, observing Chu Tianyuan's departing silhouette. Song Si, somewhat displeased, retorted, Cousin, how long have you known him? Just a few days ago, you were at odds, and now you speak as if you are brothers. Zi Rujing, usually proud within her family, rarely formed bonds outside of her close association with Song Si, yet she found Chu Tianyuan to be someone worthy of respect. Seer, you fail to comprehend. She raised her head and continued, to truly gauge a person, one must not only consider their actions but also their eyes. His eyes? Song Si questioned, puzzled. Without experiencing such solitude, one could never grasp the depth of that gaze, a look that, while brimming with aspirations for the world, reveals not a trace of its burden. A layer of melancholy washed over Zi Rujing's exquisite visage. Despite her superiority, she found herself hidden away in the shadows, silent and unnoticed. Hearing these words from Zi Rujing, Song Si felt a slight pang in her heart, understanding that her friend was reminiscing about the hardships of their youth. She had witnessed those trials but could offer no assistance. During that time, Zi Rujing was often the target of mockery and bullying, merely due to her impure lineage. It was only when she unveiled her astonishing talent and strength that her family gradually embraced her. Yet, as her prowess grew, so too did her allure, causing her peers to either distance themselves or harbor ill intentions, leading to her reluctance to trust others and her proud, untamed demeanor. I can see it clearly. He and I belong to the same kind, she reflected, recalling the moment she first laid eyes on him. Thus, she had invited him to spar with her in the dark arts of soul energy. Although his face had been obscured by his robe, she sensed it bore the weight of profound solitude. However, as time passed, she discovered that his gaze was sharper than she had anticipated. His childhood had undoubtedly been even more desolate than her own. The aloofness reflected in his eyes, akin to a sole eagle soaring through the heavens, eludes my comprehension. Zi Rujing inhaled deeply as she spoke. Song Si gazed at Zi Rujing's desolate countenance. Her eyes slightly reddened, yet she merely smiled and remarked, in truth, I believe my cousin's eyes surpass those of Chu Tianyuan in beauty, particularly at night, when they twinkle like stars in the nocturnal sky. Zi Rujing's lips curled slightly, yet his smile bore no trace of warmth. Seer, I am often indifferent towards you. Do you hold it against me? Song Si lowered her head slightly, her face radiant like the crimson hues of dusk. Cousin, you know I would not mind. How could Zi Rujing be oblivious to Song Si's affections? Though she was but 15, her maturity rivaled that of an 18-year-old. With a sigh, Zi Rujing replied, Seer, you have always been the one I trust the most. Yet you cannot remain by my side indefinitely, do you understand? Song Si was taken aback. Why? Because I cannot always carry you with me. You are aware of my circumstances. I must depart. Wherever you go, I am willing to follow, just as I do now, Song Si insisted stubbornly. But I cannot have you with me for certain matters that you will never comprehend, he said, his heart weighed down with solitude. Some burdens he must bear alone. Regardless of the suffering endured, he must persist. Yet, before undertaking such endeavors, he must grow stronger, stronger than anyone else. But how far must the path of the strong extend? He knew not, nor wished to ponder it. He merely advanced step by step, driven by the desire to attain his aspirations, willing to sacrifice everything in pursuit of them. Until he encountered Chu Tianyuan, a rival akin to himself. If one day someone surpasses me, that person will undoubtedly be Chu Tianyuan. He clenched his fists tightly. Upon exiting the inn, Chu Tianyuan found himself on the bustling streets, feeling quite pleased with the generous contribution from Zirujing. At this moment, he simply wished to leisurely explore Sanjiao Town. Although it could not rival the splendor of Batian City, it possessed a unique charm of its own. However, his peculiar long robe instantly caused passers-by to steer clear of him. Dark Soul Masters are indeed an anomaly among their kind, their tempers as unpredictable as their soul power. No one dares to provoke a Dark Soul Master unless they possess unequivocal strength. While formidable individuals are not lacking, there are also many who are overly self-assured. At this juncture, a young level 5 Fire Soul Master obstructed Chu Tianyuan's path. "Hey," he called out to Chu Tianyuan, "are you a Dark Soul Master?" Chu Tianyuan turned away without a second thought, indifferent to such individuals. The Fire Soul Master, witnessing Chu Tianyuan's blatant disregard, felt his anger surge and hurled a blazing fireball towards him. Chu Tianyuan swiftly pivoted, deflecting the fireball, yet his robe was left with a significant charred hole. He stood firm, locking his gaze onto the Fire Soul Master, and inquired, "What is your intention?" "Oh, nothing much, merely wishing to teach you a lesson," came the reply. By this time, a throng had gathered. Street brawls were a rarity, but when they occurred, onlookers assembled with remarkable speed. "Well, you've made your point. Are you satisfied now?" Chu Tianyuan remarked as he made his way toward the periphery of the crowd. He was no coward, yet neither was he one to be easily provoked. He deemed it unnecessary to engage with someone merely seeking attention. Moreover, he had long wished to replace his robe, contemplating the purchase of a finer garment. His avoidance was perceived by the Fire Soul Master as an act of submission, prompting the latter to spit disdainfully and declare, "So you're just a coward." He chose not to pursue further, instead seeking out his next target among the Soul Masters. The crowd, too, dispersed hastily, scattering even more swiftly than they had gathered, in search of a tailor. Chu Tianyuan was met with an exuberant welcome upon the shopkeeper's realization of his identity as a Soul Master. The traits of a Soul Master are numerous. Yet one aspect stands paramount. Their status often signifies considerable wealth. In recent days, the Soul Masters of Sanjiao Town had lavished much expenditure in his establishment, and the shopkeeper had become quite familiar with their various temperaments. Chu Tianyuan selected 5 sets of garments, for he possessed a spatial ring, making it convenient to carry multiple outfits. Nevertheless, he requested the tailor to neatly package them, as revealing the spatial ring in public could invite unwarranted complications. Just as he was about to step through the inn's entrance with his clothes in hand, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, are you a Dark Soul Master?" Turning around, he noticed yet another fireball hurtling towards him. He swiftly dodged, but this time, the fireball struck the ground and erupted violently, flames leaping forth and igniting the bundle of garments he held. For the fireballs conjured by a Fire Soul Master carried an intensity far beyond ordinary flames. Chu Tianyuan watched in horror as the newly acquired garment was instantly reduced to ashes. The face concealed beneath his robe flushed crimson, and he gazed at the individual before him, who was none other than the Fire Soul Master from earlier. "I apologize for ruining your belongings," the Fire Soul Master said with a smile that betrayed no hint of remorse. "Once again, it's you, you scoundrel," Chu Tianyuan roared, unleashing a furious punch. The Fire Soul Master was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that the shadowy Soul Master would strike him without employing Dark Soul power. The blow landed squarely on his right cheek, causing him to stagger backwards. Before he could regain his composure, Chu Tianyuan delivered a second punch, following which he pinned the Fire Soul Master to the ground and rained down blows upon his face. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Was this truly a Soul Master? It resembled nothing more than a street brawl. Only after Chu Tianyuan had thoroughly vented his fury did he leisurely rise and head towards the inn, while the innkeeper, having initially been taken aback, quickly donned a smiling facade. Yet inwardly, he mused, when a Dark Soul Master loses his temper, it is indeed extraordinary. Yinho was quite disheartened. He had sought trouble with several Soul Masters that day, most of whom were easily dispatched. Wind Soul Masters, Water Soul Masters, Earth Soul Masters, all had scattered before his fireballs. There was one Dark Soul Master, but alas, he turned out to be a coward, fleeing before they could engage in combat, which was rather disappointing. His father, merely a martial artist, often imparted wisdom to him and his twin brother, asserting that a warrior's strength is cultivated through battle, a martial artist without practical experience, no matter how high their rank, is merely a decorative figure. Hence, the brothers frequently sought out conflicts with other warriors to hone their skills. Upon hearing of a gathering of promising young warriors in Songjiao Town, they eagerly made their way there. United, they faced little resistance among their peers, prompting them to split up in their pursuits. As Yanhua returned to the inn, he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, perplexed about the commotion. To his dismay, he saw his elder brother, Yin Yin, surrounded by the throng, looking utterly disheveled. It seemed Yin Yin had encountered a formidable opponent. He hurried over, asking, "Brother, what happened? Have you met a rival?" Yin Yin, still fuming, replied, "It's that guy." "Which one?" "The Dark Soul Master you've been fixated on today." Yin Yin looked bewildered. "Did you not just say you wanted to go find him for some fun?" "What? It's him, that coward," Yanhua exclaimed in shock. He was well aware of Yin Yan's abilities, as they were of similar strength. If that Dark Soul Master could leave Yin Yin in such a state, why had he remained indifferent to Yanhua's earlier provocation? Could it be that the Dark Soul Master looked down upon him? Yes, it must be so. Filled with indignation, he contemplated charging at Chu Tianyuan to settle the score, but Yin Yin held him back. "Do not go," Yin Yin cautioned. "You cannot defeat him." Yanhua, even more infuriated, stomped his feet and declared, "If we go together, surely we can overpower him." Yin Yin gingerly touched his injured face and replied, "We truly cannot. That fellow didn't even use soul power." If Chu Tianyuan were still present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. These twin brothers were indeed exceptional, sharing the same appearance, temperament, and soul power. What was even more perplexing was the manner in which one attempted to mediate a conflict. "Do not go." What kind of remark is that? Are you truly suggesting that if you could contend with him, you would want to create a ruckus alongside your brother? Chapter 5, The Solitude Within. Is this truly all there is? Yanhua questioned defiantly. Of course, it cannot be the end. He must have also enrolled in the Soul Martial Academy. When the time comes, we shall seek out the eldest sister, and he will surely face the consequences, Yin Yin remarked, glancing towards the inn. Upon mentioning their formidable eldest sister, Yanhua immediately fell silent. She was a woman capable of instilling a sense of dread even amidst the scorching flames of his soul power. Upon returning to the room, Chu Tianyuan beheld Zuru Jing standing quietly by the window, while Song Seer sat beside her, her eyes reddened. In an instant, Chu Tianyuan grasped the situation. It seemed that this young couple had engaged in a quarrel. He silently mused, "Zuru Jing, look at how you've bullied the young girl to the point of tears. Yet you show no inclination to console her." Zuru Jing, noticing Chu Tianyuan's arrival, offered him a gentle smile and said, "Tianyuan, you have returned." Chu Tianyuan did not inquire about his relationship with Song Seer, as he believed that others' private matters were not his concern. After stepping out briefly, he encountered a fire mage. Though he remained unaware that he had actually met two fire mages, he began to suspect that he was not dealing with the fire element, but rather the madness element. As the individual hurled fireballs at anyone in sight, what else could it be but madness? He expressed his vexation. Zirajing, initially puzzled by his words, could not help but smile upon hearing his subsequent remark, stating that the fire mage was indeed pitiable, as it was unfortunate for anyone to provoke him. It was nothing much. He had merely released some tension by having a brief altercation at the inn's entrance. "You don't mean to say he is staying at our inn, do you?" Zirajing asked, astonished. "It seems so," he replied. "Brother Tianyuan, it appears you may be in for some trouble," Zirajing remarked, casting a concerned glance at Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan settled down, appearing utterly unconcerned. "What trouble was there?" "You might be referring to one of the Yanhua brothers, a pair of twin siblings directly linked to the Fire City, who typically find enjoyment in provoking other martial artists. A fifth-level Fire Soul Master would undoubtedly be no match for Chu Tianyuan. However, in the case of two, Zirujin could not guarantee the outcome. No matter. If they seek trouble, so be it." Chu Tianyuan took a sip of tea. Zirujing offered a wry smile and chose not to elaborate, for he too was uncertain of Chu Tianyuan's true capabilities. Yet, if it involved the formidable elder sister of the Yanhua brothers, caution would be prudent. The Yanhua brothers were notoriously explosive, shrinking back like mere children in her presence. The teleportation array in Songjiao Town led to a small town near Batian City. After traversing through the array and enduring a journey of several days, Chu Tianyuan and his companions finally arrived at the foot of Batian City. The city's splendor could be deemed second only to the imperial capital, and for Chu Tianyuan, who had grown up in Batian City, its grandeur felt rather unfamiliar. This was also the first visit for Ziru Jing and Song Seer, yet they were no strangers to urban opulence. It was said that the name Badian City was bestowed in honor of Marshal Chu Badian, who, during the tumultuous times of the Fengxia Empire, managed to defend the city even as the Earth cities fell before him. Song Seer gazed up at the towering city walls. Chu Tianyuan gazed at the city walls, a profound sense of desolation washing over him. This was the place of his birth, yet he felt no sense of belonging. The only person he yearned for was his mother. "Let us enter the city," he said softly. Once they entered, darkness enveloped the streets, compelling the trio to seek refuge in an inn. The lodgings in Batian City were somewhat costly, yet the level of service was undoubtedly superior to that of other locales, a fact that pleased them. However, Ziru Jing discerned that Chu Tianyuan remained preoccupied, a subtle melancholy perpetually shadowing his brow. At midnight, Ziru Jing quietly slipped out, aware that Chu Tianyuan had also ventured outside. She merely wished to observe what he intended to do. Chu Tianyuan gazed at the grand entrance of the Chu residence, letting out a deep sigh before he turned and gracefully scaled the surrounding wall. Ziru Jing, observing Chu Tianyuan's clandestine entrance, felt a twinge of concern but opted not to follow. Instead, he returned to the inn and knocked gently on Song Seer's door. Initially lost in slumber, Song Seer awoke to the sound of knocking. "Who is it?" she inquired. "It's me," Ziru Jing replied. Recognizing his voice, she opened the door, revealing herself in a delicate nightgown that subtly accentuated her slender figure. Ziru Jing, seemingly oblivious, strode directly into her chamber. As she closed the door behind him, a flutter of anxiety coursed through her. After all, she was but a 15-year-old girl. "Seer, are there any well-informed individuals within our family in this area?" he asked. Her initial hope began to wane as she replied, "Yes. Does cousin have something in mind? I wish to inquire about the relationship between Chu Tianyuan and the Chu family." "Is that possible?" A smile instantly brightened Song Seer's face. She was ever willing to assist Ziru Jing in any endeavor. "Of course, no problem at all. Shall I do it now?" "Yes, the sooner, the better." Without hesitation, Song Seer entered her inner chamber to change her attire. Though the night had grown late, she successfully reached out to a family member. The influence of the 5 major cities within the Longan Empire often intertwined and permeated one another. Batian City was no exception. The various factions within would never overlook the city that determined the rulers of the imperial capital. The information was soon procured. Although few were aware of Chu Tianyuan's circumstances, where there is a wall, there are always cracks through which whispers may escape. In this continent, even royal secrets could be unveiled, provided one was willing to pay the price. As Ziru Jing perused the details regarding Chu Tianyuan, a frown creased his brow. This was indeed his childhood, devoid of parental affection, lacking the warmth of kinship, without companions to share his youth, and stripped of what any child of his age ought to possess. How had he endured all these years? Moreover, why did the records describe him as resembling a monkey? And what of the assertion that he had met with an untimely demise? These inquiries plunged Ziru Jing into deep contemplation. He recalled Chu Tianyuan's desolate expression as he surveyed the Chu residence, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. As a direct descendant of Wind City, he too had faced a childhood marked by similar hardships. He understood the heartache and helplessness of having to scale walls merely to return home. The courtyard of Chu Tianyuan had long been abandoned. He stood amidst the remnants of his childhood, gazing at the massive stone pillar and the rope dangling from the tree. Entering the small hall, he was met with the sight of 2 spirit tablets prominently displayed, and an intense pain tore through his heart. One bore his name, while the other shockingly belonged to his late mother. He was momentarily paralyzed, tears cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. What had transpired during his 4-year absence? At that moment, the door creaked open, and a woman entered, carrying a lantern. Upon seeing a figure standing before the altar, she dropped the lantern in fright. Lost in his sorrow, Chu Tianyuan had been oblivious to her arrival. He turned swiftly, taking a step forward to embrace her, covering her mouth with his hand. "I will let you go. But you must not scream. Do you understand?" he whispered in her ear. The woman nodded, and he gradually released her. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "This is my mother's room. I just heard a noise and thought it might be a rat. My mother cherished tranquility in her life. I was concerned I might disturb her, so I came to investigate," she replied, her voice trembling. Chu Tianyuan tightened his grip around her neck instantly and exclaimed, "Impossible. You are deceiving me." The woman struggled to breathe under Chu Tianyuan's hold, stammering, "I am not lying to you. I truly am the adopted daughter your mother accepted." "Adopted daughter?" Chu Tianyuan loosened his grip, feeling a twinge of guilt for his impulsiveness. What on earth transpired here? How could your mother have passed away? A pang of sorrow pierced his heart. The woman caressed her slightly aching neck and scrutinized Chu Tianyuan, asking, "Who are you? Why do you inquire about my mother?" Chu Tian's eyes burned a deep crimson as a surge of curiosity consumed him. The woman trembled in fear under his gaze, for ever since the passing of young Master Tianyuan, her biological son, she had relocated to this modest courtyard. Day after day, she wept profusely, ultimately succumbing to illness. Chu Tianyuan firmly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Was she truly deceased? The woman spoke. After my mother fell ill, a group of people arrived at the Chu residence. I am not certain what transpired thereafter, and then my mother passed away, who claimed that Master Tianyuan had perished. And who were those individuals? For years ago, 2 servants who escorted Master Tianyuan to Wine City returned and reported that he had been taken away by a soul beast on the journey, leaving no remains. The woman whispered. Upon hearing this, a surge of resentment welled up within Chu Tianyuan. It was those 2 despicable martial artists. They had concocted such a grand lie to evade responsibility. As for that group of people, I have heard they are from the Temple of the Radiant Soul. The woman continued. The Temple of the Radiant Soul. Chu Tianyuan felt a wave of murderous intent wash over him. The woman, frightened, gazed at him in silence, afraid to utter a word. Where did the 2 martial artists who returned years ago reside? The woman provided an address, and suddenly, a chilling voice floated in from outside. Do not speak of tonight's events to outsiders. Otherwise, I shall return to kill you. Chu Tianyuan had already stepped outside. He was determined to take vengeance upon those 2 martial artists. As dawn broke, Chu Tianyuan emerged from his chamber, his eyes reddened, suggesting he had not slept a wink. Last night, he had taken a life for the first time in the soul-fighting continent, and it was 2 at once. They had perished in their slumber, free from suffering. Chu Tianyuan also sought out Chui to inquire about his mother's passing. Chui marveled at Chu Tianyuan's transformation but could only sigh deeply regarding his mother's demise, saying, Your mother's death is indeed related to the Temple of the Radiant Soul. If you wish to uncover these truths, you must grow stronger. If you can reach the divine level, there may be hope. If not, knowing will be of no consequence. Chu Tianyuan and 2 others have departed from Batian City. Mounted on their noble steeds, they cast a final glance back at the city, leaving in silence. Ziru Jing, standing behind Chu Tianyuan, observed his untroubled demeanor. As if lost in contemplation, yet he refrained from inquiring further. He could only sense an aura of chilling lethality emanating from Chu Tianyuan's figure, reminiscent of a battlefield, an essence only a warrior who has taken lives could possess. Chapter 6. Entering the Soul Martial Academy, the splendor of the Dragon Soul Empire is truly unforgettable, where one can witness fierce duels between formidable warriors and hear discussions among soul masters of the same affinity regarding the use of soul power. The healing arts of light soul masters and the aerial prowess of wind soul masters appear as natural occurrences. Such is the essence of the imperial capital of the Dragon Soul Empire. After spending a night in search of lodging, the trio from Chutian embarked on their journey to the Soul Martial Academy early the following morning. The academy, not far from the imperial capital, was reached in a short time. The registration area was bustling with numerous applicants, divided into 2 sections, the left for soul masters and the right for martial masters. Adjacent to this, a sign listed the admission requirements, as there were plenty of hopefuls wishing to try their luck. Naturally, the admissions officers preferred not to entertain individuals lacking any qualifications. Chu Tianyuan cast a glance around, and it was evident that the Soul Martial Academy lived up to its reputation. At his age, martial masters were expected to reach the 4th tier. As for soul masters, 2 prerequisites existed. First, one's original soul must possess formidable strength. Second, one must have comprehended soul power. Regarding the concept of the original soul, Chu Tianyuan was entirely ignorant. Typically, every child undergoes a soul assessment before the age of 6, as this determines their future, but Chu Tianyuan was an exception. He knew his original soul was not weak, yet he lacked an understanding of the nuances of strength. Thus, he trailed behind Ziru Jing, aspiring to enter the Soul Martial Academy as a soul master. Before the soul assessor stood a peculiar soul measurement device, adorned with 9 soul crystals. At that moment, the first child in line approached the assessor, extending his hand into the apparatus. The soul crystals began to illuminate one by one, ceasing only after the 6th crystal had glowed. Ah, young one, your original soul level is indeed at the 6th tier. The Soul Assessor exclaimed. With an outstanding original soul, he harbored the potential to become a high-level soul master. The child excitedly withdrew his hand. He had previously undergone the assessment, but displaying his exceptional talent in front of others filled him with pride. Now, please manifest your comprehended soul power, the assessor instructed. The child focused his thoughts, and a small orb of water coalesced in his palm. The assessor marked a check next to his name, annotating, 6th tier original soul, water soul master. The assessment for soul masters was rather straightforward, comprising these two procedures. Nonetheless, some youth departed dejectedly. For the Soul Martial Academy only accepted soul masters with original souls of 5th tier or above. Next was Song Seer. She placed her hand into the soul measurement device, which immediately illuminated. Oh, an 8th tier original soul. The assessor announced loudly. Today, we have welcomed our 7th 8th tier original soul master. This beautiful lady, please showcase your soul power. You are now a member of our Soul Martial Academy. Song Seer offered a slight smile, and a gentle breeze swept across the assessor's face. Then came Zirujing, who placed his hand into the soul measurement device. Strangely, the device remained unresponsive. The assessor was taken aback. Surely, an original soul could not be entirely absent? Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, I forgot to mention, please summon your soul beast if you have already established a contract with it. This is essential for measuring the original soul. Zirujing was unfazed and promptly summoned his mysterious cloud leopard. The assessor gasped in astonishment. The mysterious cloud leopard. Your soul beast is indeed the mysterious cloud leopard. You must possess a formidable original soul. Once more, Zirujing extended his hand into the measurement device, and it began to flicker intensely. 1 soul crystal, 2 soul crystals, until all 9 crystals glowed brightly, leaving the old assessor's eyes wide in disbelief. Quickly, withdraw your hand, he exclaimed in astonishment. Only when Zirujing withdrew his hand did the old man breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, it was a saint-level original soul, he mused, nearly damaging another soul measurement device. Nevertheless, he announced, 9th tier original soul, outstanding qualification, as he regarded the robed Zirujing. I am male, came the reply. In the realm of Zirujing, the esteemed young gentleman, upon perusing the records of Zirujing, requested the display of soul power. Zirujing extended his hands, and a surge of dark energy manifested in the palm of his left hand. The elder, taken aback, exclaimed, I suspected as much. Your attire reveals you to be a dark soul master. A dark soul master with a sacred grade original soul. This will undoubtedly benefit the academy immensely. However, the subsequent spectacle nearly caused his eyes to bulge in astonishment. From Zirujing's right hand, a vibrant azure soul power emerged. Wind soul power. The soul tester sprang to his feet in disbelief. A dual-element soul master. The onlookers were instantly abuzz with excitement. A 9th level original soul. A master of both dark and wind elements. Such talent is truly extraordinary. As the commotion settled, it was now Chu Tianyuan's turn. The soul tester, noticing the attire of Chu Tianyuan, felt a surge of joy within. Ah, another dark soul master. However, Chu Tianyuan interrupted, declaring, I seem to have made an error. In truth, I am a martial master. He promptly withdrew from the line. The soul tester's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Chu Tianyuan, internally lamenting. What is the purpose of such a mediocre talent joining this gathering? As a soul master, he harbored a certain bias against martial masters. Song Seer had initially been eager to witness the extent of Chu Tianyuan's original soul, only to be surprised by his abrupt departure. Pouting, she remarked, his original soul must be quite lackluster. He probably only possesses a rudimentary understanding of water soul power. Otherwise, why would he shy away from testing? Zirujing, observing Chu Tianyuan among the martial masters, calmly replied, Seer, you are mistaken. Do you truly believe that one who can command 2 soul beasts would possess an inferior original soul? Song Seer, unconvinced, retorted. Then why does he not dare to measure it? Zirujing turned to her with a subtle shake of his head and continued on his way, leaving Song Seer in a state of perplexity. Chu Tianyuan was indeed in a state of vexation. To measure the original soul required the summoning of a soul beast, and he had no desire to call forth that embarrassing sound soul bird. Moreover, if others were to discover that he possessed a second soul beast, his trump card would be revealed. Presently, his most formidable asset was not his martial prowess or soul power, but rather the 7th level soul beast, the purple-eyed, golden-haired ape. This 7th level creature had already reached the pinnacle of mid-tier soul beasts. For years prior, Chu Tianyuan could not withstand even a single strike from it, which speaks volumes about its might. Although Chu Tianyuan had grown considerably stronger, he lacked the confidence to triumph over the purple identity, especially since it was merely a step away from high-tier soul beasts. The assessment for martial masters was far simpler than that for soul masters. The examiner, an ice soul master, placed a massive block of ice before the martial practitioners. Those who could shatter it with a single blow were at least 5th-level martial masters. This only deepened Chu Tianyuan's frustration, as he had initially intended to gauge his martial master rank, but now found himself in an awkward position, uncertain of his own tier. Once all three had completed their enrollment procedures, their supervising mentor escorted them back to their student dormitory. Thanks to a generous sum of gold from Ziru Jing, the mentor promptly arranged them into a single room. Each dormitory was designed for 4 occupants, and after settling various fees, the two finally reclined on their beds. Chu Tianyuan experienced a familiar sense of exhaustion akin to that of a long day spent handling administrative tasks. Before long, 2 more roommates arrived, leaving Chu Tianyuan perplexed. They were none other than the Yinhua brothers. Upon seeing that Ziru Jing and Chu Tianyuan were their roommates, their expressions soured. Truly, misfortune often gathers in one place. And it seemed that even combined, the brothers would struggle against the Dark Soul Master before them, especially considering there was another Dark Soul Master by his side, seemingly on amicable terms with the first. The presence of 2 Dark Soul Masters confronting 2 Fire Soul Masters felt decidedly unfair. However, Yin Yin, being the more astute of the two, quickly donned a cheerful "Fade. Ah, greetings. We shall be roommates from now on. I look forward to your guidance," he exclaimed, extending a hand towards Chu Tianyuan. "It appears you had quite the opinions about me last time," Chu Tianyuan remarked coolly. "Last time? What last time? This is our first meeting, is it not?" Yin Yin feigned confusion. "Isn't it true that someone called me a coward?" Chu Tianyuan retorted coldly. "What? Someone dared to insult our roommate as a coward? Who was it? Let me teach them a lesson." Yinhua interjected, assuming a stance of righteous indignation. Yinhua, however, was left utterly speechless. "You two carry on your conversation. I shall step outside to find another residence, as I cannot abide the academy's dormitory," Ziru Jing declared. Chu Tianyuan did not retain him and sent him out. As soon as he departed, Yinhua immediately addressed Yin Yin. "Brother, what do you think? Another Dark Soul Master has left. Shall we seek vengeance?" "Of course," Yin Yin replied. "When he returns, we shall strike together." Half an hour later, cries of despair echoed from the student dormitory. "Big brother, we can't take it anymore. Please show us mercy and let us go like 2 insignificant farts." Yinhua could never have imagined that Chu Tianyuan was not a Dark Soul Master. Naturally, they were overjoyed at the revelation. If he was not a Dark Soul Master, then what was there to fear? They rushed out of the dormitory, launching fireballs with abandon. However, both emerged drenched and in disarray. "My goodness!" Yinhua exclaimed. "He is not a Dark Soul Master. He is a Water Soul Master. Is it permissible to bully others like this?" When a Fire Soul Master encounters a Water Soul Master of comparable skill, it merely indicates the Fire Soul Master's unfortunate fate. Otherwise, such misfortune would not befall them. Why, among all Soul Masters, must one seek trouble with their natural nemesis? Chu Tianyuan's Water Soul power was merely at the elementary level, yet during his recent assault, he magnified the water's gravity 5-fold. The Fire Brothers were oblivious to the intricacies of this phenomenon. They merely felt as if they were swept away by a deluge, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. After exhausting his Water Soul power, Chu Tianyuan unleashed a flurry of punches, relying not on internal energy. Yet the force he wielded equaled that of a seasoned martial artist. Once the Fire Soul power of the Fire Brothers was extinguished, they found themselves at the mercy of his onslaught, and thus, a farcical spectacle unfolded. Chapter 7. The Violent Soul Master Observing the Pitiable Condition of the Fire Brothers. Chu Tianyuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He approached them and inquired, "So, do you submit?" The Fire Brothers dared not utter a word of dissent. Inyan, in a dramatic display, clung to Chu Tianyuan's leg, exclaiming, "Big brother, from now on, you shall be our leader." "All right, let us leave it at that. But please refrain from wiping your nose on my clothes," Chu Tianyuan replied. As Inyan entered the boys' dormitory, she was immediately met with the sound of the Fire Brothers' lamentations. Striding into the room, she beheld Inyan clinging to the leg of a Soul Master, while the other Fire Brother lay sprawled on the floor, a picture of disarray. Witnessing this scene ignited her fury. She was well aware of her brother's characters, 2 who cowered in the face of adversity. It was evident they had once again encountered an insurmountable challenge. Quickly, she advanced, seizing the fallen fire brother and tossing him aside. Turning to Inyan, she scolded. "You two rascals. You have brought shame upon the Fire City. Now come over here at once." Inyan, already feeling disheartened, wilted further upon seeing his sister's fury. A glance at the discarded fire brother suggested he was merely feigning unconsciousness. "Sister, this is the big brother I just recognized." He pointed at Chu Tianyuan. "You two continue your chat. I have matters to attend to." And with that, he darted towards the door with a speed surpassing that of a Wind Soul Master. Inyan's chest heaved with indignation. Could he truly escape her wrath? Raising her hand, a fireball as large as a water barrel materialized almost instantaneously, hurtling towards Inyan at twice the speed of his escape. With a resounding explosion, accompanied by Inyan's anguished cry, a deep crater formed in the ground, revealing Inyan lying there like a charred roast chicken. The nearby fire brother, having been inadvertently caught in the fray, fared little better. Had he been conscious at that moment, he would surely have regretted his earlier pretense of death. Indeed, fortune may not always favor the bold, and in this case, feigning death would not afford him any refuge. Chu Tianyuan stared in astonishment, swallowing hard as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "A violent Fire Soul Master," he silently exclaimed within. Yan seemed to sense Chu Tianyuan's inner turmoil. She turned her gaze upon him, locking her eyes onto his. "Were you the one who injured my two younger brothers?" Cold sweat trickled down Chu Tianyuan's neck. "Dear sister, they were clearly beaten by you. How did the blame suddenly fall upon me?" He wiped his sweat and said, "This beautiful lady, it seems that their injuries were inflicted by you, correct? I mean, prior to my arrival." Yan's hands had already begun to gather fiery soul power. No, we were merely sparring. If you don't believe me, ask your brother." Upon hearing this, Yan's anger intensified. The audacity. "What nonsense. I don't care whether you were sparring or fighting, but since you injured my brother, you must take responsibility." As she spoke, her right hand conjured a fiery serpent. The serpent lunged toward Chu Tianyuan as if it were alive. Chu Tianyuan cursed inwardly. "I've encountered unreasonable people before, but never to this extent. I merely gave them a beating, and now I am to bear the consequences? You could roast them into a chicken, and it would be of no concern. This is utterly absurd." Yan, however, paid no heed to notions of fairness. The Yin clan had a defining trait. They were fiercely protective of their own. Of course, even if they turned each other into cripples, it would be of little consequence. The prowess of a soul master was not to be underestimated. And Yin was the most gifted dual-element soul master of the Yin clan in a century. In the Yin family, the most arduous burden fell upon the Yin brothers. For each time the elder sister's temper flared, she nearly left them battered and broken. But what could they do? She was simply too powerful. Years later, the Yin brothers would reminisce about their childhood, tearfully lamenting to Chu Tianyuan. "What? You think she was violent? You truly lack insight." They would then recount their harrowing tales. Here follows the childhood encounters of the Yin brothers. "What? I can take on both of you, and you still can't win? You must not be putting in enough effort. Keep fighting." "Oops, did I accidentally break your leg?" "No problem. If you can't walk, you can still crawl. Keep fighting." "What? You intend to tell father on me? Well, from now on, whoever is injured must tend to themselves. Keep fighting." "Oh dear, my hands are tired from all this beating. You two can lie here for the night. And once I rest, I'll use my soul power to heal you tomorrow." Of course, Chu Tianyuan was aware that these events were far off in the future. At this moment, facing this violent fire soul master left him utterly bewildered. "Hey, can you at least avoid a fireball? Is it too much to ask for a girl to reason? Reason? The one with greater strength makes the rules." Her control over fire was exponentially superior to that of the Yin brothers, which explained their profound respect and fear of her. "My brother can only be struck by me. None of you are permitted." Her fiery soul power intensified. If the Yin brothers were conscious at that moment, they would undoubtedly leap up and declare, "We would rather endure 10 beatings from this elder sister than receive even one from you." However, they had already succumbed to unconsciousness. For their elder sister showed no mercy whatsoever. Is dodging your only skill? Yin was now fully engulfed in flames. Chu Tianyuan evaded the assault of flames, his heart heavy with frustration. Why must all fire soul masters exhibit such brutality? In contrast, he couldn't help but recall how gentle Chu Tianbian had been, despite being a fire soul master himself. At that moment, a throng of onlookers had gathered around the dormitory. "Look, 2 soul masters are fighting," exclaimed one student. Incidents of friction among students were common at the Soul Martial Academy. and the administration was indifferent as long as no lives were lost. They welcomed the use of force as a means to foster camaraderie among the students. Goodness, another exclaimed, isn't that the violent female soul master, Yin Yin, one of the Academy's top 10 prodigies? Who dares to provoke this she-devil? A senior male student, witnessing the scene, turned pale and shouted, everyone, evacuate this dormitory area. A group of freshmen stood bewildered as the boy hastily retreated 100 meters away. It's Sister Yin Yin, remarked a girl outside the dormitory. Clad in a flowing white gauze, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin was as tender as a ripening peach. With a gentle smile, she gracefully approached the crowd, blooming like a beautiful, fresh lily amidst the grass, instantly capturing the attention of many. Lingwan, you've come too, said a boy beside her, his face lighting up with joy. This was the first time Ming Lingwan had actively approached him. Ming Lingwan momentarily froze, her focus solely on Yin Yin, oblivious to the identity of the person beside her. Yet she still managed to offer a sweet smile. Tianxiang, you're here as well? Beside Chu Tianxiang stood a young man who, upon noticing Ming Lingwan, cast a disdainful glance before turning his attention to the ongoing battle, seemingly unmoved by the beauty before him. However, Chu Tianxiang was quite the opposite. Upon hearing Ming Lingwan's voice, his heart surged with excitement. Indeed, he understood well that observing the clashes between soul masters would greatly enhance his own abilities. He spoke to her with meticulous care, striving to cultivate an impeccable image. Yet, Ming Lingwan appeared indifferent to his words, casually inquiring, who is the one battling with Sister Yin? I haven't seen him before. He must be a newcomer this year. And these newcomers are quite arrogant. They should be taught a lesson. Chu Tianxiang responded eagerly. Does he resemble a dark soul master? Yet, why does he not utilize any soul power? Ming Lingwan pondered, observing the duel between the two. A dark soul master? Chu Tianxiang recalled something. It seems the Academy has recruited a dual-element Dark Wind Soul Master with a 9th grade original soul today. I wonder if it is he. If so, a fierce battle may ensue. A 9th grade original soul dual-element master? Ming Lingwan frowned slightly. Sister Yin is an 8th grade original soul master wielding both light and fire. She possesses an advantage in soul power attributes. While dark soul masters are generally stronger than others, there exists an exception, light soul masters. The forces of light and darkness cannot coexist, and a dark soul master's nemesis is indeed a light soul master. When dark encounters light, it is akin to the fiery brothers facing the water soul power of Chu Tianyuan. Misfortunes are inevitable. Do you think you can evade me indefinitely? At that moment, the furious Yin was in the midst of battle. Chu Tianyuan refused to confront her directly, opting instead to evade her attacks, his agility rendering the 7th grade fire soul master helpless. I shall not strike a woman without just cause, Chu Tianyuan stated coolly. Then allow me to provide you with a reason. Yin exclaimed fiercely. Fire lock, light prison. Beams of light descended from above, igniting dozens of flames on the ground. This was a unique dual soul technique crafted by Yin to ensnare her foes. With simultaneous assaults from both the heavens and the earth, evasion was impossible. Cloud-piercing palm. Chu Tianyuan shouted, launching a palm strike towards the sky, conjuring numerous phantom hands that collided with the beams of light. The relentless onslaught of light beams overwhelmed even his cloud-piercing palm, piercing through and grazing his shoulder. However, this was not the end. The flames on the ground surged towards his robe. As the dust settled, Chu Tianyuan stood resolutely in the center. His robe bore several large holes, beneath which faint traces of blood were visible. Even more astonishingly, the fabric beneath had been entirely incinerated, revealing his pristine white legs. This spectacle left the onlookers in stunned silence. Such a fierce attack had seemingly left him unscathed. Naturally, a few lecherous men, their minds clouded by thoughts of women, gazed at his legs with drooling mouths, drawing a rather dubious conclusion from their experience. This dark-robed figure must surely be a woman. Chu Tianyuan was filled with rage. He swiftly pulled off his robe and tossed it behind him, declaring, "You have already given me your reason to strike." Chapter 8. Overpowering a level 7 soul master. As Chu Tianyuan's robe descended, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Wow, what a handsome young man, a girl exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. I'm fainting. Is he truly a man? Such beauty exists among men? How are we, a group of single folks, to survive now? Lamented a single man in utter frustration. His outburst drew scornful glances, yet the most disheartened were the lecherous men who had initially mistaken Chu Tianyuan for a woman, now grappling with the nauseating realization that he was, in fact, a man. The most affected was a detached young man who had stood beside Chu Tianxiang. With a face that appeared frivolous, he had never harbored any romantic thoughts towards women, his taste contrasting sharply with that of other men. What a stunningly beautiful man, he mused inwardly. Chu Tianyuan's golden hair flowed gracefully behind him, his eyebrows were as straight as sword blades, and his gaze was sharp like that of an eagle soaring through the skies. He fixed his intense stare upon Yan Yan, his thin attire revealing the well-defined contours of his physique. You are indeed a martial artist. This truly astonishes me, Yan Yan remarked, devoid of any surprise at Chu Tianyuan's appearance. In her eyes, men were categorized into two types, those stronger than her and those weaker. She would strive to surpass the stronger ones, while the weaker ones did not merit her attention. This was her approach to men, the fierce female soul master, Yan Yan. It was precisely due to her nature that, despite her striking beauty, no man dared to approach her, as they would say, she has too much to handle. There is much more to astonish you, Chu Tianyuan retorted, his gaze reminiscent of a predator lurking in the shadows. If you were a soul master, perhaps you could hold your ground a bit longer. However, Yan Yan declared, I intend for you to possess no chance of victory. The fire soul energy coursing through her body surged exponentially. At a glance, she appeared as a human engulfed in flames, with nearby dry objects emitting wisps of smoke. The temperature surrounding her had reached a terrifying level. Yan Yan's fire soul barrier, Chu Tianxiang observed intently. As one of the top 10 prodigies of the Soul Martial Academy, he was well aware of the formidable nature of Yan Yan's technique, which was the bane of all martial artists. Most martial artists had short attack ranges and needed to close in on their opponents to strike. Yet, after Yan Yan initiated her fire soul barrier, the temperature 3 steps away from her ignited nearly everything in its vicinity. For martial artists to approach her, they would first have to endure a scorching ordeal. Is this your ultimate move? Chu Tianyuan scoffed. By enveloping yourself in such potent fire soul energy, you can no longer utilize it to launch an attack, can you? You are correct, Yan Yan replied defiantly, but do you truly believe your martial skills can contend with my light soul energy? Do you genuinely think I cannot counter your fire soul energy? Chu Tianyuan's palm gradually extended before him, and instantly, the surrounding moisture coalesced into a fist-sized orb of water, floating delicately in his palm. A water soul master. This revelation astonished not only Yan Yan but everyone present. The fusion of soul and martial arts. Typically, individuals would determine their profession after assessing their original soul, as those destined to become soul masters seldom pursue martial techniques. The mastery of soul energy is their paramount strength. Conversely, martial artists exist merely because they could not attain the status of a soul master, their talents dictating their fate, and they must rely on diligent effort to bridge the combat power gap with their soul master counterparts. However, the spectacle before them today utterly transformed their understanding. A person who had already become a soul master still pursued martial techniques? Such talent seemed to have been bestowed upon a fool, disregarding the astonishment of the surrounding crowd. Chu Tianyuan felt the essence of water extend to his shoulders. This was his inaugural experience employing such a combat style, merging the essence of water with martial prowess. Yan Yan quickly regained her composure. What of the essence of water? I refuse to believe that your elementary water essence can extinguish the fire essence of my 7th level soul master. She pointed towards the heavens, and a beam of light descended instantaneously. The illusory finger ring, countless beams, akin to the size of fingers, cascaded from above, mercilessly shooting down upon Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan would no longer withstand the assault as he had before. His agile form evaded attacks like a loach slipping through the waters. The beams of light struck the ground beside him, yet never once did they find their mark. The surrounding soul masters watched in astonishment and trepidation, while the martial masters were left in shock. What manner of movement was this? As nimble as a swallow darting through the clouds, his steps were as delicate as a butterfly alighting on a flower. As martial masters of the Soul Martial Academy, they understood the depth of their own comprehension and dedication to martial techniques, an experience forever beyond the grasp of soul masters. They were acutely aware of the countless hours of practice required to achieve such prowess, often dedicating years, if not decades, to attain even the slightest edge in speed. Moreover, any prolonged cessation of training would result in a regression of agility and swiftness. This encapsulated the bittersweet struggle of martial masters. Indeed, compared to their soul master counterparts, the practice endured by martial masters was several-fold, if not more. Even more disheartening was the reality that, despite being of the same rank, martial masters often found themselves overshadowed by the strength of soul masters. To the multitude of soul masters, Chu Tianyuan appeared as though he had been struck senseless. For a soul master to endure such physical tribulations in pursuit of martial skills seemed a folly. Yet, in the eyes of the martial masters, Chu Tianyuan's stature grew immensely. A soul master, subjected to such inhumane trials to master martial arts, and yet displaying such exceptional prowess, surely, even advanced martial masters would struggle to emulate such skill. To earn the respect of others, a warrior must possess formidable strength, but to command universal admiration is an impossibility among soul masters and martial masters of equal standing. Soul masters often looked down upon martial masters for their perceived lack of strength, while martial masters regarded soul masters with disdain for their insufficient effort. Only through the shared trials and tribulations of countless sweat and toil do martial masters extend mutual respect to one another. True strength is not solely defined by power. It is the fortitude of spirit that truly characterizes a formidable individual. The disdain martial masters hold for soul masters stems from the fact that every powerful martial master possesses an indomitable heart, a heart that is incessantly suppressed by their soul master peers. They yearn for greater strength, one that transcends the limitations of soul masters, and apart from relentless effort, the only means to surpass soul masters lies in martial techniques. Only through advanced martial techniques can one triumph over soul masters of equal rank. Amidst the collective astonishment, Chu Tianyuan, amidst Yan Yan's torrential assault, gradually closed the distance between them. As he approached, Yan Yan's expression shifted slightly. However, she maintained her focus on her beams of light. Convinced that Chu Tianyuan could not breach her fiery soul barrier, Chu Tianyuan, now near her, felt the water soul energy in his hands crackling and evaporating. Cross-locking throat technique, he shouted, his right hand gripping Yan Yan's throat. Yet, the fiery soul energy surrounding her remained unyielding and blazed even more fiercely. Chu Tianyuan exerted every ounce of his water soul energy, causing a mist to envelop him. Thus, the two stood locked in a tense standoff, each gambling on the outcome. Yan Yan found herself in a perilous situation, her throat ensnared, rendering her incapable of harnessing her light spirit energy for an offensive. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her belief that she could evaporate Chu Tianyuan's water spirit energy before succumbing. Conversely, Chu Tianyuan was equally confident that his water spirit energy would endure until Yan Yan fell. His cross chokehold completely severed her connection to the air. No one had anticipated the battle would reach such a critical juncture. They watched with wide eyes, knowing that victory or defeat would be determined in an instant. Whoever faltered first would be the loser. None wished to miss this fleeting moment. The two combatants glared at each other, their faces flushed with exertion. Yan Yan's blush was a result of the constriction around her neck, while Chu Tianyuan's flush stemmed from the searing heat. Neither was in a favorable position. Yet both were resolute in their refusal to concede. Yan Yan would not allow herself to be bested by a prodigy whose martial prowess eclipsed her own spiritual skills. And Chu Tianyuan, driven by a man's pride, would not permit himself to be defeated. The standoff persisted for several breaths, then tens of breaths, extending to a full quarter of an hour without either moving. Your fire spirit energy seems to have weakened, Chu Tianyuan remarked slowly, observing Yan Yan's reddened face. Her gaze was lethal, yet her throat's constriction prevented her from voicing a response. Instead, she manifested her fury through action, causing the flames enveloping her to double in intensity. She was convinced this surge would shatter Chu Tianyuan's resolve, ensuring her victory. However, the flames that scorched Chu Tianyuan only intensified his determination, and she noticed a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, which filled her with trepidation. Water Soul, descend, Chu Tianyuan commanded, his left hand condensing water spirit energy into a colossal hand that descended upon Yan Yan. This technique, the Water Soul, had been utilized against him by Shui Linglong. It was the sole offensive skill he had mastered after comprehending water spirit energy. Yet, he augmented his Water Soul with 5 times the gravitational force. Despite years of training, his understanding of gravitational spirit energy reached its zenith at 5-fold. Stronger spirit energy demanded greater mastery. Yan Yan felt as though a massive hand of water was crashing upon her. The moment she summoned her fire spirit energy for enhancement, when her spirit energy was at its peak, was also the moment it was most vulnerable to extinguishment. Chu Tianyuan seized this fleeting opportunity to unleash the full extent of his water spirit energy upon her. Every detail had been meticulously calculated. As the water hand struck Yan Yan, her flames were immediately extinguished, and she remained ensnared by Chu Tianyuan's grip on her throat. You have lost, he declared, slowly releasing his hold and gazing at her disheveled state. At that moment, Yan Yan's initial arrogance had evaporated. Water droplets clung to her delicate strands of hair. and her garments lay drenched, subtly revealing the exquisite contours of her form. Tears welled in her eyes, marking the first time in her life she felt such profound humiliation. At that moment, she resembled a small girl drenched by rain, homeless and forlorn. Clutching her aching throat, she fought back tears and declared, "I will not lose. I shall never lose." Suddenly, a fiery creature soared into view behind her, a blazing red bird. It was the 7th-tier fire soul beast, the Fire Phoenix. Chapter 9. The Clash of Soul Beasts. Yin had even summoned the Fire Phoenix. Chu Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback. He had previously defeated Yin, yet she had never called upon her soul beast before. In that instant, it became evident just how deeply she felt her anguish and rage. "You mad woman! Must you truly be brought to the brink of death before you yield?" Chu Tianyuan shouted, his fury at Yan's persistence unmistakable. In a secluded loft within the Soul Martial Academy, an elder savored his tea. Suddenly, the sound of a bird's cry echoed, prompting him to raise his head, his murky eyes flashing with intensity. "The Fire Phoenix," he uttered, and his figure slowly vanished from the loft. With the elder's disappearance, over a dozen individuals appeared atop the loft, 3 of whom were even levitating in midair. Those capable of such levitation were either Wind Soul Masters or formidable beings of the sacred domain. However, these 3 were not of the sacred domain. Upon seeing the elder emerge from the loft, they quickly bowed, exclaiming, "Honorable Dean." This elder was none other than Sang Haiyan, the Dean of the Soul Martial Academy. His piercing gaze swept over the assembled crowd as he inquired, "What has transpired? Why has Yin summoned the Fire Phoenix?" The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how to respond. At that moment, a female soul master clad in black robes spoke up. "Surely, Yin has engaged in combat with someone again. We merely do not know who could have provoked her to summon the Fire Phoenix. She was Lu Lin, an instructor of the dark arts at the academy." "Humph," Sang Haiyan scoffed. "Among our academy's top 10 prodigies, there are few capable of pushing Yin to such extremes." "Indeed, there are few," Lu Lin replied, "if any. It would be Chu Tianxiang of the Chu family, Xue Meyer of Water City, Song Tian of Earth City, and that peculiar Lu Ruffler." Sang Haiyan wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. "Very well. They are all members of prominent families we cannot afford to offend. Let them stir up trouble. Once this is over, ensure they cover the repair costs for the academy." Just as he prepared to return to the loft, a sudden loud crash echoed from afar. A realization struck him, and he turned back, stating, "Let them pay double for the repairs. The academy requires expansion." The martial artists could only acquiesce, internally lamenting the elder's priorities amidst such chaos. "Dean Dina, since Yin is your student, you shall handle this matter," Sang Haiyan declared before vanishing from their sight. A demonstration of his light shadow soul technique, leaving none able to fathom how he had mastered such an extraordinary skill. Dina, a 9th-tier fire soul master, possessed remarkable speed. In mere strides, she descended from the loft and darted towards the new student's dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance, she was immediately taken aback by the scene before her. At the entrance of the dormitory lay a vast pit of flames, within which rested a charred creature. Though she had encountered the Fire Brothers before, she found herself utterly unable to identify the being within the inferno. As she stepped over the fire pit, she noticed the dormitory was teeming with people. To her astonishment, Yin appeared in an utterly disheveled state. Surely, even if she were to face Song Tian, the foremost among the 10 celestial prodigies, she would not be reduced to such a pitiful condition. Yin had been driven to the brink of madness by rage. The fire sparrow perched upon her head shrieked in distress. As her spirit beast, it regarded any affront to its master as an affront to its own dignity. Although the fire sparrow was merely a 7th-tier spirit beast, it possessed the potential for limitless advancement, with rumors circulating that it was a descendant of the phoenix. Its prowess surpassed that of other spirit beasts of comparable rank. As Chu Tianyuan gazed at the furious fire sparrow, he exhibited no semblance of fear. "Soul beast, do you think you are the only one with a soul beast?" he retorted angrily. "I shall see which is mightier, your fire sparrow or my purple-eyed golden-haired monkey, both of which are 7th-level soul beasts. Purple-eyed, come forth." With a thunderous call, a soul beast materialized beside him. The figure of Yinwu circled above his head twice, exclaiming, Master, Yinwu has missed you." The onlookers collectively fainted in disbelief, with some even resorting to harsh words. "Are you serious? Is this how you play with people? Is this truly your soul beast? Its caliber is rather low. A top-tier soul master." The fact that a water soul master practicing martial techniques had already astonished them. But now what was this? The contracted soul beast of a soul master turned out to be a melodious spirit bird. Dina nearly stumbled and fell, her heart shaken. Is this the opponent that has put you in such a predicament, Yin? Yin was also taken aback. The emotional turmoil that nearly brought her to tears almost caused her to vomit blood. This opponent is exceedingly adept at charming others. Had she not just experienced a bout of frustration, she might have burst into laughter. Most vexed was Chu Tianyuan, his face reddened with embarrassment, feeling worse than if scorched by fire. Previously, his soul beast responded to his summons as he wished, but after Inwu reached level 4, this creature could appear whenever he summoned a soul beast, regardless of which one it was. You foolish bird, why do you choose to appear now of all times? He exclaimed in frustration. Now that you are here, that flying turkey in the sky is your opponent. Go, bring it down, he commanded angrily. Inwu glanced at the fire sparrow, which was a mere tenfold its size, and immediately felt intimidated. To take on such a massive creature, it would likely not even manage to pluck a single feather. Thus, it flapped its wings and said, Master, I seem to be a bit tired. Perhaps it would be better to summon the purple-eyed instead. Chu Tianyuan was instantly reminded of the awkward appearance of Yin when he first laid eyes on Yin, resembling this peculiar creature to a T. Nevertheless, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough, you may return to Mars. Earth is perilous, after all. Who could have imagined this would be the first soul beast he signed with? In an instant, Inwu dashed back to the original soul space, while Chu Tianyuan shook his head. With a mere thought, a colossal golden soul beast finally stood before him. Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. Was this truly Zitong? He observed that Zitong's physique had doubled in size, its golden fur standing erect like steel needles, with two formidable tusks protruding from its mouth, resembling curved blades. You have advanced, Chu Tianyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Zitong turned to him, displaying an affectionate demeanor, chirping incessantly. Chu Tianyuan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. For Zitong's endearing manner was somewhat embarrassing. All right, I acknowledge your advancement. Now, go and knock down that turkey from your head, and I shall no longer call upon you as a laborer. Upon hearing this, Zitong let out a resounding howl, its massive fist striking its sturdy chest with exuberance. Master, I have finally earned your recognition. It rejoiced inwardly. Chu Tianyuan felt a wave of cold sweat as he thought to himself that he should have named it Vajra. Sang Haiyan, seated in the small attic, tumbled from his chair. What a powerful beastly roar! What soul beast could this be? The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. And someone immediately inquired, an 8th-level purple-eyed golden-haired monkey? Wasn't it said that the purple-eyed golden-haired monkey cannot advance? Fool, another person replied. The sound soul bird we just saw was only 4th tier. Who knows how many soul crystals its beast has consumed? He was a beast soul master, capable of communing with soul energies and discerning the tiers of soul beasts at a glance. Does consuming soul crystals lead to advancement? Why have we never seen an 8th-tier purple-eyed golden-haired monkey in the soul-fighting continent? Who knows? The beast soul master retorted. Why don't you buy one and feed it to find out? The questioner promptly fell silent. There was no way he would feed soul crystals to a purple-eyed golden-haired monkey unless he was foolish. However, the shock of the onlookers was far from over. After the initial excitement, the purple-eyed monkey glared at the fire sparrow in the sky. It swung its massive claws upward, and the fire sparrow retaliated with a burst of flames. The flames struck the purple-eyed monkey's claws, igniting a shower of sparks. As a high-level soul beast, the attacks from intermediate soul beasts caused it little harm, yet it was utterly frustrated that the fiery creature kept soaring above, out of reach. It howled in rage, swinging its enormous claws desperately at the fire sparrow. Yet, the fire sparrow danced gracefully in the air, flitting above the purple-eyed monkey while occasionally showering it with fiery raindrops, further infuriating the already short-tempered beast. Is this soul beast as foolish as its master? Remarked a nearby soul master, watching the spectacle unfold. No sooner had he spoken than the purple-eyed monkey's eyes emitted 2 beams of golden light directed skyward. The fire sparrow, happily raining fire, had not anticipated this clever move from the seemingly dim-witted monkey. The golden beams pierced through its wings, and with a shriek, it plummeted to the ground. The purple-eyed monkey let out a triumphant roar, pounding its chest. Did you see that? This is the might of my purple-eyed great ape. Yin was once again left speechless. Truly, one's soul beast reflects the nature of its master. Having been outsmarted by Chu Tianyuan, it was surprising that even the fire sparrow had fallen victim to his beast. At that moment, Dina slowly emerged from the crowd, surveying her surroundings with a feigned expression of bewilderment. What has transpired here? How has it been so destroyed? Who did this? You will come to my dormitory for an explanation." The crowd immediately scoffed in unison. "You were the loudest onlooker just a moment ago, weren't you? Now that the chaos is settled, you emerge to collect repair fees for the academy." "Huh, it's you?" Dina pretended not to know. Upon seeing her mentor approach, Yin Yin dashed into her embrace, bursting into tears. "Teacher Dina." The crowd was taken aback once more. Even this fierce woman could cry. All right, don't cry. It's all fine now," Dina soothed. After a while, Yin Yin finally emerged from Dina's arms, immediately regaining her proud demeanor. She fixed her gaze on Chu Tianyuan and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Chu Tianyuan." Chu Tianyuan quietly stated, "If you are unconvinced, I am always available for your challenge." "Very well, Chu Tianyuan, I shall remember you." Chapter 10, The 10 Outstanding Talents. It was not only Yin Yin, but nearly everyone present had etched the name of Chu Tianyuan into their memories. "Brother Tianxiang, is he a member of your Chu family?" Ming Lingwan inquired, gazing at the distant figure of Chu Tianyuan. Upon hearing the name of Chu Tianyuan, Chu Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback. The name struck a chord of familiarity within him, yet he could not quite recall where he had encountered it before. "No, there is no such person in our Chu family," he replied nonchalantly. The aloof boy beside Chu Tianxiang, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, saw his indifference dissipate entirely. With a smile, he approached Chu Tianyuan and extended his fair hand, saying, "Greetings, classmate. I am Lu Rufin." Chu Tianyuan gazed at Lu Rufing's gentle smile, extending his hand without hesitation for a brief handshake. "I am Chu Tianyuan, a newcomer." Shui Meyer strolled along with the departing crowd, but suddenly turned back. She spotted Lu Rufing in the distance, shaking hands with Chu Tianyuan. An unsettling sensation surged within her. Yet her frosty visage betrayed no emotion. She merely remarked, "It cannot be mistaken. He must have employed the soul of merging water. Could it be that the ancestress has already sensed an ominous portent?" A wave of apprehension washed over her as she recalled that the former Lord of Water City had been missing for over a century. Is this truly the extent of Chu Tianyuan's prowess? Song Seer mused, equally astonished. Nay, he has only revealed a fragment of the violet crystal path. He returned only after hearing the sounds of battle. Do you not remember, Seer? He has yet to utilize that divine martial technique. He gazed into the distance at Chu Tianyuan, feeling as though he had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. "One day, I shall witness the full extent of your strength." His gaze was resolute, akin to a boulder deeply entrenched in the earth. The Yinhua brothers awoke on the following day, perplexed to find that their healer was not Yin Yin, but rather Chu Tianyuan. Even more astonishing was that Chu Tianyuan appeared entirely unscathed. Upon beholding Chu Tianyuan's true visage, the brothers swiftly concluded, Yin Yin must have been utterly captivated by Chu Tianyuan's striking elegance. Chu Tianyuan refrained from elaborating on the matter. For him, it was a rare occasion when these two brothers exhibited a semblance of normalcy. Sharing a dormitory and fostering amicable relations was indeed advantageous, for it spared him the dread of awakening in the dead of night only to find himself incinerated like a lifeless corpse, a truly tragic fate. The Yinhua brothers expressed profound gratitude to Chu Tianyuan for rescuing them, and once the floodgates of conversation were opened, they proved difficult to close. "Brother," Yinhua remarked with a hint of mischief, "I surmise that your discussions with our sister must have been quite delightful, yes?" The mere thought of Chu Tianyuan engaged in pleasant dialogue with Yin stirred a sense of discomfort within him. How could he emerge unscathed otherwise? When their sister lost her temper, it could indeed be lethal. "Ah, this is a rather lengthy tale," Chu Tianyuan replied, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. "Indeed. It must be so," Yin concurred, adding with a sinister chuckle, "but do not be deceived by her amiable demeanor. When she erupts, well." Chu Tianyuan felt a shiver run down his spine, silently acknowledging, "I have already witnessed her wrath." The abundant imagination of the Yinhua brothers left him in awe. The idea that Yin could engage someone in delightful conversation? Such a notion was preposterous. No charm of his could overshadow the fierce flame that was hers. "Brother, let me tell you," Yinhua continued, "though our sister may be a tad fearsome, her beauty is undeniable, and she is indeed one of the 10 prodigies of the academy." As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with his brother. "Why divulge so much? Once you manage to win over our sister and become our brother-in-law, my days will surely become far less arduous." Chu Tianyuan pondered silently, unable to decipher their thoughts, internally remarking, "Please refrain from extolling that little firecracker in my presence. Our relationship is not as amicable as you perceive." Yet, he maintained an expression of indifference and inquired, "The 10 prodigies? Indeed, the Seoul Martial Academy boasts 10 prodigies, each possessing talents that rank among the pinnacle of the entire empire. The most formidable is Song Tian from Earth City, an astonishing triple-element soul master. Surpassing all others in strength, next is Chu Tianxiang from Batian City, a dual-element soul master of ice and wind. Chu Tianxiang? Chu Tianyuan expressed a hint of surprise. Indeed. Yan Yin continued. He is the son of General Chu Zhantian. The Chu family has 3 members among the 10 prodigies, the other being the 7th-ranked Chu Tanao, son of General Chu Zhanlong. It is unfortunate that General Chu Zhanhuan has no sons. Otherwise, he too might have secured a place among the 10 prodigies. Yin Yin spoke with a touch of regret at this juncture. Chu Tianyuan's expression subtly shifted, yet he revealed nothing of his inner thoughts. He poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and remarked, "Please, tell me about the other prodigies." The Yinhua brothers remained oblivious to Chu Tianyuan's change in demeanor. Though they too were newcomers, they possessed considerable knowledge about the affairs within the Seoul Martial Academy. The 3rd-ranked is Lu Rufeng. Yin Yin paused momentarily before continuing, "Brother, among the top 10 prodigies, the one you must be particularly wary of is indeed Lu Rufeng." Chu Tianyuan recalled the young man who had shaken his hand, his smile exuding an amiable charm. Could this be what is referred to as a knife concealed within a smile? He pondered. What about Lu Rufeng? He is a pervert. Yin Yin exclaimed. A pervert? To what extent? Chu Tianyuan questioned, puzzled as to how such a person could hold the 3rd position. Yinhua could no longer contain himself. What I mean is that Lu Rufeng possesses a temperament akin to that of a woman. Moreover, aside from the esteemed headmaster of the academy, no one is privy to his true gender. Seated on the chair, Chu Tianyuan nearly toppled over. No wonder Lu Rufeng had lightly caressed his hand during their handshake yesterday. It was, after all, an unwarranted advance. The memory of Lu Rufeng's smile sent shivers down Chu Tianyuan's spine. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside their dormitory. Yinhua stepped out to open the door, instantly breaking into a cold sweat upon encountering Lu Rufeng. "Greetings. I am here to seek Brother Tianyuan," he stated. Indeed. It seemed that speaking of the devil summoned him forth. "Brother, if you have business to discuss, please carry on. We shall take our leave," Yin Yin said, wiping his brow as he retreated. Chu Tianyuan felt a shiver run down his spine as he glimpsed Lu Rufeng's smile, which sent beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. The top 10 prodigies? Were they all merely a collection of individuals with psychological issues? Chu Tianyuan's thoughts were indeed accurate. The 10 prodigies of the Seoul Martial Academy were anything but ordinary. Song Tian was unruly. Chu Tianxiang was arrogant. Lu Rufeng had an eccentric personality. Shui Meyer was as cold as ice. Yin Yin had a fiery temper. Ming Ling was flawless. Chu Tianao was a poison master. Sang Nanzi was a glutton. Huang Puzhou was a masochist. And the last one, the martial arts fanatic, was none other than Chu Tian. Chu Tianyuan could hardly fathom that Chu Tian was also among the top 10 prodigies. "Lu, my brother, I am feeling a bit unwell today. If you have nothing pressing, please take your leave." Chu Tianyuan thought it preferable to engage in another round with Yin than to confront the seemingly amicable Lu Rufeng. "Why must you distance yourself so, my friend? I merely wish to forge a friendship." Lu Rufeng's beaming visage transformed in Chu Tianyuan's eyes into that of a grinning beast. "I believe our personalities differ significantly, and I am accustomed to solitude." Chu Tianyuan felt overwhelmed. "Not at all. I thought our interaction yesterday was quite pleasant," Lu Rufeng remarked, casually brushing his left hand against the palm of his right hand, which had clasped hands with Chu Tianyuan the previous day. Chu Tianyuan was at a loss, feeling as though he were on the verge of tears as Lu Rufeng audaciously teased him. Just as he was enveloped in his frustration, a voice suddenly called from outside. "May I inquire if Chu Tianyuan is present?" Chu Tianyuan immediately felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Look, someone is looking for me," he remarked, striding towards the door while hastily wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Lu Rufeng was unconcerned and replied, "No worries, you attend to your matters. I will come find you shortly." With that, she followed Chu Tianyuan outside. Awaiting them was a woman, as pure and white as snow, yet her countenance bore no expression. Lu Rufeng paused, taken aback, for she had not anticipated that even our ice-cold beauty, Shui Meyer, would come to vie for attention. Shui Meyer's clear eyes shot a glance at Lu Rufeng, conveying her disinterest in competing for a man. "I have no desire to fight with you. I merely wish to speak with Chu Tianyuan regarding certain matters." With a cold huff, Lu Rufeng departed, preferring to avoid extensive interaction with the icy beauty. Though he ranked higher than Shui Meyer among the top 10 prodigies, the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. as each individual within that elite circle possessed their own hidden strengths. Although unexpected, Chu Tianyuan did not dwell on it too much. He was fortunate to find someone to aid him in his predicament. Lu Ruffing truly lived up to his reputation as the most cautious figure among the 10 prodigies. As Lu Ruffer departed, Chu Tianyuan turned to Shui Meyer and said, "If you have something to discuss, please come in." Shui Meyer, unperturbed, followed Chu Tianyuan into his quarters. Having rarely engaged in conversations with others, she was somewhat oblivious to the nuances of propriety between men and women. "I came to inquire about the water soul technique you utilized yesterday. Who taught you that?" Shui Meyer stated directly. Chu Tianyuan, unhurried and composed, is indeed a venerable elder. He would not divulge the truth, for the matter of divine-level inheritance is of great magnitude. "Is she a female elder?" Shui Meyer inquired. "Yes," came the reply. "Is she well?" Shui Meyer asked, her heart fluttering with apprehension. "She should be well," Chu Tianyuan mused, recalling the formidable water sorceress whose presence still lingered painfully in his memory. Although Shui Linglong had cast him into the Thunder Soul space, he bore no resentment, as that incident had ultimately bestowed upon him numerous advantages. "Do you know her whereabouts?" "The last time I beheld her was 4 years ago in the Sanjiao forest. Beyond that, I am unaware." "Very well, thank you." With that, Shui Meyer departed, her trust in Chu Tianyuan unwavering. She had always been a Na'vi girl, though her frosty demeanor rendered her seemingly unapproachable to others. Chu Tianyuan gazed at her silhouette, suddenly reminded of a certain individual from the past, Chu Tian, who, much like the present Shui Meyer, embodied a profound innocence. Yet, he pondered, how has she transformed over the years? Chapter 11. Who Kissed Whom? The mere thought of Chu Tian's unwavering dedication stirred a wave of emotion within him. For him, every sentiment in this realm was a treasure beyond compare. Chu Tian's mother, Chu Tian, Zi Rujing, and Song Seer, these were the individuals he held most dear. In this world, the emotional connections he had garnered were exceedingly scarce, and it was this rarity that rendered them all the more precious. "Tian, if you could behold the person I am today, you would surely be astonished." A smile involuntarily graced his lips, reminiscent of days gone by. Outside, Ming Lingwan originally came seeking Chu Tianyuan, but upon reaching the threshold, she was captivated by his smile. A jolt of electricity coursing through her being. Her unique ability allowed her to sense the deepest, darkest thoughts of others. This secret was known only to a select few in her family, and her gift was referred to as the Eye of Judgment. Blessed yet burdened with this power, Ming Lingwan could perceive her own innermost malevolence. Consequently, her cultivation of the soul transcended the ordinary. It was the soul of the heart, tranquil as still waters, pure as sacred soil. The purer her spirit, the more unblemished her mastery over spiritual energy became. Unbeknownst to others, she was also a dual-element soul master. Yet her path to advancement surpassed that of her peers. This was her tragedy. She could not resist the temptation to delve into the hearts of those around her. The more she witnessed, the more her own heart trembled. To her, the world appeared rife with ugliness, and amidst this grotesque reality, she endeavored to preserve her own inner sanctum. She treated everyone with kindness, never succumbing to anger or inflicting harm upon others, for her heart remained untainted. Even when aware that those who drew near harbored ill intentions, she refrained from retaliating. Yet, in that moment, she beheld another soul radiating a golden light, an illumination she had encountered before, emanating from none other than Chu Tian. Within the academy, her presence suggested that all could earn her friendship, but she alone knew that only one person had truly captured her genuine admiration, Chu Tian. Now, witnessing Chu Tianyuan smile was akin to glimpsing the resolute Chu Tian practicing diligently amidst adversity, exuding that same radiant glow. Chu Tianyuan lifted his gaze and found Ming Lingwan standing at the doorway, staring at him in a daze. He felt a flicker of surprise, but it quickly dissipated, and he approached her. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are looking for?" Ming Lingwan snapped back to reality, having just sensed a long-lost radiance drawing near. "I am here to find you," she replied quietly. "Are you Chu Tianyuan? Do you know me?" Chu Tianyuan asked, taken aback. However, he soon understood, recalling that he had mentioned his name to a group of people the day before. "I wish to inquire about something," she spoke, her tone reminiscent of a well-behaved young girl. "What is it?" Chu Tianyuan asked, momentarily taken aback. While Shui Meyer's question regarding the sacred domain Water Soul Master could be dismissed, after all, there must be some connection, he had little acquaintance with the woman before him. "I want to know if you are familiar with Tian. Tian? Chu Tianyuan's excitement surged. "I haven't seen her in ages. Where is she?" You truly are the brother Tian Yuan that Tian Tian speaks of, Ming Lingon continued. Tian Tian is no longer at the Soul Martial Academy. She has entered the Desolate Lands. The Desolate Lands? Indeed. It is a trial ground located behind the Soul Martial Academy. With a gentle smile, Chu Tian's heart was deeply touched. Tian Tian was indeed a child of remarkable dedication. Every time I witnessed her diligently practicing her martial skills, I felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Yes, I too feel a pang of sympathy for her, Mingling softly remarked. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianyuan felt a surge of affection for Ming Lingwan. What is your name? He inquired. I am Ming Lingwan. You may call me Lingwan from now on, she replied. A delicate ember began to kindle within her heart. A blend of mischievous thoughts and radiant aspirations that she did not wish to extinguish. As she lifted her gaze to Chu Tianyuan once more, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I must take my leave, she said softly. I shall come to seek you often. Very well, whenever you require assistance. Do not hesitate to approach me, Chu Tianyuan responded, completely oblivious to the nuances of Ming Lingwan's intention. His thoughts were consumed by a longing for Chu Tian. So much so that he failed to perceive the subtle shifts in Ming Lingwan's expressions. Only those familiar with her would understand the difficulty of stirring the ripples within her heart. Yet, despite their brief exchange, her once tranquil demeanor remained unsettled for an extended period. Curiously, she had not disclosed to Chu Tianyuan a critical fact. Those who ventured into the desolate realm faced one of two fates, emerging with formidable strength or perishing within. Lu Ruffam was rather vexed. His initial attempt to find Chu Tianyuan had been thwarted by Shui Meyer. Upon seeing her departure, he sought out Chu Tianyuan again. The sight of Chu Tianyuan's commanding presence ignited a restless yearning within him. According to Ming Lingwan, Lu Ruffing's mind was preoccupied with three pursuits: hunting, violence, and attraction to the opposite sex, akin to how she viewed the soul beast in the forest. Lu Ruffa felt unjustly accused. His upbringing had shaped him thus. The only person he truly trusted was his mother, for betrayal among kin was commonplace. To preserve his life, he had to be stronger and more ruthless than others. Hunting was his instinct, and violence his most effective means of self-defense. As for his attraction to the opposite sex, few were aware of Lu Rufing's true gender. Regardless, toying with men was his delight, yet he had never engaged in any disgraceful conduct, as evidenced by the secrecy surrounding his identity. This was Lu Rufing, a figure who harbored within him the profound conviction or hidden sorrows that many formidable individuals possess, and he belonged to the latter. When Lu Rufing sought Chu Tianyuan for the second time, he chanced upon the sight of Ming Lingwan conversing with him. It was the first instance he witnessed such a significant transformation in her demeanor, causing him to clench his fist in anger and turn away. If one were to identify the individual Lu Rufing most feared among the 10 prodigies, it would not be the first-ranked Song Tian or the second-ranked Chu Tianxiang, but rather Ming Lingwan. That woman perpetually made him feel uneasy, particularly with her penetrating gaze, which gave him the sensation of being seen through. This marked Lu Rufing's second retreat. Yet he did not surrender. He resolutely gazed at Chu Tianyuan's quarters and proclaimed, "Whatever I, Lu Rufing, desire, I shall never be denied." After bidding farewell to Ming Lingwan, Chu Tianyuan quietly reclined on his bed, exhaling a deep breath as he pondered the path that lay ahead. The journey to becoming a formidable warrior was undeniably long. For over a decade, he had devoted himself to rigorous training in martial arts, internal energy, combat techniques, and soul power, leaving no stone unturned. If only he could indulge in a peaceful slumber. As his thoughts gradually settled, he drifted into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he found himself as a child once more, cradled in his mother's arms, her gentle hands caressing him. He then dreamt of her leaning down, bestowing a soft kiss upon his forehead, leaving a faint trace of affection. Was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of a fierce altercation. Upon rising, he beheld the sight of the elegantly robed engaged in a heated confrontation with. Hastily, he rushed outside, only to find an audience as numerous as the last time. What has transpired? He inquired of a nearby gentleman. I have no idea, the man replied, but somehow, the two of them have ended up in a brawl. Then, with a look of surprise, he gazed at his forehead. Brother, have you hidden a woman in your quarters? It appears you bear the marks of a kiss upon your brow. Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. Disregarding the two engaged in combat, he hurried back to his dormitory to examine himself in a bronze mirror. To his astonishment, he indeed discovered faint traces of a kiss. Recalling the dream, he pondered whether it had been real. He shook his head in disbelief. Suddenly, he cast his gaze outside. As if a revelation had struck him, and a wave of nausea swept over him. The mere thought of Lu Rufing's caresses and kisses in his slumber sent him spiraling into despair, contemplating dire actions. He surmised the reason for the confrontation between Zi Rujing and Lu Rufeng. It must have been that Lu Rufeng harbored ulterior motives towards him, which Zi Rujing had caught him in the act of, resulting in the current predicament. With this realization, he dashed out the door. Lu Rufeng, this is not over. Lu Rufeng was currently locked in aerial combat with Zi Rujing. Both were Wind Soul Masters, and their battle had ascended into the heavens. At the sound of Chu Tianyuan's furious shout, Lu Rufeng began to descend. Just as he was about to explain, Chu Tianyuan struck him with an open palm. A simple blow, yet laden with a fierce gust of energy. Lu Rufeng hastily evaded, exclaiming, "Brother Tianyuan, what is the meaning of this?" "You know very well." Chu Tianyuan retaliated with another strike. To demand that Chu Tianyuan admit to being kissed by Lu Rufeng was tantamount to wishing for his own demise. "Hey, Brother Tianyuan, we can talk this out." Lu Rufeng dodged once more. "There is nothing to discuss, you pervert. What did you just do to me?" Lu Rufeng, increasingly vexed, replied. "When I entered your room, I saw," he pointed accusingly at Zi Rujing, but was abruptly met with several slicing wind blades. Zi Rujing had also joined the fray. As Zi Rujing retaliated, Chu Tianyuan's assault followed suit. Faced with the dual onslaught, even one of the 10 greatest prodigies like Lu Rufeng could not withstand it. Frustrated, he soared into the air, retreating 10 paces. "Forget it. Today must be my unlucky day." He shot a fierce glare at Zi Rujing, muttering, "You dare to compete with me? I'll remember you. Do you have the courage to reveal your name?" His words left Chu Tianyuan baffled. "Compete with you? Do you think everyone is like you?" In the face of Lu Rufing's threat, Zi Rujing remained undaunted, declaring, "Zi Rujing, at your service." Chapter 12. A year later, with Lu Rufing's departure, the crowd dispersed in a flurry. For them, as long as there was entertainment to witness, it mattered not if they were involved. Zi Rujing followed Chu Tianyuan back to their dormitory. Although he did not reside there, the space he had vacated was still his. Just as they settled down, Yanhua rushed in from outside, breathless and flushed. "Brother," he gasped, struggling to catch his breath, yet unable to articulate his thoughts. "What is all this fuss about?" Chu Tianyuan remarked nonchalantly. Yanhua, having sprinted too hastily, clung to Chu Tianyuan's legs, exclaiming, "Brother, from now on you are our true elder brother. You must protect us two little brothers." Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. These two young men seemed excessively agitated. After a thorough account from the brothers, Chu Tianyuan finally grasped the hardships they faced. Their arrival at the Soul Martial Academy was dictated by their family. Ever since Yin Yin entered the academy, their fire soul power had stagnated. The family had decreed that only by placing them near Yin Yin could their fire soul power advance as it once did. While this was indeed true, how could the Yanhua brothers endure Yin Yan's tyranny? It was a torment worse than death. However, upon learning the true circumstances from the previous day, the Yanhua brothers hurried back to their dormitory, now convinced that remaining by Chu Tianyuan's side was their safest option. "Well," Chu Tianyuan said, "I am aware of your predicament. However, it is not a solution for you to constantly follow me. Consider this. If your soul power remains stagnant, you will ultimately be sent back to your elder sister's side." The faces of the Yanhua brothers turned pale. The shadow that Yin Yin cast upon them was considerable. "Brother," they implored, "you must help us devise a plan, or else our lives may be forfeit." Yin Yin pleaded earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianyuan proposed a clever solution, albeit uncertain of their willingness to accept it. "What is this brilliant strategy?" Yanhua inquired eagerly. "As long as it keeps us away from the elder sister, we will agree to anything. The plan is for me to assist you in elevating your ranks." "You?" Yanhua was taken aback. "But you are a water soul master." "Precisely because I am a water soul master. You must first elucidate the principles governing the utilization of fire soul power. Of course, I do not expect you to divulge all your soul techniques." At last, Chu Tianyuan revealed his ulterior motives. After battling with Yin Yin, he had resolved to comprehend the essence of fire soul power. For he vaguely recalled a martial art that he had never been able to master, whether in the past or in the realm of soul combat. He suspected that this martial art was neither a mere technique nor a soul skill, but rather a combat technique that harmonized internal energy and soul power. The name of this martial art is the Four Symbols of Heavenly Intent. The Four Symbols of Heavenly Intent cultivates internal energy to refine the body, harnessing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, transforming divine power for personal use. The wind technique shatters the body, the fire technique shatters the spirit. The thunder technique shatters the heavens, and the lightning technique shatters the void. Chu Tianyuan has already comprehended the power of the Thunder Soul, enabling him to unleash the third tribulation through the 9 calamities thunder movement. Moreover, the Thunder Soul power encompasses the manipulation of lightning. Should he grasp the Fire Soul power and the Wind Soul power, he would then be able to cultivate the Celestial Intent for Symbols technique. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yin made a resolute decision and declared, "As long as my elder brother can assist us in advancing, I would not hesitate to share not only the fundamental applications of the Fire Soul power, but even the soul techniques with you." Chu Tianyuan had no desire for their soul skills, for he possessed the finest martial techniques to refine. In the days that followed, he devoted nearly all his time to comprehending soul power, and within the span of a year, he became acquainted with many individuals. The Yanhua brothers emerged as his most loyal companions. Aside from exchanging insights on the application of Fire Soul power, they also engaged in various sparring sessions. However, whenever they found themselves in the presence of Yin Yin, she would glare at him with indignation, to which Chu Tianyuan would merely respond with a smile. His relationship with Zi Rujing remained one of unwavering trust, while Lu Ruffing frequently sought his company, causing him considerable vexation. Ming Lingwan would occasionally visit him, always bringing a sense of warmth, whereas Chu Tian had yet to emerge from the trial grounds. A great deal transpired over the course of the year. To his astonishment, the Yanhua brothers advanced to the 6th level with his assistance. Shui Meier unexpectedly withdrew from her studies and returned to Water City, for in the Dragon Soul Empire, Shui Linglong was the preeminent water system soul master. Before her departure, she made a special visit to express her gratitude to Chu Tianyuan. In a fierce duel on campus, Zi Rujing revealed her stunning beauty, prompting Lu Ruffing to exclaim. Upon witnessing Zi Rujing shed her long robe, "Oh, Divine One, save me, Zi Rujing. Your eyes forever stir my longing, echoing the rhythm of my heart." She promptly conceded defeat, shifting her affections from Chu Tianyuan to Zi Rujing. Zi Rujing, weary of her persistent pursuit, found herself outmatched by Lu Ruffing, and in her predicament, sought the aid of Chu Tianyuan. To this, Chu Tianyuan could only sigh deeply and remark, "Brother, you have finally grasped the anguish I once endured." Zi Rujing, her expression clouded with frustration, clenched her teeth and asked, "Chu Tianyuan, will you assist me or not?" With a furrowed brow, Chu Tianyuan lamented, "Brother Zijing, how am I supposed to assist you? Are you suggesting I yield to Lu Ruffing?" In a fit of frustration, Zi Zijing stormed off. She herself was at a loss for a solution. In her heart, it was inconceivable to accept Lu Ruffing, regardless of gender, for someone else had already claimed her affections. The most transformed among them was Ming Lingwan, who had divulged to Chu Tianyuan the matters concerning the desolate land. Chu Tianyuan merely sighed deeply, stating, Tian will surely return, for I am here, waiting for her." Upon hearing this, Ming Lingwan felt a pang in her heart and asked, "Do you hold a deep affection for Tian?" "Of course," Chu Tianyuan replied. "She occupies a place in my heart akin to that of a biological sister." Tears welled in Ming Lingwan's eyes and cascaded down her cheeks, yet she quickly composed herself, a smile breaking through her sorrow. "You always know how to make me laugh," she said, her face flushed like the clouds at dusk. Upon witnessing Ming Lingwan's reaction, Chu Tianyuan felt a wave of turmoil within. He had long been aware of Ming Lingwan's affection for him, yet he remained uncertain about how to respond. Deep down, his perspective on love was rather simplistic, desiring to keep it free from unnecessary complexities. Ming Lingwan, akin to the purest of angels, emanated an air of perfection that seemed almost unbelievable. Chu Tianyuan too harbored feelings for her, but he feared that he would only burden her. The challenges he faced were far from trivial, as his singular ambition was to grow stronger. The formidable foes he envisioned, such as the Odes and the Divine Soul Temple, loomed like hidden adversaries in his future, and he sensed that he would inevitably confront them. With a heavy sigh directed at Ming Lingwan, he inquired, "If I were to leave this place one day, would you be willing to accompany me?" Ming Lingwan pondered for an extended period, ultimately refraining from providing an answer. For she too had much to consider. Her heart swayed like a solitary boat amidst the vast sea, and thus this nascent affection was stifled in its cradle. With tearful eyes, she exited Chu Tianyuan's line of sight, and as she departed, she felt the warmth of that tender sunlight within her heart gradually diminishing. Turning back, she asked, "If I were to join you right now, would you be willing?" Chu Tianyuan shook his head. "The one I cherish. I wish to keep her by my side for eternity." His heart ached. "Why must she remain by your side for a lifetime, rather than you staying by hers?" She whispered, "Because I am destined to depart. When I leave, I must take with me that which I hold most dear." Mingling turned away, her steps slow and deliberate. With every step she took away, her heart felt a sharp pang. "I can never leave the capital, for it is my home. Yet, my heart will forever hold a space for you." Chu Tianxiang was engulfed in profound sorrow and indignation. As a direct descendant of the Chu family, he possessed extraordinary talent, making him a distinguished figure among his peers. Yet, he found himself unable to attain the affection of the woman he cherished most. Prior to his acquaintance with Chu Tianyuan, Ming Lingwan had neither openly expressed her feelings towards him nor outright rejected him. However, it had been an eternity since she had last bestowed upon him a smile. He resembled a butterfly awaiting the blossoming of flowers, dancing in delight at the faintest whiff of floral fragrance, willing to wait indefinitely for the bloom. Yet, when the flowers did finally blossom, they turned away from him. Most tragically, the flower he longed for was but a fleeting night-blooming cereus, which, once it withered, left him bereft of even its scent. Ming Lingwan's aloofness chilled his heart to its core, and gradually, he developed a deep-seated resentment towards Chu Tianyuan, the one who had caught a glimpse of that ephemeral bloom. Chu Tian'ao was engulfed in a profound sense of frustration, as the one he cherished most, Shui Mir, had unexpectedly departed from the Seoul Martial Academy. Prior to her departure, Shui Mir had fortuitously encountered Chu Tianyuan, renowned for her frosty demeanor. It was virtually inconceivable for her to initiate contact with a male. However, the mere presence of Chu Tianyuan had rendered the impossible a reality, prompting the already suspicious Chu Tian'ao to unleash the full extent of his remarkable imagination. Shui Mir must have confided her feelings to Chu Tianyuan, only to be met with rejection, leaving her heartbroken and ashamed. Another individual harboring discontent was Huang Puzhou. As a light soul master with a penchant for self-inflicted pain, he reveled in carving shallow cuts upon his own flesh, only to subsequently heal them with his light soul energy. Yet, this was not his greatest delight. He thrived on feigning indifference while provoking Yin Yin, whose notorious violent tendencies were well known. He would then pretend to resist, savoring the thrill of being tormented. However, since Yin Yin's defeat at the hands of Chu Tianyuan, her temperament had considerably mellowed, and her appearances had dwindled. Consequently, Huang Puzhou's twisted desires went unfulfilled, leading him to harbor resentment towards Chu Tianyuan. At that moment, Chu Tianyuan remained blissfully unaware of the formidable adversaries he had inadvertently amassed. Even if he had been cognizant, he would have found it difficult to explain, as he was deeply immersed in the profound insights of fire soul energy. With a mere flicker of thought, a delicate flame sprang to life before him. Chu Tianyuan gazed at the flickering flame before him, his heart swelling with exhilaration. He had devoted an entire year to grasping the essence of fire's soul power. Chapter 13. Traces of the Wind. The Flame brothers stared in awe at the dancing flame that floated before Chu Tianyuan, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. For them, mastering even a single type of soul power was an arduous feat. Those who could comprehend two types were almost considered monstrous. Yet, Chu Tianyuan surpassed even such exceptional beings, having mastered two soul powers that were diametrically opposed to one another. The principle of water and fire being incompatible was well understood, and the likelihood of comprehending opposing soul powers was exceedingly rare, even more so than mastering three types of soul power. "Brother, have you truly grasped the fire soul?" Yanhui asked, his disbelief palpable. With a faint smile, Chu Tianyuan watched as the flames before him dissipated into the air. "What do you think, elder brother? I have always harbored a curiosity. What is the true level of your original soul?" Yin Yin inquired. "I do not know," Chu Tianyuan replied. "I have never measured my original soul." "Impossible!" Both Yanhui brothers exclaimed in unison. In the soul-fighting continent, nearly everyone undergoes a measurement of their original soul by the age of 6, as it determines their path of development. "I speak the truth," Chu Tianyuan asserted. "If you were aware of my past life, you would understand that not everyone on this continent is able to measure their original soul." A sense of loss swept over him as he spoke. Though the Yanhui brothers were astonished, they recognized that Chu Tianyuan would not deceive them. Yet, they remained perplexed about the nature of his childhood. Could it have been more tragic than their own? This thought sent a chill down their spines. Throughout the past year, although Yin had not sought them out, the shadows of their fears had not diminished in the slightest. "If I were to tell you that I am a direct descendant of the Chu family, would you believe me?" Over the course of the year, Chu Tianyuan had gradually come to regard the Yanhui brothers as dear friends. Upon hearing this revelation, the Yanhui brothers were momentarily taken aback. a direct descendant of the Chu family who has never measured their original soul? This seemed utterly absurd. Furthermore, in the past year, Chu Tianyuan had hardly communicated with anyone from the Chu family. Could it be that the family would neglect such a talented individual? Even before comprehending the soul of fire, Chu Tianyuan's insights into problems were remarkably astute, which was undoubtedly a reason for their advancement over the year. Perhaps their understanding of Chu Tianyuan was lamentably limited. Chu Tianyuan refrained from saying much, merely inquiring of them. Do you know where the trial areas favored by Wind Soul Masters are? On the back mountain lies a place called Windwatch Ridge. It is a forbidden zone for other Soul Masters, yet a treasure trove for Wind Soul Masters. Where the gales cut like blades, Yanhua replied. Thank you, Chu Tianyuan said, clasping his fists in gratitude as he exited the dormitory. He was not in haste to cultivate his fire soul power. Rather, he yearned to swiftly comprehend the wind soul power. Only by mastering the elements of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning could he practice the celestial intent of the four symbols. Brother, what do you intend to do there? Yin Yin inquired. I have no idea. My brother's affairs are often shrouded in mystery, Yanhua reflected, watching Chu Tianyuan's retreating figure. Sang Haiyan predominantly utilized wind soul power while flying through the skies. Although he was a Holy Domain Light Soul Master, he was also a 9th-level Wind Soul Master. Ever since he achieved the Holy Domain with his Light Soul power, he had devoted nearly all his time to honing his Light Soul techniques, leaving his Wind Soul power stagnant for a decade. His visit to Windwatch Ridge was motivated by the desire to harness its fierce winds to advance his Wind Soul power. At that moment, he observed a bare-chested youth seated in meditation atop Windwatch Ridge. The biting cold winds carved deep gashes upon his supple skin, yet the youth remained undeterred. His eyes tightly shut as if he were entirely one with his surroundings. This youth possesses an indomitable will. I wonder how long he can endure. Judging by his physique, he is evidently a martial master. To withstand such merciless winds suggests his resolve is as steadfast as rock. If our Soul Martial Academy could produce more students like him, it would indeed be a blessing for the Empire. He mused quietly. Gradually, his body ascended, and he found himself seated beside the young man. Chu Tianyuan was immersed in the power of the wind when he suddenly noticed the presence of an elderly man beside him. He felt a flicker of surprise, yet swiftly reconciled with the situation, for the Dragon Soul Empire was vast. And it was not uncommon for some Wind Soul Masters from the capital to visit Windwatch Ridge to experience the essence of wind. As a day passed, neither Chu Tianyuan nor the old man moved. Sang Haiyan, observing quietly, felt a twinge of astonishment. It was not unusual for a martial artist to endure such hardship. Yet it was rare to find one who could persist for an entire day. This led him to regard Chu Tianyuan with newfound respect. On the following day, both remained still. Sang Haiyan's initial surprise transformed into sheer amazement, and he thought to himself, I wonder how long you can endure. By the evening of the third day, Sang Haiyan could no longer contain himself. It was not that he lacked the stamina. In fact, his wind soul power thrived amidst the fierce gales. He had merely sensed the traces of the wind, which was a profound understanding of wind soul power. Gradually, he rose to his feet and then leapt into the air with a sudden burst. He made no effort to resist the biting cold winds at that moment. He moved like a leaf, fully surrendering to the currents, as if he were one with the wind. He was the wind, and the wind was him. As his soul melded with the cosmos, he felt the wind's soul power gradually coalescing within him. Chu Tianyuan opened his eyes and gazed at the elderly man in the sky, who at that moment resembled a fish swimming in water, or a leaf falling in the wind. Chu Tianyuan's gaze sharpened, as if he had caught a fleeting trace of the wind. Ha ha ha, the laughter of two individuals resonated simultaneously. Sang Haiyan stood in the breeze, observing Chu Tianyuan, and inquired, Young man, what is it that amuses you? Chu Tianyuan turned to him, remarking that he would mirror whatever the elder found amusing. Initially, Sang Haiyan harbored a modicum of fondness for Chu Tianyuan, yet upon hearing his words, a sense of displeasure washed over him. His laughter stemmed from a profound understanding of the wind's trajectory. Could this young lad truly perceive it as well? As a soul master of the sacred domain, Sang Haiyan possessed a sense of pride, and the audacious words uttered by the youth left him unable to swallow his indignation. Very well then, tell me, what do you suppose has provoked my laughter? Chu Tianyuan smiled faintly, recognizing the elder's amusement. He observed as the elder's body gradually ascended. Sang Haiyan expressed his astonishment. You too are a wind soul master. Chu Tianyuan shook his head, stating that it had not been the case moments ago. But now it was. Sang Haiyan was even more astonished. Are you saying that you just comprehended the essence of the wind soul power? Indeed, Chu Tianyuan replied slowly. It turns out the trajectory of the wind is like this. Suddenly, his body moved through the air, reminiscent of the elderly man he had seen earlier. The path of the wind is characterized by tearing, a thread. It penetrates like a silken strand, yet is far sharper and more intangible than silk itself. This is the trace of the wind. Sang Haiyan was utterly dumbfounded. His understanding of the wind's trace had only ever reached the notion of tearing. The description he provided, so profound and incisive, was astonishing. Moreover, the youth before him claimed to have only just grasped the wind's soul power. To articulate the wind's trajectory so vividly immediately upon comprehension was a testament to an incredible capacity for understanding. Wait, just grasped? This means he had not been sitting there to train his body, but rather to comprehend the wind's soul power. The shock was overwhelming. The manner in which he had managed to grasp the wind's soul power was astonishing. What sort of talent would it take to achieve such a feat? Young man, may I inquire if you are a student of the Soul Martial Academy? Sang Haiyan found himself momentarily speechless. Yes, I have been at the Soul Martial Academy for a year. You entered as a martial master, didn't you? How did you know? Chu Tianyuan asked, puzzled. Sang Haiyan forced a smile, thinking to himself, how could I not know? I have encountered students with such formidable talents when assessing their original souls. May I ask what your original soul level is? He could not help but inquire. Chu Tianyuan shook his head. I have yet to test my original soul. What? You haven't tested your original soul? Indeed, Chu Tianyuan replied with a hint of disappointment. He then cupped his fist in respect towards Sang Haiyan. Senior, I shall not disturb your meditation any longer. Wait. Sang Haiyan hurriedly caught up, his mind far from the tranquility of meditation. Senior, do you have matters to attend to? Young man, I perceive that your potential to comprehend the wind soul force is surely remarkable. As it happens, I am currently engaged in the task of measuring original souls at the Soul Martial Academy. Would you permit me to assist you with that? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianyuan found himself intrigued by the original soul, yet the thought of Inu brought him discomfort. He certainly did not wish for others to perceive him as a fool. Thus, he addressed Sang Haiyan. Very well, but I must first release my soul beast. Its size is rather considerable, and it would be inconvenient on the other side. So I kindly ask for your patience for a moment. Certainly, I shall await your return here, Sang Haiyan replied. Though internally he mused about the potential size of the youth's soul beast. Even if it were an infinitely advancing creature, if its rank were not high, its dimensions could not be excessively large. However, what transpired next left him utterly astonished. Chu Tianyuan ventured into the dense forest behind, summoning Inwu and Zitong, saying, You may wander around the back mountain for a while. I shall return shortly to fetch you. Zitong confidently patted her chest, while Inwu, undeterred, insisted. 2 level 5 soul crystals. Chu Tianyuan retrieved the soul crystal from his spatial ring and tossed it before him, saying, You are to remain quietly in the back mountain and refrain from causing any trouble. Yes, master. Inu joyfully seized the soul crystal and soared towards the depths of the back mountain, while Zitong nonchalantly parted the surrounding bushes and followed suit. Having reached the mid-level of an 8th-tier soul beast, Zitong now possessed a size comparable to a small mountain, effortlessly trampling the underbrush on either side. Sang Haiyan stood in stunned silence, although he could not see the soul beast in the distance. The toppled tree suggested that the young man's soul beast must be extraordinarily massive, instilling a sense of awe merely through its sheer strength. After a while, Chu Tianyuan emerged from the thicket. Sang Haiyan greeted him with a smile, remarking, Indeed, the young man's soul beast is remarkably colossal. It must possess a high rank. I presume? Nearly an 8th-tier power-type soul beast, Chu Tianyuan replied. Sang Haiyan's lips twitched. An 8th-tier power-type soul beast. Merely? When I was your age, my soul beast was still nursing. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain a friendly demeanor and asked, What is your name, young man? Chu Tianyuan, came the reply. Chu Tianyuan? Are you from the Chu family in Batian City? Chu Tianyuan fell into a moment of silence, for he knew that Sang Haiyan could easily discern his deceit. It was evident to Sang that Chu Tianyuan had some entanglement with the Chu family. Otherwise, he would not display such a disheartened expression. Could he possibly be the illegitimate son of Batian? Sang couldn't help but ponder this notion. After all, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Considering that Batian had only married a woman in her 20s at the age of 80, such actions were certainly within his capacity. If Chu Batian were to learn of Sang Haiyan's disparaging remarks behind his back, a fierce confrontation would undoubtedly ensue. I have been waging wars for over 60 years. Establishing a family is no simple feat for me. Perhaps you should take my place in battle while I assume the role of your dean. Of course, as two formidable beings in the Empire, it would not be easy for them to truly engage in combat. Nonetheless, every strong individual has their own boundaries. Certain provocations may be tolerated, but crossing the line is unacceptable. Chu Batian was undoubtedly such a person. Chapter 14. The terrifying original soul. As Chu Tianyuan followed Sang Haiyan into a uniquely designed pavilion, he was enveloped by the refreshing air and the intoxicating fragrance of flowers. It was evident to Chu Tianyuan that Sang Haiyan was indeed an individual of refined taste, as such meticulous attention to the pavilion's decor could not be attributed to anyone lacking in sophistication. Sang Haiyan retrieved a soul-testing instrument from a cabinet and placed it upon the table, then addressed Chu Tianyuan. Please wait a moment while I fetch a few soul crystals. With that, he stepped deeper into the pavilion. Typically, a soul-testing instrument features 9 slots, designated for soul crystals ranging from levels 1 to 9. The brightness of the crystals indicates the level of the original soul, which, in turn, reflects the aptitude of the tester. For instance, should a person's original soul be of level 6, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would at least attain the status of a level 6 soul master. However, Sang Haiyan's soul testing instrument was notably different, boasting 12 slots instead of the usual 9. Initially intending to select 9 soul crystals, he was compelled to add an additional 1. A Sacred Realm soul crystal, upon reflecting on Chu Tianyuan's formidable comprehension abilities. He approached the pavilion, placed the 9 soul crystals into their respective slots, and instructed, "Extend your hand into this soul-testing instrument." Chu Tianyuan gazed at the soul measuring instrument, contemplating its enigmatic workings. However, the notion that it was intrinsically linked to the primordial soul rendered any scientific explanation utterly futile. Thus, he gradually extended his hand into the instrument. As his hand fully entered the device, the soul crystals illuminated with astonishing rapidity. 1, 2, 3, and finally 9. The illumination of the 9 soul crystals transpired in the blink of an eye. "Quick, withdraw your hand," urged Sang Haiyan anxiously. Yet it was already too late. The 9 soul crystals on the instrument shattered explosively, scattering shards across the ground. Sang Haiyan stared at the debris strewn about, a flicker of distress crossing his face. While the initial crystals were unfortunate, the catastrophic explosion of those ranked above the 6th level was truly alarming. Those were the soul crystals of intermediate and advanced soul beasts. Chu Tianyuan gazed at the smoking soul-testing instrument, his expression marred by embarrassment, and reluctantly withdrew his hand from the device. "Young man, please wait a moment. I shall fetch a few more soul crystals." Sang Haiyan turned and entered the pavilion, his face displaying a twinge of anguish. Chu Tianyuan nodded at Sang Haiyan, his expression tinged with frustration. Could it be that the soul-testing instrument had malfunctioned? How could it be that the moment he extended his hand, all the soul crystals shattered? Nevertheless, that elder was indeed generous, not pursuing any responsibility despite the shattered crystals. Though Sang Haiyan felt a pang of regret, he dared not hold Chu Tianyuan accountable. The destruction of the soul crystals could only signify that Chu Tianyuan's original soul was so formidable that even the 9th-level soul crystals could not withstand the test. Sang Haiyan had only placed 9 soul crystals, which merely reflected his underestimation of Chu Tianyuan's original soul rank. He had intended to conduct a preliminary trial and was not yet ready to use the sacred-level soul crystals. Unexpectedly, Chu Tianyuan's original soul proved so potent that it obliterated all 9 soul crystals in the blink of an eye. The soul crystals were reinserted, and this time, Sang Haiyan placed a soul crystal of the first tier of the sacred domain into the 10th slot. "Very well, now please extend your hand once more." Chu Tianyuan felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he resolutely plunged his hand inside. 1, 2, 9, 10. However, this was not the end. After the 10th soul crystal illuminated, the radiance intensified, enveloping the entire pavilion in a blinding brilliance. "Withdraw your hand quickly." Sang Haiyan shielded his eyes from the dazzling light, his heart racing with urgency. That was the soul crystal of a sacred domain soul beast. Chu Tianyuan was well prepared. He swiftly withdrew his hand from the soul-testing device, and the 10 soul crystals shone brightly for a while before gradually dimming. In the distance, several instructors, who were preparing to conclude their classes, simultaneously sensed a formidable aura of original souls and turned their gazes toward the elder's loft, where the radiance had just dissipated. Is the esteemed dean once again delving into the mastery of light soul combat techniques? However, The commotion this time seems rather excessive. Fortunately, this light soul energy bears no lethal force. Otherwise, the entire loft would require reconstruction once more, remarked the martial arts instructor, Butitus. Sang Haiyan was utterly stunned. The first order soul crystal of the sacred domain had failed to discern Chutian Yuan's original soul. Such an occurrence had transpired only twice since the establishment of the Soul Martial Academy, once with Song Tian from Earth City, a tri-element soul master, and the other with last year's newcomer, Zi Rujing. Could it be that this young lad possesses a talent akin to Song Tian's? Old sir, I believe we should let this go, Chutian Yuan said anxiously. He assumed that the soul testing device's inability to reveal his original soul was due to its peculiarity, considering he had lived 3 lifetimes and possessed an extraordinary original soul. Sang Haiyan's expression darkened significantly, inwardly exclaiming, "Let it go? Do you truly believe that my Grand Soul Martial Academy cannot discern the original soul of a single student?" Upon observing the expression on Sang Haiyan's face, Chutian Yuan could only respond awkwardly, "Esteemed sir, my original soul may possess certain peculiarities, rendering it somewhat challenging to measure. If mishandled, it could potentially damage these soul crystals, which would be quite unfortunate." His tone was earnest. However, Sang Haiyan was filled with frustration. Damage to the soul crystals? If every student could so easily ruin these precious crystals, what a delightful prospect that would be. "Young man, please wait a moment longer. This time, I am determined to ascertain the nature of your original soul." With that, Sang Haiyan briskly entered the inner chamber, resolute in his belief that no original soul could surpass that of Song Tian. As he moved with purpose, he retrieved a second-tier soul crystal from the sanctum. "Extend your hand," he urged, proceeding without delay. Chutian Yuan once again extended his hand towards the soul-testing device. As in the previous 2 instances, all 9 soul crystals illuminated instantaneously. When it reached the first-tier holy-level soul crystal, its brilliance was as intense as before, achieving the zenith of brightness. Then, the 11th soul crystal also ignited with light. The entire attic transformed into a colossal beacon, as the second-tier holy-level soul crystal reached its utmost limit. This represented the pinnacle of the Soul Martial Academy. Yet, this was not the limit of Chutian Yuan. The second-tier holy-level soul crystal surpassed the ordinary soul beast crystals in comparison, its hardness exceeding even that of tempered steel. However, at this moment, under the overwhelming surge of primal soul energy, this crystal exhibited signs of impending rupture. With bated breath, Sang Haiyan felt his heart race to his throat. Chutian Yuan quickly withdrew his hand, only managing a sheepish smile towards Sang Haiyan once the radiance dissipated, his expression fraught with helplessness. An original soul surpassing the 2nd rank of the sacred domain. Could it be at the 3rd rank? Sang Haiyan was utterly astonished. This time, he uttered not a word, instead proceeding directly to the cabinet, intent on retrieving the 3rd rank sacred domain soul crystal. The 12 slots of the soul measurement device were completely filled. Sang Haiyan endeavored to suppress the tumult of emotions within him. Now, it was time to place your hand within. As anticipated, all 12 soul crystals illuminated simultaneously. At that moment, the entire academy turned its gaze towards the loft. Could it be that the dean had learned a new soul technique? Mused Lulin, the instructor of the dark arts. Just as the crowd cast puzzled looks towards the loft, a select group of over a dozen individuals within the academy were profoundly shaken. This included all the soul masters among the academy's top 10 prodigies. Only they comprehended the reason behind the loft's brilliance. It was due to someone measuring their original soul. Every soul master entering the Soul Martial Academy underwent an original soul assessment, yet some exceptions existed, those whose original souls exceeded the 9th rank. Upon reaching the limit of a 9th rank original soul, the measurer would instruct them to withdraw their hands from the device, discreetly notifying them of a second measurement. The location for this was the dean's loft, with the dean himself conducting the assessment. As the loft radiated with brilliance, a tremendous crash echoed from within, instantly transforming the loft into a pile of rubble. Sang Haiyan and Chutian Yuan stood suspended in midair, as all 12 soul crystals, upon reaching their limit, exploded simultaneously. Sang Haiyan gaped at the devastation before him, his face a mask of disbelief. A divine-level original soul. Only a divine-level original soul could cause even the 3rd-rank sacred domain soul crystals to shatter. Chutian Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. After all, these were sacred domain soul crystals. Though he possessed them, he hesitated to display them recklessly. Recovering from his shock, Sang Haiyan addressed Chutian Yuan once more. "I shall ask you again, and you must respond truthfully, withholding nothing. Speak plainly, esteemed elder. I shall not conceal anything." Chu Tianyuan replied. Sang Haiyan, having already destroyed 2 of each rank 1 through 9 soul crystals, as well as 3 sacred domain soul crystals in an effort to measure his original soul, felt a deep sense of guilt. Sacred domain soul crystals were coveted treasures that could incite fierce competition among even the mightiest of sacred domain experts. I ask you, are you truly a descendant of the Chu family? If not, from whence do you hail? Chu Tianyuan met Sang Haiyan, who inquired with a serious demeanor. Without concealment, Chu Tianyuan acknowledged the elder's astute deduction. Indeed, he bore the bloodline of the Chu family. However, he was not truly a member of that lineage. For Chu Tianyuan had perished within the confines of the Chu household. He sighed deeply as he spoke, for the Chu family remained an unrelenting burden upon his heart. He bore no hatred towards them, yet could not find it within himself to forgive. They had offered him nothing, and most grievously. His mother had met her demise at their hands, without a soul to defend her during her last moments. This was the extent of his understanding. Sang Haiyan, however, remained indifferent to Chu Tianyuan's ties with the Chu family. His sole concern was to ascertain one crucial fact, whether Chu Tianyuan belonged to the Dragon Soul Empire. If he did not, Sang Haiyan would not hesitate to execute him on the spot. Chu Tianyuan's talent was simply too formidable. With the confirmation of his identity, Sang Haiyan was overwhelmed with excitement. He believed that with Chu Tianyuan's gifts, it would take but a few decades for him to ascend to the realm of the sacred domain. Moreover, given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly evolve into a being of divine strength. Noticing the fervor in Sang Haiyan's expression, Chu Tianyuan felt a flicker of trepidation. If the elder intends to seek compensation from the Chu family for the lost soul crystals, I would kindly ask you to refrain from doing so. Sang Haiyan was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Young man, do you presume that my inquiry regarding your family's affiliation was motivated by a desire to reclaim the lost soul crystals? Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyuan's heart eased slightly. If compensation for the soul crystals were indeed demanded, he would have no choice but to present those within his spatial range. And the consequences of such an action were uncertain. I am a soul tester. The shattering of those soul crystals was never your concern. Why would I seek recompense from a mere child? Sang Haiyan stated. Very well, you may take your leave for now. I have matters here that require my attention. Chu Tianyuan gazed upon the desolation before him, a wry smile gracing his lips, before he clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Sang Haiyan and turned to depart. Chapter 15. The Contest of Prodigies, Part 1. As Chu Tianyuan departed, 3 Wind Soul Masters swiftly approached through the air. Dean, what has transpired? One inquired. Nothing of consequence. I merely grasped a soul technique and inadvertently exerted too much force. Sang Haiyan replied. He was reluctant to divulge the details to others, especially since it involved the divine-grade primal soul. The fewer who were aware, the safer it would be. By the way, I must take a trip soon. Let Baelora handle the affairs of the Academy in my absence. But the Deputy Dean has already entered the Silent Realm. You know well that his most esteemed disciple, Chu Tian, has yet to return after a year. Then you shall manage the Academy's affairs. Will that suffice? Sang Haiyan asserted. However, the Top 10 Prodigies contest is merely 10 days away. Facing a dual-element Holy Domain Soul Master, we Wind Soul Masters are a tad apprehensive. All responsibilities will fall to you few. Sang Haiyan said, a hint of impatience in his tone. Also, arrange for someone to repair the pavilion. I shall be gone for approximately half a month. Understood, Dean. As Sang Haiyan departed, one of the Wind Soul Masters remarked, why is the Dean in such haste? Is there something more pressing than the Top 10 Prodigies contest? Who knows? Some matters can only be understood once we attain the Holy Domain, another mused. Sang Haiyan soared towards the imperial capital, with intentions to visit the royal family. Upon hearing of Sang Haiyan's approach, Emperor Mingshun promptly exited the grand hall to greet him. Accompanied by a beautiful young maiden, her eyes were as deep as a starlit night, and her form possessed a grace akin to willow fluff. Upon sighting Sang Haiyan, she rushed forward exclaiming, Grandfather Sang, you have come. She eagerly grasped his arm, shaking it with youthful exuberance. Ah, Princess Lingwan, you truly overwhelm this old man. Are you managing well at the academy? Sang Haiyan inquired, observing Ming Lingwan. Seeing her so exuberant, Emperor Mingshun adopted a stern expression. Do not dawdle. Go inside and keep yourself occupied. I have matters to discuss with Dean Sang. Reluctantly, Ming Lingwan pouted and departed. Once she was gone, Sang Haiyan clasped his hands before Emperor Mingshun. Your Majesty, I have come to seek entry into the Dragon Soul space. Emperor Mingshun paused, momentarily taken aback. Mr. Sang wishes to enter the Dragon Soul space? Could there be significant matters at hand? There are indeed certain issues, though they bear no relation to the Empire. I must consult with Master Kong personally to ascertain the course of action. Since you wish to see Master Kong, then please, follow me. Sang Haiyan accompanied Emperor Mingshun into the palace's inner sanctum, where they arrived at a secret chamber, which contained only a massive iron door. Mr. Sang, you may enter. I shall await your return outside. Sang Haiyan did not push the door open. Instead, he continued forward until he vanished beyond the threshold. Before him stood an iron gate forged from the essence of soul power, accessible only to those of the sacred domain. Half an hour later, Sang Haiyan hovered above the imperial city. To his surprise, his master had already entered seclusion. It seemed this matter would require some delay. Nonetheless, he resolved to visit the venerable Ba Tian to discern the true nature of Chu Tianyuan. Such prodigious talent nearly obscured amidst the ranks of martial masters, Ba Tian. I shall see what words you have to offer. The Seoul Martial Academy was abuzz with a startling announcement. The grand tournament of the 10 prodigies was set to take place in 10 days. In response, the Yinhua brothers eagerly sought out Chu Tianyuan. In their eyes, the Chu Tianyuan of a year ago could have bested Yin Yan. His prowess had long warranted a place among the top 10 prodigies. Driven by curiosity about Chu Tianyuan's current strength, they clamored to persuade him to register. Brother, I truly believe you could secure a spot in the top 5. It would be such a pity if you chose not to participate. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianyuan inquired, what benefits are there in securing a place among the top 10? The advantages are plentiful. Yinhua interjected eagerly. The top 10 prodigies are unparalleled talents. Once one earns the title, who would dare to provoke them? Furthermore, he continued, but was abruptly silenced by Yin Yin, who stuffed his mouth with a sock. Brother, do not heed his nonsense. He is filled with deceitful thoughts. Achieving the title of one of the top 10 prodigies grants you unrestricted access to the soul skills and martial techniques within the academy. It is said that you will also receive personal guidance from the esteemed dean, a formidable figure of the sacred realm, Yin Yin explained. Chu Tianyuan gazed at Yin Yan's exuberance and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, then let us register. I too am curious to ascertain the true prowess of the prodigies at the Seoul Martial Academy. Instantly, Yin Yin leaped with joy. While Yinhua extracted a sock from his mouth and hurled a fireball at Yin Yan's head, exclaiming, you scoundrel, using an unwashed sock. The contest for the title of the most exceptional talent was undeniably designed for those paragons of excellence. And virtually every student admitted to the Seoul Martial Academy harbored no doubt regarding their own abilities. As the line for registration extended beyond 100 meters, Chu Tianyuan surveyed the lengthy queue and shook his head, preparing to retreat to his dormitory. However, Yinhua seized him and propelled them to the front of the line, boldly asserting, we are here to register. The individual they had cut in front of was a martial master, who, after waiting impatiently for half an hour, was taken aback by their audacity. He glared at the trio, indignantly stating, you dare cut in front of me, Iron Arm Ape? Are you tired of living? Yinhua, undeterred, retorted, do you wish to be eliminated now, or would you prefer to humiliate yourself on stage later? One must admit, Yinhua's words were somewhat excessive. In front of such a multitude, even the most cowardly would desire to preserve their dignity. The Iron Arm Ape, incensed, swung his fist towards Yinhua. Yet, instead of evading, Yinhua boldly approached, seizing the Iron Arm Ape's fist and effortlessly tossing him over his shoulder, sending him flying. Even a martial master cannot withstand my single move. Yinhua observed the fallen Iron Arm Ape and then turned to Chu Tianyuan, saying, brother, my technique, turning the tide, is not too shabby, is it? Chu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Although he frequently engaged in sparring sessions with the Yinhua brothers, he had never imparted any of his combat techniques to them. It was rather astonishing that Yinhua managed to acquire some rudimentary fighting skills during their practice. Yin Yan, with a playful grin, remarked to Chu Tianyuan, big brother, in truth, we have been secretly absorbing your battle techniques every time we spar with you. Chu Tianyuan lightly tapped his head and remarked, what are you trying to learn? In the future, should you wish to acquire any skills, I shall gladly teach you. Really? Yin Yin responded with a hint of disbelief, having frequently found himself embroiled in conflicts with other soul masters. He had come to appreciate the formidable nature of Chu Tianyuan's combat techniques after countless battles. It was no wonder that Chu Tianyuan could triumph over the two of them without relying on inner strength or soul power. However, this was certainly not due to the weakness of the Yin brothers. Rather, it was the undeniable strength of Chu Tianyuan that loomed over them. As they exited the crowd, a fiery silhouette pushed its way through. Upon seeing Yin Yin, the Yin brothers instinctively retreated behind Chu Tianyuan, their previous domineering demeanor dissipating entirely. Yet, Yin Yin did not press them further. Instead, she gently remarked, "You two have been performing quite well lately, advancing in rank. It seems that following Chu Tianyuan has served you well." The Yin brothers nodded in compliance, while Chu Tianyuan offered a smile and a nod in return. As they were about to depart, Yin Yin called out to Chu Tianyuan, saying, "Chu Tianyuan, I hope to face you once more in this upcoming talent competition. This time, I shall not allow myself to be defeated." Soon after, several figures among the top 10 talents arrived, curiously casting disapproving glances at Chu Tianyuan, particularly Chu Tianxiang, whose gaze seemed capable of piercing through him. Chu Tianao also glared at him with resentment, and even Huang Puzhou, whom Chu Tianyuan had never encountered before, fixed him with a fierce stare. Chu Tianyuan felt a sense of frustration, uncertain of how he had offended these formidable individuals. Zhang Tian arrived fashionably late, however. As he did, the crowd immediately parted to create a pathway, a testament to his status as the foremost talent. Wherever he went, he exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Yet, Chu Tianyuan remained unmoved, sensing not a mere air of superiority, but rather a palpable aura of lethal intent. Such a presence could only emanate from a warrior who had endured life and death trials and had taken lives with their own hands. Zhang Tian also took note of Chu Tianyuan, casting a fleeting glance his way as he passed, and remarked, "Did you sense that?" Chu Tianyuan nodded and remarked, "Truly deserving of being the foremost prodigy, indeed. No ordinary genius can be compared to you." The words of Chu Tianyuan immediately incited public outrage among the other prodigies. In their eyes, Zhang Tian was merely someone who had grasped an additional type of soul power, nothing to boast about. However, Zhang Tian's next statement ignited their fury. "In my eyes, the other prodigies are nothing but refuse." His gaze remained fixed on Chu Tianyuan. "I find you somewhat intriguing. I hope to encounter you as a worthy opponent in the competition." "Zhang Tian, who are you calling refuse?" Chu Tianxiang glared fiercely. "If you don't wish to register for the competition beforehand, I advise you to remain silent." Zhang Tian turned to Chu Tianxiang, his eyes resembling those of a beast stalking its prey. Chu Tianxiang was so enraged that he was nearly speechless, yet he dared not lay a hand on Zhang Tian. It was Chu Tianao who restrained Chu Tianxiang, saying, "Cousin, do not waste your breath on him here. Let us show them what we are made of on the stage." Hu Xiangxiang was acutely aware that this was not the moment for confrontation, and thus gracefully withdrew from the altercation. "Very well, Zhang Tian, I shall remember your words today. I hope that in 10 days' time, you will possess the courage to substantiate your claims." Zhang Tian, however, showed no inclination to grant him any courtesy. "Get out of my way," he retorted. "Among the 3 prodigies of the Chu family, aside from Chu Tian, I hold little regard for the rest. They are no different from the lowly soul beasts found in desolate lands." With that, he directly targeted Hu Xiangxiang and Chu Tianao, reducing them to the status of inferior soul beasts before the eyes of so many onlookers. Even the most temperate of individuals would find it intolerable. They stepped forward to confront Zhang Tian. "Zhang Tian, your words are excessive. I, Hu Xiangxiang, have never feared you." Chapter 16, The Contest for Prodigies, Part 2, Ha ha ha. Zhang Tian laughed heartily. "Hu Xiangxiang, do you truly consider yourself significant? Do not mistake your second-place ranking in the prodigy list for true parity with me. Let us not forget. During the previous prodigy finals, you could not even withstand 50 of my moves." Zhang Tian's words immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd. This is the essence of disparity. Had Zhang Tian not revealed it, no one would have known, especially since many present were newcomers. And achieving a place among the top 10 prodigies was their aspiration. Who would have imagined that the other 9 prodigies, positioned at the pinnacle, were regarded as utterly inadequate in Zhang Tian's eyes? Chu Tianxiang's face was a mottled canvas of pale and green hues, a sensation far more distressing than the sting of several slaps across his visage. He glared fiercely at Zhang Tian, his hands already adorned with hardened icicles. "What are you doing here?" At that moment, a voice interjected, revealing none other than Master Butidas, the martial arts instructor. "Any student who engages in clandestine brawls prior to the competition will be disqualified." In response to Butidas's thunderous reprimand, the crowd dispersed in disarray. Chu Tianxiang was compelled to withdraw the icy aura enveloping his hands, directing a gaze brimming with animosity at Zhang Tian. Nearby onlookers, witnessing Chu Tianxiang's reluctance to depart or take action, could not suppress their disdain. What are you staring at? You can't even match him in a fight. And he is ranked second among the elite. I reckon your skills are rather mediocre as well. Song Tian remained unfazed by Chu Tianxiang's hostile glare, simply trailing behind Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan, do you happen to know Zhiru Jing? Zhiru Jing? How do you know him? Chu Tianyuan responded, somewhat taken aback. In terms of talent and appearance, I believe no one in this academy can rival Zhiru Jing, right? Such a prodigious figure. How could I not be acquainted with him? Song Tian remarked. Are you seeking him for something? Not at all, Song Tian replied. I intend to leave the Soul Martial Academy after this competition. Thus I wish to familiarize myself with several experts. The top 10 elites hold no significance for me. The only individual I am genuinely interested in here is Zhiru Jing. Of course, I have begun to take a slight interest in you as well, hence this prior warning. Chu Tianyuan chuckled wryly and said, Are you not concerned about encountering a rival in the preliminary round who might eliminate you? Song Tian laughed heartily and replied, If anyone is capable of eliminating me in the preliminary round, I shall willingly sever my head and offer it as a ball for them to kick. Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but regard Song Tian with a newfound admiration. What a remarkable individual, exuding such audacity wherever he goes. However, upon returning to his dormitory, he cast Song Tian in a disparaging light once more, for the Yinhua brothers informed him that the top 10 prodigies were exempt from the preliminary rounds, requiring only to register their names to be directly placed in the finals. Chu Tianyuan pondered this notion. Otherwise, if the remaining 9 prodigies encountered Song Tian in the preliminary rounds, they would undoubtedly falter, failing to even progress past the initial stage. What perplexed Chu Tianyuan was Song Tian's apparent concern for Zhiru Jing. A year prior, Zhiru Jing had been unable to withstand even a single strike from him. Though that attack was undeniably formidable, this thought led him to realize that he had yet to witness Zhiru Jing fully unleash her potential. Perhaps her strength was not as lacking as he had previously assumed. He recalled her battle with Lu Rufu, noting that she seemed to hold back during the engagement. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, Zhiru Jing was indeed the most formidable individual in his vicinity. 10 days, while seemingly brief, passed in the blink of an eye. The first day marked the commencement of the preliminary rounds. The Yinhua brothers had eagerly escorted him to the arena. Brother, over 1,000 individuals registered for the academy. Yet only 10 will be selected to compete against the previous year's top 10 prodigies in the finals. We must emerge among the top 10 from this vast pool to have any hope of entering the prodigy rankings. Yin Yin exclaimed. Over 1,000 people. How long will that take? Chu Tianyuan inquired. Due to the large number of participants, 10 platforms were established, each accommodating over 100 competitors. Only one champion would emerge from each platform, allowing the preliminary results to be finalized within 2 days. Fortunately, the 3 of them were not positioned on the same platform. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous, as neither he nor Yinhua had much hope. After the first day's competition concluded, Chu Tianyuan returned to the dormitory with the Yinhua brothers, who could hardly contain his excitement as he recounted his heroic exploits of the day. Brother, do you know? My first opponent today was actually a water spirit master. I was utterly dumbfounded. And guess what happened? Yinhua said. What happened? Chu Tianyuan asked. That fellow, in his eagerness to prepare for the competition, overexerted his water spirit energy and dehydrated on the spot. Haha. Yinhua laughed heartily. The notion of a water spirit master dehydrating was indeed quite comical, Chu Tianyuan mused. And what of your match today, brother? Well, I did prevail. But the process was rather unexpected, Chu Tianyuan replied. His victory was indeed surprising. His first match had been against a petite girl. He typically found it challenging to strike against women, especially one so diminutive. As a result, he endeavored to be exceedingly accommodating. To his astonishment, after over 100 exchanges, the girl sat down and began to weep, exclaiming, You always evade me. I can't even touch you. In the midst of the turmoil, Chu Tianyuan found himself at a loss when confronted by a woman's tears, though he managed to handle her fury with ease. He could only crouch down and gently plead, Dear classmate, might you refrain from weeping? At that moment, the girl unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, her face brightening as she exclaimed, Chu Tianyuan, I finally kissed you. With spirited enthusiasm, she leapt off the stage, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The subsequent round unfolded swiftly, as Chu Tianyuan executed a martial technique that sent his opponent tumbling off the stage. Overall, the first day of competition proceeded rather smoothly, albeit with its share of surprises. Notably, Song Seer was eliminated on the very first day, and the champion of the second arena was determined without delay. This champion was undeniably formidable. Exuding an air of arrogance as he boldly declared from the stage, "I detest trouble. Any challengers from the second arena, step forward." Enraged, everyone within earshot surged onto the stage, only to be swept away by his powerful necromantic technique, which summoned a colossal skeletal dragon that dispatched the crowd with ease, revealing him as a necromancer. The following day's events unfolded even more rapidly, with results emerging almost instantaneously. The remaining competitors were predominantly the strongest among strong. Yet even the mightiest could succumb to those superior to them. The outcomes were displayed on a crimson announcement board, listing the champions from arenas 1 through 10, Zhang Jun, Haitian, Bao Tai, Zirujing, Gong Yuexin, Chu Tianyuan, Yin Hua, Kinzijuan, Mai Jieli, and Feng Juta. The finals would be determined by a draw. Yin Hua was eliminated in the last round of the preliminary matches, yet his performance in the final bouts, relying on martial techniques, astonished everyone. The results of the draw were revealed, and as Shui Meyer and Chu Tianyuan were no longer part of the Seoul Martial Academy, only 18 participants remained for the finals. The competition was divided into 9 groups, transforming the original 10 prodigies into 9. The first match of the finals was a clash between Yin Hua and Mai Jieli, which brought a sense of relief to Yin Hua. Although he was merely at the peak of the 6th level, his prowess was comparable to that of a 7th-level warrior. Facing the 7th-level martial artist Mai Jieli, his chances of victory were significantly higher than if he had faced the previous champion, especially against Yin Yan. He would have surrendered immediately to avoid a beating. Mai Jieli, upon drawing the lot to face a 6th-level Fire Soul Master, was filled with excitement. It was indeed a remarkable achievement for a martial artist to reach this stage, and the draw had ignited his hopes of ascending to the ranks of the prodigies. As Yin Hua and Mai Jieli stepped onto the stage, the crowd encircled the arena, brimming with anticipation. The match between a 6th-level Fire Soul Master and a 7th-level martial artist promised to be a riveting spectacle. As the competition commenced, Mai Jieli sprang into action. Fully aware of the overwhelming strength of Soul Masters, yet cognizant of their physical vulnerabilities, he understood that if he could subdue Yin Hua before the latter unleashed his Fire Soul power, victory would be within reach. The key to achieving this lay in one singular approach: speed. Mai Jieli had astutely identified the weakness of Soul Masters, and thus, in addition to honing his internal strength, he had dedicated his training to mastering speed. In an instant, he dashed towards the flames, channeling a formidable internal energy through his hands to strike at the shoulders of the blazing fire. The outcome of the match was unexpected, as both combatants relied on a single move. Mai Jieli was overly confident in his speed, while Yin Hua, having trained extensively with Chu Tianyuan, had grown accustomed to such velocity. When Mai Jieli fell before him, Yin Hua merely remarked, "This speed pales in comparison to my elder brothers." After more than a year of practice with Chu Tianyuan, Yin Hua discovered a profound truth. No matter how swift they were, Chu Tianyuan always surpassed them by a fraction, leaving them oblivious to the true extent of his maximum speed. In the second round, Gong Yuexin faced Ming Lingwan, where Gong emerged victorious. Ming Lingwan, having barely stepped onto the stage, conceded defeat, finding the competition devoid of significance. The third round featured Zirujing against Zhang Jun, the champion who had triumphed over Song Xiao in the first arena. Zhang Jun, dismissive of Zirujing's delicate appearance, reflected on the irony of a man with feminine features drawing all his male charm towards women. Throughout her year at the Seoul Martial Academy, Zirujing had only interacted with Chu Tianyuan and the Yin Hua brothers, while the other girls would shriek at the sight of her. Few could resist her enchanting beauty. Of course, there were also a few individuals of ambiguous gender who harbored affections for her, such as Lu Ruffling. Zhang Jun, however, would not show mercy to a man. He unleashed his most potent soul technique from the outset, a decision that proved astoundingly correct. As he was swiftly sent off the stage by a single kick from Zirujing, her speed enhanced by the Wind Soul power was simply too formidable. Chapter 17. The Contest of the Prodigies, Part 3. The fourth round was rather tragic. The 9th-ranked prodigy, Sang Nanzi, encountered the top-ranked Zhang Tian and was unceremoniously dispatched with a single move. Incensed, Sang Nanzi vented his fury at the instructor responsible for the draw. While the unfortunate instructor could only accept the reprimand with a grimace, for Sang Nanzi's grandfather was Sang Haiyan. In the 5th round, Chu Tianyuan faced Hai Tian, the sole master of the second arena. Without wasting words, Hai Tian acknowledged, I know you are the one who defeated Yin Yin. I shall employ my strongest technique. Should you overcome it, I will concede." He then conjured a massive skeletal dragon, encircled by a multitude of bone structures. With a mere thought, Hai Tian commanded the skeletal frames to tightly envelop his body. His most formidable offense was the bone dragon, while his strongest defense lay in the skeletal structure. Against such a dual-threat opponent, Chu Tianyuan's combat skills proved invaluable. The essence of martial arts lies in rendering one's opponent incapable of fighting, achieved by targeting their joints. The joints of the bone dragon were glaringly apparent to Chu Tianyuan. He struck swiftly at the joints of the dragon's hind legs, causing the colossal creature to collapse. To counter Hai Tian's skeletal defense, Chu Tianyuan executed a technique akin to hitting a cow across the mountain. Hai Tian could scarcely comprehend how Chu Tianyuan could inflict such damage, causing him to spit blood, despite his skeletal defenses remaining intact. In response, Chu Tianyuan simply uttered two words: resonance. Every object, upon being attacked, develops a form of resistance if it is assaulted again at the moment of its initial defense. The first resistance and the subsequent attack create a relative oscillation wave, embodying the essence of indirect confrontation. During the contest, the oscillations generated by Chu Tianyuan directly transmitted through the skeletal framework to the very depths of Hai Tian's being. In the sixth round, Yin Yin faced Chu Tianao. Emerging victorious, the 7th-level dual-element Light Soul Master triumphed over the 7th-level Poison Soul Master, rendering the latter's efforts futile. Before the poisonous energy could reach its target, it was effortlessly neutralized by the light energy, leaving no room for retaliation. In the 7th round, Chu Tianxiang confronted Bao Tai, claiming victory, but with a certain fury. Bao Tai was reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal, so limp he resembled clay when carried off. The 8th round saw Lu Rufeng against Feng Zhuta. With Lu Rufeng prevailing, Feng Zhuta was utterly humiliated, as Lu Rufeng, leveraging her speed as a Wind Soul Master, continuously took advantage of him. As a man, he could hardly endure such indignity, particularly when he could not even discern the opponent's gender. If she had been a woman, it might have been acceptable, if otherwise. The disgrace was profound. In a fit of frustration, Feng Zhuta leapt from the stage, exclaiming, "Pervert, I refuse to continue." Lu Rufeng, disheartened, lamented that he had yet to fully enjoy the contest. The 9th round featured Huangpu Zhou against Kenziken, with Huangpu Zhou emerging victorious. It could be said that Huangpu Zhou and Lu Rufeng were the two most extraordinary talents among the previous 10, with Lu Rufeng being psychologically peculiar and Huangpu Zhou exhibiting both physical and psychological eccentricity. Kenziken initially felt exhilarated, having landed several attacks on Huangpu Zhou, but soon realized something was amiss. The more he struck, the more he found himself invigorated, while Huangpu Zhou, drenched in blood, seemed to revel in the experience, urging, "Come. Hit here, it feels delightful." He even pointed to a particular spot on his body, causing Kenziken to leap off the stage in terror, muttering, "I'd rather face Song Tian than endure another moment with you, you weirdo." Thus concluded the first round of the finals, transforming the Academy's top 10 prodigies into 9. Among the newcomers were Yan Hua, Zi Rujing, Chu Tianyuan, and Gong Yuexin, while only half of the previous champions remained: Song Tian, Chu Tianxiang, Lu Rufeng, Yin Yin, and Huangpu Zhou. Next came the ranking matches for the 9 prodigies, also determined by a drawing system. The first group featured Zi Rujing and Chu Tianxiang, the second, Song Tian and Lu Rufeng, the third, Chu Tianyuan and Gong Yuexin, and the fourth, Yan Hua, Yin Yin, and Huangpu Zhou, with one victor from each group advancing to the semifinals. Chapter 18. The formidable Zi Rujing in the first round of the prodigy ranking matches. Zi Rujing faced Chu Tianxiang. As the competition progressed, the remaining participants were nearly all exceptional talents. Zi Rujing was hailed as the individual with the second greatest aptitude at the Seoul Martial Academy, surpassed only by Song Tian. Her prowess was assuredly formidable, yet few had witnessed her in action, leaving the true extent of her abilities shrouded in mystery. As the second-ranked contender of the previous tournament, Chu Tianxiang's strength should not be underestimated. Among the spectators, the most concerned were Song Seer and Chu Tianyuan. Song Seer had taken her place at the edge of the arena, eager for a clearer view, as he was the one she cherished the most. Zi Rujing had already shed his robe, standing in midair, enveloped by a multitude of wind blades, the blades of the tempest. Chu Tianxiang gazed at Zi Rujing, who stood poised in the air, as his own body began to ascend slowly. This was a duel between Wind Soul Masters. Ziru Jing. The Academy claims you are second only to Zhang Tian. Allow me to witness the extent of your prowess, Chu Tianxiang declared. His regrets at the Seoul Martial Academy were twofold, the first being his failure to capture the heart of Ming Lingwan, and the second, the perpetual suppression he faced from Zhang Tian. The emergence of Ziru Jing had directly caused his talent ranking to plummet from second to third, which stirred discontent within him. Ziru Jing, however, opted for silence. His participation in the Genius Tournament was motivated by a desire to engage with stronger opponents. There was another purpose as well, to gain clearer insight into Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan was the most enigmatic figure to him, and he even suspected that Chu Tianyuan had reached the advanced martial master level. Yet, the only way to ascertain this was through combat. He aimed to unearth his hidden cards one by one through the demonstration of strength. To confront Chu Tianyuan, he first needed to defeat Chu Tianxiang. Wind Soul, Night Shadow Wind Blade. Suddenly, the Wind Soul energy surrounding Ziru Jing churned violently, and countless wind blades shot toward Chu Tianxiang like arrows released from a bow. Wind Soul, do you presume that you are the sole master of it? Chu Tianxiang remained unperturbed as the wind blades approached. Wind shield form. A massive wind shield materialized before him. The wind blades struck the shield, veering off course and reflecting onto the ground, where the stone surface was instantly marred with enormous cracks. The onlookers broke into a cold sweat, astonished by the formidable Wind Soul energy assault. Yet, the fact that such a powerful attack was repelled by Chu Tianxiang's wind shield raised questions about the strength of his defenses. The wind blades are formidable, but their force is insufficient, Chu Tianxiang remarked nonchalantly. Ziru Jing responded with an enchanting smile directed at Chu Tianxiang, yet the assault of the wind blades persisted. Your shield is indeed robust, but how long can you endure? Upon being questioned by Ziru Jing, Chu Tianxiang gradually became aware of a startling revelation. Her wind blade attacks required no control whatsoever. The wind soul power coalesced within him while simultaneously unleashing razor-sharp blades of wind. As long as the wind soul power persisted, the blades would continue unabated. This was not a mere manipulation of wind soul power. Chu Tianxiang exclaimed, "How did you achieve this?" Ziru Jing regarded him thoughtfully, explaining that each individual wields their soul power uniquely. While one might learn the skills of others to attain strength, such techniques would never match the proficiency of those crafted by oneself. What? This is your original soul technique? Chu Tianxiang cried in astonishment as he deflected a wind blade. There are many techniques of my own design, Ziru Jing replied nonchalantly. Chu Tianxiang, in the application of wind soul power, you cannot surpass me. If you wish to avoid defeat, then reveal your true capabilities. I refuse to believe it. Chu Tianxiang shouted defiantly. I do not believe your comprehension of wind soul power can exceed mine. With my wind soul power, I can surely defeat you. Ziru Jing regarded him coldly, her eyes glinting with disdain. What a fool Chu Tianxiang is. At that moment, a voice emerged beside Chu Tianxiang. Turning his head, Chu Tianyuan discovered that Lu Rufeng had already positioned himself behind him, a shiver coursing through his body. Brother Lu, he stammered. Lu Rufeng, however, did not pursue the matter further, merely offering a smile as he addressed Chu Tianyuan. Brother Tianyuan, do you know why I have not sought out Ziru Jing lately? I'm not quite certain, Chu Tianyuan replied, a wave of cold sweat breaking out at the thought of Lu Rufeng's previous entanglements with Ziru Jing. It is because I am no longer a match for him, Lu Rufeng sighed. What? You can no longer contend with Ziru Jing? Chu Tianyuan exclaimed, recalling how just a year prior, Lu Rufeng had been the one chasing Ziru Jing around the campus. Lu Rufeng offered a wry smile. I do not know what has transpired. It seems Ziru Jing has become beyond my reach. Just look at the soul technique he employs. It is merely a common wind blade attack, one I often used against him in the past. But as you know, I can no longer even approach him. Chu Tianyuan was taken aback, realizing that Ziru Jing had reached such a formidable level. If this were the case, then Chu Tianxiang could certainly be deemed unfortunate. After all, even Lu Rufu had to concede to the prowess of her soul technique. Could it be that Chu Tianxiang, who ranked slightly higher, would be able to contend with her? Thus, Lu Rufu gazed at Chu Tianyuan with a smile. Chu Tianyuan's throat rolled slightly as he murmured, You wouldn't be contemplating a change of target again, would you? You are correct, Lu Rufeng replied, placing his hand directly upon Chu Tianyuan's shoulder. With a sudden leap, Chu Tianyuan evaded the confrontation, warning, Do not provoke me, or you shall encounter someone far more formidable than Ziru Jing. As he spoke, he stomped the ground with force, causing the thick stone slab beneath him to shatter instantly. Lu Rufu, wearing a smile, remarked, "Brother Tian Yuan, there is truly no need for such theatrics. While I may be somewhat easygoing, I am not one to shy away from a confrontation." After delivering his retort, Chu Tianyuan took a couple of cautious steps back, finding Lu Rufu increasingly intolerable. Lu Rufu, undeterred, gently replied, "Very well, let us watch the match. There will be ample time for other matters later." In the air, Zi Rujing and Chu Tianxiang were locked in a fierce battle, with Zi Rujing assuming the role of the aggressor, which left Chu Tianxiang somewhat disgraced. Onlookers began to question his esteemed ranking as the second among prodigies, pondering how someone so lacking in counterattacks could maintain such a position. Perhaps it would be better for him to withdraw early and avoid further humiliation. Chu Tianxiang was already being pressured in battle, and the whispers below only heightened his unease. His wind shield remained steadfast, yet he found himself unable to launch a counterattack. The relentless wind blades from Zi Rujing were nearly incessant, attacking autonomously without the need for her control. "Zi Rujing, you are mine." With a sudden resolve, Chu Tianxiang retracted his wind shield and charged directly toward Zi Rujing amidst the onslaught of wind blades. The blades swept past him, and he found himself standing before her in an instant. Traces of the wind? Chu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Chu Tianxiang had just evaded Zi Rujing's wind blades by merging with the very essence of the wind, allowing him to reach her unscathed. Flower of the wind. He grasped at the air, conjuring a cerulean windflower that shimmered before him. "Flower of the wind, take flight." The windflower erupted, transforming into countless petals that surged towards Zi Rujing. "Cousin, move." Songseer could no longer hold back her warning. As the multitude of petals approached, a wicked smile crept across Zi Rujing's face. Instead of retreating, she boldly advanced toward the incoming petals, which struck her with unyielding force. Songseer covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Zi Rujing being harmed. However, contrary to expectations, after being struck by the wind petals, Zi Rujing remained unscathed, standing motionless as she regarded Chu Tianxiang. "Is this your wind soul power? I had mentioned that in the understanding of the wind's essence, you are no match for me." As she spoke, the wind blades on her body surged once more toward Chu Tianxiang. Wind shield. Chu Tianxiang had no time to ponder why Zi Rujing had emerged unscathed from the wind petals. The speed of the wind blades was simply too swift for contemplation. He could only raise his wind shield once again. Yet this time, the wind shield failed to withstand the oncoming blades, which sliced through it effortlessly, leaving several gashes upon his form. Strange, how could Zi Rujing be unharmed after being struck by Chu Tianxiang's wind petals? Lu Rufa remarked. Chu Tianyuan bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, and suddenly it became clear to him. It appeared he had grasped something profound. Zi Rujing had completely surpassed the ordinary wind soul practitioners in her understanding of the power of wind. If Chu Tianxiang, who comprehended the traces of the wind, was a genius, then Zi Rujing was a genius among geniuses. Lu Rufeng expressed some confusion. The typical wind soul practitioners convert the essence of the wind into a means of attack, whereas Chu Tianxiang had merged himself with the wind. He was the wind, and the wind was him, rendering conventional wind soul power ineffective against him. To merge oneself with the wind? Lu Rufa seemed to grasp something. As a wind soul practitioner himself, he possessed considerable insights into the nature of the wind. However, under Chu Tianyuan's explanation, he couldn't help but cast a curious glance at him, wondering how he knew something even he was unaware of. "It was an elderly gentleman who informed me." Chu Tianyuan elucidated. "Elderly gentleman? Is he the one with a head of white hair, long eyebrows and beard, who enjoys donning a complete white attire?" Chu Tianyuan recalled the appearance of Seng Haiyan. "You have met that esteemed gentleman, haven't you?" Lu Rufeng replied with a wry smile. "How could I not know him? He is the dean of our academy." However, he did not disclose this to Chu Tianyuan, instead posing a question. If ordinary wind soul power cannot harm Chu Tianxiang, then why was he injured by Zi Rujing? It was not the wind soul of Zi Rujing that wounded him, but rather his own wind soul power that inflicted the injury. Injured by his own wind soul power? Lu Rufeng was perplexed. Did you not notice? The wind soul power surrounding Zi Rujing continuously converged into his body, Chu Tianyuan elucidated. His comprehension of wind is not about riding the wind, but rather about devouring it. Devouring? Lu Rufeng was taken aback. He consumes all the surrounding wind soul power, including Chu Tianxiang's windflower. Zi Rujing's wind blades cannot penetrate Chu Tianxiang's wind shield. But if it were Chu Tianxiang's own wind blades, then his wind shield would be intrinsically linked to the wind blades, allowing the blades to directly penetrate his shield. Chapter 19, The Five-Clawed Ice Dragon. To convert the opponent's wind soul into one's own. It is no wonder that Zi Rujing ranks second only to Zhang Tian among soul masters. Is this truly the extent of her power? Not only that. Chu Tianyuan shook his head. Have you forgotten that he is also a dark soul master? Throughout the competition, he has yet to utilize any dark soul power. Moreover, I believe he has now faintly grasped a third type of soul power, a triad soul master. Lu Ruffin gasped in astonishment. It was no wonder that Zi Rujing's strength had suddenly eclipsed his own. He could only offer a bitter smile at this moment, observing Zi Rujing. His sense of frustration deepened. The chasm in their strengths would only continue to widen. Zi Rujing, you shall pay for this. Chu Tianxiang panted heavily, glaring furiously at Zi Rujing. This was the most humiliating moment of his combat career. Zi Rujing had reduced him to this state with merely her wind soul blades. He had once believed that, within the entire Soul Martial Academy, including Sang Haiyan, no one could rival his understanding of wind soul power. He merely needed time. Yet, the emergence of Zi Rujing had completely shattered his perception. I told you, in terms of understanding wind soul power, you cannot match me. If you do not reveal your true abilities, you shall face defeat. Zi Rujing's voice dropped to a whisper towards the end, as if discussing an inconsequential matter, which only fueled Chu Tianxiang's ire. Zi Rujing, I will kill you. Chu Tianxiang clenched his fists, a layer of solid ice forming instantly upon his hands. 7th level Ice Soul Master. Divine Ice Arrow Rain. Chu Tianxiang unleashed a barrage of ice spikes. Wind's Trace. Zi Rujing boldly advanced toward the ice spikes, each spike narrowly missing her. So, this is how Wind's Trace can be utilized, Chu Tianyuan mused, watching Zi Rujing in the air with admiration. She truly is a genius among soul masters. As the ice spikes tore through the air, they inevitably stirred the winds, and Zi Rujing cleverly used this rapid wind movement to evade the trajectory of the ice spikes. Dodge. Let us see how you escape. Chu Tianxiang was now beside himself with rage. Ice Storm unleashed. Countless ice spikes swiftly coalesced in the air, piercing the atmosphere like shards of amethyst. There were no gaps to be found. Windshield. Purple Crystal commanded sharply. Instantly, a windshield materialized beside him, rendering the ice spikes powerless as they were thwarted outside its protective barrier. It appeared that the wind soul power, which Chu Tianxiang had grasped, was nearly entirely under the control of Purple Crystal. At this rate, Chu Tianxiang stood no chance of victory, remarked Lu Ruffle. Chu Tianyuan smiled but chose not to respond. He felt that Chu Tianxiang must have some hidden strategy yet to be revealed. Zi Rujing, do you truly believe you can withstand my ice spear? This technique was originally intended for dealing with Zhang Tian, but since you have provoked me, let us see how you fare. Ice Wilderness, freeze. The ice spears launched at Zi Rujing shattered into countless small fragments, encircling her. Freeze. Chu Tianxiang bellowed, and the tiny ice shards swiftly encased Zi Rujing entirely. The frozen Zi Rujing plummeted from the air, landing with a resounding thud on the ground. Chu Tianxiang looked down at her, saying, Do not struggle. My freezing technique can even sever blades. Now that you are completely encased in ice, I am curious to see how you will wield your wind soul power. Zi Rujing desperately summoned the wind soul power around her, attempting to slice through the ice. Yet, the hardness of the ice exceeded her expectations. No matter how she wielded her wind blades, they could not breach the thin layer of ice. Her beautiful face twisted in frustration as Chu Tianxiang's ice spear descended upon her. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Zi Rujing finally unleashed her dark soul power. The ice spears struck the ground with a fierce whoosh, while Zi Rujing managed to shift several meters away. Her dark soul power shimmered faintly, enveloping her in a mist akin to a colossal claw, not shattering the dense ice but rather corroding it. The crowd stood in stunned silence. A triad soul master. Corrosive soul power, a branch of the dark element, yet its terrifying corrosive ability surpassed even that of poison masters. I underestimated Zi Rujing after all, Chu Tianyuan sighed. I believe it won't be long before she becomes a quadric elemental soul master. Wind, darkness, devouring, and corrosion. Zi Rujing appears to be a natural dark soul master, having grasped some of the most troublesome powers within the dark element. You are indeed a corrosive soul master. Chu Tianxiang was utterly astonished. The ice encasing Zi Rujing began to dissolve slowly, allowing her to rise once more. The doomsday of the dark soul descends. A vast expanse of dark soul power enveloped the sky. No. Chu Tianxiang watched as darkness consumed him. A wave of unwillingness surged from within. 5-clawed Ice Dragon. Arise. With a thunderous roar, a massive ice dragon materialized behind Chu Tianxiang. He had summoned a spirit beast, the five-clawed ice dragon, an 8th-level ice attribute spirit beast. Five-clawed ice dragon, tear apart this darkness, Chu Tianxiang commanded. The dragon roared mightily, its 5 enormous claws reaching into the void, and with its furious cry, the dark sky split open. Rift of heaven, Chu Tianxiang shouted. The gap in the sky widened, devouring the darkness. Upon hearing Chu Tianxiang's call, the colossal dragon inhaled deeply, drawing in countless darkness into its belly. The sky became clear, and Chu Tianxiang stood confidently atop the head of the five-clawed ice dragon. He is cheating. Discontented murmurs erupted from the audience. Summoning a spirit beast during the competition, especially an 8th-level five-clawed ice dragon, his eligibility to compete should be revoked. As Chu Tianxiang faced the discontent of the crowd, he cast a fierce glance, questioning who declared that summoning spirit beasts was impermissible in the competition. Wasn't the spirit beast an integral part of a soul master's prowess? The assembly, rendered speechless by his assertion, could only reflect on the audacity of his claim. Who was unaware of the formidable influence of the Chu family? The mere notion that they could summon an 8th-level five-clawed ice dragon as a spirit beast was preposterous. If this were the case, why should anyone else even compete? They might as well concede the first place to him. The event was overseen by Fire Soul Mentor Dina, who, despite harboring her own grievances against Chu Tianxiang, could not arbitrarily revoke his eligibility to participate, as the competition rules did not explicitly prohibit the use of spirit beasts. With a disdainful glance, she declared, "The competition shall proceed." In truth, Chu Tianxiang felt trapped. The five-clawed ice dragon had been procured for him by Chu Badian from the Dragon Soul space. Furthermore, he had been repeatedly cautioned against summoning the dragon unless faced with a life-and-death crisis. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Should Chu Batian learn of this, a severe punishment awaited him, perhaps even expulsion from the family. If handled correctly, this matter would pass without consequence. If mishandled, the repercussions could be catastrophic for humanity. Had it not been for Zuru Jing's strength, which surpassed his expectations, he would not have been compelled to reveal his final trump card. Dragon Knight. Zuru Jing glared at Chu Tianxiang, questioning whether he was oblivious to the potential consequences of his actions. "All I desire is to triumph over you," replied Chu Tianxiang coolly. "For the sake of a mere competition, are you willing to plunge countless lives into turmoil?" Zuru Jing's eyes blazed with crimson intensity. "Very well. Since you insist on this course, I shall act in the name of justice today. I shall annihilate that five-clawed ice dragon." What did he just say? The crowd erupted in a wave of astonishment. If I heard correctly, he declared his intent to slay a dragon. The might of the dragon race was beyond reproach. By virtue of their inherent gifts, dragons stood as the most formidable of all beings. Even a newly hatched dragon possessed the capabilities of a high-level spirit beast. And Chu Tianxiang's five-clawed ice dragon was merely in its juvenile stage. Dragons, noble and straightforward, had long been the target of countless soul masters who sought to capture them and forcefully bind them with spirit contracts. Over a century ago, the holy domain was rampant, and numerous dragon knights emerged among humanity's elite. The status of a dragon knight surpassed even that of emperors. It was due to their formidable prowess that the three great empires of humanity triumphed in their wars against the demon race, nearly obliterating the demonic forces. However, this victory ushered in an even greater calamity, the wrath of the dragons. Merely 200 adult dragons were unleashed, yet they nearly laid waste to the entire imperial capital. In that cataclysm, countless holy domain powerhouses perished, and Dragon Knight suffered immense casualties, including even the strongest divine beings among humanity, who fell in battle against the dragons. After a protracted conflict, both the human race and the dragon clan suffered tremendous losses. Ultimately, both parties were compelled to enter into a pact stipulating that henceforth, humans would not employ coercive methods to forge soul contracts with the dragons. Should they contravene this agreement, the dragons would unleash their full might to annihilate humanity. Although a century has passed, the devastation has left the survivors with a profound awareness of the dragon's terrifying power. Since then, dragon riders have ceased to appear in the human realm, as the emergence of a new dragon rider would signify the breach of the human-dragon contract. Slaying dragons. Only through the extermination of dragons can the dragon riders vanish, and only through this act can the matter fade into the annals of time. Five-clawed ice dragon. Eliminate Zuru Jing, commanded Chu Tianxiang. He found himself unable to turn back, astonished to discover that Zuru Jing was aware of the human dragon contract. He could not allow anyone to realize that his actions would thrust humanity into a perilous predicament. Only by eliminating Zero Jing could he quell the issue and ensure its silent disappearance. Upon hearing Chu Tianxiang's directive, the five-clawed ice dragon let out a resounding roar, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath towards Zero Jing. Zero Jing's dark soul power manifested as a colossal claw, reaching out towards the five-clawed ice dragon. The dragon breath and the dark claw collided, creating an insatiable energy entity, a fierce battle between the dragon breath, which sought to freeze the dark soul power, and the dark soul power, which aimed to corrode and consume the dragon breath. Night Shadow Windblade. Zero Jing launched a barrage of wind blades towards the five-clawed ice dragon. Yet its defenses surpassed Zero Jing's expectations. The wind blades left no mark upon the dragon's formidable form. Chapter 20. The most intense ranking competition among heroes. You stand no chance against the five-clawed ice dragon. Zero Jing, prepare to meet your end. With a mere thought, Chu Tianxiang commanded the five-clawed ice dragon to unleash another blast of dragon breath, chilling the air as it swept across the ground, encasing it in a thick layer of impenetrable ice. The dragon breath surged along the ground towards Zero Jing, who found his body gradually succumbing to the freezing grip. Not to the ordinary ice soul power wielded by Chu Tianxiang, but to the dragon clan's innate ice soul. Zero Jing struggled. Yet the icy bonds were as unyielding as solid steel, pinning him to the earth as a colossal dragon claw descended upon him. Tiger were fist. In that crucial moment, Chu Tianyuan finally made his move. With a punch akin to a fierce tiger's roar, he collided with the giant claw of the five-clawed ice dragon. A thunderous explosion resounded as Chu Tianyuan was violently hurled off the arena, leaving a deep crater in the ground. However, the five-clawed ice dragon was not spared. It withdrew its claw, crimson blood seeping from its wounds and dripping onto the ground, forming glistening red ice beads. It roared in fury, soul of fire, blazing inferno. Witnessing the situation escalate to such extremes, Dina could no longer restrain herself. A vast expanse of fire soul power enveloped the five-clawed ice dragon, which roared incessantly, yet remained unable to break free from this infernal confinement. The prowess of a 9th-level fire soul master was beyond the resistance of even an 8th-level dragon. Enough. You have already won this match. Call back your savage beast, Dina said fiercely to Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianxiang let out a cold snort as he summoned the five-clawed ice dragon back into the realm of its original spirit. He descended the arena slowly, confronting the disdainful gazes of the crowd, and approached the standing Chu Tianyuan, remarking, "You ought not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Chu Tianyuan's right hand had sustained a fracture, yet he remained locked in a steadfast gaze with Chu Tianxiang. Though the blood of the Chu family coursed through their veins, their temperaments diverged dramatically. He articulated each word with deliberate clarity, declaring, "Should you take the life of Zero Jing, then I shall demand the lives of all those under the lineage of Chu Zhantian in the future." Upon hearing Chu Tianyuan's words, Hu Xiangxiang not only refrained from anger but instead responded with scorn. "Why must it be the next generation of my father rather than that of my grandfather? Chu Batian? Ah, I see. You lack the capability. With such ineptitude, what leverage do you possess to threaten me? My father is a 9th-level soul master, and my grandfather a sacred domain warrior. In their eyes, what do you amount to? In the eyes of the Chu family, you are insignificant." Only Zero Jing understood the underlying reason for Chu Tianyuan's proclamation. Should Zero Jing perish, the Chu family would become Chu Tianyuan's adversary. He could annihilate all from Chu Zhantian's generation, yet he could not bring harm to Chu Zhanhan or Chu Batian, for their blood coursed through his veins. Zero Jing, though encased in ice, sensed the emotional turmoil within Chu Tianyuan at that moment. He could feel the resolve and anguish behind Chu Tianyuan's words. For him, family ties and bloodlines paled in comparison to the bond they had forged over the years. To Chu Tianyuan, perhaps there remained a flicker of attachment to the Chu family. Yet this sentiment stemmed solely from the fact that he was, at his core, a member of the Chu clan. He could neither alter this reality nor forgive the family. "If you take Zero Jing's life, then I shall demand the lives of all from the next generation under Chu Zhantian." Zero Jing's heart, already frozen, shattered completely with this declaration. He gazed at Chu Tianyuan's face, marred by rage and sorrow, as tears glistened and streamed down his cheeks. Hu Xiangxiang. Chu Tianyuan's eyes burned with intensity. "Mark my words today. There will come a time when you will kneel before me, bearing the head of a five-clawed ice dragon, pleading for my forgiveness for your past transgressions. Remember this. In the realm of soul masters, The one you must never provoke is not the formidable sacred domain warriors, nor the divine-level beings, but me. I am Chu Tianyuan. Upon hearing Chu Tianyuan's words, Chu Tianxiang turned around, laughing heartily as he walked away. Chu Tianyuan, I await your arrival. His laughter echoed throughout the square, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. In the first round of the Talented Rankings tournament, Zi Rujing faced off against Chu Tianxiang, who emerged victorious. In the second round, Song Tian would battle Lu Rufu. As the match between Zi Rujing and Chu Tianxiang concluded, the crowd's attention shifted to the stage where the two combatants stood. This year's contest for the title of the most talented was far more exhilarating than the previous one. Song Tian, the first-ranked, would now face Lu Rufu, who held the third position. How would their battle unfold? Lu Rufu, this is our first encounter, is it not? Song Tian inquired. Indeed, Lu Rufu replied. I lost to Chu Tianxiang last time, preventing me from facing you. If given the chance now, do you believe you could defeat Chu Tianxiang? Lu Rufu pondered for a moment before responding. If he were to refrain from utilizing that five-clawed ice dragon, I could certainly triumph over him. And how do you fare against Zi Rujing? Lu Rufu answered candidly, I am no match for her. Haha. Well then, Song Tian chuckled. I lack confidence in overcoming Zi Rujing as well. It seems your prowess shall not disappoint. Lu Rufu lifted his head and interjected, Wait. I assure you my strength will not let you down, but I propose a wager. What sort of wager? If I win, you must strip bare and run across the square. You pervert, Song Tian exclaimed. At least leave me with a pair of shorts. Very well. I shall leave you with a pair of shorts. Lu Rufu began to elevate himself slowly. Hold on. Song Tian waved his hand urgently. What if you lose? If I lose, you may do as you please. Good. I shan't demand your public nudity. If you lose, merely shout I am a woman 3 times from this stage. Curse you. Before he could finish his retort, Song Tian had already evaded Lu Rufu's wind blades. Another fierce battle was about to commence. Song Tian, let me witness your prowess as the foremost talent. Lu Rufu's wind blades surged toward Song Tian. Very well. Prepare yourself. I shall unleash my first soul power, Water Soul. Fury of the ocean. Surrounding Song Tian, a multitude of water columns surged forth, transforming into blades of water that intertwined with the wind blades. Wind line, unleash. Lu Rufu shouted. The wind blades morphed into countless fine threads, piercing through the water columns and directly striking Song Tian. The wind lines sliced through Song Tian's robe, leaving thin, precise wounds upon his body. They penetrated with the sharpness of a thread, yet were more lethal and intangible. Lu Rufu's mastery of wind soul power revealed itself, embodying the very essence of the wind. Observing his injuries, Song Tian swiftly enveloped the wounds with water soul power, exclaiming, Such a fierce wind soul. It appears that water soul cannot withstand your assault. Thus, I shall reveal my second type of soul power, fire soul, fury of the flame dragon. Countless fiery souls enveloped the water spirit energy within Song Tian. The two types of spirit energy he had comprehended were, astonishingly, opposites, water and fire. The intertwining water and fire spirits emitted a crackling sound as the fire spirit transformed into a colossal dragon's head, launching itself toward Lu Rufu. Lu Rufu, fully harnessing the power of the wind spirit, detected the trajectory of the fire dragon's assault with clarity. Yet, he could only evade. He was utterly incapable of shattering this formidable spirit energy. Lu Rufu, perhaps you remain unaware of why I have exclusively wielded the water and fire spirits all along. Song Tian remarked. It is because the combination of these two energies suffices for me. In your eyes, water and fire cannot be harmoniously utilized. However, for me, their amalgamation yields greater power than any singular spirit energy. Water and fire entwined. A water dragon surged forth from his being. The two spirit dragons interwove, merging with an explosive roar. The fusion of water and fire unleashed its ultimate force, an explosion, like magma breaching the ice. This exemplified the might of the water and fire spirits. The water and fire dragon surged violently toward Lu Rufu, a force beyond the capabilities of the wind spirit to evade. The sole recourse was to endure. Whirlwind shield. The thunderous impact resonated as the spirit dragon detonated against Lu Rufu's wind shield. Countless fragments erupted forth. As dust billowed across the ground, it gradually settled, revealing Lu Rufu standing unscathed upon the arena, while the earth around him lay cracked and shattered. Impossible. Song Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could your whirlwind shield withstand my water and fire spirit dragon? unless your eyes could widen even further. Indeed, a standard whirlwind shield could scarcely withstand such a fierce attack, yet Lu Rufeng wore a confident smile. But what of an 8th level Wind Spirit Master as Whirlwind Shield? 8th level. He had ascended to the realm of advanced Spirit Masters. Lu Rufeng was indeed an 8th level Wind Spirit Master, the sole advanced Spirit Master among all students at the Soul Weapon Academy. Good, good, good. Song Tian's face radiated exhilaration. Battling with a formidable opponent was his greatest joy. Since you are an 8th level Wind Spirit Master, allow me to unveil my 3rd Spirit Energy. An 8th level Wind Spirit Master against a 7th level Triad Spirit Master. Soul of Slaughter. Arise. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from Song Tian. His 3rd Spirit Energy was, astonishingly, the Soul of Slaughter. This energy could only be comprehended through countless battles and the witnessing of untold deaths. Soul of Slaughter. Ever since my birth, the borders of the Earth City have remained unstable, with bandits often infiltrating alongside small military factions from the Fengxia Empire. Song Tian's eyes turned crimson, embodying a gaze steeped in bloodlust. Was this when you comprehended the Soul of Slaughter? Lu Rufeng soared into the air. Indeed, yet this spirit energy is exceedingly potent. And I fear I may not maintain control for long, Song Tian replied, locking eyes with Lu Rufeng. Thus, I shall only employ one move against you. Should you withstand it, I shall concede. Very well. Lu Rufeng's gaze sparkled with determination. I shall unleash my strongest move as well, if you can endure it. I too shall concede. Two individuals simultaneously summoned their soul energy, two immense forces converging upon their bodies. Chapter 21. Romance and Violence. Dina, witnessing the gathering soul power, turned pale and exclaimed, "Everyone, get down." With a thunderous roar, a 3-colored soul dragon manifested behind Song Tian. Wind Soul's Mountain Cleave, Ocean Spiral. A colossal whirlwind surged toward Song Tian. 3 souls explode. The energies collided with a resounding boom, shaking the arena with a deafening explosion. A vast soul cloud swept over the ground. The astute crowd had already prostrated themselves, while those still standing were nearly overwhelmed by the tempest. As the storm subsided, the spectators gradually lifted their heads, revealing the arena reduced to ruins, with 2 figures standing amidst the debris. Lu Rufeng remained conscious, yet his strength faltered under his own weight. Gritting his teeth, he slowly fell backward. Ha! Song Tian, standing with some difficulty, boasted, Lu Rufeng. You have succumbed to my might. He raised his hands, oblivious to the mixed gazes of the onlookers. Only when realization dawned did he notice that he was left clad in nothing but a pair of shorts, his garments shredded into countless strips by the wind's power. Lu Rufeng fared little better. Although he had collapsed, most of his upper attire lay in tatters. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? A corset. Lu Rufeng was wearing a corset. A woman. It turned out Lu Rufeng was a woman. This revelation unraveled a mystery that had long perplexed them. Dina, observing the awkward scene on the stage, hurriedly fetched 2 large pieces of cloth and tossed them to the 2. Song Tian quickly covered his sturdy form, though his face burned with embarrassment. Suppressing a laugh, Dina raised Song Tian's hand, declaring, Song Tian is victorious. As he relaxed his grip, the cloth fell away once more, causing the crowd to erupt in laughter. Lu Rufeng, gritting her teeth, propped herself up. The fabric barely concealed her form, revealing glimpses of her figure. She, though reluctant, accepted her defeat. Whispering, I lost this round. The voice that emerged was unexpectedly feminine. She had been suppressing her vocal cords with soul power all along. I, Lu Rufeng, speak the truth. She gradually stood, addressing the crowd. I am a woman. I am a woman. I am a woman. The audience stood in stunned silence, realizing they had witnessed an astonishing turn of events. The second round of the talent ranking tournament concluded in such a dramatic fashion, yet the spectators were largely satisfied, as witnessing such a thrilling contest was indeed rare. Moreover, the prospect of no longer being troubled by Lu Rufeng brought a sense of relief. For being pursued by a beautiful woman was hardly a burden. Among them, Chu Tianyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least she was a woman, he thought. The memory of being kissed by Lu Rufeng in his sleep a year prior sent shivers down his spine. But now, with Lu Rufeng's gender confirmed, his spirits lifted. As for Zi Rujing's thoughts, only he is aware of them. In the 3rd round of the celestial ranking competition, Chu Tianyuan faces Gong Yuexin. The arena has been relocated, as the previous one lay in ruins. Gong Yuexin is an exceptionally beautiful woman, although she cannot quite compare to Ming Lingwan. Her beauty is still as captivating as a blooming flower. The fact that she has reached this stage is somewhat bewildering, especially considering her match against Ming Lingwan. She had devoted an entire night to preparation, given that Ming Lingwan is also among the top 10 prodigies. To her surprise, Ming Lingwan conceded as soon as she stepped onto the stage, leaving her with a sense of unease regarding her victory. However, she soon found solace. For her next match is against Chu Tianyuan. "I am Gong Yuexin," she said, gazing at Chu Tianyuan. "You are Chu Tianyuan, are you not?" Chu Tianyuan smiled faintly. Indeed, it was Chu Tianyuan. At this moment, Dina had already declared the commencement of the competition. Gong Yuexin hurled a water balloon, yet it possessed no lethal force. "I had previously encountered you in the boys' dormitory. On that occasion, you had thoroughly defeated Yin Yan." Chu Tianyuan deftly evaded the water balloon. It was nothing unusual, albeit that occasion was somewhat excessive. "Generally, I am quite courteous towards women." I can see that Gong Yuexin has once again hurled a water balloon. "Might I inquire if you are a member of the Chu family?" Chu Tianyuan fell silent for a moment, then replied, "No." The water soul of Gong Yuexin enveloped her body as she continued, "In truth, my father is the largest grain merchant in the Dragon Soul Empire. If you are indeed a member of the Chu family, perhaps our two families could forge a union. However, it matters little now, given your remarkable talent. My father would surely accept you." The crowd had already fainted in disbelief. Was this a competition or a matchmaking event? Chu Tianyuan deftly evaded a water sphere. "If you are willing to marry me, I would gladly concede right now." Chu Tianyuan was in a state of deep frustration. "I believe we should take this competition seriously." The spectators, particularly the Yinhua brothers, were left astounded. Truly, he is the elder brother. Even during a competition, he manages to attract such a beautiful girl, whose family background is among the elite of the empire. Take it seriously? Gong Yuexin looked pitiable. "Do you intend to treat me as you do Yin Yin?" "That was not my intention." Chu Tianyuan felt overwhelmed. "You once claimed that you were quite modest around women." Gong Yuexin cooed playfully. "Indeed, I did say that." The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even the usually composed Ming Lingwan turned to leave, her heart heavy with disappointment. Had she known, she would have taught Gong Yuexin a harsh lesson, ensuring she wouldn't even reach the finals. Her innocent heart stirred once more. The mere thought of Chu Tianyuan rendered her restless. "Chu Tianyuan, what are you doing? Why don't you bring her down?" Zirujing could no longer bear the sight. Chu Tianyuan glanced at Zirujing, but she was a woman. Are women not allowed to fight? Zirujing's face turned an angry shade of green. Chu Tianyuan cast a glance at Gong Yuexin and, with an awkward smile, remarked, "You see, everyone is filled with dissatisfaction." Gong Yuexin pouted defiantly. "Fine. If you wish to strike, then I shall allow you to do so. Go ahead and strike me with all your might." She thrust her chest forward, tears glistening in her eyes. "I have offended you." Chu Tianyuan's hand was already directed towards Gong Yuexin, invoking the soul of the water spirit. A colossal hand of water power emerged, seizing Gong Yuexin. Observing this turn of events, she struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "Chu Tianyuan, what are you doing? Let me go." Chu Tianyuan smiled faintly, the essence of water cascading down. Gong Yuexin was gradually placed at the edge of the arena. Tears finally streamed from her eyes. "Chu Tianyuan, you scoundrel." The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. Gong Yuexin shot a fierce glare at the onlookers and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty weep?" With that, she stomped her foot and departed. Chu Tianyuan stood on the arena, utterly speechless. How could one possibly contend with such an opponent? The mentors present were equally astounded. This year's prodigy was undeniably humorous. However, it was Dina who regained her composure. She approached the stage and raised Chu Tianyuan's hand, declaring, "Chu Tianyuan wins." In the fourth round of the prodigy ranking competition, Yinhua, Yin Yan, and Huang Puzhou formed a trio. The three had already taken their positions on the stage when Dina promptly announced the beginning of the match, stating that the last one standing would be the victor. Upon glancing at Yin Yan, Yinhua felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. How could he possibly compete? He doubted that even with Yin Yan's assistance, they would stand a chance against her. Yin Yan, noticing Yinhua's apprehension, turned to Huang Puzhou and remarked, "I have some matters to settle with my little brother. Could you kindly step aside?" Without hesitation, Huang Puzhou fetched a chair from below the stage and sat down, stating, "You two handle your family affairs first." He feared that if the siblings decided to target him, it would lead to considerable frustration. "Yinhua, this past year has treated you well under Chu Tianyuan's guidance," Yin Yin observed, fixing her gaze on him. "Big sister, we have been diligently honing our skills." Please spare my little brother any further hardship, he stammered. Then let me witness your current prowess. A massive fireball hurtled toward Yanhua. Oh my goodness, Yanhua shouted, recognizing the attack. It could be said that Yin Yin was the nemesis of the Yin brothers. Whenever they faced her, they were destined for defeat. Filled with frustration, Yanhua lamented the stark contrast between his experiences and Chu Tianyuan's, who was met with adoring fans upon taking the stage, while he faced a relentless beating. Thus commenced a relentless pursuit, and it was only when Yanhua lay prostrate on the ground that Yin Yin finally relented. Your strength has not improved at all, she remarked, giving him a kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. The crowd collectively gasped. Truly, she was a formidable soul master, capable of reducing her own brother to a state resembling that of a swine. Chu Tianyuan caught Yanhua and immediately utilized the power of the water spirit to heal his wounds. Upon awakening, Yanhua, seeing Chu Tianyuan tending to him, hurriedly clung to his legs, exclaiming, "Brother, oh dear, you need not suffer such a defeat." Chu Tianyuan replied calmly, "It is commendable that Yanhua has endured for so long." Yin Yin opposed, "No." Chu Tianyuan shook his head. "The reason you both are consistently defeated by Yin Yin is not merely a matter of strength disparity. If you two were to join forces, Yin Yin would not prevail so easily." "Impossible," both brothers exclaimed. "You frequently find yourselves on the receiving end of blows because of the fear you harbor towards Yin Yin. Should you be able to release this fear, only then could your abilities advance further. If you cannot let it go, you shall forever remain weak," Chu Tianyuan stated. The brothers fell silent for a moment, pondering, how can we overcome this fear? Face it and conquer it, Chu Tianyuan urged. The brothers' expression shifted immediately. Confront Yin Yin? Does that not mean further punishment? Chu Tianyuan observed their fearful expressions and couldn't help but shake his head. Overcoming inner terror is no simple feat. Even he harbors a semblance of fear, a dread deeply buried within his soul, one that he scarcely dares to acknowledge. At this moment, Yin Yin on stage was locked in a fierce confrontation with Huang Puzhou. Although Huang Puzhou had merely ranked 10th in the previous competition, his prowess was no mere stroke of luck. Unlike Yin Yin's ascent through fortune, his abilities as a light soul master were fully realized. Wielding light soul power not only to attack, but also to heal himself. Though Yin Yin too was a light soul master, she soon discovered that Huang Puzhou's command of light soul power was swifter than her own, coupled with an astonishing regenerative capacity. He resembled an indomitable cockroach, unyielding to physical pain. To the spectators, Huang Puzhou might appear as a morbid individual who revels in self-harm. However, only he comprehends the purpose behind his self-inflicted wounds. He seeks to grasp the essence of a healing force that transcends light soul power, the soul of rebirth. If he could truly comprehend the essence of life, he would earn the recognition of his ancestral master and could transform into the new sovereign of the divine light soul temple. Chapter 22. The terrifying speed and strength of the combat master. The third round of the Genius Ranking Tournament concluded with Huang Puzhou triumphing over Yin Yin. Of course, he had exhausted every ounce of his strength, and Yin Yin did not summon her fiery sparrow. Yet, she was taken aback. Previously, Huang Puzhou had always allowed her to dominate, but in this match, he exhibited an extraordinary level of skill. Had he been concealing his true abilities all along? The thought sent a chill down Yin Yan's spine. A person may endure once or twice, showcasing resilience, but to endure for a year or two is truly fearsome. The audience was satisfied with this match. After all, battles between 7th-level soul masters are a rare spectacle. Only 4 contenders remained in the Genius Ranking Tournament: Song Tian, Huang Puzhou, Chu Tianxiang, and Chu Tianyuan. The impending competition would determine the champions. A single victory would confer upon them the glory of being the second-ranked genius. In the championship match, the first round featured Huang Puzhou against Chu Tianyuan. At the command of their mentor, Lu Lin, the two stood resolutely upon the arena. Chu Tianyuan and Huang Puzhou's eyes gleamed like beasts of the night, signaling that fate had run its course for the latter. With a wry smile, Chu Tianyuan acknowledged that to others, his arrival here was indeed a stroke of luck. He had scarcely employed any soul techniques to reach this stage. Had he encountered formidable opponents like Song Tian or Ziru Jing from the onset, no one would have believed in his victory. In the eyes of Huang Puzhou, Chu Tianyuan was merely a petty contender who had advanced to the finals through fortune and the favor of women. Let the competition commence, Chu Tianyuan stated calmly. Words were futile. He could only prove himself through strength. Light of the soul, shift, and shadow. A radiant aura enveloped Huang Puzhou. For the ultimate application of soul power was not in offense, but in defense. With a contemptuous smile, Chu Tianyuan remarked, "Have you not heard that the best defense is a good offense?" In an instant, he vanished from sight. Huang Puzhou was finished. Yin Hua and Yin Yin spoke simultaneously. Suddenly, Chu Tianyuan reappeared behind Huang Puzhou, delivering a precise hand strike to his neck, causing Huang Puzhou to collapse. "How did you know Huang Puzhou would fall for that?" a voice inquired. Yin Yin was startled, and seeing her brother Yin Hua's fearful expression, she did not wish to press the two further. "After following Chu Tianyuan for so long, do you truly comprehend the depths of his strength?" Yin Hua expressed his unease. "My brother's prowess is unfathomable. Even with my full effort alongside him, we could not endure for a mere quarter of an hour. You would not last even a quarter of an hour against me." Yin Yin retorted. Although there was no personal enmity between her and Chu Tianyuan, she still felt a sense of rivalry. "That is certainly the case," Yin Hua responded. "But my brother does not even employ his soul power. Moreover, he does not utilize inner strength," Yin Hua added. Yin Yin cast them a disdainful glance. "Without soul power or inner strength, does he intend to rely solely on his fists?" "Indeed, he fights with his fists," Yin Hua replied. Yin Yin dismissed their claims as mere bravado. Without the martial techniques of a warrior, how could one expect to fight effectively? Fists? Absurd. If one could defeat a soul master merely with fists, what need would there be for soul techniques and martial skills? One could simply swing their fists and prevail. On the stage, Huang Puzhou, clearly taken aback by the initial hand strike, shook his head and stood up. "Chu Tianyuan, it appears you possess some skill," he remarked, rubbing the back of his neck. "With your level of strength, I need not employ inner strength," Chu Tianyuan replied calmly. Upon hearing such disdain from Chu Tianyuan, Huang Puzhou's anger flared. "No inner strength? Then allow me to witness your water soul, you foolish soul master." Upon hearing the term foolish soul master, Chu Tianyuan felt a surge of discomfort within. His reputation as an exceptional soul master was well known throughout the academy. His expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "Who said that I must rely solely on the water soul? With nothing but my fists, I could easily bring you down." At that moment, Huang Puzhou truly faced defeat. The phrase foolish soul master was indeed a sensitive subject for him. Yin Hua concurred, while Yin Yan's face revealed a peculiar expression. "To be honest, I still cannot fathom how he managed to form a contract with a sound soul bird." Upon hearing this, Zi Rujing's expression also changed. Perhaps it was an accident. Song Xiao appeared even more perplexed, nearly suffocating from the situation. She was fully aware of Chu Tianyuan's contract with the sound soul bird. Yin Hua scoffed. "Do not underestimate that sound soul bird. Even I cannot defeat it now." Yin Yin asserted, "I believe my elder brother possesses foresight, recognizing the potential of that sound soul bird before signing the contract. Indeed, the potential of that sound soul bird is quite significant," Zi Rujing remarked awkwardly. Yet, curiosity lingered in her mind, prompting her to inquire, "Yin Hua, you truly cannot defeat that sound soul bird?" Yin Hua felt somewhat embarrassed. "That sound soul bird possesses remarkable speed." Upon hearing this, Yin Yin hurled a fireball at Yin Hua's head, retorting, "You've improved. Yet you still cannot defeat a mere fourth-tier sound soul bird." Yin Hua clutched his smoking head and replied, "Sister, you cannot blame me this time. That sound soul bird is genuinely formidable, and it is no longer fourth tier, but rather sixth tier. A sixth-tier sound soul bird." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Zi Rujing was particularly shocked, recalling that the sound soul bird had been signed under Chu Tianyuan's contract 5 years ago, at which time it had not even reached a tier. Yet, in such a short span, it had advanced to the sixth tier. Even feeding the soul crystal to the sound soul bird could not have accelerated its growth this rapidly. Zi Rujing's speculation was entirely accurate. Chu Tianyuan had indeed been providing soul crystals as sustenance for the sound soul bird. Now in full flight, the sound soul bird could remarkably match Chu Tianyuan when he released the gravitational soul. The ultimate essence of Chu Tianyuan's martial arts lies in speed. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed remains undefeated, whether it be speed, strength, or technique. The mastery of any one of these elements can forge a formidable combat skill. At this moment, Chu Tianyuan exemplified this truth with remarkable clarity. Huang Puzhou's face had become swollen, his light layer defense proving utterly futile. "Chu Tianyuan," he bellowed in fury, "you shall perish." His light soul power relentlessly struck the stage, but Chu Tianyuan's velocity was astonishingly swift, his movements akin to a darting swallow. Light beams perforated the arena, creating countless craters. Yet not a single thread of Chu Tianyuan's attire was touched. I have stated before, I can defeat you without relying on inner strength or soul power. Another punch landed squarely on Huang Pu Zhou's face. The speed was such that even a level 7 soul master could scarcely react. At this juncture, Yan Yin comprehended the meaning behind the words of the Yin Fire brothers. No matter how high the rank or how formidable the soul technique, if one cannot strike the opponent, what is the purpose? She recalled a battle from a year prior, where she too had fallen victim to his agile form and elusive footwork. If she were to occupy Huang Pu Zhou's position now, would she be able to withstand Chu Tianyuan's onslaught? The answer was a resounding no, were it not for her Wind Soul Master abilities. Not a single level 7 Soul Master could endure such speed, even if the damage from his fists lacked the potency of inner strength or soul power. Continuous assaults would inevitably culminate in severe injuries. Had he employed his inner strength or soul power at this moment, Yan Yin dared not contemplate the consequences. Zirajing was equally astounded, recalling Chu Tianyuan's confrontation with the 5-clawed ice dragon. The dragon's defenses had been impenetrable even to his wind blades. Yet it was astonishing that its full-strength claw was thwarted by a single punch from Chu Tianyuan. Just how immense was the force behind that blow? Coupled with his current velocity, who among the top 10 prodigies could possibly withstand it? On the stage, Budidas widened his eyes in disbelief. As the Soul Martial Arts instructor at the Soul Martial Academy, he found Chu Tianyuan's evasion accuracy beyond his wildest imagination. As a level 9 martial master, he personally understood the challenges of enhancing speed. While his own swiftness may have slightly surpassed Chu Tianyuan's, he was, after all, a level 9 martial master. And Chu Tianyuan? He was still so young, yet he had cultivated such exquisite agility. A true genius. Chu Tianyuan was undoubtedly a prodigy among martial artists. The innate talent of a martial artist parallels that of a soul master, as one's bone structure is predetermined from birth. Although Budidas lacked knowledge of meridians, he recognized that certain martial artists advanced far more swiftly than their peers. These individuals were the true geniuses among martial masters. Huang Pu Zhou was beside himself with rage. Since the commencement of the match, he had endured a relentless beating. Furthermore, he had not landed a single blow on Chu Tianyuan. His face flushed crimson, veins protruding from his temples. Chu Tianyuan, I will kill you. I will kill you. He frantically swung his light soul power in attack, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet he could not even graze the edge of Chu Tianyuan. Bang! Another punch struck Huang Pu Zhou's face. His visage had contorted grotesquely, yet he still managed to rise. Chu Tianyuan, it is you who will pay. He let out a fierce roar as he drew forth a peculiar scroll from his bosom. Soul of the original, halt. Cease. The expressions of the dozen or so mentors on stage shifted drastically upon witnessing Huang Pu Zhou's unveiling of the scroll. Yet it was too late. Huang Pu Zhou had already unleashed its power, his mind clouded by fury. As the scroll unfurled, a brilliant light erupted, freezing every individual in the square in place. The Space Freezing Scroll, a soul power artifact capable of immobilizing its surroundings, was a treasure meant solely for self-preservation. Gifted to Huang Pu Zhou as an exceptionally talented disciple of the Radiant Soul Sanctuary. However, in his quest to vanquish Chu Tianyuan, he had completely lost his sanity. In this frozen expanse, only the one who had released the scroll could move. Huang Pu Zhou surveyed the immobilized crowd, a sense of satisfaction blooming on his rotund visage. This was the intoxicating sensation of wielding power over life and death. He turned his gaze toward the grounded Chu Tianyuan, a cruel smile creeping across his face. Did you not relish our previous encounter? Now, I shall demand tenfold retribution. With a sinister grin, he produced an odd metallic object and directed it slowly toward Chu Tianyuan. The soul-binding nail, a deadly projectile that would rob its target of their soul power, was now aimed at him. Let us see how it feels to transition from genius to waste. With a fierce gust, the soul-binding nail shot forth toward Chu Tianyuan's body. He felt countless fine needles pierce him, immediately dissolving and spreading through his veins, coursing through every part of his being. A sharp pain throbbed in his head as his blood boiled. His robust inner strength clashed against the invading force of the soul-binding nail, his soul power surging tumultuously. Suddenly, his eyes glowed crimson, and his previously immobilized form began to tremble. With a thunderous crack, the frozen space shattered. The original soul shattered the confines of the frozen space. What immense power must the original soul possess? But this was not the end. Chu Tianyuan continued to convulse on the ground, his hands frantically pounding against his skull. Yet the agony showed no signs of abating. The soul-binding nail was specifically designed to counter martial artists, and at that moment, Two forces within Chu Tianyuan were battling against it. The energy of the soul-binding nail coursed through him, and even those from the Radiant Soul Sanctuary remained oblivious to its true nature, for what Huang Puzhou wielded was merely a counterfeit of the genuine article. The legendary soul-binding nail was an artifact of immense power. Destroy the resistance, obliterate the resistance. Chu Tianyuan's body remained ensnared in this torment. He rolled on the ground, his form gradually undergoing a transformation. His body hair lengthened, muscles swelled, and most alarmingly, two fangs sprouted at the corners of his mouth. He let out a primal howl as the energy within him finally suppressed that of the soul-binding nail. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, a primate soul beast. Someone shouted. As Chu Tianyuan gazed upon the astonished expressions of the crowd and then assessed the transformation of his own body, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within him. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally managed to stand upon this arena with dignity. Yet now it seemed he was to return to square one. His crimson eyes locked onto Huang Puzhou, the source of all this turmoil. A surging aura of murderous intent enveloped him, all due to this very individual. In an instant, he vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, his hand was firmly grasping Huang Puzhou's throat, lifting him off the ground. You are the cause of this. You are the reason. I shall end your life. He bellowed with fury. Huang Puzhou, utterly petrified by the sight of Chu Tianyuan before him, was struck by a chilling realization. The rupture of the original soul. The suppression of the soul-binding nails, such feats were beyond even the mightiest of beings in the sacred realm. Moreover, the grotesque visage of Chu Tianyuan instilled an immediate wave of terror that swept through his entire being. A soul beast capable of assuming human form was a divine-grade creature. The fact that this metamorphosed soul beast had been forced back to its original state filled him with dread. He struggled relentlessly, yet could not free himself from the iron grip of Chu Tianyuan's hand. Stop this. At that moment, a mentor seated at the platform could no longer contain himself and leaped onto the arena. He was Zhong Juanxing, a 9th-level Wind Soul Master, and he could clearly discern that Chu Tianyuan was far from a divine-grade powerhouse. I do not care how this soul ape has managed to transform and infiltrate our ranks. But having come here, you shall remain. Chu Tianyuan disdainfully remarked. Do you all believe that I am a soul beast? The crowd gazed at him in astonishment, their eyes reflecting the perception of an otherworldly being. Understanding dawned upon Chu Tianyuan as he closed his eyes. Two streams of warm tears cascading down his face adorned with golden fur. He tightened his grip on Huang Puzhou's hand, exerting more force, and slowly led him toward the throng. The crowd recoiled in trepidation, save for a few who remained motionless, Zirajing, Ming Lingwan, and the Yanhua brothers, his closest companions over the past year. As he approached Ming Lingwan, he gazed deeply into her eyes, asking, What about you? Do you also perceive me as a soul beast? Ming Lingwan's face turned pale, stammering, I. The realization that even she doubted him struck Chu Tianyuan with a dull ache in his heart, a sensation akin to being torn asunder. It matters not if you do not believe me. I shall inquire once more. If I were to take you away now, would you consent? Tears streamed down Ming Lingwan's cheeks, her mind a tumult of confusion. The one she cherished most was, indeed, a soul beast. No wonder he insisted on leaving. But what was she to do? She found herself utterly at a loss. Will you come with me, or will you remain? Chu Tianyuan pressed gently. I do not know, she wept. Chu Tianyuan did not relent. The pressure in his grip gradually intensified, causing an incessant flow of blood to pour from Huang Puzhou's mouth. With a forceful toss, Chu Tianyuan flung his body, and he tumbled off the stage, lifeless. Zhang Juanxing hastily descended from the platform to examine Huang Puzhou's neck. His expression shifted dramatically. You wretched beast, how dare you commit murder in my soul martial academy? He was acutely aware of Huang Puzhou's status. If the Radiant Soul Temple discovered that their most esteemed disciple had perished here, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. The only way to mitigate this crisis would be to present Chu Tianyuan's head to the Radiant Soul Temple, which might placate the ensuing storm. I am a wretched beast. And what are you? Chu Tianyuan glared at Zhong Juanxing. Very well, very well, very well, Zhong Juanxing declared, addressing Chu Tianyuan. All the instructors of the Soul Martial Academy will descend together and capture this wretched ape. Instantly, every instructor leaped onto the stage, surrounding Chu Tianyuan in a tight formation. Chu Tianyuan surveyed the assembled mentors, counting them one by one. 1, 2, 3, and so forth, reaching a total of 13. Do you truly believe that your 13 can thwart me? Such arrogance. 13 9th-level martial artists. What an impressive array of power. Yet, ensnared by these 13 formidable warriors, Chu Tianyuan exuded remarkable confidence. Just how formidable is his strength? Wait. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. Though soft, it was audible to all. A figure squeezed through the throng and, gazing at Chu Tianyuan's face, declared, "You are Chu Tianyuan." Chu Tianyuan gazed at him, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Chu Tian, do you still recognize me?" How could Chu Tianbian possibly fail to recognize Chu Tianyuan? In his youth, he had always been fixated on Chu Tianyuan. However, those events are long past, and Chu Tianbian has matured significantly since then. A year ago, when Chu Tianyuan's reputation soared at the Seoul Martial Academy, he paid particular attention to it, but upon seeing Chu Tianyuan's countenance, he dismissed his lingering doubts. It was merely a matter of sharing a name, he mused. Perhaps that monkey truly has perished. Although Chu Tianbian harbored prejudices against Chu Tianyuan, his nature was not malevolent. After hearing the news of Chu Tianyuan's demise, he experienced moments of moral unease. Now, as he beheld Chu Tianyuan on the arena, he recognized his true identity. If he could assist in validating Chu Tianyuan's humanity, then the day's troubles would be easily resolved. After all, who would dare to lay a hand on the beloved grandson of Chu Batian? As Chu Tianbian was about to explain, unexpectedly, Chu Tianxiang emerged from the crowd, invoking the ice sealing technique of the Ice Soul. In an instant, Chu Tianbian's entire body was completely encased in his impenetrable ice, a mere side branch of the family daring to show themselves. With a fierce motion, Chu Tianxiang hurled the frozen Chu Tianbian out of the crowd, proclaiming to the esteemed mentors, "This soul beast is rampaging within the Seoul Martial Academy. As the eldest grandson of the Chu family, I am prepared to join forces with the esteemed mentors to capture this beast." Chu Tianyuan cast a cold glance at Chu Tianxiang and said, "Chu Tianxiang, I believe you're already aware of my identity. Today's events demand that the Chu clan provides me with an explanation." Hu Xiangxiang's expression shifted subtly upon witnessing Chu Tianyuan's transformation into an ape-like form. The memories of his identity flooded back to him. However, he wished for Chu Tianyuan to remain estranged from the Chus, as their animosity had long since been established. His current objective was to utterly eradicate this latent adversary. Chu Tianyuan, gazing intently at Hu Xiangxiang, thought to himself, "Prior to reclaiming justice for my grievances against the Chus, I must first extract a measure of interest." In a swift motion, he lunged towards Hu Xiangxiang, delivering a powerful punch to his jaw, infused with internal energy. Hu Xiangxiang was sent reeling, blood erupting from his mouth as he was hurled off the stage, his jaw now askew. Furious, he rose to his feet, his mouth too painful to open. Yet, with a mere thought, the five-clawed ice dragon manifested in the plaza. He was the sole dragon rider of the younger generation, and the dignity of a dragon rider was not to be trampled upon. The five-clawed ice dragon fixated its gaze upon Chu Tianyuan, recognizing him as the one who had previously injured its claws. The honor of the dragon clan, too, was not to be disrespected. Chu Tianyuan chose to disregard Chu Tianxiang, redirecting his gaze towards the onlookers. Channeling his soul power with his right hand, he caused the blood splattered on his fist to coalesce into a droplet of crimson, floating gracefully in his palm. This was the blood of humanity, vibrant and red. With his left hand, he summoned his soul power as well, manifesting another droplet of blood, his own, equally red. What I seek to discern is the distinction between these two drops of blood. You are a soul beast. How can you possibly compare to us humans? At this moment, Chu Tian'ao spoke up, harboring the same intent as Chu Tianxiang, to bring Chu Tianyuan to his demise. What a bold assertion. You are a soul beast. How audacious to claim. You cannot be compared to humanity. Chu Tianyuan, filled with righteous indignation, proclaimed, "Since humanity refuses to acknowledge me, I shall henceforth identify as a soul beast. If mankind seeks to slay me, then I shall retaliate with lethal force. If heaven intends to extinguish my existence, I shall vanquish heaven itself." His anguished roar reverberated throughout the entire square. What a powerful declaration. If mankind seeks to slay me, then I shall retaliate. When heaven aims to extinguish me, I shall respond in kind. At that moment, Song Tian leapt onto the arena, declaring, "Chu Tianyuan, I had intended to engage you in combat upon this stage, but it appears that such a confrontation is not meant to be. Nevertheless, whether you are human or beast, I, Song Tian, acknowledge your prowess." Chu Tianyuan gazed at Song Tian and declared, "I believe our competition is far from over. According to the rules of the contest, I have secured my place in the finals, while you still have another round to contend. Should you also attain a spot in the finals, I shall gladly face you in battle one day." Song Tian responded with a hearty laugh. Very well, Chu Tianyuan. Today I shall indulge you in this madness. You shall witness firsthand as I claim my place in the finals. With that, he leaped from the stage, resolutely heading towards Chu Tianxiang. For to secure his position in the finals, he must first vanquish Chu Tianxiang. How could Chu Tianyuan be unaware that Song Tian intended to assist him? Albeit in a different manner? He gazed at Song Tian's silhouette, silently etching this kindness into his heart. Chapter 24. The pinnacle of combat at the Seoul Martial Academy. With the clash between Song Tian and Chu Tianxiang, Zira Jing ascended the arena. He merely uttered a phrase to Chu Tianyuan, I believe in you. Following that, he soared into the air, arriving at the side of the Dark Element mentor, Lu Lin. He aimed to confront the 9th-level Dark Soul Master, Lu Lin, on behalf of Chu Tianyuan. Mentor Lu Lin, I am grateful for your guidance over the past year. My purpose in coming here is to grow stronger, strong enough to defeat anyone. I have realized that my Dark Soul power has surpassed that of all the students at the Seoul Martial Academy. Therefore, I wish to know how my strength measures against that of a 9th-level Dark Soul Master. Lu Lin sighed deeply. Zira Jing was undoubtedly one of her most cherished students at the academy, yet their positions now stood in stark opposition. Zira Jing, let me witness your progress over the past year. Can you truly emerge from this Seoul Martial Academy? Lu Ruyun also leaped onto the stage. Chu Tianyuan smiled at her and inquired, should I address you as Brother Lu or Miss Lu? Lu Ruyun replied with a gentle smile, her beauty blooming like a flower. Neither, for my true name is Feng Ruyun. Very well, Miss Feng, have you come up here to assist me or aid them? Feng Ruyun's smile grew softer. Do you still not comprehend my feelings for you? She gradually ascended, floating before the 9th-level Wind Soul Master, Zhang Juanxing. Feng Ruyun seeks your esteemed guidance, Mentor Zhang. The Yinhua brothers were about to step onto the stage when Yin Yin swiftly positioned herself in front of them. What are you two foolish boys doing? Stand back. The Yinhua brothers clenched their fists, torn within themselves. They understood that Yin Yin's intervention was to protect them. Standing alongside Soul Beast against humanity equated to betraying the entire human race. Yet, with gritted teeth, they stepped forward. Sister, we have never dared to oppose your wishes. But this time we must act according to our own desires. We have but one elder brother, and if we do not aid him now, what does brotherhood mean? Yin Yan's expression darkened, signaling her impending fury. Though she was from Fire City and wished to support Chu Tianyuan, she had many responsibilities, particularly the need to protect her 2 biological brothers. Do you wish for me to beat you back into submission? Sister, our elder brother once said that if one cannot conquer their inner fears, they shall never become strong. Today, even if you were to strike us down here, we shall not retreat. Yinhua gazed at Yin Yin, his eyes resolute for the first time as he felt the fire soul power within him surging. Igniting his fighting spirit, Yin Yin also stepped forward, her determination mirroring that of Yinhua. If we cannot assist our elder brother, then let us perish here. The flames of the soul have surged forth. A breakthrough. They are breaking through, overcoming their fear of Yin Yin. The Flame Brothers have collectively shattered the barrier of a level 6 Fire Soul Master, directly ascending to the rank of intermediate Fire Soul Masters. Yin Yin gazes at her 2 younger brothers, sensing an unprecedented aura emanating from their beings. The Fire Soul energy within her surges forth, declaring, if you wish to aid Chu Tianyuan, then you must first defeat me. I'm sorry, big sister. The Fire Soul energy of the Flame Brothers now surges towards Yin Yin, marking their first fearless confrontation with her in battle. Chu Tianyuan surveyed his surroundings. His gaze as fearsome as that of a wild beast. Is there anyone else who wishes to take my life? Yet, someone stepped forward, Chu Tianyao. He was resolute in his intention to ensure that Chu Tianyuan would not survive. Song Seer also emerged, positioning herself opposite Chu Tianyao. Casting a glance at Chu Tianyuan, she declared, I do not ally with you. I merely choose to stand by my cousin's side. Chu Tianyuan smiled at her and said, thank you. He understood that those who stood by him today were indeed individuals worthy of deep friendship and cherished companionship. Chu Tianyuan took a deep breath, for he now faced 11 9th-level martial artists. Zidong, Yinwu, come forth. He bellowed. As Zitong's towering figure emerged before the crowd, Yinwu gracefully landed upon Zitong's shoulder. Though significantly smaller than Zitong, it resembled a majestic eagle. Zitong, Yinwu, your task this time is to incapacitate the individuals ahead. Chu Tianyuan commanded the 2 soul beasts. Since its advancement, Zitong had not left the original soul space, and its power had surged, leaving it restless. It incessantly pounded its chest and roared as it charged towards the group ahead. Meanwhile, Yinwu circled above, exclaiming, 2 7th-level soul crystals. Chu Tianyuan directly retrieved 4 7th-tier soul crystals from his spatial ring and tossed them into the air, urging, this time, perform splendidly. Yinwu, exhilarated, was ready for action. 4 7th-tier soul crystals would certainly motivate it to engage even the fiery sparrow. In the realm of the soul-fighting continent, 6th-tier sound soul birds had never been witnessed, and Yinyu's prowess was known only to Chu Tianyuan. Budidas observed the massive purple-eyed beast charging toward him and immediately engaged in battle. An 8th-tier power-type soul beast faced off against a 9th-tier martial artist, their strengths nearly equal. Yet Yinyu's audacity was even more remarkable. It soared directly in front of a 9th-tier wind soul master, brandishing its claws and declaring, I have heard that the swiftest among humans are the wind soul masters. Allow me to witness this for myself. The challenged wind soul master, Li Daoyan, felt humiliated as a lowly soul beast dared to confront him. Why, amidst so many present? Did it choose to challenge him? Did it imply that his strength was inferior to that of other soul masters? Enraged, he glared at the 6th-tier sound soul bird, barking. You despicable creature, get out of my way. Yinyu, unaccustomed to such indignities, felt its temper flare. Chu Tianyuan had always treated it with utmost care. And though he sometimes complained, he would always placate it with soul crystals. Even the 8th-tier purple-eyed beast dared not offend it due to its incredible speed. Fuming, Yinyu retorted, based on your recent words, you owe me at least 5, no, 10 7th-tier soul crystals for my forgiveness. Li Daoyan, equally unaccustomed to such insolence, was infuriated that this bird dared to threaten him. If you can extract a single soul crystal from me today, I will take your surname. He scoffed. At this declaration, Yinyu felt a surge of joy. After long companionship with Chu Tianyuan, it had learned the art of cunning. Indeed, he possessed soul crystals. It scrutinized Li Daoyan, focusing on the index finger of his right hand, which bore a spatial ring. Surely, all his soul crystals were contained within. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Yinyu proclaimed. Sound transformation. It ascended into the air, radiating a blinding white light as its wings expanded, transforming its claws into hardened talons and bending its beak like a scythe. It soared through the sky, resembling a colossal firebird, larger even than the fiery sparrow. Phoenix bloodline. Li Daoyan gasped, astonished. Should the phoenix bloodline be awakened, even a mere 6th-tier soul beast would be formidable, for it would signify an immortal existence. Yet, amidst his shock, a white light streaked past him, and he felt a sharp pain in his right index finger. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to discover that his spatial ring had vanished. Yinyu had already swallowed the spatial ring, its demeanor unchanged. Li Daoyan glared at Yinyu and then at the vanishing giant bird, his fury boiling over. You damned beast, how dare you use illusions? He roared. The fiery phoenix slowly dissipated, revealed to be merely a mirage conjured by Yinyu. Yinwu gazed at the furious Li Daoyan, swallowing the spatial ring from her mouth, and declared, I have seized your soul crystal entirely. Henceforth, you shall be known as Yin Daoyan. Upon hearing this, Li Daoyan nearly spat blood. Yin Daoyan, you foolish bird have the audacity to suggest such a name. If I were to adopt this moniker, I might as well embrace death. Veins bulged from his forehead as he furiously exclaimed, You despicable creature! I shall capture you and pluck your feathers one by one. Yinwu, feigning a pitiful demeanor, whimpered. Brother Yin Daoyan, you frighten me. I'm so scared. Li Daoyan, seething with pent-up rage, unleashed a multitude of wind blades towards Yinwu, who, upon seeing the assault, promptly turned and fled, her speed surpassing that of any 6th-level soul beast. Budidas exerted every ounce of effort against the purple-eyed golden-haired ape. Although he had never encountered an 8th-level purple-eyed golden-haired ape, he had faced 8th-level power-type soul beasts before. Yet, he found himself disheartened. For the purple-eyed golden-haired ape before him was far superior to any other 8th-level power-type beast he had encountered. When he exchanged a punch with the creature, he immediately felt as if all his bones had been displaced. It was evident to him that this was no mere display of strength, but rather inner energy. A soul beast capable of harnessing inner energy. This realization only solidified his suspicions about Chu Tianyuan's identity. He must have consumed transformation grass and infiltrated the human realm to clandestinely learn martial techniques. After all, even a purple-eyed golden-haired ape had mastered the use of inner energy. What a remarkable feat. The purple-eyed creature was reveling in the battle. Ever since it had learned those peculiar movements from Chu Tianyuan, it felt as though its body had undergone a tremendous transformation. Not only had it advanced in rank within a mere year, but it had also comprehended powerful ocular combat techniques. Its physical strength seemed inexhaustible. At that moment, it relentlessly pursued Beautitas, resembling a frenzied mouse chasing a cat. Behold, a 9th-level martial artist, yet I, an 8th-level purple-eyed giant ape, have him scurrying like a rodent. Beautitas, feeling utterly frustrated and desperate for assistance, witnessed an unbelievable sight. The once supportive group of prodigies and several 9th-level mentors were utterly preoccupied. Zhang Tian was engaged with Chu Tianxiang. Song Seer was battling Chu Tian'ao, and Ming Lingwan had somehow become entangled with an 8th-level 5-clawed ice dragon. The Yin brothers were preoccupied with Yin Yin, while Zi Rujing faced Lu Lin. Feng Rulia contended with Zhang Juanxing, and Li Daoan pursued the merely 6th-level Sound Soul Bird. Yet could not catch up. This was simply outrageous. Most astonishingly, the remaining 9 9th-level mentors were being thoroughly dominated by Chu Tianyuan. To have 9 9th-level mentors utterly overpowered, rather than merely held at bay, what kind of power was required for such a feat? The entire Soul Martial Academy and its prodigies were embroiled in chaos. All for the sake of Chu Tianyuan. This was the pinnacle of combat within the Soul Martial Academy. Chapter 25, The Might of Chu Tianyuan. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. 9 9th-level Soul Masters were being overwhelmed by Chu Tianyuan. Could it be that Chu Tianyuan was of the Holy Domain? Unthinkable. Yet, only the 9 mentors currently engaged in battle with Chu Tianyuan understood the true difficulty of this confrontation. The speed of Chu Tianyuan astonishingly rivals that of a 9th-level Soul Master. Among the 9 mentors are Wind Soul Master Riches, Ice Soul Master Jiuyu, Fire Soul Master Dina, Water Soul Master Ruoyu, Earth Soul Master Si Kongxian, Gamefeng, Light Soul Master Suya, Song Qianhe, and the Space Soul Master Li Lai. Upon receiving a blow from Chu Tianyuan, Si Kongxian's complexion drastically changed, an 8th-level Soul Beast. While Earth Soul Masters excel in defense, even his robust earthen barrier showed signs of fracture under the might of Chu Tianyuan's fist. Merely an 8th level, you say? Observing the unscathed Si Kongxian, Chu Tianyuan pondered momentarily. Today I shall unveil the true extent of my power. Gravity Soul, release. As the influence of the Gravity Soul dissipated, Chu Tianyuan felt as light as a swallow. Did you truly believe my previous speed was swift? Allow me to reveal what genuine velocity entails. With a flicker, he vanished from his position, and with a resounding thud, his fist struck the earthen barrier surrounding Si Kongxian. With a crack, the barrier shattered instantly. What level is it now? He demanded sharply. A 9th-level Soul Beast. The shock reflected in Si Kongxian was beyond words. Altogether now, this Soul Ape has reached 9th-level strength. A 9th-level Soul Beast. That is an entity second only to the Sacred Domain, a beast that even 9th-level Soul Masters cannot contend with. Heavenly Fire of the Fire Soul. Flames engulfed Dina's entire form. Armor of the merging marks of Water Soul. A layer of water membrane enveloped in Ruoyu. Wind Shield. Ice World. Xian Guang's protective aura. All 9 mentors infused their soul power into the surrounding space. Do you truly believe you can confine me? Chu Tianyuan regarded the encircling mentors, Gravity Soul. Descend. The gravitational force in the vicinity immediately quintupled. The 9 mentors felt their bodies grow heavy, a disorienting dizziness overwhelming their senses. Gravity Soul? You have comprehended the Gravity Soul. Earth Soul Master Gamefeng exclaimed in astonishment. Gravity Soul? Does such a soul power truly exist in this world? Jiuyu struggled against the discomfort in her body. There are countless varieties of soul powers in the world, and it is not uncommon for some to be unfamiliar to us. Suya's breath quickened, beads of sweat forming upon her brow. Within this space, her power had diminished by at least 50%, regardless of your unique soul power. Do you truly believe that with the might of a 9th-level Soul Beast, you can escape the clutches of us 9 9th-level Soul Masters? Riches too was drenched in sweat. His Wind Soul was most affected by this gravity, and losing his speed advantage rendered even an ordinary 9th-level martial artist formidable against him. Escape? Chu Tianyuan scoffed. Did I ever declare my intention to flee? I intend to bring you all down to your knees. Boastful words. First, let me test your mettle. Song Qianhe pointed towards the sky, light illuminating the earth. Countless beams of light poured down. Cloud pushing palm. This time, Chu Tianyuan unleashed an astonishing array of hundreds of shadowy strikes. This was no longer a battle of the same caliber as that which transpired a year ago between Chu Tianyuan and Yin Yin, but rather a fierce confrontation between 9th-level powerhouses. The Wind Soul, sovereign, reigned supreme. Riches, burdened by his weighty form, slowly ascended. Ascend into the air? Do you believe you possess such an opportunity? Chu Tianyuan scoffed, channeling the sword from the Six Meridians' divine sword. A beam of sword light surged toward Ryush's with ferocity. Wind shield. Ryush's, having no time to take flight, hastily raised the wind shield to intercept the oncoming sword light. With a thunderous crash, Ryush's was sent crashing to the ground alongside the wind shield. The Ice Soul's profound ice mystique. This time, it was Juyue who made the move. Tiger Howl Fist. With a resounding roar, ice shards transformed into countless fragments that scattered across the plaza. A divine martial technique. Once again, a divine martial technique. Song Qian's chest heaved violently. He should have anticipated that the punch he exchanged with the five-clawed ice dragon was indeed a divine martial technique. Yet he gritted his teeth. What a divine martial techniques. Could he wield them without limit? Light Soul's transparency. This time, it manifested as countless shining blades of light. Merging Water Soul. Fall. A colossal watery hand struck toward the luminous blades. Boom. Another resounding explosion. Soul Power. Chu Tianyuan finally employed a second form of soul power in his assault. The intensity of the battle far exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone, strike together. Do not grant him a moment's respite. Game of Feng shouted. Swift wind blades. Divide. Light a shadow. Illuminate the earth. Ice as sharp as a sword. Strike the void. Heavenly fire scorching the plains. Ignite. Earth's heavy hammer, shattering the heavens. Mirror-like clarity. Merge souls. The 9 Soul Masters unleashed their powers in unison, directing 9 immense energy attacks toward Chu Tianyuan. Traces of wind. Chu Tianyuan bellowed, propelling his speed to its utmost limit. Boom. The entire arena erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Chu Tianyuan stood at the center of the arena, a massive wound torn across his shoulder, blood pouring forth. Even with that terrifying speed combined with the Wind Soul, he could not evade such an onslaught. Wind Soul Power. He still possesses the ability to wield Wind Soul Power. Ryush's exclaimed in shock. Do not be astonished. Continue the assault. Do not allow him to regain his breath. And Ruoyu sensed a marked lightness in the gravitational soul pressing upon his body. The 9 Soul Masters' attacks surged toward Chu Tianyuan once more. The first calamity of the 9 Calamity Thunder. Chu Tianyuan's form vanished like a bolt of lightning before the eyes of the crowd, the arena shrouded in swirling dust. The second calamity of Thunder's heavenly punishment. Boom. The sky erupted with a cacophony of thunder. Thunder Soul Power. It is indeed the ultimate power of destructive souls. Heavenly punishment. Strike for me. Countless bolts of lightning danced around Chu Tianyuan, dozens of strikes descending from the heavens. Windshield. Ice Prison Armor. The 9 formidable Soul Masters simultaneously unveiled their most potent defenses, for they faced the soul-destroying thunder. As bolts of lightning, the size of an arm, rained down with ferocity. They found themselves unable to mount any counterattacks. At that moment, Chu Tianyuan soared into the air, unleashing boundless blades of wind from his Wind Soul. As the Wind Soul energy coalesced into countless razor-sharp gusts that shot outward in all directions. Other battles raged with equal intensity. Song Tian's 3 soul powers pressed Chu Tianxiang relentlessly, while Ming Linglan stood her ground against the 5-clawed ice dragon, refusing to yield. Song Seer deftly evaded the poison techniques of Chu Tianao, and the Yin Fire brothers, after breaking through, managed to leave Yin Yin flustered. Most astonishing was the duel between Feng Ruliu and Zhong Juanxing, as well as Zi Rujing and Lu Lin. One pair consisted of an 8th-level Wind Soul Master facing off against a 9th-level Wind Soul Master, while the other comprised a 4-element Soul Master against a 9th-level Dark Soul Master. Despite the apparent disparity in levels, they managed to maintain an undefeated stance. Could it be that they were concealing their true strength during this contest? Feng Ruliu's hair was now completely disheveled. A battle between a 9th-level Wind Soul Master and an 8th-level Wind Soul Master should have been a foregone conclusion. Yet, Feng Ruliu wielded a divine-level combat skill known as the 3 Incarnations of the Gale. The first incarnation, the Wind Butterfly Transformation. With a concentrated gaze, countless Wind Soul energies surged towards her, and 2 translucent butterfly wings fluttered behind her. The 3 Incarnations of the Gale. Zhang Juanxing's eyes gleamed with intensity. So, you are of the royal lineage of the Wind Summer Empire. The 3 Incarnations of the Gale, a divine-level soul technique, is the most formidable skill of the Wind Summer Empire's royal family, and only direct descendants of the royal bloodline can cultivate it. And so what? Feng Ruliu remained undaunted. Do we of the Wind Summer Empire fear your Dragon Soul Empire? Haha. Zhang Juanxing laughed heartily. So you are an enemy spy. then even if I were to slay your principal, no one would bat an eye. Just hope you possess the capability. A thin sheen of sweat began to bead on Feng Rulia's brow, for the energy consumption of the three incarnations of the Gale was immense. Yet, she gritted her teeth and invoked the second incarnation, the Wind Wing transformation. Once more, wind soul energy gathered around her, transforming her butterfly wings into a snow-white semblance of angelic grace. This time, I shall see if your 9th level wind soul master speed can keep pace with my second incarnation of the Gale. Zhang Juanqing's arms coalesced into 2 blades of wind. For every wing you possess, I shall sever one. Let us see whose wings grow faster, yours or my wind blades. He dove toward Feng Ruliu from the sky. The dual blades of wind soul sliced through the air. The winds howled fiercely. 5 colossal whirlwinds surged toward Zhang Juanqing. The winds were like a tempest. His wind blades clashed against the swirling gusts, and at that moment, 2 fierce gales tore at each other. Zi Rujing's robe had been cast aside, leaving him prone on the ground, with his mentor, Lu Lin, standing over him. Rujing, you cannot defeat me. Even with your 3 soul powers and the 4th conical soul power, you are too far behind in levels. Surrender, and I shall not make it difficult for you. Lu Lin gazed at Zi Rujing. Is that so? Zi Rujing returned her gaze, yet doubt lingered. I refuse to believe it. I shall grow stronger, surpassing all. Even if it means selling my soul to the devil. A faint veil of darkness enveloped his visage. Awaken, dark soul slumbering within me. A surge of shadowy energy erupted from the ground, completely encasing Zi Rujing until the mist dissipated, revealing his form. His eyes had transformed into a striking violet, while his dark purple lips resembled rose petals in the night. His garments tore apart, revealing a pair of obsidian wings. The demon race. Lu Lin could not forget the accounts recorded in the annals of history. At this moment, Zi Rujing appeared precisely as depicted in the texts. Over a century ago, the demon race invaded, divided into 2 factions, the earth demons and the sky demons. The distinction lay in the absence of wings in the earth demons, while the sky demons boasted a pair of jet black wings. However, they shared a singular trait. Each demon possessed astounding combat prowess, and their innate mastery of dark energy was unparalleled. Those with exceptional talent among the demons even wielded dark energy to perfection. Chapter 26. The Most Desired Possession Soul Beasts. Demon races, empires, dragon knights. All cards were laid on the table, and the battle at the Soul Martial Academy became increasingly intricate. No one anticipated that this incident, which could have been easily resolved, would ignite a conflagration of conflict across the Soul Continent. The combat prowess of Chu Tianyuan far exceeded the expectations of the 9 soul mentors. The techniques of the cloud-pushing palm, the 6-meridian sword, the tiger-roaring fist, along with gravitational and elemental soul powers of wind and thunder, each reaching their zenith, manifested simultaneously in a single individual. What an astonishing talent that must be. Yet, how much of his power has truly been unleashed? No one knows. The only way to ascertain this is through battle, revealing his hidden cards one by one. Among the mentors, Li Liar appeared to be the most at ease, as a spatial soul master. He was particularly sensitive to fluctuations in spatial soul power and possessed the ability for brief spatial movements. His garment had already torn at the shoulder. Yet in comparison to the other 8 mentors, he was the least disheveled. Rue Chiez suffered a direct blow from the 6-meridian sword, blood gushing from his chest. The ice spikes on Jiao Yu's hands had already penetrated his flesh under the immense pressure of soul power. Dina's hair was in disarray, as her own fire soul power unexpectedly scorched her hem, a result not of her own doing. And Ruoyu had been struck by Chu Tianyuan's technique of using strength against strength, leaving her visage adorned with a layer of frost. The Earth Soul Masters, Xikong Xin and Gamefeng, bore traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, the elegant arch of their brows furrowed, as nearly all their light soul power was expended on healing. Although light soul masters possess the ability to heal their own wounds, they also became the primary targets of the enemy's attacks. Throughout this battle, Shi and Song Qianhai had endured the brunt of the onslaught. Chu Tianyuan, clad in tattered garments, bore the scars of battle upon his body. As he faced the onslaught of the 9 illustrious soul masters, he demonstrated an unparalleled display of strength. Blood continued to flow from his wounds, yet it did not dampen his indomitable spirit. Gasping for breath, he resembled a cornered soul beast, and indeed, the 9 masters regarded him as such. This soul beast is exceedingly formidable. I must employ the space prison to restrain him, Li Lai proclaimed to the others. The remaining 8 Soul Masters swiftly formed a perimeter, unleashing a torrent of soul power attacks upon Chu Tianyuan at the center. Space Prison. Lock. Li Lai thrust his hands forward as spatial soul power surged from all directions, sealing their surroundings. With a thunderous shout, he declared, Celestial Cage. A spatial soul power confinement enveloped Chu Tianyuan entirely. Beads of sweat cascaded down Li Lai's brow. This was his most potent spatial soul power. Do you think a mere soul power space can contain me? Chu Tianyuan countered, bracing against the descending spatial walls. What if I were to add an icebound world to the mix? Ju Yue bellowed, Icebound world. Freeze. The icy soul power once more enveloped the sturdy soul power space. Tiger Roar Fist. Chu Tianyuan launched a punch toward the barrier, causing the soul power space to tremble, ice shards cascading down. Both Li Lai and Zhou Yue simultaneously spat blood. This Tiger Roar Fist was a collision of their soul power against Chu Tianyuan's inner strength. Everyone, quickly augment the confinement with soul power. We cannot withstand his second strike. Li Lai stifled the blood rising in his throat. Light Soul S 6 Paths of Light Prison. Fire Soul S Boundless Inferno. Wind Soul S Thousand Threads Knot. Earth Soul S Burial of the Earth. Water Soul S Captive Dragon. The 9 Soul Masters had lost confidence in slaying Chu Tianyuan. Their sole focus was now on encirclement and sealing him. The barrier crafted by 9 ninth-level Soul Masters was exceedingly robust. Chu Tianyuan felt the space around him constrict, the oppressive soul power drawing ever closer. Tiger Roar Fist. A colossal energy struck the seal, causing it to quiver. Yet the barrier only fortified further under the pressure of the 9 Masters. Chu Tianyuan was drenched in sweat. The oppressive force of the 9 sealing barriers could very well thwart even a Holy Realm expert. Thunder of the 9 Calamities, Third Calamity. Outside the space, the power of thunder relentlessly assaulted the barrier. Tiger Roar Fist. Yet another tremor reverberated through the space. Beast, you cannot breach our barrier. Surrender at once. Song Qianhe's soul power surged into the space. Cannot breach. You claim I cannot break this barrier. Chu Tianyuan struck once more, feeling the soul power pressure intensify around him. Thunder of the 9 Calamities, Fourth Calamity. Break the barrier. The thunderous force from outside surged violently into the space. But the thunder soul power was thwarted by the 9 barriers, relentlessly attacking the enclosure as if vowing not to relent until it reached Chu Tianyuan's core. Indeed, the thunder soul power was the supreme force of destruction, as the first layer of the 9 barriers emitted a crackling sound of explosions. Destruction augmentation, destruction augmentation. The soul power engaged in a fierce struggle against the barriers. With a powerful strike of the Vajra finger, Chu Tianyuan's thumb radiated a golden light, creating a colossal finger silhouette that collided forcefully with the barrier. Hold your ground. With a series of cracking sounds, the barrier gradually succumbed to destruction. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion of energy erupted, sending the 9 Soul Masters hurtling through the air, propelled by the tempest of energy. Chu Tianyuan crouched on the ground, his body drenched in blood, having nearly exhausted his internal energy through the formidable technique known as the Great Power Diamond Finger. This powerful martial art condenses one's internal strength into a single point, unleashing an attack so potent that even the most resilient barriers would falter against it. Moreover, outside the barrier, the relentless assault of the Destruction Thunder Soul loomed ominously. Haha. Chu Tianyuan laughed boisterously. A level 9 Soul Master is nothing to be feared. The 9 Soul Masters, despite their grievous wounds, could hardly mask the profound sorrow and indignation etched upon their faces. You wretched beast. Riches spat a mouthful of blood. Even if you manage to escape the Soul Martial Academy today, the Sacred Domain experts of the human race will certainly not let you go. Sacred Domain experts of the human race? Are you referring to the Dean of the Soul Martial Academy, or to Chuba Tian? Chu Tianyuan replied disdainfully. I dare wager that if Chuba Tian were to learn of this, your academy would surely face the brunt of his immeasurable wrath. You speak nonsense. Riches retorted angrily. How could Marshal Batian possibly ally himself with a soul beast like you? You are undoubtedly filled with fear, terrified of our relentless pursuit. Am I speaking nonsense? Chu Tianyuan looked down upon the 9 Soul Masters. You would do well to inquire with Chu Tianxiang about this matter. And do you truly believe I would fear the Sacred Domain experts of the human race? Haha. Gamophone erupted into laughter. Do you think our Dragon Soul Empire possesses only 2 Sacred Domain experts? If all our human experts were to mobilize, even if you hid in the deepest recesses of the forest, escape would be an impossibility. Chu Tianyuan shook his head at him. Even though there are countless human warriors, do you believe they would pursue me for today's incident? Have I committed any unforgivable act at the Soul Martial Academy? Even if I am not human, have I done anything that would warrant the entire human race seeking my demise? His questions came one after another. You deliberately killed at my Soul Martial Academy. Is that not true? Game of Feng glared at Chu Tianyuan, viewing him merely as a slightly more powerful soul beast. Huang Puzhou, he deserves death, Chu Tianyuan declared vehemently. Then how do you justify transforming into a human form and infiltrating our Soul Martial Academy to clandestinely learn our martial techniques? Song Qianhe clutched his wounded body. The healing speed of soul power could not keep pace with the flow of blood. Clandestinely learning human martial techniques? Chu Tianyuan's eyes narrowed. Pray tell, which of my skills belongs to your Soul Martial Academy? Song Qianhe was so enraged he spat out blood. If it weren't for your clandestine learning of our human martial techniques, could a mere soul ape like you comprehend such formidable skills? May I inquire? Has any of the martial techniques I utilize ever appeared on the Soul Combat continent? This question plunged everyone into silence. The cloud-pushing palm, the six veins divine sword, the tiger-roaring fist, the mighty Vajra finger, none of these techniques had ever been heard of by the 9 great soul masters. Since you have never heard of them, what evidence do you possess to prove they belong to humanity? Do you have nothing to say now? Chu Tianyuan spoke coldly. All of this is merely your conjecture. Based solely on your assumptions, you deem me an outlier. Based solely on your assumptions, you wish to eradicate me. Based solely on your assumptions, you impose all manner of unfounded accusations upon me. Is this the conduct of your Soul Martial Academy? Another wave of silence ensued. Does my non-human status inflict any loss upon you? Does it harm humanity as a whole? I merely wish to live with dignity and reach the pinnacle of the Soul Combat continent. Yet it was Huang Puzhou who ruined my chance. He destroyed my opportunity to be a normal person. What wrong is there in killing him? To live with dignity? And Ruoyu laughed as if hearing the greatest joke. You are a soul beast. How dare you speak of being human? A soul beast is a soul beast. No matter how high your cultivation, no matter if you can assume human form, you can never change the fact that you are a soul beast. A soul beast is merely a soul beast. Chu Tianyuan sighed towards the heavens. I once believed that if I could stand at the pinnacle above all, I could obtain everything I desired. Yet, it appears that no matter how hard I strive or how powerful I become, I cannot alter the views of the masses. In their eyes, I will forever be a mere monkey. I am but a monkey. I had thought I had seen through this during my time in the Hidden Corner Forest. But upon returning to the starting point, I find I still care. Tears streamed down my cheeks. Ha ha. He laughed maniacally. So, to see through it is to gain. To be unable to see through it is to lose. Is this truly me? He chuckled at himself. I am Chu Tianyuan, and I can stand atop the highest peak of the Duhan continent. But why should I rise so high? For glory, for the adoration of the masses, or to alter everyone's perception? He shook his head. These were aspirations I once yearned for, yet they are not what I truly desire. So, deep within my heart, what is it that I truly seek? He reminisced about the days he had traversed, and a golden light flashed through his mind. Indeed, this is what I long for. Chapter 27. The Return to the Sacred Domain. Suddenly, Chu Tianyuan erupted into laughter, his previous aura of menace and anger dissipating entirely, replaced by an expression of gentle warmth. He recalled the headmaster of the orphanage, his mother, Chu Tian, and those who fought alongside him. This was what he had longed for. Why strive? Why seek strength? Because within his heart lay desires worth pursuing. But what comes after attaining those desires? Once he acquires what he yearns for, is there still a need to grow stronger? The answer is affirmative. Upon achieving his desires, he must strive for even greater strength. Only through enhanced power can he protect those he cherishes. It became clear to him that his deepest desire was not the pinnacle of glory, but rather the warmth that resided deep within his soul. A warmth that had been perpetually absent. Not glory, but love. The affection of the headmaster, his mother, Chu Tian, Zi Rujing, Song Seer, Ming Lingwan, the Yanhua brothers, Feng Ruliu, and Song Tian. These were the sources of warmth he felt. He needed to grow stronger. Only by doing so could he safeguard those who held significance in his heart. With a long sigh, he declared, "Let us cease all hostilities and depart from this place." His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly with everyone present. Zi Rujing and Feng Ruliu halted their battle, moving to stand behind Chu Tianyuan. They could no longer remain at the Soul Martial Academy, as the taint of demonic lineage and the specter of espionage from enemy nations could condemn them to death here. Song Seer also paused, casting a glance at Zi Rujing. but the words she intended to speak faltered on her lips. "Seer, I apologize. I promised we would leave," Zi Rujing said calmly. "Now is the time to depart." "You think that by defeating us, you can simply walk away?" The Earth Soul Master, Gamefeng, regarded them with a resolute expression. Mountain Crossing Beast. Appear. A colossal armored soul beast manifested before them. A 9th-level mountain crossing beast? Chu Tianyuan observed Gamefeng's soul beast, questioning whether he was truly willing to sacrifice his own soul beast here. "I am from the Dragon Soul Empire. I will not permit the scourge of the Empire to escape. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure you remain here." "Mountain Crossing Beast, attack!" Gamefeng commanded fiercely. The mountain crossing beast roared and lunged towards the trio, its massive claws slashing through the air. Yet, the three seemed unfazed by the beast's assault in their peak state. They were confident they could withstand even the strikes of a 9th-level soul beast. Zi Rujing's dark soul power and Feng Ruliu's whirlwind shield could easily counter the mountain crossing beast's attack. However, with a mere gesture from Chu Tianyuan, a flash of white light erupted, and the mountain crossing beast fell. 6 Meridian's divine sword, Lesser Zhe sword. "Let us go," Chu Tianyuan instructed Zi Rujing and Feng Ruliu. They nodded in agreement, convinced that no one could hinder their departure today. "No, I will not allow you to leave." Zhong Juanxing obstructed their path. "Do you think you can stop us?" Chu Tianyuan responded nonchalantly. "Indeed, I cannot," he admitted reluctantly, but the Tianshan snow rock. Appear. A massive rock manifested before them once more, another 9th-level soul beast. Dark-eyed lion soul beast appear. Windwing beast arise. Weihai blazing beast manifest. With the emergence of the Tianshan snow beast, all 8 injured soul masters, except for Gamo Peak, summon their soul beasts, each one surpassing level 8. The soul power coalescing around Zira Jing and Fengru Lu indicated that they possessed a strength comparable to 9 soul masters when confronting 9 formidable soul beasts of level 8 and above. Although Chu Tianyuan's might had exceeded their wildest imaginations, he had already clashed with the 9 great soul masters. The prospect of facing 9 soul beasts once more left them feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Madmen! You are all madmen!" Chu Tianyuan exclaimed at them. "Do you insist that I annihilate both you and your soul beasts before you relent? Do you not yet comprehend?" San Qianhe interjected. "This is no longer merely an affair of the Soul Martial Academy. It concerns the entire Dragon Soul Empire, indeed all of humanity. You are but a soul beast. We can allow you to return. However, the demon race and the spies from the Fengxia Empire must be detained." "Very well. If you wish to retain them, then I shall obliterate all of you." Fury surged within Chu Tianyuan as he gestured for the 2 behind him to withdraw. A torrent of wind soul power gathered around him, having recently practiced a combat technique whose potency he was yet to ascertain. "Today, let your soul beasts be the test." A colossal tempest erupted, and dense wind soul power coalesced behind Chu Tianyuan, manifesting as a wind god specter. The wind goddess wrath of the celestial intent 4 symbols technique. All wind soul masters felt the very essence of wind soul power being siphoned away. Wind blades, wind stabs, hurricanes, countless wind-based attacks surged forth. The square was a cacophony of flying debris and collapsing structures, the entire space suffused with invasive wind soul energy. A tempest of calamity descended like a bolt from the blue. Bellora burst forth from the desolate land, his visage a portrait of disarray. Yet the joy upon his face was unmistakable, for he had shattered the barrier of a 9th-level martial artist in a mere span of days. He had initially ventured into the desolate land in search of his most cherished disciple, Chu Tiantian, but the perils within far exceeded his expectations. Despite being a 9th-level martial artist and vice president of the Soul Martial Academy, he found himself fleeing from soul beasts, his life hanging by a thread. After narrowly escaping the desolate land, he astonishingly broke through the sacred domain barrier that had bound him for decades. Though the dangers of the first tribulation of the sacred domain far surpassed those posed by the soul beasts within the desolate land, he still sought refuge to weather the trial. Now, having reached the sacred domain, he was overwhelmed with elation, yet a sudden surge of energy sent tremors through him. What an immense fluctuation of soul power, emanating from within the academy. He gazed into the distance, pondering, could this be the celestial talent competition of this year? Yet, the commotion seems rather excessive. With a leap, he soared into the air, the sensation of being in the sacred domain invigorating him. Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically troubled. He darted toward the source of the energy fluctuation at an extraordinary speed. The square lay in ruins, devoid of any intact structures. As the wounded among the debris groaned in agony, Sweat beads incessantly emerged from Chu Tianyuan's forehead, and his chest heaved violently, as this maneuver had nearly depleted all the soul power within him. Could the Heavenly Intent Four Symbols technique truly wield such formidable power even in its nascent stage? He wiped the perspiration from his brow and turned to behold the astonished faces of those who had managed to evade disaster high above. What sort of soul skill was this? A sacred level? A divine level? Even a divine-level soul skill could not possibly wreak such devastation. Chu Tianyuan, just wait. Our conflict is far from over. A feeble voice emanated from the ruins, as a bare arm emerged from the shattered bricks. It belonged to Zhang Tian. Chu Tianyuan swallowed hard, addressing the ruins. I apologize. I may have exerted myself a bit too much this time. Behind him, Zirujing and Feng Ruliu were utterly astonished. This was the true magnitude of Chu Tianyuan's prowess. With a single strike, merely one attack had vanquished 9 soul beasts, all of which were above level 8. Moreover, this destructive force was not limited to that. The devastation evident across the entire square attested to its extent. Exerting oneself too much? Who would relish channeling their soul power into the ground? If that last blow had been directed at the dozen or so mentors before him, Zirujing wiped the sweat from her brow. Among the 13 mentors, only Li Lei and Zhong Juanxing had escaped with minimal injuries. Yet they were paralyzed with fear by this sudden shock. They looked toward Chu Tianyuan, cold sweat soaking their bodies. Do you wish to keep us here? Chu Tianyuan asked. His gaze icy. You may leave, Li Lei replied, a sense of helplessness dawning upon him. With a cold snort, Chu Tianyuan descended to the ground, meticulously locating the members of the Flame Brothers amidst the ruins. Only after confirming that no one was in imminent danger did he finally ease his troubled heart. Yin Yan's body had become utterly limp, the wind blades having nearly shredded her entire robe. As Chu Tianyuan pulled her out, she merely glared at him with fury, unable to utter a single word. It was at this moment that she truly understood the notion of being collateral damage. Surprisingly, Ming Lingwan stood unscathed in her place, which left Chu Tianyuan somewhat astonished. However, he merely passed by her slowly, uttering not a word. Perhaps deep within him, he held a care for her. Yet this sentiment had undergone a transformation not long ago. Ming Lingwan felt a pang in her heart, recalling his words, "So you too do not believe in me," which stirred an inexplicable ache within her. Did she truly believe in him? She was uncertain, sensing that the thread of innocence within her was unraveling, revealing that. At her core, she was no different from others. In the gentle embrace of the wind, Chu Tianyuan stood, the setting sun casting a crimson hue upon his golden locks. His furry visage betrayed no emotion as he calmly addressed Zirujing and Feng Ruliu, urging, "Let us proceed." Zirujing and Feng Ruliu floated behind him, their faces devoid of any lingering attachment. Suddenly, Chu Tianyuan's gaze fixed on the horizon, where a figure approached. Zirujing, observing the dark shape drawing nearer, was overtaken by an ominous premonition. There was no need for the use of wind soul power to traverse the air. It could only be a formidable being from the sacred domain. Bellarala had arrived before them, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet his eyes glinted with the sharpness of a blade. "Instructor Zhong, what transpires here?" Zhong Juanxing regarded Bellarala, who hovered in the air, and exclaimed, "Vice Dean, have you ascended to the sacred domain?" With a disdainful snort, Bellarala demanded, "I inquire about what has occurred here. Our academy has been infiltrated by foreign entities." Zhang Juanxing indicated towards the trio in the sky. Bellarala's cold gaze swept over them. Soul beasts, the demon clan, and the 3 incarnations of the Tempest? The royal family of the Windsummer Empire? Indeed, Zhang Juanxing affirmed. They are quite formidable, particularly that simian soul beast, which has bested all the other instructors. What? Bellarala exclaimed, astonished. You all could not overcome this single soul beast? Zhang Juanxing nodded, visibly vexed. Its combat techniques are dreadfully fearsome. Bellarala turned to Chu Tianyuan and inquired, "Are you the soul beast that has wrought such havoc upon our soul martial academy?" As Chu Tianyuan was momentarily perplexed by being overlooked, he suddenly heard Bailula refer to him as a soul beast, which ignited a surge of indignation within him. "I am your master," he exclaimed. Chapter 28. Entering the silent realm, Bailula was taken aback. "A sacred domain soul beast?" she questioned, to which Zhong Juanxing clarified. "It is merely a soul beast capable of manipulating wind soul power. It has yet to attain the sacred domain." Bailula cast a peculiar glance at Chu Tianyuan, contemplating the rarity of a simian soul beast that not only wielded wind soul power, but could also articulate human speech. What was even more astonishing was its proficiency in cursing. Such a specimen was indeed a rarity. Chu Tianyuan was covered in goosebumps, feeling the intense gaze upon him. Fortunately, Feng Ruliu was a woman, but this Bailula was undoubtedly a genuine man. You all go ahead. I will hold him off, he gestured behind him. Ziru Jing was about to speak, but Feng Ruliu pulled her aside. We should retreat for now. The opponent is a formidable presence from the sacred domain, and we cannot be of assistance. Ziru Jing bit her purplish-black lower lip, looking at Chu Tianyuan with concern. Be careful. Chu Tianyuan urged, flee at once. As swiftly as you can. I harbor little confidence in my ability to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Zhong Juanxing immediately positioned himself in front of Ziru Jing, declaring, You shall not escape. Chu Tianyuan cast a fleeting glance at him, a thought crossing his mind, and summoned Yinwu to restrain Zhong Juanxing. Yinwu spiraled twice above his head, just about to utter something, when Chu Tianyuan swatted down with his palm, exclaiming, At such a time, you're still preoccupied with the soul crystal. Do you believe I will instantly transform you into a roasted bird? Although Yinwu was swift, it had not yet registered the situation when it was struck down to the ground. It flapped its wings with a mournful air and lamented, Yes, master. With that, it lunged towards Zhong Juanxing. Chu Tianyuan disdainfully shook his head, labeling this gluttonous creature as irredeemable. Bailora observed them without haste, casting a glance at Yinwu. His heart filled with surprise. Is this your companion? Within his heart, Chu Tianyuan silently cursed him, declaring, It is your companion who is the soul beast. This is my soul beast. Balora's expression grew increasingly peculiar, as if to say, You have even learned to forge soul beast contracts with us humans. It appears you have indeed acquired a considerable amount of knowledge here. However, the rank of the soul beast you have contracted is rather low, is it not? Chu Tianyuan directly greeted his mother, expressing disdain for the lowly soul beasts. Isn't it true that the instructors of your soul martial academy have been tormented to the brink of despair? He cast a glance at the unconsciously Daoyin, who had been driven to the edge of fury by Yinwu before suffering the repercussions of Chu Tianyuan's celestial four symbols technique. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Zhong Juanxing might soon become the second Li Daoyin, as the spatial ring on his hand had inexplicably found its way into Yinwu's possession in the blink of an eye. You wretched soul bird. Zhong Juanxing, infuriated, pursued Yinwu, vowing to pluck every feather from her. Feng Ruliu and Ziru Jing exchanged wide-eyed glances, realizing that Zhong Juanxing was too preoccupied to hinder their escape. With a flash of light, the two had already soared into the distance. Where shall we go now? Ziru Jing inquired of Lu Ruliu. The imperial capital has surely detected the anomalies at the Soul Martial Academy, and in no time, we will become the targets of a nationwide manhunt. It would be wiser to remain stationary than to flee, replied Ziru Jing thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that the most perilous places are also the safest? He mused, glancing at the Soul Martial Academy. Precisely, Feng Ruliu affirmed, looking back, for no one would dare to venture there, even if they were aware of our presence. She was referring to the desolate expanse. Meanwhile, at the Soul Martial Academy's plaza, Chu Tianyuan and Bailula faced each other. Your soul beast is quite exceptional, Bailula remarked, observing Yinwu as she was pursued by Zhong Juanxing. And your academy's instructors are equally remarkable, Chu Tianyuan retorted, also watching Zhong Juanxing. I am curious to know whether you have truly reached the sacred domain. Bailula shifted his gaze to the ruins below. Why not give it a try and find out? A faint aura of soul power began to envelop Chu Tianyuan. Bailula smiled slightly. Do you not need a moment to recuperate? That last move must have taken quite a toll on you. Are you offering me the chance to recover? Chu Tianyuan scoffed. I suspect you are merely hesitant to act, fearing that I may have more techniques up my sleeve. He glanced towards the imperial capital, surmising that its inhabitants were likely making their way in this direction. Bailula's expression darkened. Chu Tianyuan's words had penetrated his thoughts. After spending some time in the desolate expanse, he had come to understand the terrifying nature of soul beasts, especially those with higher intelligence. Even if their power were not formidable, they could be exceedingly troublesome, while those that were both intelligent and strong were born predators. In Bailula's eyes, Chu Tianyuan had already entered the ranks of the most dangerous soul beasts. To infiltrate the Soul Martial Academy undetected, to comprehend various forms of soul power, to possess extraordinary martial skills, and to overpower numerous 9th-level instructors. All these signs indicated that Chu Tianyuan was even more formidable than a sacred domain expert. As Bailula was still unfamiliar with the powers wielded by sacred domain beings, facing a soul beast on par with one was naturally daunting for him. Are you surprised that I have seen through your thoughts? Chu Tianyuan continued. Indeed, You are correct, Bailula conceded. But tell me, are you not in the same predicament? You have been conversing with me solely to buy time, allowing your two companions to make their escape. Seeing his calm admission, Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but smile. He had already formulated a plan in his mind. Since neither of them wished to resort to violence, why waste time here? You let me go, and I shall not put you in an awkward position. Baelora, somewhat indignant, reminded himself that he was a formidable powerhouse of the sacred domain, albeit newly ascended, and certainly loftier than a mere ninth-level warrior. Are you certain you possess the ability to embarrass me? He retorted gruffly. I assure you, if you dare to raise a hand against me, you will find yourself in a far more humiliating predicament than anyone else here. Baelora was taken aback. Yet he hesitated to strike Chu Tianyuan. He scrutinized Chu Tianyuan closely, sensing that beneath his serene demeanor lay some hidden stratagem. Newly attained to the sacred domain, he did not wish to jeopardize his reputation out of a moment of impulse. Who could predict what abilities the soul beast before him had yet to unleash? If a confrontation ensued, victory would be one thing. However, should he falter, it would be utterly disgraceful for a sacred domain powerhouse to be bested by a mere ninth-level soul beast, a source of ridicule indeed. I advise you to refrain from impulsive actions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't resort to mutually assured destruction, Chu Tianyuan remarked nonchalantly. Moreover, the Soul Martial Academy has only sustained minor damage. There is no need for such overreactions. With that, he declared, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. With a mere thought, Inchi returned to its original soul space. He flew towards the desolate area, for only in such solitude could he find refuge. Upon hearing this, Vice Dean Zhong Juanqing became anxious. His spatial ring was still nestled within Inchu's abdomen. This soul beast had just expended considerable energy in battle. Surely, such alarm was unwarranted. You have reached the sacred domain. Do you truly fear it? Baelora felt equally helpless. He too wished to subdue Chu Tianyuan. Yet as a newly ascended sacred domain warrior, he possessed little more than the ability to fly. His inner strength had indeed increased significantly, but gazing at the ruins of the plaza, he silently lamented that no amount of power could rival an attack capable of demolishing the square. He glared at Zhong Juanqing. If you are unafraid, then why not confront him yourself? You cannot even handle the soul bird by his side, yet you wish to confront its master? Though Zhong Juanqing's arguments were sound, he could not ascertain whether Chu Tianyuan had further tricks up his sleeve. Frustrated and unable to vent his feelings after being robbed of his fortune and berated by Baelora, his face flushed with anger. Resolutely, he decided to pursue the direction in which Chu Tianyuan had departed. Very well, if the Vice Dean is reluctant, then I shall intercept that soul beast. As Chu Tianyuan had just departed from 100 paces away, he beheld Zhong Juanqing racing towards him. Feeling a tinge of melancholy within, he had managed to intimidate a formidable being of the sacred domain, yet an audacious soul emerged, unafraid of death. Yin Wu. Oh, Yin Wu, what have you done to provoke such reckless abandon? Wretched beast, where do you think you're fleeing? Zhong Juanqing bellowed as he launched an assault towards Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan unleashed his full power, channeling his soul energy and internal strength into his palm. Invoking the soul of gravity, Zhong Juanqing immediately felt his body weighed down by an immeasurable force. However, as a level 9 wind soul master, he persevered and did not succumb to the ground. He summoned the soul energy within him to confront the impending threat, only to be met with a colossal shadow descending from above. The Buddha's palm. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air, leaving behind a massive imprint on the earth. Zhong Juanqing now lay within the palm print, his body trembling incessantly, every bone shattered and broken. As Chu Tianyuan descended, he lifted the pliable figure of Zhong Juanqing, resembling a lump of mud, and hurled him towards Baelora, inquiring, do you wish to end up like him? Baelora, witnessing the impending descent of Zhong Juanqing, felt a chill wash over him, simultaneously expressing gratitude for his prior restraint. Had he acted otherwise, he would now be the one in such a feeble state. He could not help but swallow hard, feigning composure as he replied, you may leave. With a cold snort, Chu Tianyuan soared towards the desolate expanse. Baelora, grasping the disheveled form of Zhong Juanqing, noticed that he still clung to a faint breath. She remarked coolly, people have warned against acting impulsively, yet you chose to rush in. Now, look at the predicament you found yourself in. Without a second thought for Zhong Juanqing, who was now gasping for breath, she unceremoniously discarded him at her feet. Turning to the few remaining conscious students, she instructed, Organize the square and assist the injured. A few of you should go fetch the nearby light and water mages. Chu Tianyuan soared to the edge of the desolate land, only to find himself suddenly sinking and collapsing to the ground. What a close call! He gasped for breath. Beads of sweat the size of beans continuously emerging from his forehead. At this moment, his soul power and internal strength were utterly depleted. He had laid all his cards on the table. Although he had managed to intimidate Baelora, the experience had been perilously close. As he slowly rose to his feet, he was surprised to discover that someone stood before him. You haven't departed yet? Chu Tianyuan inquired. I suspected you would take refuge here. Chu Tianyuan wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, appearing so frail that he could scarcely stand. I pondered that apart from this place, there was likely no refuge left for us in the imperial capital. Chapter 29. The Midnight Visitor. It was already midnight. Yet the city of the imperial capital remained ablaze with lights. As the final bastion of the Dragon Soul Empire, its defenses were remarkably robust. Hundreds of martial masters stood guard at the city gates, with a few wind spirit masters still lost in slumber. In the realm of spirit masters, their status was undeniably exalted, yet their nobility was not without justification. Any disturbance at the checkpoint would prompt them to relay messages back to the capital with utmost swiftness. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage had arrived at the city gates. The sentinel, an 8th-level martial master, halted the carriage and was about to question its occupant when a head emerged from within. His eyes widened in astonishment. General Bafatian. Chu Batian immediately gestured for silence, whispering, "Open the city gates." As the sound of hooves faded into the distance, the 8th-level martial artist finally regained his composure. After all, this was a formidable being from the sacred domain, the very soul of the empire, his visage etched into the hearts of every Dragon Soul citizen. Within the carriage, Chu Batian and Sang Haiyan exchanged glances, while beside Chu Batian sat a young woman of around 16 or 17. Her gentle countenance concealed an inner turmoil. Sharing a carriage with two beings of such grandeur was both an immense honor and a source of considerable anxiety. "Are you certain he is called Chu Tianyuan?" inquired Chu Batian. "Absolutely," replied Sang Haiyan, a hint of irritation in his voice. "What I cannot fathom is how a genius of divine origin could remain unnoticed within the Chu family. Have you lost your senses, Chu Batian? This is a long story." Chu Batian retorted without anger, though a pang of regret washed over him as he recalled the tribulations endured by Chu Tianyuan over the years. "You truly encountered young Master Tianyuan?" he asked the young woman beside him. "I cannot say for certain if he is young Master Tianyuan," she replied hesitantly. "But on that fateful night, I heard some commotion from my mother's room, so I went to check. I saw a boy standing alone in the spirit hall, shedding tears. At that moment, I did not know who he was, nor did I mention it to anyone," she murmured softly. How could such a significant event go unspoken? Chu Batian's expression darkened. "Moreover, someone perished that night. Were you not afraid of what might happen to the Chu family?" Yuyo hesitated. That night a year ago had left her thoroughly shaken. The following day, she learned of the deaths of two martial artists from the Chu family. Although she had an inkling that the boy was responsible, she chose to remain silent, sensing the weight of his true identity. He was none other than Chu Zhantian's biological son. Chu Tianyuan. Sang Haiyan could no longer contain himself. "Chu Batian, it is one thing to neglect your grandson, but why take it out on this young girl? You are well aware of the customs of the Chu family. She is merely a girl of no power or standing. Do you truly believe her words would carry any weight? Perhaps you should consider how to bring Chu Tianyuan back to the family instead. For it seems he harbors quite a grudge against the Chus." Chu Batian felt a sense of melancholy. Although the Chu family had not provided him with much, they had not committed any egregious acts to earn his hatred. He believed that if they offered him the treatment he rightfully deserved, he would no longer harbor resentment towards the Chu family, especially considering he bore the bloodline of the Chus. Sang Haiyan scoffed, dismissing the notion. "Do you truly think that with his exceptional talent, he would concern himself with the trifles of your Chu family's offerings? Even without those privileges, his prodigious gifts will surely elevate him to the sacred domain within 50 years. I suggest we report this matter to our master. Perhaps he will permit him to enter the Dragon Soul space, especially given Chu Tianyuan's astonishing aptitude." "That would be prudent," Chu Batian replied somberly. "However, we must first ascertain whether he is indeed the son of Zhanhuan, for the Dragon Soul space is of paramount importance. It would be disastrous if an enemy spy infiltrated it." "Quite so. Nevertheless, I must make a visit to the palace first. You should accompany this girl to the Soul Martial Academy to verify Chu Tianyuan's identity," Sang Haiyan instructed. "Very well, old saying. Please convey my regards to our master. Chu Batian commanded the coachman to halt. Sang Haiyan lightly elevated himself and vanished into the night. Bailola stood guard outside, feeling a sense of urgency. His disciple, Chu Tian, had emerged from the desolate lands. She returned utterly exhausted, her wounds so severe that bones were visible, a testament to the peril she had faced. Thankfully, she had survived. Although the injuries of Light Soul Master Song Qianhe had yet to heal, they had not impeded the healing efficacy of the Light Soul energy, ensuring that Chu Tian's condition had stabilized, albeit she remained unconscious. Bailola let out a deep sigh of relief. It was precisely her tenacity that had prompted him to take her as a disciple, yet he could not fathom what drove Chu Tian to train so fervently. The conviction of a martial artist is their primary motivation for growth, but what was Chu Tian's belief? He found himself lost in thought. It had taken him over a century to reach the sacred domain. Was his conviction not steadfast enough? As the vice president of the Seoul Martial Academy, he had witnessed the growth of countless prodigies, most with the potential to reach the sacred domain in approximately 50 years. Yet, the current generation of exceptional talents was perhaps the most formidable cohort since the Academy's inception. The holy-level original soul mastered Song Tian from Earth City, the demon-blooded Zi Rujing, the royal Feng Riliu of the Wind Summer Empire, and Chu Tianyuan, the first in 100 years to achieve 8th-tier high advancement in Wind Mastery, were all remarkable figures. If they were not demons, enemies, or soul beasts, the future of the Dragon Soul Empire could very well position itself at the forefront of the three great empires. Bailola sighed again, just as he heard a knock at the door. "Come in," he called. A night shift martial artist entered. "Vice President, we have guests at the Academy." "Guests? At this late hour?" Bailola inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. They claim to have urgent matters to discuss with the President," the martial artist replied. "I informed them that the President is unavailable, but they insisted that they could speak with you as well. This is the token they provided. They assured me that upon seeing it, you would certainly wish to meet them." The martial artist concluded and handed over an item. It was a plaque crafted from gold, inscribed with a radiant sun. Upon seeing the token, Bailora's expression drastically changed. He took the token and declared, "Take me to meet them." As Bailora exited the hall, he found a dozen individuals clad in golden robes standing in the courtyard. Their faces exuded arrogance, as if they regarded no one with respect. The leader among them, a robust man in gold, cast a disdainful glance at Bailora and remarked, "Bailora, after all these years, your airs have certainly inflated." Bailora's expression darkened. "Zhu Jingji, our Soul Martial Academy does not possess the same prestige as your Radiant Soul Temple, so spare me your airs." Zhu Jingji chuckled coldly. "It seems that after years apart, your tongue has grown quite sharp. Yet, I wonder how much your strength has progressed." With that, he emanated a radiant glow. Purification of evil by the light soul. Several beams of white light surged towards Bailora. Open sky palm. Bailora retaliated with a powerful strike. The clash of inner strength and soul power erupted with a resounding explosion. Holy Domain. Zhu Jingji was taken aback. "You have also reached the Holy Domain." Bailora, with a trembling hand, gestured behind him, internally lamenting, yet his face remained stern. "Zhu Jingji, just because you have achieved the Holy Domain does not mean I cannot." After their initial exchange, Bailora discerned that Zhu Jingji's strength was indeed that of a Holy Domain expert, capable of delivering such an assault. Zhu Jingji, cutting to the chase, said, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries, Bailora. You must be aware of the purpose of our visit." Bailora glanced at the golden-robed individuals. "The 12 radiant judicators, what significant matter could warrant your presence?" Zhu Jingji, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "We have received word that the candidate for the Holy Son of the Radiant Soul Temple, Huang Puzhou, has perished within your Soul Martial Academy. Is this true?" Bailora responded gravely, "Indeed, Huang Puzhou met his demise within our academy, but we have already returned his remains to your temple and clarified the circumstances. Do you intend to shift the blame onto our Soul Martial Academy? The death of our Holy Son candidate within your institution naturally falls upon you." Zhu Jingji retorted angrily, "We shall not make it difficult for you. If you hand over the murderer for us to take away, we will not pursue this matter further. We have made ourselves abundantly clear. Huang Puzhou was slain by a soul beast, and we bear no responsibility." Zhu Jingji laughed heartily. "Slain by a soul beast? Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Given Huang Puzhou's prowess, could he truly have been defeated by a soul beast during a competition? Are your instructors entirely inept?" "The competence of our instructors is not for you to judge," a voice echoed from above. "Zhang Juanqing, Li Daoyan." and Rue Cheshire gracefully descended from the sky. As 3 ninth-level Wind Soul Masters of the Soul Martial Academy, their velocity remained impressively swift. Zhu Jingji cast a cold glance, dismissing the 3 ninth-level Wind Soul Masters with disdain. You have no place to speak here. Recently, Zhong Juanqing had faced numerous setbacks. Beilola stepped forward, addressing Zhu Jingji. We shall not engage in trivial banter. What is your true intention for being here? I have already stated, we do not believe a single word you utter. We suspect you are deliberately shielding the culprit. Surrender the perpetrator, and we shall take our leave. Otherwise, Zhu Jingji smirked ominously. Otherwise what? Beilola ascended into the air, her formidable presence bearing down on the 12 individuals before her. Beilola, do you believe your attainment of the sacred domain renders you formidable? Your numbers are insufficient, came the retort. What if we add ourselves to the fray? Lu Lin, Dina, and other instructors swiftly joined the scene. Zhu Jingji assessed the newcomers. 1 sacred domain martial master and 13 ninth-level warriors constituted a considerable force, yet a sinister smile crept upon his face. Still not enough, he declared, leaping into the air. To everyone's astonishment, another individual among the 12 from the Radiant Soul Temple also ascended, revealing 2 sacred domain powerhouses. Now, with my presence, is this sufficient? A resonant voice echoed through the air. Chu Batian rushed in from the distance. Chapter 30. The Truth with Chu Baishan's Arrival. The instructors from the Soul Martial Academy instantly felt invigorated. 2 sacred domain masters against another 2. The strength may not differ significantly. Yet Chu Batian represented the military spirit of the Dragon Soul Empire. His mere presence instilled confidence in everyone. Zhu Jingji's gaze sharpened. Chu Batian. Indeed, it is you. I wonder, with your addition, will we have a voice before the 12 judgments of light? An aura of dominance radiated from Chu Batian. Since you are Martial Batian, you shall certainly have a say, Zhu Jingji replied through gritted teeth. Now, tell me, has your Radiant Soul Temple come here to cause trouble? Or do you have other motives? Chu Batian inquired. We harbor no intentions of trouble, we merely seek justice. Zhu Jingji, though wary of Chu Baishan's might, refused to yield in spirit. Justice? Chu Baishan's gaze pierced like a blade. Does your Radiant Soul Temple even comprehend the concept of justice? For years ago, when you came to the Chu family, did you speak of justice then? Zhu Jingji's expression darkened, rendered speechless. The Radiant Soul Temple had always been domineering, for years prior. In their pursuit of the soul of Chu's mother, they had dispatched 3 sacred domain powerhouses. Chu Batian turned his gaze towards the figure behind Zhu Jingji, the yellow-browed monster, who had arrived silently. Is this affair instigated by you? With a thunderous shout from Chu Batian, a figure gradually emerged from the crowd, slowly lowering the golden hood atop his head, revealing the visage of a youth, his eyebrows gleaming like sunlight in their golden hue. The 3rd sanctum of the Radiant Soul Temple has made its move. Chu Batian, since you have taken the initiative, we shall not make things difficult for you. Simply recount the entire sequence of events to us, leaving no detail obscured. As for the perpetrator, we shall address that ourselves, without involving your Soul Martial Academy. The yellow-browed monster stated indifferently, for he was the leader of the 12 judgments. Chu Batian cast a glance at Huang Mei and then addressed Beilola, stating, he wishes to know the matter at hand. You may enlighten him. Should there be just cause, I shall advocate for you. Despite Chu Baishan's assurance, Beilola refrained from unnecessary chatter, recounting the events as previously discussed. Very well. Since you assert such, we now require clarity on 3 matters, Huang Mei coldly declared. First, is it true that the Huangpu River was indeed claimed by a soul beast? Affirmative, Beilola replied. Second, does that soul ape possess not only a multitude of martial skills but also mastery over thunderous soul power, utilizing the soul technique known as 9 Calamities Thunder? Indeed. Third, where is this soul ape now? Beilola responded solemnly. Its strength is formidable. We could not contain it, and it has since fled the Soul Martial Academy. Yet, a cunning thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the soul ape had escaped to the desolate lands. If you seek the perpetrator, venture forth, he suggested, inwardly smirking. It would be best if you encountered a divine-level soul beast, and none returned unscathed. Very well. With General Baishan's assurance, you are unlikely to deceive us. Let today's matters be settled, Huang Mei declared, gesturing for their departure. As the members of the Radiant Soul Temple exited the Soul Martial Academy, Chu Batian, puzzled, inquired, Beilola, what is the true nature of this situation? Beilola sighed deeply. This matter requires extensive explanation. Let us proceed inside to discuss further. Chu Batian, exhibiting no restraint, strode forward without hesitation. Outside the Soul Martial Academy, Zhu Jingji, accompanied by another formidable Saint Realm expert, closely followed the Yellowbrow. Lord Yellowbrow, shall we truly let this matter rest? He inquired. Of course, a mere Huangpu Zhou does not possess the influence to warrant our 12 judgments intervention, replied Yellowbrow, casting his gaze upon the desolate expanse. What we seek is the soul ape capable of summoning the 9 calamities thunder. As long as it retains the lingering aura of the soul binding nails, it cannot evade our pursuit. Within the inner sanctum of the Soul Martial Academy, the mentors had dispersed. Bailula led Chu Batian to the esteemed seat, while Yu Yu entered from outside and took her place behind him. Martial Batian, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Soul Martial Academy? Bailula asked. Chu Batian had just showcased his formidable prowess before the crowd. Although he felt a lingering sense of exhilaration, the very thought of his purpose for being there filled him with anticipation. To be candid, I have come here in search of my grandson. Tianxiang? Bailora inquired with a hint of confusion. He has sustained some injuries, but did it warrant your arduous journey? Moreover, the news has not spread so swiftly, has it? Chu Batian shook his head. It was not Tianxiang. Rather, it was Tianao. Chu Batian shook his head once more. I have come in search of the son of Zhanhuan, Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan? Bailula responded with a hint of confusion. He has not been present at the academy, and I am unaware of the prior events that transpired here. Please hold on a moment while I search for the records. He approached a pile of documents in the corner. When did he enroll? Is he a martial master or a soul master? A year ago, as a martial master, replied Chu Batian. After a brief pause, Bailula placed Chu Tianyuan's information before Chu Batian. He is a martial master student, under the supervision of Butitus. I shall instruct him to bring the young man here. With that, he summoned a martial master on guard and conveyed his orders. Very well, Martial Batian. Please wait a moment. Butitus will soon escort your grandson, Chu Tianyuan, to you. Chu Batian took a sip of tea and said, I appreciate your help, Bailora. By the way, what was the purpose of the people from the Radiant Soul Temple visiting us just now? Bailora sighed. This year, several outsiders entered the academy, and among them was a soul beast that transformed into human form, managing to infiltrate us while mastering numerous formidable combat techniques. Unfortunately, its true identity was revealed during the Genius Tournament, resulting in the death of Huangpu Zhou, the candidate for the Holy Son of the Radiant Soul Temple. I see. Chu Batian responded. That transformed soul beast must have consumed the transformation herb, correct? That seems likely. If it were a divine-grade soul beast, there would be no need for it to disguise itself. That would place it at the pinnacle of the continent's power. Is the strength of that soul beast formidable? 13 ninth-level mentors joined forces against it, and nearly all sustained severe injuries. I was just worried that a confrontation with the Radiant Soul Temple would put us at a disadvantage. Such a powerful soul beast must surely be at the sacred domain level, Chu Batian remarked, somewhat astonished. Bailora forced a smile. The issue is that soul beast is not a sacred domain soul beast. Not a sacred domain soul beast? Chu Batian was even more surprised. Are you saying that even you cannot handle it? Bailora felt a bit embarrassed. Martial Batian, as you know, I have only just reached the sacred domain and have not yet mastered many of its abilities. Oh, that is indeed understandable, Chu Batian acknowledged, recognizing Bailora's predicament. Moreover, the soul beast possesses an overwhelming number of combat techniques, some of which even surpass the divine level. I suspect they may be forbidden techniques. Forbidden techniques. Chu Batian's heart stirred. Such techniques have not appeared on the soul fighting continent for over 1,000 years. It is said that forbidden techniques are not meant to be wielded by humans. Thus, the divine realm confiscated all forbidden techniques millennia ago. Even those not reclaimed have nearly been forgotten. Indeed, Bailora replied, still shaken. One strike turned the entire plaza into ruins, and a single palm left a 9th-level wind soul master crippled. This is no longer the power of divine-grade combat skills. Chu Batian's complexion slightly improved, indicating that the academy had indeed suffered significant losses. The academy itself seemed relatively unscathed, aside from Huangpu Zhou, as the soul beast had caused the demise of others. Bailora took a sip of tea and remarked, however, the Radiant Soul Temple poses a considerable dilemma. I cannot shake the feeling that they will not let this matter rest. It is true that among the 9 great temples, the Radiant Soul Temple is the most domineering. Yet, I find it curious that they have been in search of something for many years. Otherwise, they would not have sent their candidates for the Holy Son to the Soul Martial Academy. Who knows? Bailora continued, after all, the 9 great temples have existed for an exceedingly long time. Perhaps only the ancestors within the dragon's soul space are privy to their tales. At that moment, Eutydes rushed in with fervor, followed closely by the Yinhua brothers. The vice president appeared somewhat anxious. What is the matter that has you in such haste? Bailora's expression darkened. Are you truly seeking this person, Chu Tianyuan? Eutydes was already sweating profusely. Although he was familiar with the name Chu Tianyuan, he had never encountered him. Naturally, had he met him, he would not have recognized him, as Chu Tianyuan had never attended a martial arts class. Upon learning that Chu Tianyuan was the grandson of Chu Batian, he immediately sought out his dormitory. After a thorough recounting by the Yinhua brothers, he was astounded to discover that Chu Tianyuan was indeed the soul beast that had been besieged days prior. What could this imply? His mind was flooded with confusion. Yet upon hearing Eutydes' account, Yinhua suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Yin Yin, do you recall what the boss once told us? Yin Yin immediately responded in astonishment. That's right. The boss mentioned that he is also a direct descendant of the Chu family. Could it be true? If what he said is accurate, not only is he not a soul beast, but he is also the direct grandson of Marshal Batian. The revelation that he is the direct grandson of Marshal Batian exploded in Eutydes' mind. He suddenly recalled a statement made by Chu Tianyuan in the square. If Chu Batian were aware of this matter, your Soul Martial Academy would surely face his boundless wrath. Why would he say such a thing? The reason was simple. Chu Tianyuan is indeed the grandson of Chu Batian. Moreover, considering the extraordinary prowess he exhibited that day, Chu Tianyuan would undoubtedly be the most gifted prodigy in the history of the Duhan continent. Yet this remarkably gifted genius had been treated as a soul beast and cast into the desolate lands. Bailora was oblivious to these developments and calmly stated, of course, it is Chu Tianyuan. Would I mistake such a matter? He glanced at the Yinhua brothers behind Eutydes, perplexed. I instructed you to bring Chu Tianyuan. Yet you have brought the Yinhua brothers from Huiqing. What is the meaning of this? Before Eutydes could respond, the Yinhua brothers stepped forward to stand before Chu Batian. Yin Yin, steadying his inner turmoil, spoke slowly, Marshal Batian, Chu Tianyuan is our roommate and our acknowledged elder brother. May I inquire if you are certain that Chu Tianyuan is indeed your biological grandson? Chapter 31. The Fury of Chu Batian upon being questioned. Chu Batian felt a twinge of embarrassment. He turned to Yu, who stepped forward and inquired, what manner of person is the Chu Tianyuan you speak of? Yin Yin, though somewhat incensed, managed to compose himself, aware that the truth would soon be unveiled. The true identity of Chu Tianyuan would be confirmed. Are you referring to his appearance before he was cast out, or before he entered the academy? As these words escaped his lips, the expressions of those in the hall shifted dramatically. If it is regarding his appearance thereafter, I have little to say. However, in his earlier days, my elder brother was undoubtedly the most extraordinary figure within the academy. Yin Yin articulated, each word resonating with conviction. Upon hearing this, Yu was reminded of that fateful night a year prior, when she witnessed the young man weeping before the spirit tablet of Chu's mother. His golden hair and penetrating eyes masked any semblance of detachment, while his pristine visage and well-defined features exuded an aura of vitality akin to a wild panther racing across the plains. He was indeed the most striking man she had ever encountered. My brother's hair is golden, he stands slightly taller than I, his eyes are bright and clear, and his smile is utterly enchanting, Yinhua recounted. Yu felt no further need for inquiry. With these few details, she could unequivocally ascertain that Chu Tianyuan was the very man who had stood before the spirit tablet of Chu's mother that night. No one could possess his captivating charm. Even with such succinct descriptions, she turned to Chu Batian and nodded, affirming, the Tianyuan I beheld that night was precisely as you have described. Chu Batian was about to say something, when Yinhua abruptly interrupted him. Do you not wish to know how my elder brother appeared upon his departure? Chu Batian seemed to have surmised something, exclaiming, eldest brother was driven away by them. It appeared as though he had cast aside all restraint when he departed. His body was covered in fine golden hair, resembling a soul ape. With a resounding crash, Chu Batian shattered the table beside him with a single strike. At that moment, he was entirely convinced that Chu Tianyuan was indeed his own grandson. He vividly recalled the appearance of Chu Tianyuan in his youth. How he managed to shed that golden fur and return to his original form was of no concern to him, for it was the bloodline of the Chu family. Most importantly, he was the sole direct descendant of the divine original soul. Bailora, do you not wish to explain this to me? Bailora, equally astounded, found himself too bewildered to ponder further. Marshal Batian, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. The events of that day unfolded so hastily that I am not entirely clear on them myself. Perhaps I should summon everyone who was present that day to clarify the entire sequence of events. Chu Baishan's countenance had darkened entirely, he declared. We shall proceed as you suggested. Shortly thereafter, the mentors of the Soul Martial Academy gathered in a huddle. Following the uproar at the Radiant Soul Temple, the dozen or so mentors had lost all inclination for slumber, puzzled by why Bellora had summoned them again. Observing Chu Baishan's grim expression, they felt a sense of trepidation. Bellora's face was equally grave. He simply glanced at the assembled mentors and commanded, "You are to recount the events of the final day of the Genius Tournament in their entirety, with no omissions." Dina stepped forward, stating, "I was responsible for the first match that day, which was between Zirajing and Chu Tianxiang." "Enough. Skip ahead. I wish to hear about the match involving Chu Tianyuan." Chu Baishan's fury was palpable. Dina retreated, sensing the ominous aura of menace emanating from Chu Batian. Zhang Juanqing, his heart racing, nonetheless mustered the courage to speak. "I oversaw the match between Chu Tianyuan and Huang Puzhou." The hall was eerily silent. As Zhong recounted the events, the anxiety among the mentors escalated. Although they were unaware of the specifics, the escalating malevolence radiating from Chu Batian hinted at a grave matter that had ignited his murderous intent. "Thus were the events of that day," Zhang concluded, his back drenched in perspiration. "You all dared to treat him as a soul beast and besiege him. Chu Baishan's breath was heavy with rage. You forced him into the desolate land. I shall destroy you all." With a thunderous roar, a strike from Chu Batian sent Zhang Juanqing hurtling against the wall, which crumbled under the impact, leaving a gaping hole. Zhang lay there, bloodied and seemingly lifeless. The onlookers stood frozen in shock. Chu Batian was intent on murder, and none could intervene. "General Batian, please temper your wrath." Bellora, disregarding Zhang, immediately interposed himself before the mentors. "Bellora, you expect me to quell my anger?" Chu Baishan's veins throbbed with fury. "Your academy has treated my grandson as if he were a soul beast and drove him into desolation, and you dare ask me to remain calm." "General Batian, I believe there must be some misunderstanding," Bellora stammered, panic rising within him. Though he too was of the sacred realm, he doubted he could withstand even a single blow from Chu Batian. "Considering the ties of the Dragon Soul Empire, I shall spare your lives for now. But Bellora, do you have any further justification to offer?" At that moment, Chu Batian resembled an enraged soul beast. The mentors finally grasped the source of his fury. They now understood that Chu Tianyuan was none other than Chu Baishan's beloved grandson. "This is beyond our imagination, that young master Chu Tianyuan is the grandson of the general." Xiao Qinha interjected, attempting to elucidate. "Beyond imagination?" Chu Baishan's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate their very souls. "You dismissed him as a beast simply because he did not conform to your notions of humanity? Are you aware that he is the direct descendant of the Chu lineage? Moreover, he is a prodigious talent of divine-level original soul. Did he never disclose his true identity to you? Yet you remain utterly dismissive of his words. This is undoubtedly unfounded." Suddenly, the Ice Soul Master, September, recalled something important. Indeed, both young Master Tianxiang and young Master Tianao were present at the time, and they too identified young Master Tianyuan. "What did you say?" Chu Baishan's fist clenched tightly. "It was young Master Tianxiang who accused young Master Tianyuan of being a soul beast." Chu Baishan's fist swung forward with great force, instantly reducing the furniture within the room to mere splinters. "Summon those two beasts to me." Upon noticing a slight calming of Chu Baishan's demeanor, Bellora hurriedly clasped his hands together and said, "Marshal Batian, please hold on. Zhang Juanqing, go fetch Chu Tianxiang." No sooner had he spoken than he recalled that Zhang Juanqing was already lying outside the door. Thus, he turned to Rushes and commanded, "You go?" Rushes promptly dashed out, trembling in awe of Baishan's imposing presence. He had no doubt that at this moment, Chu Batian was fully capable of taking a life. Within mere moments, Rushes had returned with the two individuals. Upon seeing the hall in disarray, with the mentors gathered to one side and his grandfather, Chu Batian, standing on the other, Chu Tianxiang felt a sense of trepidation. Was this about the five-clawed ice dragon? Nervously, he approached Chu Batian, clasped his hands, and inquired, "Grandfather, may I ask what brings you to seek me at this late hour?" Chu Batian swiftly delivered a backhand strike that sent Chu Tianxiang flying, his fury erupting as he exclaimed, "You wretched creature!" Qiu Xiangxiang struggled to rise, only to have his jaw struck down once more. He whimpered, yet could utter no words. Upon witnessing his cowardice, Chu Batian's fury intensified as he glared at Chu Tianao, exclaiming, "And you, why do you not hasten to my side?" Chu Tianao's legs weakened. causing him to collapse to the ground as he fervently bowed his head before Chu Batian, pleading, "Grandfather, please spare me. I understand my mistake. I truly understand my mistake." The arrogance of Chu Batian remains unabated. "Where, pray tell, have you erred?" Upon being questioned, Chu Tian'ao was momentarily taken aback. He had no inkling of the unfolding events. All he understood was that Chu Batian was in a state of furious rage. He was acutely aware of Chu Baishan's temperament and harbored no doubt that, in his wrath, it was entirely possible for him to inadvertently strike him down. His sole intention was to appease Chu Baishan's anger before any physical confrontation ensued. Tian'ao recognized his error. He should not have incited his cousin to summon the five-clawed ice dragon during the talented competition. He regretted not intervening when he witnessed his cousin conjuring the magnificent beast. "Please, grandfather, quell your fury," he implored, his forehead ceaselessly knocking against the ground, crimson blood staining his brow, yet he dared not cease his supplication. Chu Baishan's visage had turned a shade reminiscent of liver, and he exclaimed, "What manner of beasts are you two? How could you dare to employ the five-clawed ice dragon in the competition?" His hand rose once more, and with a resounding crash, the wall was breached, casting Chu Tian'ao out of the room. "You wretched creatures! You have committed an egregious error yet remain oblivious. Have you not considered that Tian Yuan is the biological son of your third uncle? You are fully aware of his appearance, and still, you conspire to bring about his demise. What purpose does your existence serve within the Chu family?" Although Chu Tianxiang could not utter a word, he comprehended the reason behind Chu Baishan's fury. He crawled forward and clung to Chu Baishan's legs, repeatedly bowing his head in a gesture of deep remorse. Chu Batian kicked him away once more and sternly declared, "The mistakes you have committed must be borne by you, since it was your actions that led to Tian Yuan being exiled to the desolate land. You shall go in and bring him back to me. Otherwise, you shall forever be estranged from the Chu family." Hu Xiangxiang once again bowed 3 times before Chu Baishan. For his greatest fear was being cast out of the family by Chu Baishan. Such a fate would signify the gradual stripping away of the halo that adorned his head, a torment more agonizing than death itself. He rose to his feet, unsteadily making his way to the entrance, where he assisted the nearly lifeless Chu Tian'ao, before gradually vanishing into the embrace of the night. Chu Batian paid no heed to the two individuals, his gaze once again directed towards the mentors of the Seoul Martial Academy. "What about you? Do you not bear any responsibility in this matter?" Baelora hastily stepped forward. "Marshal Batian, we at the Seoul Martial Academy acknowledge our share of the responsibility. Should you command, we shall not hesitate to act." "Very well, Baelora. I shall not make things difficult for you. Soon, old Ghost Sang will return, and at that time, I shall seek justice from him." Chu Batian replied in a grave tone. Chapter 32. The origin of the dispute. Emperor Mingshun was preparing for sleep when he heard that Sang Haiyan had arrived outside the palace. He quickly donned his outer garments to receive him, troubled by the report that had come from the Seoul Martial Academy, particularly regarding Feng Ruliu. He could not fathom how Sang Haiyan could mistake her for a spy and demand her nationwide arrest. "Mr. Sang, you have arrived. I have been quite vexed by your report. Your presence is timely. Please elucidate the matter for me." "I have withheld this report for 3 days, the emperor stated. Sang Haiyan was somewhat taken aback. He had been away for only half a month. Could something significant have transpired at the Seoul Martial Academy? Pondering this, he opened the report that the emperor had suppressed. As he read the contents, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He lost the desire to enter the dragon soul space and directly addressed Emperor Mingshun. "Your Majesty, this matter is of great consequence. Please allow me to ascertain the facts before making a decision." With that, he swiftly exited the palace. Upon returning to the Seoul Martial Academy, Sang Haiyan made his way directly to Baelora's residence. He was taken aback to find the door in ruins. Rushing into the inner courtyard, he discovered a large crowd had gathered. The mentors stood on one side, while Chu Batian occupied the other, both sides poised for an imminent clash. "What has transpired?" Sang Haiyan inquired, surveying the assembly. Chu Batian fixed him with a piercing gaze. "You ought to inquire with your colleagues at the Seoul Martial Academy about the virtuous deeds they have accomplished." Baelora offered a wry smile to Sang Haiyan. "Esteemed principal, we have indeed committed a grievous error this time." Sang Haiyan's countenance darkened ominously. "You are aware of your misdeeds. Yet do you comprehend that your actions could ignite a dispute between our nations?" "What dispute?" Baelora inquired, perplexed. "I refer to the matter concerning young Master Chu Tianyuan." Sang Haiyan found himself equally bewildered. "What matter? How does it involve Chu Tianyuan?" "Principal, during the recent Outstanding Talents competition, We inadvertently expelled Marshal Baishan's grandson into the desolate realm, Baelora confessed, his voice tinged with trepidation. What? Sang Haiyan nearly roared. You cast Chu Tianyuan into the desolate realm. What in the world transpired? Baelora, elucidate this matter at once. With a mournful expression, Baelora recounted the events, and Sang Haiyan's visage grew increasingly grim, his finger trembling as he gestured towards a group of instructors. You all allowed this to happen. His fury rendered him nearly breathless. Esteemed principal, please do not be enraged, Baelora urged, stepping forward to steady him. We shall make every effort to rectify this blunder. Rectify? How shall we rectify this? Sang Haiyan bellowed in fury. A genius of divine origin has been cast into the desolate realm, and the extraordinarily gifted Zi Rujing has also been expelled. Not to mention Lu Ruliu. No, it is Feng Ruliu. She is destined to be your future queen. As Sang Haiyan's voice echoed, everyone fell into stunned silence. The revelation of Feng Ruliu's identity as the future queen was particularly shocking. How did this come to pass? Sang Haiyan was nearly driven to the brink of collapse from his wrath. Chu Batian was equally astounded. Old Ghost sang, what on earth is happening? Explain this to me. What is this about Feng Ruliu? What queen? Old Man Batian. Do you not recall the invasion of the Windsummer Empire into our Dragon Soul Empire over a decade ago? You forced them into a retreat, and ultimately, they were compelled to concede, even promising to marry their princess to our Dragon Soul Empire as an apology, vowing that should the Windsummer Princess ascend to the throne, they would cease their incursions. However, at that time, we already had a queen, so it was decided that our prince would marry the Windsummer Princess, who would be named queen upon his ascension. Yet, at that time, the prince was still quite young. Thus the Windsummer Empire sent their youngest princess to us. She is none other than Feng Ruliu. Sang Haiyan's words detonated like a bomb among the crowd. The future queen had been treated as a spy and expelled? This transcended the matters of the academy. It now pertained to the significant affairs of both nations. Chu Batian endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. Old Ghost sang, he remarked, if your assertions hold true, those concealed within the Dragon Soul Empire will undoubtedly relay the events transpiring at the Soul Martial Academy to the Windsummer Empire within 2 months. Their princess has been wronged and is now missing. They will certainly not rest until justice is served. Should we fail to provide them with a satisfactory resolution in 2 months, it is likely they will seize this opportunity to instigate a conflict between our two nations. Indeed. Sang Haiyan sighed deeply. The only course of action now is to swiftly locate Princess Feng Ruliu. This is the sole means to quell the impending war. If hostilities arise between our nations, the whereabouts of Princess Feng Ruliu will become inconsequential to them, for the Windsummer Empire merely seeks a pretext for war. Upon reflecting on the turmoil between the two nations, Chu Batian found himself beset by a throbbing headache. Could it truly be that such a calamity arose from a mere trifling incident? He massaged his temples, realizing that at this juncture, they could only search for Princess Feng Ruliu while simultaneously preparing for battle. And what of my elder brother? Yanhua interjected. Chu Batian cast his gaze towards Yanhua, now preoccupied with matters of state, for national affairs undoubtedly took precedence above all else. Yet, as Yanhua attempted to speak, Yin Yan restrained him. He understood that, as the military spirit of the Dragon Soul Empire, prioritizing the nation's affairs was paramount. It was prudent to first alert the 4 border cities to prepare for battle, particularly Feng City and Tu City, which were closest to the Fengxia Empire. Chu Batian spoke solemnly. However, this situation also raised another concern. Sang Haiyan offered a wry smile, mentioning that the descendant of the Feng City Lord, Zi Lin Feng, known as Zi Rujing, had also been taken. But Zi Rujing is of the demon lineage. How is he connected to Zi Lin Feng? Lu Lin inquired, perplexed. Sang Haiyan replied coldly, you fools. Do you think our Soul Martial Academy permits outsiders to infiltrate so easily? The assembled instructors fell silent, recognizing the gravity of their oversight. A century prior, the demon invasion brought devastation, pillaging, and the violation of innocence, leaving behind the bloodline of Zi Rujing. Sang Haiyan whispered, we shall not meddle in Zi Linfeng's familial matters. But it is undeniable that Zi Rujing is indeed of the Zi family. Perhaps due to his bloodline, he did not attract much attention in his youth. His renown has only recently surged, possibly because Zi Linfeng recognized his exceptional talent. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Chu Tianyuan, Feng Ruliu, and Zi Rujing, 3 individuals who originally belonged to the pinnacle of talent in the Dragon Soul Empire, had fallen victim to a grave misunderstanding. Had these three remained within the Dragon Soul Empire, the next generation would surely have secured the Empire's place atop the three great empires. Chu Batian had relinquished any desire to pursue accountability and instead spoke in a solemn tone. We must deliberate carefully. Zilin is a selfish individual. Should he learn that the most talented member of the Ji family, Zirajing, has gone missing, it is likely he will not only refuse to aid the Dragon Soul Empire in defending the city, but may even turn against us. Thus, our foremost task is to locate Princess Fengru and Zirajing. Otherwise, the Empire's peril will be insurmountable. Sang Haiyan interjected, but where could Fengru and Zirajing have gone? The group fell into contemplation. To the silent wasteland. Several voices responded in unison. The only place capable of providing a swift escape from the Soul Martial Academy while evading the Dragon Soul Empire's pursuit is the Silent Wasteland. Currently, Tianyuan, Princess Fengru, Zirajing, and members of the Radiant Soul Temple may all have converged there. We must dispatch individuals to retrieve them, particularly Tianyuan. As the Radiant Soul Temple has a notorious reputation for ruthlessness, should they locate Tianyuan, they may very well resort to lethal measures. Sang Haiyan asserted. We must send individuals to the Silent Wasteland. The Silent Wasteland lies in the rear mountains of the Soul Martial Academy, serving as its most perilous training ground. It has existed longer than the Academy itself, rife with dangers, and populated by soul beasts, especially deep within the Silent Wasteland. Even those of the Sacred Realm face a survival rate of merely 1 in 10. As dawn broke, 5 individuals stood at the precipice of the Silent Wasteland. They were Sacred Realm expert Sang Haiyan, Wind Sorcerer Riches, Light Sorceress Suya, Martial Master Buta Desai, and Dark Sorceress Lulin, who had volunteered to search for Zirajing. Let us proceed. With Sang Haiyan's command, the 5 entered the Silent Wasteland. This ensemble was notably harmonious. The diverse classes of sorcerers provided mutual support in various circumstances. Sang Haiyan had considered inviting Feng Zhongxing, whose wind sorcery surpassed even Riches, but his injuries were severe, a blow from Chu Batian having nearly claimed his life. As they ventured forth, 2 more individuals arrived in succession. Cousin, must we truly enter? Chu Tianao inquired. Of course we must, replied Chu Tianxiang. Did you not witness grandfather's fury last night? If we do not enter, he will genuinely cast us out of the Chu family. But I have heard it is perilous within, potentially inhabited by divine-level soul beasts. Yet the opportunities are abundant. We have been stagnating at the pinnacle of level 7 for far too long. Should we still seek Chu Tianyuan? You fool. What purpose would that serve? If we find him, he would surely tear us apart. Did you not see the power he displayed that day? After we have conspired against him, would he show us mercy? We should instead pray that the heavens send divine-level soul beasts to devour him, thus alleviating our concerns. But how shall we explain ourselves to grandfather? We shall merely feign our efforts. The Silent Wasteland is vast. Do you truly believe grandfather expects us to locate that monkey? We merely need to enter for a while, secure our advancement, and upon our return, we shall inform grandfather that we could not locate Chu Tianyuan. When grandfather witnesses our genuine remorse and our newfound progress, he will undoubtedly forgive us in his joy. Do you understand? Very well, Chu Tianao replied. Let us heed my cousin's counsel. In another corner of the desolate land, Song Tian gazed into the distance. Chu Tianyuan, I never anticipated that you would be a direct descendant of the Chu family, possessing such formidable strength. I, Song Tian, have never bowed to anyone. Nor shall I to you. I firmly believe that if you manage to emerge from this desolate realm, your power will surely be even greater. However, I will not lag behind. I, Song Tian, aspire to be the foremost among the younger generation. With that, his figure gradually vanished into the desolate expanse. Ming Lingwan silently observed the mist shrouding the desolate land, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tianyuan, it turns out you are the grandson of Marshal Batian. I owe you an apology for my disbelief. The Empire may be on the brink of war, but this time, I shall not make the wrong choice. As she spoke, she began to walk slowly towards the desolate land. Yin Yin once again intercepted the Yinhua brothers. Are you truly intent on entering? She inquired. Sister, you cannot deter us. Just as you did last time, Yin Yin retorted. Their previous encounter had been the most intense and reckless of all. This time, I shall not obstruct you. Yin Yin replied calmly. Then why are you here? I wish to accompany you inside. Sister, you also wish to enter? Yinhua asked in surprise. Could it be that you genuinely care for elder brother? Yin Yan's face turned crimson as she slapped Yinhua on the head, saying, What nonsense are you thinking? I am here to ensure your safety, for you are my dearest brothers. Though the Yinhua brothers were somewhat touched, they merely responded with an "Oh." Yin Yin. seeing their expressions, understood their thoughts, and hurled a fireball at them. The Yinhua brothers hastily fled into the desolate land, with Yin Yin in hot pursuit, exclaiming, "You two rascals dare to entertain such thoughts." On the lonely prairie, a captivating figure stood against the wind, unassisted by any wind spirit power. Tears still lingered on her face, yet a hint of joy illuminated her features. "Tianyuan brother, is it truly you? I had thought you perished. Yet here you are seeking me out. Wait for me, Tianyuan. I shall enter and retrieve you at once." With a gust of wind, Chu Tiantian's figure melded into the desolate land. A Saint Realm powerhouse, Chu Tiantian, at merely 16 years of age, is the youngest Saint Realm powerhouse in the Duhan continent. Chapter 33. Dragon Soul Space. Huang Mei gazed at the spinning disc in his hand, the pointer oscillating between two positions. His brow furrowed. How could there be two locations? Zhu Jingji also leaned in. Could it be that the soul-banishing disc has encountered an issue? Impossible. This was retrieved by the Elder from the Light Realm. It cannot be flawed, Huang Mei replied. Then what shall we do now? Zhu Jingji, after a moment of contemplation, remarked that there was a fixed point in the direction, suggesting that half of the group proceed while the soul monkey must be located. Yes, he affirmed, gesturing to the dozen or so golden-robed figures behind him. 5 of them moved to stand beside him. Lord Cuny, would you care to join us? He glanced toward a golden-robed individual behind Huang Mei, who turned out to be another formidable being of the sacred domain. No need. I shall accompany Lord Huang Mei, came a feminine voice. Huang Mei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction toward Zhu Jingji, asserting that Cuny would remain with him, as he possessed the soul restriction disc. Finding the soul monkey would be more advantageous with an additional sacred domain powerhouse. Zhu Jingji inwardly scoffed, thinking, who is unaware of your intentions? After all, Cuny is the only woman among the 12 judgments and possesses an allure that leaves the other judges envious. However, due to her strength as a sacred domain expert, the others could only harbor their feelings internally without daring to express them. What Zhu Jingji and Huang Mei truly thought remained a secret known only to them. Particularly Zhu Jingji, who outwardly showed respect to Huang Mei while secretly viewing him as a rival. Having whispered countless disparaging remarks about Huang Mei to the other judges in private. Behind the light, darkness invariably lurks. Ming Lingwan gazed into the distance, her eyes occasionally shimmering with a profound glow. This was the manifestation of the Eye of Judgment, as only Chu Tianyuan or Chu Tiantian could emit golden light beneath her gaze. Suddenly, a perplexed expression crossed her face. Why are there 2 beams of golden light? Could it be that Tiantian has entered once more? Sang Haiyan led the mentors across the desolate plains, glancing at the map in his hand, his expression somewhat somber. This barren land was exceedingly vast, and the forebears of the Dragon Soul realm had left behind only this fragment of a map. Stay close to me, otherwise straying could prove perilous, he warned. Dean, we are still on the outskirts of the desolate land. Surely, nothing dangerous awaits us here? Buditas said boisterously. Sang Haiyan shot him a fierce glare. Outskirts. This map marks over a dozen red dots in the outer regions, indicators of perilous areas. Those marked pose threats at least at the sacred domain level. Do you believe you can defeat a sacred domain soul beast? Buditas awkwardly closed his mouth. As a 9th-level martial artist, his strength was comparatively lesser than that of other soul mentor instructors, let alone the formidable Sang Haiyan of the sacred domain. Yet the map is incomplete. How can we locate them? Wind Soul Master Riches inquired. That is not an issue. Although the mapped area is small, it is sufficient for us to search for several months. They likely will not venture deep into the desolate land. If we cannot locate them within this time frame, it would be futile to continue. By then, the Fengxia Empire will likely have already engaged in war with the Dragon Soul, Sang Haiyan replied. Fortunately, Belora has already reached the sacred domain and has been in the Dragon Soul realm for a while. She can assist on the battlefield when she emerges. Deep within the Imperial Palace of the Dragon Soul Empire, Belora gradually entered the Dragon Soul space. Within this realm, 2 formidable guardians stood watch at the entrance. And as a flash of golden light illuminated the area, a figure slowly materialized. Mr. Yin, do you suppose this time it is Director Sang or Marshal Badian? Respectfully inquired a young powerhouse from the sacred domain. Opposite the youthful sacred domain warrior stood an elderly man with a glowing visage, who confidently remarked, neither. I wager it is the new sacred domain of Dragon Soul. As the golden light dissipated, Belora's figure became more distinct. Upon seeing Belora, the young sacred domain promptly approached, exclaiming, Vice Principal, it is you. Have you attained the sacred domain? Belora, recognizing the individual, couldn't help but smile awkwardly, saying, "Ah, Gu Ming, it is indeed you. 40 years ago, you were still my student. Alas, it seems I can hardly show my face anymore." Gu Ming scratched the back of his head. He had once been among the top 10 prodigies of the Seoul Martial Academy, yet to Baelora, he remained at Navi young boy. He then introduced Baelora to the elderly man, saying, "Mr. Yin, your divination is impeccable. This is Baelora, the vice principal of our Seoul Martial Academy. And she has also reached the sacred domain." The elder managed a strained smile, inwardly pondering, "What divination? I was merely guessing." Gu Ming continued, "This esteemed individual is Mr. Yin, a venerable figure in the Dragon Soul space." Baelora quickly stepped forward, clasping her hands in greeting. "It is an honor to meet you, Elder Yin." The elderly man nodded. "I never anticipated that in just a few decades, Dragon Soul would gain another sacred domain powerhouse. It seems the resurgence of humanity's former glory is imminent. However, to achieve the sacred domain at such a young age is indeed commendable. Mr. Yin speaks the truth. I have indeed encountered certain fortuitous circumstances," Baelora replied, feeling a sense of reverence for the elder, regardless of his role as a mere gatekeeper. "I happened to break through in the Desolate Land." "The Desolate Land?" Elder Yin pondered for a moment. "You ventured there?" "Indeed. The soul beasts in the Desolate Land are perilous. I nearly lost my life. Had it not been for the search for my disciple, I would never have dared to go there. Surely, a disciple who can prompt the vice principal to take such risks must be exceptionally gifted?" Elder Yin queried. Baelora felt a wave of embarrassment. Her talent is rather ordinary. She is merely a martial artist. However, in terms of resilience, I dare say no one in the entire Seoul Martial Academy can compare. At this point, Baelora felt a swell of pride. While students of great talent do not always become true powerhouses, she firmly believed that with her fortitude, Chu Tian would undoubtedly become a peak female martial artist. Unparalleled resilience? The elder expressed mild surprise. Could it be Chu Tian? Baelora, equally astonished, responded, "Elder Yin, you know Tian?" Elder Yin composed himself, saying, "Some time ago, I visited the Desolate Land and had the chance to rescue her. That child has an unwavering dedication to martial arts, and I even imparted some guidance to her." As he pondered the scene of Chu Tian besieged by numerous high-level soul beasts, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Had I possessed such tenacity back then, I would likely have broken through that barrier by now. Baelora once again clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Yin, for your timely rescue. Otherwise, I truly feared I would never see her again." The wounds she bore upon emerging from the desolate realm were quite alarming. He expressed his thanks while harboring some doubts. Wasn't the sacred domain of the Dragon Soul space forbidden from casual exit? How then had Mr. Yin ventured into the desolate realm? What? The elder appeared puzzled. "Are you saying she emerged with severe injuries?" Indeed, the wounds were deep enough to reveal bone, but thankfully, the Academy's light soul master. Impossible. The elder named Yin interjected, before suddenly recollecting something. Unless it was the Fire Soul Temple. "Mr. Yin, what on earth transpired?" Baelora inquired. "What happened to Tian in the desolate realm?" Elder Yin paused for a moment before responding. "First, you must accompany me to meet Mr. Kong. He is also the master of Dinsang and Batian. Now that you have reached the sacred domain, you are entitled to understand certain matters of the continent." He then turned to Gu Ming, saying, "You stay here for now. I will escort someone over, and there are some questions I must pose to Vice Dean Bei." Gu Ming nodded in agreement. Although he had been in the Dragon Soul space for a considerable time, he knew very little about this Elder Yin. However, he could ascertain that the elder held a significant position within the Dragon Soul space. Even if he were merely a gatekeeper, he was the only one capable of entering and exiting freely. Observing Gu Ming's respectful demeanor, Baelora surmised the elder's status and dared not hasten his steps. For Elder Yin was a venerable figure of the Dragon Soul space, and the might of such predecessors remained largely unknown. Moreover, their age suggested they might have been formidable beings who roamed the continent a century ago, or perhaps even longer, possibly a millennium. Following Elder Yan's lead, Baelora finally glimpsed the inner workings of the Dragon Soul space. Along the way, countless high-level soul beasts roared, and sacred domain soul beasts were ubiquitous. Yet, what astonished him most was the sight of dragons, hundreds of them. Some lay coiled upon the hills, others soared in the distant sky. And some dragons even bore human warriors upon their backs, dragon knights. The long-extinct dragon knights, thought to have vanished over a century ago, were indeed present within the Dragon Soul space. Are you surprised? The elder seemed to have anticipated Bailora's reaction. Mr. Yan, if I recall correctly, there were scarcely any Dragon Knights left over a century ago, Bailora replied. The Dragon Knights. The elder's voice grew somber, if not for dire necessity. How could the proud dragon can ever consent to forge soul beast contracts with humans? But why then the dragon soul space? The elder turned back. Bailora, do you truly wish to know? Bailora gazed into the piercing eyes of the elder and promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, If Master Yin is unwilling to share, I shall refrain from inquiring further. Despite his inner turmoil, he adopted a demeanor of reverence towards the elder. The elder let out a long sigh, stating, It matters not to reveal this to you. The reason the Dragon Clan has been compelled to forge soul contracts with humanity lies in their diminished strength. They can no longer withstand the toll of attrition. If they were to exist as they did a century ago, the Dragon Clan would dwindle further until the last of their kind perishes, marking the extinction of their race. But why does the Dragon Clan continue to dwindle? Bailora, seeing the elder's openness, voiced his lingering curiosity. War, the elder replied. The internal strife within the Dragon Clan mirrors that of humanity, rife with conflict. However, unlike humans, dragons lack the robust reproductive capabilities. The incessant battles have drastically reduced their numbers. To mitigate warfare, the Dragon Clan requires a tranquil environment in which to thrive. The elder's voice tinged with sorrow as he regarded Bailora. Is it not tragic that such a formidable race must stoop beneath humanity? Bailora observed the flickering flames of emotion in the elder's slightly reddened eyes and suddenly realized something, exclaiming in shock. We human dragon riders would never treat dragons as mere soul beasts. The elder waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. This is the choice of the Dragon Clan. Bailora, you are correct. I too am of the dragon lineage. Master Yin, you are a divine beast. Although Bailora had anticipated this revelation, the elder's admission struck him with far greater force. Only a divine soul beast could assume human form. I am an elder of the fire dragon lineage, the elder replied. Now, the Dragon Clan stands on equal ground with humanity, and the human-dragon contract has lost its efficacy. The loss of efficacy means that human powerhouses could once again forge soul contracts with dragons, does it not? If I too could. Bailora was startled by his own thoughts. No one would refuse the opportunity to grow stronger, yet survival was paramount. He gazed at the elder of the Fire Dragon Clan, whose faint aura of fiery soul power sent a chill down his spine. Do you wish to understand why the Dragon Clan faces such turmoil? The elder inquired. Bailora nodded, aware that his knowledge of the intricacies of the soul battle continent was rather limited. Each branch of our Dragon Clan has a Dragon King. These kings do not easily instigate war among themselves. However, one branch stands as an exception, the Black Dragon Clan. While they possess the form of dragons, their essence is akin to that of inferior soul beasts, filled with violence and a lust for slaughter. They will stop at nothing to satiate their desires, even resorting to plundering from their own kin. The elder of the Dragon Clan spoke with great indignation. Therefore, we, the other dragon tribes, have convened to eradicate the Black Dragon lineage from our midst. However, the formidable power of the Black Dragons has far exceeded our expectations. Among the many dragon tribes, none can rival them. Moreover, during the Dragon Wars a century ago, we dispatched a contingent of our elite to assault the three great empires of humanity due to the Soul Beast contract, only to discover that the strength of humanity's champions surpassed our predictions. We failed to secure victory in any battle. Although the Black Dragon Clan is indeed powerful, they too were driven into the dark abyss of the demon realm. Both humanity and our dragon elite suffered grievously, leading to the forced signing of the Human-Dragon Covenant. Was this the catastrophic war of the Duhan continent a century ago? Indeed. Yet the primary reason for the compromise between the Dragon Clan and humanity was not solely these losses, but rather the Demon Clan. The mention of the Demon Clan startled Bailora. Yes, a century prior, humanity waged war against the demons, leveraging the might of the Dragon Knights to vanquish them. This was followed by the conflict between humanity and the Dragon Clan, as well as the war between the Black Dragon lineage and the other dragon tribes. The elder elucidated. After these series of wars, all parties suffered immense losses. However, the greatest casualties were not borne by the Demon Clan or the Black Dragon lineage, but rather by the other dragon tribes and humanity. We endured two cataclysmic wars. Bailora, born after these calamities, was aware of some events from a century ago, but not in great detail. Hearing the elder's words left her deeply shaken. If humanity and the other dragon tribes sustained the greatest losses, What would they have to counter the resurgence of the Black Dragons and the Demon Clan? The elder murmured. The intelligence we have received unequivocally confirms that the Black Dragon lineage has allied with the Demon Clan, and the second cataclysmic war of the Duhan continent is imminent. This is also why every empire has declared that there can only be 2 sanctuaries nationwide. Humanity can no longer afford the loss of its powerful warriors. Consequently, each empire has established soul power spaces to preserve the strength of its elite. Undoubtedly, the outcome of war hinges upon the number of powerful beings. In the conflicts between empires, no more than 2 sanctuaries will participate, as the preservation of elite numbers is essential for future resistance against demon incursions. This underscores why nations prioritize the cultivation of formidable individuals. Only through the infusion of fresh blood can they effectively counter the next invasion by the demons. The elder continued. The growth of the dragon population is relatively slow, necessitating reliance on human warriors. Over the past century, numerous sanctified warriors have emerged from the various academies of the Dragon Soul Empire, entering the Dragon Soul space. With the Soul Martial Academy producing the most, it remains uncertain how many years it will take for this year's top 10 prodigies to reach the sanctuary level. Upon hearing the mention of the top 10 prodigies, Bellola felt a pang in her heart. The most talented among them, having been expelled from the Soul Martial Academy, had resulted in such dire consequences. She was at a loss as to how to convey this matter to the ancestors in the Dragon Soul space. However, she remembered that Sang Haiyan had advised her before entering the Desolate Realm to ensure that she informed his master, Kong Weifu. A sense of unease began to settle within her. Mr. Yin, you just mentioned Tian Tian. What transpired in the Desolate Land? Every perilous territory is governed by unknown formidable powers, and the rulers of the Desolate Land are divided into 2 factions, one being the Soul Beast faction, ruled by the divine beasts of this barren expanse, the other being the Fire Soul Temple. Could it be that Tian Tian's injuries in the Desolate Land are connected to the Fire Soul Temple? My Yanlong clan holds a certain status in the Desolate Land, and before I departed from Tian Tian, I bestowed upon her a Fire Soul Dragon Scale. Typically, soul beasts above the Holy Realm would not readily attack upon detecting the scent of my Yanlong clan. Moreover, Tian Tian has already attained the Holy Realm. Thus, apart from the Fire Soul Temple, I cannot fathom any other reason for her severe injuries. The Holy Realm? Tian Tian is of the Holy Realm. Bellora's eyes widened. Bellora, you have taken on an exceptional disciple, Elder Yanlong sighed, gazing skyward. Humans have always emphasized the importance of innate talent. Yet I now realize that belief is truly the source of all power. But Tian Tian is only 16. Bellora was at a loss for words. Even the strongest conviction could hardly transcend the limits of innate talent, could it? Talent? Elder Yanlong scoffed. Look at the entire Soul Martial Academy. How many possess greater talent than Chu Tian Tian? Likely, any random soul master would surpass her in that regard. Yet, how many can attain the Holy Realm before the age of 16? Bellora fell silent. When it comes to talent, he was well aware of Chu Tian Tian's abilities. Among the top 10 prodigies of the Soul Martial Academy, Chu Tian Tian ranked the lowest. However, in terms of strength, it is possible that Chu Tian Tian, having reached the Holy Realm, is indeed the mightiest. Perhaps only one individual could rival her, and that is Chu Tian Yuan. With the divine grade, Original Soul, Chu Tian Yuan possesses the highest talent in the entire academy. Yet, even the divine grade Original Soul's talent lags behind that of Chu Tian Tian. Is belief truly more significant than talent? Bellora was perplexed. By the way, I have not mentioned that Tian Tian has reached the Holy Realm to you? Elder Yanlong inquired. No, she speaks little since awakening, only showing interest in the recent happenings at the academy. As for her strength, no one would suspect that she has already attained the Holy Realm. Alas, Tian Tian is simply too stubborn. After you leave, you must bring her to the Dragon Soul space. After all, there are too few Holy Realm experts outside, and she requires a mentor to guide her in harnessing the power of the Holy Realm. Bellora chuckled bitterly. Tian Tian entering the Dragon Soul space won't also mean she is taking Mr. Kong as her master, will it? He felt a mixed sense of emotions. After just 5 years in the Soul Martial Academy, Chu Tian Tian had progressed from a novice martial artist to a being on par with him. Though it was somewhat disheartening, Bellora felt genuinely happy for her. Yet the sudden shift from a master-disciple relationship to that of siblings left him both amused and vexed. Upon hearing this, Elder Yanlong could not help but chuckle. That is a matter for your human race. I cannot intervene. Bellora could only respond with a sigh of resignation. internally resolving never to share the same master as Chu Tiantian. In the heart of the Dragon Soul space, 3 formidable human warriors sat in the Grand Hall, with a venerable elder at the center. His hair, silver as moonlight, cascaded down to the ground, and upon closer inspection, his beard was equally extravagant, obscuring his lips. He was Kong Weifu, the master of both Sang Haiyan and Chu Batian. To Kong Weifu's left sat a gaunt elder who squinted, his presence barely perceptible, clearly indicating that he was a profoundly skilled soul master, possessing the ability to mask his aura with such purity of soul energy. To Kong Weifu's right stood a towering figure, a man of formidable musculature, his arms as solid as steel. Such martial artists instilled fear solely through their physical prowess. "Brother, what insights have you gained during your seclusion?" inquired the iron-like figure. Kong Weifu's beard stirred slightly as he spoke. "The gains are minimal. After a millennium, I remain unable to break through the divine level's threshold. Mr. Tianhuang insists that our strength has met the divine criteria, yet we merely lack an opportunity. However, the nature of this opportunity is unique to each individual, and even we are unaware of what we truly lack or how to attain that breakthrough." The gaunt elder stated matter-of-factly. "Second brother, while it is understandable for soul masters, I am a martial artist. Is it not the case that a martial artist can surpass their limitations through sheer power? Yet I find myself still at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of the sacred domain, unable to reach the realm of divinity. Were the divine realm so easily accessible, there would be countless divine warriors among us." Kong Weifu replied. "I believe that no matter how much soul energy we absorb or how much inner strength we cultivate, we cannot achieve the divine level. Our prolonged stay here may indicate that the opportunity we seek lies beyond these confines. Are we to exit the Dragon Soul space? I have been confined for over a century," the martial artist exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. "Humph." The gaunt elder immediately doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. "Without reaching the divine level, you lack the qualification to venture out, and do you believe you can persuade the flame dragon guarding the entrance of the Dragon Soul space? If only something monumental were to transpire outside, perhaps we would have a chance to escape," Kong Weifu mused solemnly. "Monumental? What could possibly be so significant?" The gaunt elder retorted icily. "Even if the Dragon Soul Empire were to fall, we would still be unable to leave. That would be the greatest calamity of all. Our purpose here is solely to prepare for the next incursion of the demon race. As for conflicts among humans, even the number of 1st-tier sacred domain warriors is limited, let alone us 3 ancient beings of the 3rd tier." At this point, a profound silence enveloped the trio. Suddenly, the ring on Kong Weifu's right hand began to glow. He looked at it in confusion. Someone was entering. It was Mr. Yin. It appeared he had brought someone with him, though the nature of this important matter remained unknown. Chapter 35. The overflowing original soul. Bellora followed Elder Yanlong through a dense forest, marveling at the vastness of the Dragon Soul space, which felt like an entirely different realm. However, this world had a scarcity of humans, yet it was almost entirely populated by the formidable beings of the Dragon Soul Empire's sacred domain, gathered over the past century. Retaining these powerful entities within the Dragon Soul space was no trivial task, in addition to its expansive geography. It required the provision of cultivation conditions far superior to those outside. To achieve this, the Dragon race and the Dragon Soul Empire exerted tremendous effort to transform this place into a miniature world. "This is indeed a monumental undertaking," Bellora remarked. "The spiritual energy here is nearly double that of the outside world, and, geographically, it appears no different from the exterior." Elder Yanlong replied, "There are 3 cities in total, each ruled by a human superlative being. Remember, Bellora, within the Dragon Soul space, even the sacred domain entities are merely the lowest tier of existence. While combat among sacred domain beings is prohibited, should you provoke those superlative powers, no one will be able to save you." "Understood," Bellora responded respectfully. In this unfamiliar realm, teeming with powerful beings, he felt compelled to relinquish his stature as a sacred domain entity. Kong Weifu is the master of the Shinshin Hall in the city of Tianhuang and holds considerable influence there. Had it not been for your acquaintance with Sang Haiyan, he would not have brought you to see him. "I am grateful for your assistance, Elder Yin," Bellora said. "By the way, Elder, as a newcomer to the sacred domain, I still find myself somewhat perplexed by its intricacies." "Indeed," Elder Yanlong mused, "though Kong Weifu will enlighten you in due course. It would not hurt to share some insights now. The sacred domain signifies the transcendence into the extraordinary. You must have sensed the transformations in your body. Your inner strength has grown more potent, your speed has increased, and your physique has become more resilient. However, these are merely the fundamental attributes of the sacred domain. The true power lies in the comprehension of the profound truths. Profound truths? Bellora inquired. Yes. Each sacred domain entity must grasp the profound truths that resonate with their being. Such truths can only be intuited, not articulated, even among soul masters of the same type. Their interpretations of the profound truths differ. As your understanding deepens, you will gradually perceive the bottlenecks of the 3 tiers within the sacred domain. You have already surpassed the first tier's limitations and are aware of the perils of transcending the sacred domain. Once you grasp the profound truths, you will realize that the more formidable the truth, the more terrifying the tribulations will be. Sometimes, even a first-tier sacred domain being can defeat higher-tier sacred domain entities. Oh, I see. No wonder. Despite being a sacred domain entity myself, I felt as insignificant as an ant before Dean Sang and Marshal Batian. Indeed, Elder Yanlong affirmed. Sang Haiyan and Chu Batian are the 2 most powerful first-tier sacred domain beings within the Shinshin Hall. Otherwise, how could they be entrusted with guarding the Dragon Soul Empire? With their strength, even second-tier sacred domain beings might not prevail. Bellora could not help but feel a sense of dismay. It became evident that even within the sacred domain, rank does not necessarily equate to strength. Their conversation journeyed towards Tianhuang City, and Bellora gained a general understanding of the knowledge pertaining to the sacred domain. Elder Yanlong also elaborated on the power hierarchy within the Dragon Soul space. This realm comprises 3 major cities: Luoyan City, Lieta City, and Tianhuang City, each housing tens of thousands of inhabitants, including numerous formidable beings above the sacred domain level. The remaining populace is supplied by the Dragon Soul Empire to sustain the needs of these powerful individuals, for even those endowed with transcendent strength cannot entirely escape the mundane. Each city is further divided into several halls, with the hall masters determined by their prowess. The guards at the gates of Tianhuang City were several sacred domain warriors, indicating the prevalence of this rank within the Dragon Soul space. Elder Yanlong, without the need for formal introductions, led Bellora directly into Tianhuang City. This further elevated Bellora's perception of Elder Yanlong's esteemed position within the realm. After all, a divine-level flame dragon certainly possessed the strength to warrant such pride. They arrived at the Chamber of Serenity. Elder Yanlong approached a grand palace, where to Bellora's surprise, the gatekeepers were 2 9th-level martial masters, likely having ascended their ranks through years of immersion in the abundant spiritual energy of the Dragon Soul space. However, those permitted entry into this realm were undoubtedly individuals meticulously selected by the Empire. Upon recognizing Elder Yanlong, the martial masters hurried forward to greet him. One of them clasped his hands in respect and said, "Elder Yanlong, please wait a moment while I inform the others." Elder Yanlong replied, "There is no need. I have already conveyed the message using the soul communication ring. You may escort me to meet Hall Master Kong." "Yes, Elder Yanlong, please follow me." The martial master guided Elder Yanlong and Bellora into the Chamber of Serenity, where Kong Weifu and others awaited in the Grand Hall. Elder Yanlong. Kong Weifu rose to greet him. "What brings you here with someone? Is there an important announcement to be made? Has the demon race invaded?" A martial master, resembling a towering iron structure, spoke with excitement, for if the demon race had indeed breached their defenses, he would no longer need to remain in the Dragon Soul space. Elder Yanlong shot him a fierce glare. "Butibiai, do you find the notion of a demon invasion entertaining?" Butibiai, caught off guard, forced an awkward smile, his facial muscles stiff as if molded from plaster. "It's just that I've been here for too long, Elder Yanlong. You know, my brothers and I have been stuck at the 3rd tier of the sacred domain for ages, longing for an opportunity to break through. If you wish to leave, you must consult Tianhuang. He oversees this city. As long as he consents, I have no objections," Elder Yanlong replied, his irritation surfacing. "I brought Bellora here merely to inquire about matters concerning the Soul Martial Academy. He is the vice president of the academy and a new sacred domain of the Dragon Soul Empire. You may handle the situation as you see fit." Bellora promptly stepped forward and addressed the assembly. "Greetings, Mr. Kong and esteemed elders. I am Bellora, a new sacred domain of the Empire, sent by Principal Sang Haiyan to pay my respects to you all." Kong Weifu regarded Bellora with a hint of disappointment. While achieving the rank of sacred domain at such a young age indeed indicated remarkable talent, it paled in comparison to the prodigies of the academy from years past. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Shortly, I shall arrange for someone to accommodate you, and in a few days, you may perform the customary ceremony of apprenticeship, thus solidifying our master-disciple bond." "Indeed, Senior Kong, Bairora replied with respect, but I am a martial artist. It may be more beneficial if the esteemed martial master beside us could guide me first. He glanced at Butibiai and was struck by the resemblance between Butibiai and the martial master Butidas at the academy, further solidifying his conviction. Very well, third brother. You shall mentor Bairora, suggested Kong Weifu. Butibiai regarded Bairora and, with no objection, stated, Very well, I have some inquiries to make of Bairora as well. Now, third brother, please escort Bairora below. I shall see Elder Yin off, Kong Weifu instructed. Just as he turned, Bairora suddenly recalled something and said, Senior Kong, Dean Sang has some matters that require me to convey to you personally. Since you have business to discuss, there is no need for Kong Hall Master to see me off. I shall take my leave, Elder Yin declared, turning to exit the Grand Hall. Bairora, what did Sang Haiyan wish for you to communicate to me? Kong Weifu inquired. Bairora glanced at the other two individuals in the hall, hesitating internally. Kong Weifu quickly clarified. These two are my second brother Yutian and my third brother Butibiai. They are allies, so there is no cause for concern. Senior Kong, I am uncertain how to begin, yet the Dean insisted that I relay this to you, as it may hold significant importance for you. What? Upon hearing this, Kong Weifu's expression changed dramatically. A divine-level original soul. Are you implying that a student with such a soul has emerged at the academy? Indeed. He is the grandson of Marshal Badian, Chu Tianyuan. A divine-level original soul. Kong Weifu exclaimed in awe. Why did you not bring him here? If he possesses a divine-level original soul and I were to personally instruct him, I believe he could reach the Saint Realm in less than 30 years. Bairora was taken aback by Kong Weifu's outburst, but continued. He is no longer at the Soul Martial Academy. This situation is rather absurd. As Bairora recounted the tale, the three listeners in the hall turned a shade of deep crimson. Even the seemingly indifferent Yutian was incensed, having struck the armrest of his chair in frustration. Chu Batian, you scoundrel, I shall ensure you suffer a broken leg. Kong Weifu's reaction was even more exaggerated. The demeanor of the senior dissipated entirely as he launched into a tirade against his disciple. Poor Chu Batian remained oblivious to the ire he had ignited in Kong Weifu. Preoccupied with strategizing against the Fengxia Empire on an unnecessarily sweltering day, Bairora stood before the furious masters, trembling in fear of incurring their wrath. Bairora, you must immediately go out and summon Chu Batian, Kong Weifu commanded furiously. Furthermore, inform him that if he cannot retrieve his grandson, he shall no longer serve as a marshal and should prepare to retire in the Dragon Soul realm. Bairora felt a profound sense of injustice, yet he bravely spoke, however. I am still unfamiliar with the utilization of the powers of the sacred realm. Might I request your guidance first? There is no need to rush this matter. Kong Weifu became increasingly displeased, stating, You will receive greater benefits in the future, but first, summon Chu Batian to me. Tell him to come before me at once. With a heavy heart, Bairora exited the Grand Hall and made his way towards the entrance of the Dragon Soul space. Inside the hall, the three ancient figures exchanged glances. Brother, why must you be so agitated? Yu Tiandao inquired. It is not my desire to be angry, replied the second brother. You must understand. A child born with golden hair all over signifies something significant. Do you not comprehend? Could it be an overflow of the original soul? The seemingly dull Booty Biling's eyes gleamed with realization. Kong Weifu sighed. You all know that I had a beard the moment I was born, do you not? Indeed, brother. The innate talent of the third tier of the sacred realm far surpasses that of an ordinary person. We have all acknowledged this in the past, Yu Tiandao remarked. The ancient scrolls describe that if one possesses an exceedingly powerful original soul, it may manifest as an overflow, typically evident in one's hair. The stronger the original soul, the more pronounced the overflow, resulting in an entire body covered in golden hair. Do you truly believe this is merely a phenomenon caused by a divine-level original soul? An innate talent that surpasses the divine level. Reaching the 9th level of martial arts at the age of 16, comprehending numerous soul powers, and single-handedly defeating dozens of 9th-level mentors, if he is indeed Chu Baishan's grandson, don't these facts speak for themselves? Upon hearing Kong Weifu's explanation, Booty Biling's expression darkened further. Brother, I am overwhelmed with the urge to incapacitate Chu Batian. However, this could be advantageous. If we were to inform the Lord of Tianhuang City, what do you suppose his reaction would be? Kong Weifu pondered aloud. Surely he wouldn't truly incapacitate Chu Batian? Booty Biling questioned. Kong Weifu shot him a glare. Third brother, is your brain composed solely of muscle? If the Lord of Tianhuang City were to learn of this matter, Do you think he would send someone to protect an unparalleled genius, especially one in a desolate land and pursued by the radiant Soul Temple? You mean the Lord would dispatch us? Booty Biling finally grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, and it will happen soon. Chapter 36. The Sentiments of a Young Girl in the Desolate Land. Chu Tian and Ming Lingwan were navigating towards a certain direction. Sister Lingwan, how did you manage to find me? Chu Tian inquired. Ming Lingwan smiled slightly. Not only can I find you, but I can also locate your brother Tianyuan. Chu Tian was somewhat perplexed, yet she chose not to inquire further. For several consecutive days, she roamed the desolate land, encountering no one but Ming Lingwan. Although she came across numerous soul beasts, they all fled at the sight of her strength, which was incongruous with her age. Even the soul beasts of the Holy Realm were deterred by the dragon clan aura emanating from her. Sister Lingwan, Chu Tian hesitated. What is it? Ming Lingwan asked. Do you also harbor feelings for brother Tianyuan? Chu Tian whispered. Ming Lingwan's expression grew somewhat awkward. Tian, why would you ask such a thing? If you did not have feelings for brother Tianyuan, then why would you come to the desolate land? Chu Tian retorted. The most favored little princess of the Dragon Soul Empire would surely not venture here for trials, would she? Ming Lingwan gazed into Chu Tian's eyes, which reflected a clarity of innocence. Tian, you once told me that Chu Tianyuan was not handsome at all, correct? Indeed, he is not handsome, she replied candidly, revealing her unfiltered feelings. Yet, for reasons unknown, I find him quite charming. I have felt this way since childhood. Back then, he resembled a monkey, did he not? Ming Lingwan continued. Chu Tian gazed at Ming Lingwan and said, Sister Lingwan, regardless of how Tianyuan Gij appears, please refrain from describing him in such a manner in the future. Ming Lingwan, observing Chu Tian's mild irritation, chose not to take offense and replied, Have you ever seen his true appearance? After a brief silence, Chu Tian contemplated, and I surmised that his true self must be even more enchanting. Not merely captivating, but utterly intoxicating. Ming Lingwan recalled the moment she first laid eyes on Chu Tianyuan. However, it was not his appearance that stirred her heart, but rather his sincere and unpretentious nature, as gentle as the morning sun. It turns out that Sister Lingwan truly harbors feelings for brother Tianyuan, murmured Chu Tian softly. How many women who have encountered Chu Tianyuan have not found themselves enamored by him? Ming Lingwan remarked wistfully. With a gentle smile, Chu Tian remarked, Sister Lingwan is right. Given brother Tianyuan's exceptional qualities, he is bound to attract numerous admirers. However, Sister Lingwan, I shall not yield him to you. Ming Lingwan returned the smile, saying, Then let us each rely on our own merits. Tian, even you shall not sway me. After opening their hearts to one another, the initially heavy atmosphere lifted considerably. As the proud daughters of their generation, both harbored an unwavering confidence, fully aware of the significant places they held in Chu Tianyuan's heart. A few days later, despite numerous obstacles, the two found themselves increasingly closer to Chu Tianyuan. Ming Lingwan employed her judgment eye in the search, a task that proved somewhat draining, as such divine abilities ought not to be wielded recklessly. Meanwhile, Chu Tian's display of strength in the sacred domain left Ming Lingwan astounded. The ferocity of the soul beasts in the desolate lands was utterly powerless against the might of the sacred domain. During their journey, they encountered two sacred domain soul beasts. One being a powerful horned rhinoceros, its massive form reminiscent of a city wall. Ming Lingwan was momentarily stunned. Although her spatial soul power granted her the ability to shift through space, the exhaustion from using the judgment eye left her hesitant to employ such a complex soul technique. Even if she attempted it, there was no guarantee of safely transporting herself, and the thought of landing in a spatial turbulence filled her with dread. For the unknown dangers lurking there were truly terrifying. Yet, the horned rhinoceros did not challenge them. It merely cast a glance at Chu Tian and said, Little girl, what brings you here again? Chu Tian seemed to have anticipated the situation, clasping his hands before the towering figure of the formidable Jiaoshi. Lord Ninkley, I apologize for disturbing you once again, but we are merely passing through and shall not trouble you. Ninkley, the Jiaoshi, rotated his eyes thoughtfully. Each soul beast within our sacred domain has its own territory, and we seldom venture into the realms of other beasts. Given the formidable power of your sacred domain, your presence will undoubtedly attract the attention of the soul beasts. Understood. Thank you for your warning. We shall not linger in any one place for too long, replied Chu Tian respectfully. Remember to safeguard the token of Lord Yanlong that you possess. Without that token, escaping any soul beast territory will prove exceedingly difficult. The prejudice that soul beasts harbor towards humans is far more profound than you can imagine. Ninkley's voice resonated like thunder, befitting his grand stature. Just days ago, a group of golden-robed individuals ventured into the domain of the Pi Ci beast and were reportedly torn to shreds. Exercise caution. Thank you. We shall certainly bear that in mind, Chu Tian assured him. Having gathered some understanding of soul beasts, Chu Tian recognized their deep regard for dignity. The higher the rank of the soul beast, the greater the respect it demanded. Satisfied with Chu Tian's demeanor, Ninkley continued, ahead lies the territory of the Pi Ci beast, known for its temperament that is not as accommodating as mine. However, if you carry the token of Lord Yanlong, it should not pose a threat to you. Chu Tian politely bowed to Ning Kelly, smiling as she said, we shall take our leave now. Thank you for your wise counsel, Lord Ning Kelly. After speaking, she took Ming Lingwan's hand and retreated. Ming Lingwan's palms were already damp with cold sweat, yet her heart was tumultuous. She looked at Chu Tian with confusion, and only when they had distanced themselves did she soothe her chest, exclaiming, I was so nervous just now. Her demeanor resembled that of a frightened young girl, and Chu Tian found herself momentarily entranced. It was only in Chu Tian's presence that Ming Lingwan revealed her true self. She turned to Chu Tian, her brow furrowed in curiosity, and said, Tian, it seems you have many secrets from me. That sacred domain horned rhinoceros appeared quite friendly towards you just now. Chu Tian took out a fiery red crystal from her bosom and shook it slightly in front of Ming Lingwan, declaring, I possess this. Ming Lingwan received the crimson gem and examined it closely. It was roughly the size of a palm, emanating a faint aura of fiery essence. Her expression slightly paled as she inquired, is this a dragon scale? A dragon scale? I am unaware. Chu Tian also appeared taken aback, responding, the last time I was here, I encountered an elder from the dragon clan who bestowed this token upon me. Elder from the dragon clan? Ming Lingwan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be a divine dragon? Chu Tian gazed curiously at the crimson crystal before him. I was aware that it was a token of the dragon clan, yet I never anticipated that it was, in fact, a dragon scale. No wonder the sacred domain soul beasts here dared not to attack us. It must belong to a divine-level dragon. Ming Lingwan inquired, Tian. What did the elder of the dragon clan you encountered look like? Did he possess any distinguishing features, such as horns or scales upon his head? Chu Tian contemplated for a moment. His appearance bore no distinction from that of us humans. He had completely assumed a corporeal form. Ming Lingwan exclaimed. Then this esteemed elder of the dragon clan must undoubtedly possess a status far beyond that of an ordinary divine being. Dean Sang once mentioned to me that in the sacred domain of soul beasts, they can articulate human speech and attain divine corporeality. However, it is typical for soul beasts to retain some of their original characteristics even after transformation. Only through countless years of cultivation can these traits gradually fade away. If that is indeed the case, then the prowess of this dragon elder likely places him among the most formidable beings on this continent. Ming Lingwan shook her head, uncertain. Perhaps so, or perhaps not. She seemed to recall something. My father once told me that the continent is home to innumerable powerful beings, some of whom have existed far longer than the three great empires. Chu Tian gazed into the distance with a sense of bewilderment, yet her resolve remained unshaken. Regardless of the multitude of formidable beings on this continent, she was determined to ascend to its pinnacle. Mingling's heart grew heavier as she observed Chu Tian's unwavering demeanor. And she quietly inquired, is it still for him? As Chu Tian turned back, she addressed Lingwan, Sister Ling. Does not every heart harbor a conviction to grow stronger? Perhaps, Lingwan thought. Her response felt somewhat feeble. She wrestled internally with the question of whether such beliefs truly held significance. If Tian's conviction was for him, then what of her own? What did her belief signify? She sensed her inner sanctity drawing closer to that of ordinary beings, plagued by a tinge of jealousy. No longer could she regard Chu Tian with the same tranquility as before. She was engulfed by fear, the fear of losing someone. Unlike Chu Tian, she felt powerless to grow stronger for Chu Tianyuan, and in matters of affection towards him, she had undeniably succumbed to Chu Tian. Chu Tian seemed to see through Ming Lingwan's thoughts. Gently, she placed her hands on her shoulders and said, Sister Lingwan, don't you find it exhausting to live this way? Ming Lingwan fell silent for a moment, gazing into Chu Tian's clear eyes. Tian, do you think it's wrong for me to feel this way? Smiled at her and said, Sister Lingwan, in this world, there are no perfect individuals, myself included. The perfection you perceive is merely due to your inability to see into the depths of one's heart. Oh, can you see through me with your judgment eye? Chu Tian interrupted. Ming Lingwan's heart jolted in surprise. You know? Just a guess, Chu Tian replied with another smile. In the library of the Soul Martial Academy, there are always records concerning special soul powers. Ming Lingwan lowered her head, but I truly can see. Aside from you and Chu Tianyuan, I often perceive sinister thoughts in others that remain hidden from most. Sister Lingwan, you are too fixated on the ability of the judgment eye. No one is flawless, for human hearts are ever-changing. If you cannot see through me, it may be because the light of your beliefs has blinded your eyes, including your own. You constantly demand perfection from yourself, yet isn't your heart also in a state of constant flux? Ming Lingwan bowed her head. She genuinely could not see through Chu Tian, not merely in ability but in disposition as well. At that moment, she resembled a small girl scolded by her elders. Reflecting on her own faults, she lifted her gaze to meet Chu Tiantian's, only to be met with blinding golden light. Chapter 37. A return to the nest. Zhu Jingji felt utterly disheartened. Merely days after departing from Huangmei, he encountered a holy domain soul beast. It would have been manageable had it been an ordinary soul beast, but he faced the formidable pixie beast, which excelled in both offense and defense, and had already comprehended the profound principles of its existence. Accompanied by 5 9th-level light soul masters, renowned for their potent healing abilities, Zhu Jingji found himself rendered helpless in the face of the holy domain's profundity, unable even to initiate healing. Although the pixie beast was relatively small for a holy domain creature, being less than half the size of the purple-eyed golden-haired ape when it unleashed its wrath, no one would dare underestimate its might. Its spiny body would rise like spears, and when released, the barrage resembled a rain of arrows. Before Zhu Jingji and the 5 light soul masters could utter a word, they were thrown into chaos by a rain of arrows. Under normal circumstances, he would have summoned the Radiant Soul Temple to intimidate the beast and cleverly navigated his way through. But this time he had underestimated the animosity that the soul beasts of the desolate lands held towards humanity. Without uttering a word, the pixie beast unleashed its barrage. Ultimately, amidst parrying and retreating, the group barely managed to escape the creature's territory, though 2 among them fell victim to arrows that struck their heads from behind, meeting their untimely demise in the desolate realm. Zhu Jingji, his expression darkened, extracted the steel spike that had pierced his calf. Observing the disheveled group as they tended to their wounds, he felt a surge of frustration but was uncertain where to direct it. Finally, he found an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Cursed at Huangmei. The others were momentarily taken aback, unsure what grievance Zhu Jingji had with Huangmei. Could it be that this unfortunate encounter was somehow a trap laid by Huangmei? It seemed as though Zhu Jingji's anger towards Huangmei was as intense as if the pixie beast were Huangmei's own creation. However, Zhu Jingji understood that the reasons for his anger were unfounded. He could only suppress his resentment and connect 2 unrelated matters. If it weren't for the Huangmei monsters separating their group, they wouldn't be in such a dire situation. The remaining 3 were rendered speechless, and Zhu Jingji, in a fit of rage, launched a vulgar tirade against the women of the Huangmei family, his words shocking the others. One of the bright judges, unable to contain himself, weakly remarked that this matter seemed to have little to do with the Huangmei leader. What did you say? Just as Zhu Jingji was reveling in his insults, he was interrupted, and in a fit of fury, he shot a glare at the judge and retorted, "Let me tell you, in my eyes, Huangmei is worth less than nothing. If it weren't for his ancestors' status in the temple, how could he possibly hold the position of the Bright 12 judges? If it's not for me, then are you fit for it?" At that moment, a voice echoed from above, startling the group. They looked up to see Huangmei and Suanyue hovering above them. It was no wonder they hadn't noticed, having just survived a harrowing ordeal. And with Zhu Jingji caught up in his fervor, they were oblivious to the presence watching them from the sky. Huangmei descended slowly, his expression dark and troubled. He himself was quite vexed. After Zhu Jingji and the others had departed, he, along with Suanyue and 4 9th-level light soul masters, had followed the direction indicated by the soul restriction disc. However, he had underestimated the perilous nature of the desolate land, where high-level soul beasts roamed freely. They had traversed this treacherous path with trepidation, and despite the formidable healing abilities of the light soul masters, they could not withstand the rapid loss of blood. Several waves of attacks from the high-level soul beasts had inflicted severe losses, with their soul power being nearly exhausted on self-healing. Yet, this was not the most terrifying part. What truly left them in despair was the encounter with a pack of Silvermoon Windwolves. Nearly 100 high-level Silvermoon Windwolves surged forward. The group turned to flee. But the Light Soul Masters were no match for the speed of the wolves. Although Huang Mei and Sun Yue, as powerful beings of the sacred domain, were significantly faster and could fly, the other 4 Light Soul Masters were not so fortunate and were quickly engulfed by the horde. Huang Mei and Sun Yue watched in horror but dared not linger, especially since the Wolf King had yet to appear. If the Wolf King showed up, they had no confidence in defeating a sacred domain wind wolf. After a series of harrowing encounters, Huang Mei and Sun Yue managed to navigate around the territory of the Silver Moon Wind Wolves. However, the most disheartening realization struck Huang Mei. They had been following a bright point indicated by the soul restriction disk, which led them closer to another bright point. In other words, they had essentially made a detour through the realm of the Silver Moon Wind Wolves only to return to where they started. How could this not frustrate him? Huang Mei inwardly lamented, wondering if the soul ape they were tracking had already discerned their pursuit and deliberately set such a trap. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If a single soul ape possessed such extraordinary capabilities, then it was indeed a formidable creature. The matter concerning that soul ape is undeniably of paramount importance. For the Radiant Soul Temple, acquiring the whereabouts of that object would justify even the sacrifice of all 12 judges. Naturally, in Huang Mei's perspective, such sacrifices are of no consequence to him. If possible, he would prefer that Xiyuanyu also remain, envisioning a grand display of valor during this ape-catching expedition. He fantasized about rescuing the fair maiden in her moment of peril, thereby winning her heart, before subduing the fierce ape and returning to the Radiant Soul Temple to report his triumph. Should his ancestors bestow upon him a place within the inner sanctum of the Radiant Soul Temple, even a mere opportunity might enable him to transcend the bottleneck of the first tier of the sacred domain. Yet, such fanciful musings were swiftly dispelled by the assault of the Silver Moon Wind Wolf. At present, it was not even the capture of the ape that concerned them, but merely the hope of escaping alive. After evading the pack of wolves, both he and his companion exhaled a sigh of relief. The deaths of 4 radiant judges cast a shadow over their hearts. Those who were typically among the finest of the 9th tier among humans had been torn to shreds in an instant within the desolate land. Such a reality was utterly shocking. What compounded their frustration was the fact that they had yet to catch a glimpse of the soul ape, just as they managed to escape the Silver Moon Windwolves. Huang Mei overheard Zhu Jingji addressing him with disparaging remarks about the women in his family. Usually composed, Huang Mei remained steady as he endured Zhu Jingji's boastful taunts, especially while being insulted in front of the woman he cherished. The phrase Huang Mei, in my eyes, is worth less than a mere fart, pushed him to the brink of volcanic ire. What did you say, Zhu Jingji? Huang Mei's face flushed crimson. Zhu Jingji, observing the two descending, found his own expression far from pleasant. He had committed numerous hurtful acts himself, but few had been so brazenly exposed and caught in the act. Moreover, his strength paled in comparison to Huang Mei's. The latter could contend with the likes of Chu Badian and was nearly on par with typical second-tier sacred domain warriors. As for Zhu Jingji, he had only just entered the sacred domain and could manage only a few exchanges with Baelora against Huang Mei. He would simply be at the mercy of a beating. However, the words had escaped his lips, and there was no taking them back, especially in front of Xiyuanyu. To apologize now would mean losing face in the future. With this in mind, Zhu Jingji steeled himself. Huang Mei, cease your barking at me. You often exercise your authority over us, and now you eavesdrop on our discourse? Is it fitting for you, the head of the 12 radiant judges, to engage in such despicable behavior? Thus, I assert that you are unworthy of your position as the foremost judge. His words effectively implicated the other judges alongside him, demonstrating Zhu Jingji's cunning. In his fury, Huang Mei leapt straight into Zhu Jingji's trap. Unworthy? Do you think that speaking ill of me behind my back grants you any right? Is there anyone else who believes I am unfit to be the head? Step forward. You must clarify your stance here today. After speaking, he cast a cold glance at several judges. The judges exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain how they had become ensnared in the turmoil between Huang Mei and Zhu Jingji, and could only cast pleading looks towards the side at Xiyuanyu. Enough of your trivial disputes. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? You should be contemplating how to fulfill your mission and report back, Xiyuanyu advised. Upon hearing Xiyuanyu's counsel, Huang Mei and Zhu Jingji exchanged fierce glares before turning away with a disdainful huff. Both harbored bitter curses for one another, calculating their own interests in silence. Given that their animosity had already been laid bare, there was no longer a need for pretense. It was See You and you who shattered the deadlock. Zhu Judge, were you not tasked to find that soul ape with 5 others? Where are the others? Zhu Jingji's expression softened slightly. We encountered a sacred domain Pi Ci beast. 2 of our companions have already perished at its jaws, he remarked. Adding with a sharp edge, I suspect that while we were being pursued by the soul beast, some were merely spectators. Huang Mei's anger flared at this remark. Zhu Jingji, choose your words carefully. If I had intended to eliminate you, I would not resort to such means. See You and you quickly restrained the impulsive Huang Mei, addressing Zhu Jingji. I assure you that both Huang Mei and I arrived here only recently. We have not stood idly by while others perished. Is that so? Then where have your companions vanished to? Zhu Jingji retorted with a cold scoff. This time, even See You and you's demeanor shifted. Zhu Judge, do you doubt me as well? Huang Mei and I encountered a pack of silver moonwolves. Our survival is a feat in itself, and you question our loyalty? My lord See You and you. I harbor no doubts regarding your loyalty to the temple. However, some individuals, Zhu Jingji concluded with a disdainful glance at Huang Mei. Huang Mei was nearly consumed by rage. Zhu Jingji, I shall not hold this against you here, but upon our return to the temple, I will demand an explanation. Will you inform your ancestors upon returning to the temple? Zhu Jingji's tongue was sharper than any poison. Unable to contain himself any longer, Huang Mei swiftly approached Zhu Jingji. And with 2 sharp slaps, Zhu Jingji was caught off guard. Regaining his composure, he glared at Huang Mei. You dare strike me? I will not back down. With that, he ascended into the air, the aura of a sacred domain expert coalescing around him. Very well, come at me. Huang Mei leapt into the air as well. Just as they were about to engage in a deadly clash, an overwhelming aura surged from the distance, overshadowing their own. Their quarrel once again roused the sacred domain Pi Ci beast not far away. Chapter 38. The mighty Pi Ci beast. Ahead lies the territory of the Pi Ci beast. Ming Lingwan gazed into the distance, uncertain of its temperament, hoping that it would spare them any difficulties due to their ties to the Dragon Clan. As Chu Tian followed Ming Lingwan's gaze, his brows furrowed slightly. Ahead, a fierce battle was unfolding, one of a Saint Domain caliber. Saint Domain? Ming Lingwan exclaimed, surprised. Are you certain, Tian? Indeed, the aura of the Saint Domain cultivators is immensely powerful, Chu Tian replied. Should we approach? By now, Ming Lingwan had grown accustomed to following Chu Tian's lead. Although she was slightly older, her maturity paled in comparison to his. Let us go take a look, Chu Tian suggested. The two gradually made their way toward the battlefield. A few hundred meters away, through the undulating hills, they spotted 3 figures clad in golden robes relentlessly assaulting a fierce beast known as the Pi Ci beast. On the ground lay 3 lifeless bodies, belonging to members of the Radiant Soul Temple. The Radiant Soul Temple, Ming Lingwan remarked. It seems they have already suffered casualties before locating Brother Tianyuan. Observing the clash overhead, Ming Lingwan noted that the 3 Saint Domain experts were exerting all their might, yet they could not even breach the beast's formidable armor. You humans dare to intrude upon my territory in Gruguliguri. I shall devour you whole, roared the Pi Ci beast. One of the golden-robed figures, Huang Mei, defended against the beast's onslaught, stating, We mean no harm, great Gruguliguri. How dare you? It is Lord Gruguliguri. You wretched human. You cannot even pronounce my lord's name correctly. Are you intentionally provoking me? The Pi Ci beast bellowed in fury. Huang Mei felt exasperated. All his focus was on fending off the beast's attacks, leaving him little room to remember such a convoluted name. Watching from the sidelines, Chu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. The names of these soul beasts were indeed quite distinctive, making it no wonder the members of the Radiant Soul Temple struggled to remember them. Ming Lingwan joined in the laughter. Gruguliguri is rather vexing, indeed. As the aerial skirmish intensified, the 3 Saint Domain warriors found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the Pi Ci beast. This underscored the terrifying innate abilities of soul beasts. Their physical advantages were overwhelmingly evident. The sight of the beast's erect steel quills alone was enough to induce anxiety. If Chu Tianyuan were present, he would surely be astounded. He had seen hedgehogs before, but a hedgehog the size of a bull was beyond his experience. The Pi Ci beast resembled a gargantuan hedgehog magnified thousands of times. Yet, appearances were deceiving. The beast's temperament was anything but gentle, and its might transcended mere size. Light-infused divine weapon. Huang Mei could no longer restrain himself, and summoned his soul skill. A colossal sword of light descended from the heavens, which he grasped with a determined expression. You vile creature, this is your end. If not for the fear of exhausting too much soul power, do you think I would fear you? With a mighty swing, He unleashed a radiant strike toward the Pi Ci beast. Essence. Chu Tiantian exclaimed as he beheld Huang Mei's sword strike. Essence. Ming Lingwan inquired, puzzled. The mastery of Saint Domain power lies in the comprehension of essence. It seems this individual from the Radiant Soul Temple is quite formidable. In the celestial realm of Chu, how could Huang Mei possibly be weak? As the foremost among the 12 judicators, his prowess is already comparable to that of a second-tier sacred domain entity. However, even the strength of a second-tier sacred domain is insufficient. Witnessing the Pishy beast contract its form, it transformed into a colossal spiked sphere, unleashing a barrage of steel arrows that collided with the radiant sword, puncturing it and leaving several gaping wounds. Yet, these wounds healed instantaneously, as the space where the luminous sword and the steel arrows intersected warped dramatically. Spatial soul power? Ming Lingwan was momentarily taken aback. As a spatial soul master, she was exceptionally attuned to the fluctuations of spatial soul power. The Pishy beast had, astonishingly, comprehended the essence of spatial power. No, it was the profundity of space itself. Chu Tiantian remarked, it seems this Pishy beast is not as easily dealt with as one might presume, and it is highly likely that it has surpassed the threshold of the first-tier sacred domain. The people of the Radiant Soul Temple are in for a challenge. A second-tier sacred domain soul beast? Ming Lingwan exclaimed. She was aware of the levels beyond the sacred domain, and after a moment of contemplation, she turned to Chu Tiantian. Should we offer them our assistance? Chu Tiantian was momentarily taken aback. Why should she assist them? After all, they were the ones pursuing her brother Tianyuan. Sister Lingwan, do you truly intend to rescue them? Moreover, do you believe we are capable of intervening in such a level of conflict? Ming Lingwan lowered her head, pondering the gravity of the situation. But how can we turn a blind eye? They are, like us, human beings. Should we really stand idly by as they face death? Is it merely because they are human that we must save them? Chu Tiantian retorted. Anyone who seeks to harm my brother Tianyuan deserves to perish. If they are not killed, I shall be the one to take their lives. A surge of murderous intent glimmered in Chu Tiantian's eyes, leaving Ming Lingwan feeling somewhat uneasy. She lacked such resolute determination and had never witnessed Chu Tiantian harbor such a fierce glare. Tiantian, there are matters you are yet unaware of. In truth, the number of powerful humans has dwindled significantly. Those who remain are almost entirely dedicated to preparing for the next holy war. Holy war? The war against the demonic beasts. Also known as the Holy War, Ming Lingwan elucidated. Human champions should not perish at the hands of soul beasts, but rather in the sanctity of battle. Chu Tian contemplated for a moment and said, I apologize, Sister Lingwan. Regarding the significant matters of humanity, I am at a loss. What I truly desire is all I comprehend. Do we not live solely for our aspirations? Yet, if every individual lives solely for themselves, what then can we say about those who perished on the battlefield? I suppose that to die there was also their desire. Chu Tian continued, Sister Lingwan, I am aware that your soul cultivation differs from that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps you possess the capability to save them, as do I. A surge of confidence welled within her, yet she added, however, I shall not intervene. Even if they are not from the Radiant Soul Temple, I will refrain from acting. Ming Lingwan lowered her head in silence for a moment, then asked, what should we do now? While they are engaged in battle, we can quietly traverse the territory of the Pi Ci beast. Brother Tianyuan is just ahead, is he not? Do you not wish to see him soon? Indeed, Ming Lingwan replied, I shall follow your lead. The two stealthily retreated into the territory of the Pi Ci beast. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, all individuals from the Radiant Soul Temple would perish here, facing a second-tier sacred domain Pi Ci beast, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary sacred domain experts. After some time, the two successfully traversed the territory of the Pi Ci beast. Ming Lingwan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. What troubles you? Is Brother Tianyuan not just ahead? Chu Tian inquired. Yes, but... Ming Lingwan hesitated. Is it perilous? How do you know? Have you been there? Ming Lingwan countered. Not long ago, the injuries I sustained were from that place. Chu Tian's expression changed subtly. I cannot discern what lies there. Yet I can sense a heavy malevolent aura. Tianyuan is within. Tianyuan is inside. Chu Tian exclaimed with alarm. We must hasten our pace. What is it? Is there a fearsome soul beast lurking? Something more terrifying than a soul beast. As Chu Tian spoke, she soared into the air. Sister Lingwan, remain here. It is too dangerous ahead. I must rush to rescue Brother Tianyuan. Tian, what is happening? Ming Lingwan asked urgently. Ice Demon. Chu Tian's voice echoed from afar as she vanished beyond 100 meters. On the side of the Radiant Soul Temple, Huang Mei, see you and you. and Zhu Jingji had been relentlessly pushed back by the Pai Ci beast. Xiyun Yu's shoulder had been pierced by a steel arrow, while Zhu Jingji's golden robe lay in tatters, and although Huang Mei's injuries were less severe, he too was in a state of disarray. Second tier, sacred domain. Huang Mei roared. You beast! How dare you possess such power? Humph! The Pai Ci beast scoffed. Now that you are aware of my master, Lord Griguriger, do you regret your actions? Kneel and acknowledge your transgressions, and perhaps my master will show mercy. We concede, Zhu Jingji quickly replied. Esteemed Lord Griguriger, we have offended you. Please, show us your magnanimity and spare us. In the face of absolute power, Zhu Jingji could no longer concern himself with pride, for life takes precedence over vanity. However, the Pai Ci beast was unyielding. That detestable human, I loathe interruptions when I speak. I was about to say, should you be willing to bow your heads and acknowledge your faults, perhaps Lord Grugligri might show mercy and leave behind your bones when he consumes you. Curse it! Zhu Jingji exclaimed. Is there a difference? Fool, why are you engaging it in conversation? Do you truly believe it will spare us? Let us fight. Huang Mei scoffed. A second-tier soul beast from the sacred domain. If you wish to gamble with your life, I, Zhu Jingji, shall not accompany you. Having uttered this, Zhu Jingji turned and fled, reaching his utmost speed. Lord Huang Mei, I too shall take my leave. You can hold your ground. Chen Yu quickly darted off in another direction. In the face of death, nothing else seemed to matter. Damn it! Huang Mei could not suppress an expletive. You two imbeciles. Have you not realized that this space has already been sealed by it? No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Jingji and Chen Yu felt as if they had collided with an invisible wall, crashing onto the ground. Zhu Jingji quickly rose, cursing, Huang Mei. Why didn't you say something sooner? Huang Mei was sent flying by a steel arrow from the Pai Ci beast. As a second-tier space soul beast, can it not even seal space? If I don't speak, do you lack the wit to deduce it yourself? Zhu Jingji could not afford to bicker with Huang Mei any longer. They once again took to the air, forming a combined attack strategy. It seemed they had no choice but to fight. If we don't fight, do you still think someone will come to rescue us? Huang Mei taunted, glancing toward the distance where Chen Yu appeared to be watching. Look, it's members of the Radiant Soul Hall, Foam Soul Master Riches remarked. Does Huang Mei and Zhu Jingji also accompany them? Sang Haiyan looked skyward, noticing another figure who must also belong to the Radiant Soul Hall. They appeared to be attempting to slay that second-tier soul beast from the sacred domain. Suya, the Light Soul Master, commented. Sang Haiyan's gaze sharpened. The situation seemed to be otherwise. Not so. They were three individuals besieging a soul beast, seemingly engaged in a rather pleasant conversation. If the members of the Radiant Soul Hall heard this, they would surely be incensed to the point of spitting blood. Conversation? This is merely Huang Mei and Zhu Jingji hurling curses at one another. At this moment, the three of them are nearly exhausted. Did you not notice? Sang Haiyan continued. Each member of the Radiant Soul Hall bears significant injuries, and there are corpses strewn upon the ground. Most importantly, look, they seem to be trapped within a spatial realm. A space soul beast? Dark Soul Master Lulin inquired. The second-tier soul beast of space essence. Sang Haiyan's expression darkened. Second tier of the sacred domain? Are there indeed levels within the sacred domain? Master Butidas could be regarded as the soul mentor who ascended from a humble background to attain the formidable rank of a 9th-level warrior through sheer diligence. Yet he possesses limited understanding of the higher realms. The sacred domain is divided into 3 tiers, with each breakthrough resulting in a significant surge in power. Yet the crux lies in the comprehension of the profound truths. The spirit beast before them seemed to wield spatial fluctuations with each attack. Undoubtedly an application of the spatial principle. Sang Haiyan elucidated. Moreover, I am well aware of the strength of the yellow brow monster. To have reduced it to such a state, it must have been a spirit beast that has transcended the first tier of the sacred domain. If that is the case, are the spirit beasts currently pursuing them? Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, the outcome is merely a matter of time. Sang Haiyan stroked his beard, noting that among the 3 individuals, only the yellow brow had grasped the principle, while the other 2, despite possessing sacred domain strength, were nearly ineffective in the face of spatial principles and second-tier spirit beasts. The individuals from the Radiant Soul Temple are indeed unfortunate, Butidas remarked with a hint of pride. Is it their misfortune, or our good fortune? Sang Haiyan murmured. The desolate land can be regarded as the most perilous place in the Dragon Soul Empire. And yet we have traversed it unscathed. It appears that our ancestors meticulously crafted the map of the desolate land. However, Witnessing the misfortunes of the Radiant Soul Temple is indeed worth the journey, Budidas asserted without reservation. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Haiyan declared, "We must go to their aid." The group exchanged puzzled glances. Director Sang, "Why should we rescue them? They brought this upon themselves, even if they're at fault. We must extend our assistance. There are matters on the continent that you are still unaware of," Sang Haiyan replied. "However, your involvement will not be of much help. The individuals from the Radiant Soul Temple should have discovered a method to locate Chu Tianyuan. Perhaps he is just ahead. You should take advantage of the spirit beast being preoccupied and stealthily approach. I will assist them. Director, if we go, what will you do? Do not worry. Even if I cannot rescue them, I will be unharmed. Rest assured, it is merely a second-tier spirit beast. A few individuals uniting have a chance to escape." With that, Sang Haiyan handed the map to Wind Master Reaches, for he was the one most likely to navigate these treacherous grounds. Then, Sang Haiyan soared into the air, "Remember. Bring back Chu Tianyuan and the others." Reaches accepted the map. "Director, please be assured, even at the cost of my life, I will retrieve them." "Very well." Sang Haiyan gazed into the distance before turning back to the mentors with a smile. "Thank you all." It was only after Sang Haiyan departed that the mentors regained their composure. "If I am not mistaken, Director Sang seemed to have smiled at us just now," Budidas said. Astonished, he even expressed his gratitude. Suya also looked in the direction where Sang Haiyan had vanished. "It seems the director is concealing something from us," Lu Lin mused. "Regardless of what the director may be hiding, we must follow his instructions and retrieve Chu Tianyuan and the others." Riches gazed resolutely into the distance, the very direction that Ming Lingwan was observing. In an instant, Ming Lingwan's figure flickered a considerable distance away. This was a technique of spatial displacement, to be precise. An embodiment of spatial profundity. What you can do for him, I am equally capable of. The desolate expanse could be deemed the realm of soul beasts. Yet for Chu Tianyuan, it represented another hidden corner of the forest. For him, who traversed the concealed corners with ease, understanding the habits of soul beasts posed no challenge at all. He adeptly circumvented the territories of perilous soul beasts, skillfully treading the edge of danger, which enabled him to evade those formidable creatures. Upon entering the desolate expanse, Chu Tianyuan encountered Ji Rujing and Feng Riliu, who awaited him at the periphery. The three were the mightiest students of the Soul Martial Academy, yet within the desolation, they navigated with utmost caution. After several days of recuperation, Ji Rujing and Feng Riliu had restored their strengths, but the lingering soul-sealing nail within Chu Tianyuan severely hampered his soul power. Almost all of his soul energy was engaged in a struggle against this internal restraint. Fortunately, his inner strength remained largely unaffected. Even so, he could barely manifest the prowess of an ordinary 9th-level warrior. The trio moved stealthily, and although they encountered no life-threatening dangers, this was primarily due to Chu Tianyuan's keen instinct, akin to that of a soul beast. Feng Riliu could not help but jest, remarking on the prowess of the soul beast that so intimately understood the nature of its kind. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianyuan did not smile. Feng Riliu realized she had misspoken but was at a loss for how to explain. In her eyes, Chu Tianyuan was indeed a soul ape. Her assistance stemmed from her own motives. As for her feelings, she alone understood them. Perhaps she harbored some affection for Chu Tianyuan, as well as for Ziru Jing. But it was certainly not love. Actually, Brother Chu is, like us, human, Ziru Jing elucidated. "Do you believe me?" Chu Tianyuan inquired, gazing intently at Ziru Jing. She nodded. "I apologize. I had someone investigate. Your true identity is that of Chu Zhantian's biological son. This means you are a direct descendant of the Chu lineage." "You knew all along," Chu Tianyuan replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "I am sorry. I could not confirm your identity that day. The revelation was far too abrupt, and those who assisted me in the investigation stated that Chu Zhantian's son had already perished, so I was hesitant to assert anything." "I understand," Chu Tianyuan said. "In my current state, who would believe me?" "I believe." This was a resolute response. "Brother Tianyuan, even if I had not conducted an investigation, I would still believe." Chu Tianyuan gazed into the clear and sincere eyes of Ziru Jing. "Thank you," he said, grasping her shoulders. Ziru Jing looked back at Chu Tianyuan, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks, stirring a sense of bewilderment within him. Was this the innate allure of the demon tribe? "Do you believe in me?" Ziru Jing suddenly inquired. Chu Tianyuan awakened from his reverie and said, "Brother Z, regardless of whether you belong to the human race or the demon clan, I, Chu Tianyuan, shall forever be your brother." Zi Rujing chuckled softly and replied, "However, I have no desire to be your sister." Chu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback, if not his brothers. Then what? A particular thought crossed his mind, and an inexplicable discomfort welled up within him. Upon glancing again at Zi Rujing, he could not shake the sensation reminiscent of his initial encounter with Feng Rulio. "Brother Zi, we are brothers now and shall remain so in the future," he asserted. Upon observing Chu Tianyuan's cold sweat, Zi Rujing instantly grasped his concerns and could not help but chuckle. "Rest assured, Brother Chu, my tastes are quite conventional." With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Feng Rulio. It was worth noting that in the past, Chu Tianyuan and Zi Rujing had frequently found themselves vexed by the enigma that was this seemingly male figure. Chu Tianyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking that everything was fine. "Ji Xiong, please do not frighten me. I am already intimidated by the Wind Maiden. The notion of being admired by a man, no matter how extraordinarily charming he might be, left Chu Tianyuan feeling quite perturbed." Feng Rulio could not help but chuckle, commenting on the two men's excessive sentimentality. Yet, internally she added, "Nevertheless, I truly cherish this candid atmosphere." She then took Zi Rujing by the hand and whispered, "In truth, I am aware of your secret." Zi Rujing responded with a soft laugh. "Everyone harbors secrets, do they not?" Chu Tianyuan observed the two of them whispering to each other, scratching his head in confusion, pondering how they had become so amicable. Initially, their encounters had nearly resulted in brawls. Could it be that Zi Rujing's affection for Feng Rulio blossomed after discovering her true gender? This seemed rather inappropriate, especially considering that Song Seer was still waiting for him. Zi Rujing, as an older cousin, was being rather irresponsible. Contemplating this, Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Zi, it seems that Sia harbors some lingering feelings for you." Upon hearing this, the two of them couldn't suppress their laughter, leaving Chu Tianyuan bewildered. However, after their amusement subsided, Zi Rujing let out a long sigh. Assuring herself that Sia would come to understand, Feng Rulio cast a curious glance at Zi Rujing, realizing that Song Seer was still unaware of her identity. Zi Rujing promptly gestured for her to remain silent, and Feng Rulio immediately sealed her lips, inwardly pondering, could this indeed be the perplexity of those enmeshed in the situation? Though Chu Tianyuan could not fathom the intentions of the two before him, he chose to remain silent. In Feng Rulio's perspective, Chu Tianyuan was also a participant in this intricate web. The closer one drew to Zi Rujing, the more one could unravel his secrets, much like Feng Rulio. Yet, the closer one got, the deeper the trust, rendering even the most apparent truths imperceptible, as was the case with Song Seer and Chu Tianyuan. However, until a secret is unveiled, it remains an enigma. As Zi Rujing remarked, each individual harbors their own clandestine truths. Chu Tianyuan possesses secrets, Zi Rujing possesses secrets, and so does Feng Rulio. The birth of Zi Rujing cast a shadow over Wind City. 16 years ago, during the grand celebration of the longevity of the city's patriarch, Jilin Feng, a child was born to one of his direct descendants. What should have been a double celebration was altered by Zi Rujing's arrival. This was due to the extraordinary nature of his birth. When he emerged, his long black hair enveloped his diminutive frame. The midwife parted his hair only to reveal his crystalline violet eyes, features characteristic of the demon race. Thus began Zi Rujing's tumultuous childhood, as his mother bestowed upon him the name Rujing. Chapter 40. The Ice Demon clan Feng Rulio and Chu Tianyuan became separated in the desolate ice wasteland. This frigid expanse lay deep within the desolate lands, and Chu Tianyuan could never have anticipated that while evading perilous soul beasts with his spiritual intuition, he would inadvertently stumble into an even more treacherous situation. At the heart of the ice wasteland stood a magnificent palace sculpted from ice, where a woman clad in a simple robe stood at the center of the grand hall, her expression frigid, her gaze as piercing as the ice-blue depths. Her waist-length hair adorned with delicate ice flowers. Soul beasts, dark demons, humans? A vision of the ice wasteland materialized before her, depicting Chu Tianyuan, Zi Rujing, and Feng Rulio. Chu Tianyuan was tirelessly fending off the ice demons, while Zi Rujing adeptly wielded the corrosive powers of a soul master. Feng Rulio had already become separated from the two. Yet the relentless onslaught of ice demons seemed unending. What were these creatures? No matter how many were vanquished, they simply reformed into new beings. Chu Tianyuan shattered one ice demon with a powerful punch, only for it to disintegrate into tiny shards that swiftly coalesced into another ice demon. Zi Rujing, equally flustered, realized these ice monsters were practically immortal. No matter their strength, they could be overwhelmed by sheer fatigue. The two had fought continuously since they inexplicably entered this glacier-laden realm, surrounded by ice demons with scarcely a place to stand. After 2 days of aerial evasion, they found themselves back at the starting point, the sealed realm. This must be a spatial barrier under seal, Zira Jing exclaimed, astonished. It is impossible to escape otherwise. The sealed realm. Chu Tianyuan, too, was taken aback. Any area under seal undoubtedly harbored unknown dangers and powerful entities, for the act of sealing alone implied that such beings were exceedingly difficult to eliminate, if not impossible. In the grand hall of the ice wasteland, the cold woman gazed into the void, contemplating the scene before her. It has been 3 days now. How much longer do you think they can endure? She posed the question, yet there was no one else beside her. 2 days. Once again, it was she who spoke. But now with a different voice. The previous individual had persevered for 7 days. She continued, however, the last human was of the sacred realm. The other voice replied, undoubtedly having broken through in the life and death struggle within the desolate lands, and astonishingly, she managed to harness the celestial tribulations of the sacred realm at its nascent stage, utilizing the power of thunder to forcibly shatter the spatial nodes and escape in that fleeting moment. One wonders how she accomplished such a feat if she could do it. Perhaps we could as well, the other voice murmured. We? She shook her head. In this world, there existed only I, not we. You are merely a fragment of my consciousness. This time, the entire hall fell into silence, with only the ongoing battle outside echoing through. What on earth are these creatures? Chu Tianyuan was on the brink of madness. Zira Jing wielded the corrosive soul power and recalled an ancient scroll-s account of a formidable race known as the demonic clan residing in the southern wilderness. The demonic clan, he exclaimed. Could they be the ice demonic death warriors? The ice demonic clan. Chu Tianyuan gasped in astonishment. During his time in the Hidden Corner Forest, the Earth Clan had recounted numerous races from the southern wilderness, one of which was indeed the demonic clan. The Ice Demonic Clan is a faction within the demonic clan. The Ice Demonic Clan's most formidable ability lies in their mastery over ice soul power. Legends say that those who reach divine level among the Ice Demonic Clan can summon ice demonic death warriors, who, like the undead, possess an almost immortal essence. However, ice demonic death warriors are even more terrifying. While powerful undead cannot withstand the radiance of light soul power, other soul powers can obliterate the undead. Whereas ice demonic death warriors are nearly completely immune to all soul powers except for fire soul power. More terrifying still, summoning the undead requires the presence of the undead. While ice demonic death warriors are wholly comprised of ice soul power, as long as the ice soul power endures, their numbers will never dwindle. This implies that to vanquish the ice demonic death warriors, one must either employ fire soul power or eliminate the summoner. Fire soul power was something Chu Tianyuan could once wield with ease, but now the soul-binding nails have nearly suffocated his soul power, allowing him only to perform the simplest manipulation of wind soul power for aerial techniques. He can no longer utilize any other soul power. Furthermore, even the purple pupils and sound dance within his original soul space cannot be summoned. As for slaying the summoner of the ice demonic death warriors, such thoughts are futile. 2 individuals capable of exhibiting the strength of 9th-level warriors are contemplating taking down a divine-level summoner. It is already the 2nd day, and they seem to be holding on. The chilling voice of the woman resonated once more in the hall. Let us wait for another 2 days. We have already waited for a millennium. Do 2 or 3 more days truly matter? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, we have waited for a millennium. The woman sighed deeply. Cursed be the Fire Soul Temple. Cursed be Yen Ran. Cursed be the Flame Dragon. They have sealed me for over 1,000 years. You too have sealed me for a millennium, the other voice retorted. Silence. The woman murmured to herself. Were it not for your separation from the original soul, I would never have been sealed away. Those mere first-tier deities do not even merit my attention. Her eyes flickered for a moment before regaining their crystalline ice-blue clarity. Stay put. Once I break free from this seal, I shall reclaim you to your original essence. Yet, her countenance shifted abruptly. No, you cannot do this. I am no longer your fragment, she declared. I wish to depart from this place, to leave your body. Silence. You will cease your words. Her expression grew complex, and she gradually closed her eyes, seeking tranquility. Chu Tian gazed upon the undulating hills before her, her expression a tapestry of emotions. It was here, the last time she ventured forth, that she fell prey to the onslaught of the ice demon death warriors, nearly succumbing to the frigid desolation. Yet, despite the peril, she resolutely took another step forward. In that very instant, the scene around her underwent a dramatic transformation. Countless glaciers unfurled, the biting wind howled, and an army of ice demon death warriors surged forth. This was the cursed realm that imprisoned the Ice Demon King, the frigid wasteland. As she crossed the threshold into this icy domain, the Ice Demon King within the palace awakened once more, his eyes glinting with exhilaration. It was her. The human who had escaped had returned. With a sinister laugh, he vanished from the grand hall. In the frigid wasteland, Chu Tian soared through the air, and her gaze locked onto a figure battling amidst the Ice Demon Death Warriors. She could not look away. Tian Yuan, is it truly you? She beheld him, seemingly transported back to 5 years prior, when he bore the same golden strands of hair and lived quietly in the depths of the courtyard, honing his martial skills with unwavering determination. Tears streamed down Chu Tian's cheeks. The yearning of countless years paled in comparison to this fleeting reunion. Wiping her tears, she vowed, Tian Yuan, wait for me. Tian shall come to rescue you. With a swift dive, she exuded the aura of a formidable being, enveloping the space for hundreds of meters. Skyward slash, she cried, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that cleaved through the Ice Demon Death Warriors surrounding Chu Tian Yuan. The cacophony of shattering ice filled the air, and then the world seemed to freeze in that moment. Within a 100-meter radius lay shattered ice, quickly coalescing to form new Ice Demon Death Warriors. Yet, none paid heed to this transformation. Chu Tian Yuan slowly turned his head and beheld the graceful silhouette of Chu Tian, instantly frozen in place. You are Tian? His voice trembled. Yes. Chu Tian nodded through her tears. Chu Tian Yuan gazed at her, an ineffable depth of affection reflected in his eyes. He approached slowly, devoid of embraces or words, merely clasping her trembling hands tightly, tears streaming down his face. Ziru Jing observed the pair, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling within her heart. The ice continued to melt. As they exchanged silent glances, a wordless communication that transcended the limitations of language. Brother Tian Yuan, you have indeed come to the Seoul Martial Academy to find me. Chu Tian remarked. Did you not come seeking me as well? Chu Tian Yuan replied, an overwhelming tenderness escaping his restraint. Fool, he said through his tears. What manner of desolate place is this that you dared to enter? Chu Tian shook her head gently. It matters not, Brother Tian Yuan. Wherever you are, there shall I be. Did you not promise me that we would explore the Duhan continent together? She smiled softly, adding, moreover, Brother Tian Yuan, look, she is rising slowly. Now, I have become a powerful being in the sacred realm, capable of protecting you. Chu Tian Yuan gently pulled her into his embrace, tenderly caressing her long hair. Brother Tian Yuan does not need your protection. All he desires is to live joyfully and healthily every day. Chu Tian was acutely aware of the immense effort required to reach the sacred realm, the multitude of tribulations she had endured, difficulties that would likely be unimaginable to an ordinary person. Regardless of whether Brother Tian Yuan needed her, she vowed to accompany him through thick and thin, exploring the continent together, living side by side, and battling as one. She lifted her gaze to his face, adorned with fine hair, and in that moment, she beheld him at his most captivating. Very well, Chu Tian Yuan declared. Let us fight together now. The ice blocks around them had coalesced into formidable ice golems, with Chu Tian's addition to their ranks. The burden on Chu Tian Yuan and Ziru Jing had lightened considerably. Although Chu Tian was a powerful figure of the sacred realm, the relentless presence of the ice golems weighed heavily on the trio's minds. They had all come to a grim realization. They might meet their end here. Yet, none would surrender, warriors perish in battle, but never relinquish the hope within their hearts. Still, they harbored a deep-seated unwillingness to perish without fulfilling their innermost desires. Ziru Jing's soul power had been nearly exhausted, and he slowly began to collapse. As he beheld Chu Tian Yuan fighting valiantly, a wave of emotion surged within him. If only I could tell him. Chu Tian Yuan gazed at the fallen Ziru Jing and immediately leaped to his side, shattering the surrounding ice demon warriors into fragments. If death is inevitable, I shall meet it before you, he declared, a smile gracing his lips, radiant as golden sunshine. Chapter 41. The illness of the Ice Demon King. Just as despair enveloped the group, an extraordinary event unfolded. Countless ice demon warriors disintegrated into shards, and a tempest arose, sending a flurry of ice fragments cascading through the sky. With a thunderous roar, the heavens split open, and a graceful figure descended amidst the swirling debris. Her ice-blue hair was adorned with blooming ice flowers, and beneath the frosty mask, her crystalline blue eyes shimmered with clarity. A pristine white robe billowed wildly in the fierce gale. In the realm of Chu Tian, there exists an enchanting sensation akin to encountering a goddess. She approaches with a graceful demeanor, her gaze as frigid as ice. Remarkably, the distant ice warriors, once formidable, now find themselves kneeling before her in reverence. Chu Tianyuan felt the temperature around him plummet sharply, an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. A deity-level powerhouse of the Ice Demon clan. In the face of life and death, the master controlling the Ice Demon assassins had indeed emerged. An icy chill, penetrating to the bone, enveloped them. It seemed as if their very consciousness was frozen in solid ice. Who are you? Chu Tianyuan's voice trembled slightly. The Ice Demon King cast a glance at him and uttered two words, Ant. With such a simple glance, an invisible pressure descended upon their chests. Chu Tianyuan felt as though, in her presence, he was not even worthy of being called an ant. Was this the essence of a deity-level powerhouse? Just a single gaze could instill a sense of utter helplessness. The Ice Demon King lightly waved her hand, and a gust of frigid wind swept through, freezing their expressions in place. Then, with another sweep of her robe, they vanished from sight. The shattered ice on the ground began to reassemble, transforming once more into countless Ice Demon assassins. Within the grand hall of the Ice Palace, the Ice Demon King sat upon her throne of ice. Her gaze as cold as the winter itself. Chu Tianyuan, Chu Tian, and Zi Rujing lay before her like ice sculptures, with a gentle wave of her hand. The solid ice binding the three of them dissipated. They looked up at the Ice Demon King, a sense of helplessness rising within them. They were faced with a deity-level powerhouse. This was a battle devoid of any hope for victory. The Ice Demon King regarded them with indifference and inquired, Do you know why I chose to bring you back? Chu Tianyuan felt a sense of unease within, uncertain of what the elder required of him, yet resolute in his commitment to comply. The Ice Demon King rose from his seat and approached Chu Tianyuan, circling around him with a scrutinizing gaze. Chu Tianyuan silently lamented his predicament, bewildered as to how he had offended such a formidable being. Nevertheless, he recognized that his current situation was far preferable to perishing aimlessly outside. You have yet to ascend to the sacred realm. How is it that you dare to speak? The Ice Demon King regarded Chu Tianyuan with a peculiar glance. Chu Tianyuan was engulfed in profound frustration, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Should he reveal to the Ice Demon King that he was, in fact, human? If the Ice Demon King were to accept this revelation, it might bode well. However, if she were to dismiss it as mere mockery, it could spell his demise. Without waiting for his response, the Ice Demon King tapped lightly on his head, a frigid aura surging into Chu Tianyuan's body. Senior, he uttered, along with the names Chu Tian and Zi Rujing in unison. Chu Tianyuan hastily positioned himself to shield them from behind, reassuringly stating that the elder was merely examining his physique. The Ice Demon King cast a cursory glance at Chu Tian and Zi Rujing, causing an immediate chill to envelop the two. Without further ado, the Ice Demon King suddenly narrowed his pupils, exclaiming, You possess a soul-binding nail within you. Chu Tianyuan was somewhat astonished. How does the senior know? The Ice Demon King pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, it is not the soul-restraining nail. If it were, you would not possess the strength of a 9th-level soul beast. Could it be a counterfeit of the soul-restraining nail? Once again, Chu Tianyuan found himself regarded as a soul beast, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Nevertheless, he dared not display any emotion, merely stating, Indeed. I have been struck by a hidden weapon, and my soul power is nearly entirely sealed. I am curious how you came to know of the soul-binding nails. The Ice Demon King cast a glance at Chu Tianyuan, pondering how he could be unaware of the soul-binding nails. For she too harbored such a nail within her being, a divine artifact as soul-binding nail. No wonder Huang Mei's soul-binding disc indicated 2 directions. It appears one of them leads to the Ice Demon King. If Zhu Jingji had known that Huang Mei had instructed him to seek the Ice Demon King, he would likely have recklessly confronted Huang Mei. Fortunately, the Pi Ci beast stood as a barrier in between. Otherwise, Zhu Jingji would not have returned alive, perishing in the desolate ice wasteland. One wonders from where the people of the Fire Soul Temple procured such divine artifacts capable of sealing soul power within a human body. Had it not been for the strength of my original soul, perhaps my soul power would have been completely sealed. The Ice Demon King sighed, sharing a moment of empathy with Chu Tianyuan upon realizing he too bore a soul-binding nail. However, being a Demon King, she soon regained her haughty demeanor after a brief moment of astonishment. It is no wonder she could articulate, surely. Descending from the sacred realm to the status of a level 9 soul beast must be an unpleasant experience. Chu Tianyuan found himself at a loss for words once more. It appeared that the Ice Demon King held a considerable degree of confidence in his deductions. Internally, he mused, who told you I am a soul beast? Truly, a presumptuous individual. However, he dared not reveal his true feelings at that moment. Seizing the opportunity while the Ice Demon King was still amenable, he sought to cultivate a closer rapport. Since the Elder had also fallen victim to the soul-binding nail, he was undoubtedly familiar with its associated torment. It was indeed a source of considerable vexation. As the Ice Demon King spoke, he seemed to have forgotten the original intent of bringing these individuals here. For over a millennium, he had been resisting the binding power of the soul, making no progress in his strength. The cursed Fire Soul Temple. The three individuals accompanying him broke into a cold sweat. What did 1,000 years truly signify? Furthermore, the potency of the soul-binding nail could persist for over a millennium. Chu Tianyuan could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. The Ice Demon King seemed to perceive Chu Tianyuan's apprehension, reassuring him, rest assured, the soul-binding nail within you is merely a replica. If your strength is sufficiently formidable, resolving it should pose no challenge. Chu Tianyuan finally let out a sigh of relief, pondering what level of strength the younger generation must attain to dispel the restraining power of the soul-restraining nail. Perhaps the second tier of the sacred realm. Or could it be the third tier of the Ice Demon King's path? Chu Tianyuan once again broke into a cold sweat. Is it possible that the sacred domain is stratified? Furthermore, how can one ascend to the second or third tier of the sacred domain without being able to wield a single ounce of soul power? How did you come to be ensnared by the soul-restraining nail? The Ice Demon King inquired with curiosity. Could it be that the Fire Soul Temple sought to compel you into an agreement with the soul beast? It is no wonder. For a sacred domain, Soul Ape possesses strength that warrants their intervention. Within the depths of Chu Tianyuan's heart, tears threatened to spill forth. Overwhelmed by the absurd arrogance of the Ice Demon King, I was injured by the people of the Radiant Soul Temple, he explained. The Radiant Soul Temple? The Ice Demon King smacked her forehead, realization dawning upon her. I should have anticipated this. How could the Fire Soul Temple possibly possess the soul-restraining nails? The Fire Soul Temple and the Radiant Soul Temple are, in essence, two sides of the same coin. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically as she shook her head vigorously. You must return at once. I have only just emerged, she insisted once more. Get back. This time, her eyes transformed into a chilling ice blue, and the aura of a divine being enveloped the entire hall. The three individuals of Chu Tian felt a surge of apprehension, their hearts laden with unease. It appeared that the Ice Demon clan harbored secrets. One who has been sealed for over a millennium undoubtedly bears issues, Chu Tian murmured softly. Indeed, Ziru Jing concurred. Chu Tianyuan gazed at the Ice Demon King and softly uttered, schizophrenia? The Ice Demon King returned to his senses, as if he had caught the faint whispers of a few individuals. Chu Tianyuan silently lamented, why must it be me again? What did you just say, schizophrenia? The Ice Demon King's gaze was as sharp as a sword. The junior had said nothing, yet Chu Tianyuan's heart raced. What did you say? The Ice Demon King bellowed. The aura of the god-level powerhouse forced Chu Tianyuan to kneel upon the ground. Determined, Chu Tianyuan declared, schizophrenia. Schizophrenia? The Ice Demon King reined in his aura, inquiring. What is that? Chu Tianyuan felt a slight alleviation of the pressure upon him, and with an air of trepidation, he remarked, schizophrenia is a condition I encountered during my previous tenure as a physician when I treated patients. You treated others? Have you mastered the light soul power? The Ice Demon King questioned incredulously, astonished that a strength-type soul ape could possess such an ability. No, I have comprehended the water soul power, Chu Tianyuan replied, swallowing hard. Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Now, enlighten me on the nature of schizophrenia, the Ice Demon King urged, rubbing her temples. Schizophrenia is a mental disorder wherein a person's body harbors a split between their physical being and their essence or soul. Consequently, individuals afflicted with this malady may exhibit two distinct personalities at different times, Chu Tianyuan explained. The Ice Demon King closed her eyes, contemplating this revelation. She recognized that her momentary distraction mirrored the state Chu Tianyuan described, and she conceded, indeed, I have succumbed to a mental affliction. Does this mean you possess the ability to cure this condition? The Ice Demon King inquired, her tone shifting. Chu Tianyuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Is it not possible? He asked, sensing the ominous undertone in her voice. Indeed, it is possible, he affirmed, clearing his throat, internally lamenting his predicament. Splendid. Remain here and assist me with my ailment. The Ice Demon King declared nonchalantly. Of course, I am willing to aid you. But I must express concern for my companion who remains outside. I fear she may not withstand the onslaught of your icy assassins. Might you bring her here as well? Chu Tianyuan implored. The human in question? The Ice Demon King closed her eyes, yet could no longer sense the presence of the Wind Maiden. Impossible, she exclaimed. And upon reopening her eyes, still found nothing. How could this be? How could this be? She cried, her frustration mounting. Could it be that she, like your previous companion, has exited through the spatial node? She pondered, a wave of indignation washing over her. It was exasperating to think that these two humans had only been here for a few days before departing, while she had been sealed away for a millennium. The Wind Maiden has already departed. The Ice Demon King uttered, her expression darkening. She has left? Chu Tianyuan questioned, bewildered. Indeed, the Ice Demon King retorted, her anger palpable. I assure you, she has already made her exit. Chu Tianyuan seemed to perceive the flicker of anger in the Ice Demon King's eyes, uncertain of what had provoked her ire. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. A person with mental instability would naturally exhibit significant emotional fluctuations. Now, allow me to elucidate the purpose of your presence here. Chapter 42. Emotional entanglements. The primary reason for bringing you all here is to inquire about one particular matter. She turned her gaze towards Chu Tian, stating, I wish to know how you managed to escape this desolate realm of ice last time. Chu Tian lowered his head and asked, Senior, would you believe me if I said I have comprehended the profound mysteries? The Ice Demon King took a few steps, remarking that any form of soul power could lead to the understanding of multiple profundities, and that a single profundity could manifest in various forms of soul power. As a sacred domain warrior, what profundity have you grasped? He inquired. Targeting weaknesses. Chu Tian replied. For instance, I can accurately perceive the most vulnerable point of the Ice Demon Death Soldier at its chest. Striking the precise spot would cause its entire body to shatter. In other words, you can see the spatial nodes. The Ice Demon King exclaimed with excitement. Chu Tian shook his head, only able to vaguely sense its location. As you are aware, Senior, the position of spatial nodes is perpetually shifting. To ascertain its precise location, at least the power of spatial soul energy is required. So, last time was merely a coincidence, Chu Tian remarked. I merely struck that location, and fortuitously, the node was opened. At that moment, if not for the icy mask obscuring the Ice Demon King's face, one would undoubtedly observe the subtle twitch of her flesh. Such luck seems rather extraordinary, does it not? She has been sealed for a millennium. A coincidence? Care to demonstrate that coincidence once more? Very well, this implies that a spatial soul master is also necessary. The Ice Demon King expressed with a hint of exasperation. Merely having a spatial soul master is insufficient. One must also comprehend the profundities of spatial principles, Chu Tian elucidated. A spatial principle soul master? The Ice Demon King felt an even greater headache. The rarity of spatial soul masters is already daunting enough. Seeking one who grasps the principles of space is akin to searching for a second-tier sacred realm spatial soul master in this desolate icy expanse. Where could one possibly find such a being? Nevertheless, Chu Tian continued, however, what? The Ice Demon King furrowed her brow. Of course, Chu Tian and the others could not see her frown. The power to open the spatial node seems to require the force of lightning, Chu Tian whispered. The Ice Demon King's frown deepened. Did you not wield the power of thunder last time? My thunderous might was condensed during the first tribulation of the sacred realm. I have exhausted it, Chu Tian confessed. Very well, the Ice Demon King replied, a touch of resignation in her voice. To unlock the seal, 3 conditions must be met: the location of the node, the principles of space, and the force of thunder. You 3 should descend. There is a place outside the Grand Hall for you to remain while I contemplate this matter. As the trio prepared to retreat, the Ice Demon King added, Wait. The 3 halted immediately. For safety's sake, I must leave something with you. With a wave of her hand, icy energy surged into the bodies of the 3. I have now sown my ice soul power within you. Do not even think of seeking the spatial node to flee. Otherwise, Chu Tianyuan, with a pained expression, remarked, How could we dare? Moreover, we cannot escape. The Ice Demon King snorted coldly, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Escape? 2 had already fled this month, while Chu Tian managed to return after his escape. The disappearance of Feng Ruliu in the desolate icy expanse left the Ice Demon King vexed. Could it be that this frigid wasteland was riddled with spatial nodes, allowing one to simply break free with a few strikes? Once the three departed, the grand hall fell into an eerie silence, its emptiness chilling to the bone. The Ice Demon King resumed her seat upon the throne, her gaze taking on a different hue. "Do you truly believe the words of these youngsters?" she inquired. "They did not deceive me," came the reply, echoing the former voice of the Ice Demon King. "And what of that monkey's claims of a mental disorder? It is indeed a malady, you wretched thing. I shall reclaim your essence in due time. I hope you can achieve that." The split consciousness retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "It has been over a millennium, and you have yet to reclaim me. My autonomy has solidified. Do you truly believe a mere monkey adept in the water spirit can succeed where you have failed?" "Silence," the Ice Demon King commanded. "What does a millennium signify? These individuals have accomplished what I could not achieve in 1,000 years. Perhaps," the split consciousness replied, its tone tinged with melancholy. Unbeknownst to the Ice Demon King, a subtle smirk graced the lips of her split self as it spoke, a reflection of her hidden cunning. As her gaze reverted to its icy blue, the Ice Demon King exhaled deeply. "Schizophrenia? Monkey, I hope you can indeed cure it. If my split consciousness can return to my original essence, I shall reclaim my status as one of the most formidable powers in the Duhan continent." Outside the hall, the three took a collective breath of relief. It was their first encounter with a divine-level power. "Tian, were your earlier words truly sincere?" Chu Tianyuan inquired, with a faint smile. Chu Tian revealed that much of what he said was indeed true. However, there was one aspect he had yet to disclose: his thunderous power could still be wielded once more. "How do you possess thunderous power?" inquired Zi Rujing. Chu Tian gazed at Zi Rujing, his heart stirred with admiration. What an exquisite man he was. Perhaps no one in this land could rival his beauty. Zi Rujing, caught off guard by the scrutiny, felt a rush of fluster. He was well aware of his own enchanting appearance, a veritable weapon of seduction. However, compared to other women, Chu Tian displayed a remarkable composure. "May I inquire? Are you Chu Tian?" Chu Tianyuan immediately pulled Zi Rujing over, saying, Tian, allow me to introduce you to this esteemed individual from Wind City, Zi Rujing. My dearest brother." Then, turning to Zi Rujing, he added, "This is Chu Tian, my most cherished sister from childhood." Zi Rujing gazed at Chu Tian, questioning. "Your biological sister?" "No, my father works at the Chu residence," replied Chu Tian with a hint of amusement. "Ah, so she is the unofficial sister of Brother Tianyuan?" "Indeed, a remarkably charming young lady," he remarked, emphasizing the words young lady, which elicited a flicker of displeasure from Chu Tian. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyuan scratched his head, chuckling foolishly, unable to comprehend why Zi Rujing would speak in such a manner. Chu Tian scrutinized Zi Rujing and remarked, "Rujing, are you jesting? If we are to speak of handsomeness, it is undoubtedly you who holds the title of the most exquisite here." Zi Rujing, incensed, stamped her foot. To describe a man as beautiful was clearly a veiled insinuation from Chu Tian. Without further ado, Zi Rujing turned on her heel and declared, "I shall step outside for some fresh air. You two siblings may converse at your leisure." Alas, Chu Tianyuan reached out in a futile attempt to retain her. But Zi Rujing had already departed, leaving him to ponder, what has come over Rujing? She is not usually like this. Chu Tian, have you ever noticed that there is something peculiar about Zi Rujing? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianyuan gazed at Chu Tian and said, Tian, I understand your concerns for my well-being. However, I can assure you that even though Brother Jing possesses the bloodline of the demon clan, he would never bring harm to me. Chu Tian appeared somewhat anxious. Tianyuan, I did not mean it that way. What I meant to convey is that you might sense he has ulterior motives regarding your kindness. Chu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback, replying, Is that so? Brother Zijing has always treated me like a true sibling. Back at the Soul Martial Academy, he even battled his mentor, Lu Lin, on my behalf. Brother Tianyuan, you still do not grasp my meaning. Zijing pressed on, urgency lacing his tone. Have you not noticed why Zijing treats you so exceptionally well? It seems quite apparent that he harbors feelings for you. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. Recalling that Zi Rujing had once expressed a reluctance to be brothers, could it be that he has genuinely developed feelings for me? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, and he instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, Surely not. After all, I am a man. But what of it? Can a man not harbor affection for another man? Furthermore, dear Tianyuan, are you certain that Zi Rujing is indeed a man? Chu Tianyuan was once again taken aback. Indeed, Jing, his brother, was a true man. He had a cousin named Song Seer, who harbored a deep affection for him. Chu Tian was taken aback. So, it seems that Zi Rujing is indeed a handsome man. However, Tianyuan brother, You still need to exercise caution. Haha. Chu Tianyuan chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, Brother Rujing harbors no ill intentions towards me." Chu Tiantian bit her lower lip and murmured, "But I am most afraid of him harboring intentions towards you. With Zira Jing's captivating beauty, even as a rival in love, he poses a formidable threat." Chu Tiantian keenly sensed this danger, and one can only imagine how bewitching Zira Jing's appearance truly is. Chu Tianyuan gently tapped Chu Tiantian's head and said, "Silly girl. Are you afraid that with a brother, your brother Tianyuan will no longer cherish you? Rest assured, no matter who is by my side, your brother Tianyuan will always hold you dear." Chu Tian couldn't help but smile. "Brother Tianyuan, this is what you said." "Of course, it is what I said." "Shall we seal it with a promise?" Chu Tianyuan replied. He still held a deep fondness for the days of his childhood. Chu Tian was amused and extended his pinky to tug at Chu Tianyuan, yet a hint of concern lingered in his heart. "Brother Tianyuan, do you know Sister Lingwan?" Upon hearing the name Ming Lingwan, a pang of sorrow struck Chu Tianyuan's heart. Whether he had forgiven her was a question even he could not answer. The ache of being doubted by the one he cherished most was profound. He could not forget the moment he transformed into a beast, nor the expression of panic on Ming Lingwan's face. It lacked the fervent dedication Chu Tian had once shown for him and the unwavering trust Zira Jing had bestowed upon him. Emotionally, he remained an immature child, feeling piercing pain from even the slightest wound. Thus, he exhaled deeply and replied, "I know her, but it no longer matters. If we can safely leave this place, I promise to accompany you on adventures across this vast continent." "All right," Chu Tian responded, fully aware that Chu Tianyuan harbored feelings for Ming Lingwan. Yet, that was of little consequence. All she needed was his assurance to explore the world together. Chapter 43. A gathering Zira Jing gazed at the distant glaciers, the biting cold wind billowing his robe but failing to dispel the sorrow within his heart. He had always been a reclusive child, yet his spirit was more tenacious than any other. He had no knowledge of his father, with only the memory of his mother's hopeful gaze and the companionship of Song Si Air to comfort him. His mother had constantly urged him to be strong, to be mightier than anyone else, for only through strength could he meet his father. This singular desire burned within him, to one day take his mother to meet his father. Yet, she never lived to see that day, passing away on a night as cold as a desolate wasteland. The direct lineage of Feng Cheng perished on such a sorrowful night, a truth too grim for anyone to accept. Zira Jing's name and surname were gifts from his mother. He yearned to grow stronger without attachments, yet he found his heart increasingly burdened. Song Si Air was one such concern. Chu Tianyuan was another. He would even risk exposing his demonic lineage for the sake of proving his trust in Chu Tianyuan, but was it all worth it? Tears traced paths down his cheeks. Then he heard the soft sound of footsteps behind him. "You're here?" he asked, not needing to turn around to know who it was. For reasons unknown, he had become acutely aware of every one of his movements, even recognizing his footsteps. "Yes," Chu Tianyuan replied, stepping closer and observing Zira Jing's tear-streaked face. "What troubles you?" He placed a hand on his shoulder. "I was reminded of certain memories," Zira Jing said. Chu Tianyuan gently patted his shoulder. "I once watched a television series featuring a poignant tale about a man who remarked, 'When I felt like crying as a child, I would look up at the sky, hoping my tears could find their way back to my eyes.' I found this man to be profoundly melancholic. However, I believe that even men experience moments of sorrow." Zira Jing turned back and smiled at him, saying, "I can only say that you possess a remarkable talent for charming others. It is no wonder so many girls are fond of you." Chu Tianyuan, upon witnessing Zira Jing's smile, reciprocated with a grin and remarked, "Brother Z, is it truly the case that there are few girls who admire you?" Zira Jing's cheeks flushed slightly as he replied, "This situation is quite distinct, and moreover, my heart is already taken by someone I cherish." Chu Tianyuan chuckled softly, understanding the sentiment of his beloved, before turning around and saying, "Let us go inside. The wind is rather strong here." Zira Jing gazed at his retreating figure, whispering to herself, "It is not my beloved, but you." However, this thought was so faint that only she could perceive it. As Chu Tian gazed at the two returning figures, he promptly stepped forward to grasp Chu Tianyuan's hand, exclaiming, "Brother Tianyuan, let us hasten back. That madwoman is seeking us." "What?" Chu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. "The Ice Demon King?" "Yes, indeed," Chu Tian urged. "We must hurry, or else we shall invoke her wrath, and that would spell trouble." The three quickly made their way toward the hall. The mere thought of the Ice Demon King's capricious nature caused a flutter of anxiety within Chu Tianyuan. He pondered what new predicament she might present. Meanwhile, Zhu Jing observed Chu Tian's anxious demeanor as he clung to Tian Yuan, feeling a twinge of melancholy. What could her intentions be, if not seeking your aid in her affliction? By the way, what exactly is this madness about? Can you truly cure it? Chu Tian Yuan was plagued by a throbbing headache. If healing were so simple, there would be no need for psychiatric hospitals. What exactly is a psychiatric hospital? The two were once again taken aback. Chu Tian Yuan himself was perplexed. It seemed prudent to refrain from employing overly specialized terminology, lest he spend an eternity elucidating the matter. It is merely a place designated for the confinement of those afflicted with mental disorders. Ah, Chu Tian Yuan mused. Yet it appears that this Ice Demon King became unwell precisely due to being sealed away, did it not? Who can say? Perhaps you might inquire of her shortly? Never mind, Chu Tian Yuan shrugged. The trio hastened into the grand hall, where they were astonished to find the Ice Demon King reclining upon the throne, accompanied by the 4 esteemed mentors of the Soul Martial Academy. With a mere wave of her hand, the solid ice encasing the mentors dissipated instantly. Struggling, they rose to their feet, their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed upon the Ice Demon King, a being of divine strength. Fear coursed through their hearts. However, the Ice Demon King merely cast a casual glance in their direction and inquired, "Do any of you possess the abilities of a Spatial Soul Master or a Thunder Soul Master?" The group exchanged glances, and to their dismay, not a single soul stepped forward. The Light Soul Master, Suya, the Wind Soul Master, Rishis, the Dark Soul Master, Lulin, and the Martial Master, Butitus, all lacked the comprehension of Spatial Soul Power and Thunder Soul Power. The Ice Demon King's gaze turned icy. "It seems there are none. You may take your leave." To Butitus, who often lacked common sense, this news was met with delight. "Does that mean we are permitted to depart, esteemed one?" "Return to the Ice Wasteland," commanded the Ice Demon King with a graceful wave of her hand. "Wait," Chu Tian Yuan interjected hastily. The 4 mentors turned back, their hearts filled with joy upon seeing Chu Tian Yuan and his companions, yet the initial thrill was swiftly extinguished as they recalled the Ice Demon King's earlier demeanor. They had indeed found what they sought, but the predicament of being unable to leave remained. "What is it that you desire?" The Ice Demon King directed her gaze towards Chu Tian Yuan. As Chu Tian Yuan stepped forward, the elder's intention in bringing them was evidently to seek a Spatial Soul Master and a Lightning Soul Master, was it not? The Ice Demon King cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking that none of them met the necessary criteria, rendering their presence unnecessary. The 4 mentors turned their gazes towards Chu Tian Yuan, their hearts racing. They believed that if he did not intercede on their behalf, they would be promptly returned to the frigid wasteland teeming with Ice Demon Death Warriors, a path undoubtedly leading to demise. The Elder seeks Lightning Soul Power. Not merely a Lightning Soul Master, correct? Chu Tian Yuan asserted with confidence. These individuals are all Pinnacle Level 9 experts. Are you suggesting they could imminently transcend to become Sacred Domain powerhouses? The Ice Demon King appeared to grasp something profound. Indeed, the tribulation of Sacred Domain Lightning Soul Power. Chu Tian Yuan chuckled. The Ice Demon King rose and approached the group, inquiring, "Did you all comprehend that clearly?" "Understood," the 4 mentors responded in unison. Before a deity-level powerhouse, they felt as insignificant as mere ants. The Ice Demon King regarded Chu Tian Yuan once more, surprised to find that a soul ape, upon awakening its intelligence, possessed such capacity for thought. This was indeed a rarity among soul beasts. Chu Tian Yuan, drenched in cold sweat, clasped his hands together and replied, "It is merely your generous praise, esteemed senior. The intelligence of our simian soul beasts is inherently superior to that of other soul beasts." The crowd broke into a cold sweat, while only Butitus scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Chu Tian Yuan, are you truly a soul beast?" Within the depths of his heart, Chu Tian Yuan cursed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. However, after venting his frustration, an exceedingly wicked thought suddenly surged forth. "Senior, observe that these humans are all at the pinnacle of level 9. They surely lack the rigorous trials of life and death that would elevate them to the Sacred Domain. If they were to face the Ice Demon Assassins." Upon hearing Chu Tian Yuan's words, the Ice Demon King cast a wary glance at the 4 esteemed mentors, instilling a sense of dread among them. Chu Tian Yuan swallowed hard, while Zhu Jing hastily tugged at him, feeling anxious for the 4 mentors, especially for Lu Lin, who had been her instructor for an entire year. Chu Tian Yuan gestured to Zhu Jing to reassure her, then addressed the Ice Demon King, suggesting, "Senior, perhaps it would be best to send them to the Ice Wasteland." "You scoundrel!" Butitus, known for his impulsive nature, erupted in anger. Although we have wronged you in the past, there is no need to push us into oblivion. Let it be as she suggests, the Ice Demon King replied coldly, extinguishing any hope of survival for the four. With a flick of her robe, they vanished from the grand hall. In the ice wasteland, Rushus, Lulin, and Suya turned their gazes toward Butitus. Butitus, will you perish if you utter fewer words? Are you not aware of Chu Tianyuan's deep-seated grievances against us? Butitus, equally exasperated, retorted, how was I to know he would hold such a grudge? Merely a couple of remarks have led to our doom. At that moment, Ice Demon assassins surged toward the four. If you were encircled by a dozen ninth-level powerhouses as a soul beast, would you not harbor resentment? Rushus dodged an attack from an Ice Demon assassin. Enough of the bickering. We must focus on how to escape this predicament. Suya, the Light Soul Master, interjected. How can we possibly escape? Lulin expressed her displeasure toward Butitus. It seems that the Divine Powerhouse maintains a relatively amicable relationship with Chu Tianyuan. It would be more prudent to await their intercession. After all, I was once a mentor to Zi Rujing. I may not know Chu Tianyuan well, but Zi Rujing would never forsake us in our time of need. In the Grand Hall, the Ice Demon King regarded Chu Tianyuan with newfound respect, perhaps surprised that he could devise such an ingenious plan. Do you know them? She inquired. I have some connections with them since entering here, Chu Tianyuan replied. The Ice Demon King thought to herself, no wonder, even in this circumstance, he does not forget to take a jab at his adversary, with such intellect. He must hold a significant status among soul beasts. You are Chu Tianyuan? The Ice Demon King scrutinized him as if evaluating a long-extinct creature, noting the human-like quality of his name. Indeed, I am Chu Tianyuan, he affirmed. But please, Senior, do not let those individuals perish if they die in the ice wasteland. It will be impossible to locate the Thunder Soul power. Rest assured, I have my own measures, the Ice Demon King assured him. In the ice wasteland, I can decide who lives and who dies. If I choose not to let someone perish, then they shall not die. Upon hearing this, Zi Rujing and Chu Tianyuan felt a wave of relief wash over them. In their hearts, they held great respect for the mentors of the Soul Martial Academy. If their demise were to occur due to Chu Tianyuan's actions, it would haunt them for eternity. Chu Tianyuan also felt a sense of gratitude, having discerned the Ice Demon King's intentions. Currently, her foremost desires were to break the seal and to cure her schizophrenia. As long as these two tasks remain unfulfilled, she would never squander any opportunity. This indicates that Chu Tianyuan does not harbor an overwhelming hatred towards the Soul Martial Academy. Rather, she merely seeks to inflict some hardship upon those four unfortunate mentors. Currently, she is still short of one spatial soul master, the Ice Demon King, who embodies the profound understanding of principles, a source of considerable distress for her. The icy wasteland she inhabits resembles a fishing net devoid of bait, leaving her, the fisherman, with nothing to do but wait. However, unbeknownst to her, Chu Tianyuan is indeed a magnificent bait. Chapter 44, Astonishment. Ming Lingwan battles the Ice Demon King. The arrival of Ming Lingwan illuminated a glimmer of hope for the Ice Demon King, a spatial soul master. She leapt directly from her throne. The three individuals present were taken aback by her sudden movement, while the Ice Demon King had already vanished before them. A spatial soul master? Chu Tianyuan remarked, astonished that a spatial soul master had entered the icy wasteland. Meanwhile, Chu Tian's expression was one of concern. I believe I know who has entered. Who else could it be? Chu Tianyuan pondered. Could it be the Radiant Soul Temple? He remained troubled over the death of Huang Puzhou, for he was a candidate for the Holy Son of the Radiant Soul Temple, and it was evident that the temple would not take this matter lightly. Chu Tiantian shook his head. It would be remarkable if the inhabitants of the Radiant Soul Temple could emerge alive from the desolate land. I surmise that the one who has entered this time is Sister Lingwan. Upon hearing the name Ming Lingwan, Chu Tianyuan felt a pang of unease. Lingwan, what could bring her to this place? Chu Tian murmured, I came to seek you, for now the people of the Dragon Soul Empire are in search of you. Chu Tianyuan felt a surge of indignation. Must the Empire truly resort to our annihilation before it is willing to relent? Chu Tiantian grasped Chu Tianyuan's hand and said, Brother Tianyuan, you have misunderstood. The Empire seeks you not to harm you, but rather to protect you. The mentors that just arrived are also here for your sake. What? Protect us? Chu Tianyuan inquired, bewildered. Tian, can you enlighten me on what transpired after we departed from the Soul Martial Academy? After recounting the recent events, Chu Tian's words left Chu Tian Yuan in a state of astonishment. Setting aside the identity of Zirujing, could it be that Feng Ruliu is actually the princess of the Fengxia Empire, the future queen of the Longhun Empire? Moreover, is it truly so simple for disputes between two nations to arise? Is the ruler of the Fengxia Empire devoid of reason? To initiate war over trivial justifications, does he find warfare to be an enjoyable pastime? Chu Tian seemed to perceive Chu Tian Yuan's confusion. Brother Tian Yuan, I am aware that you cannot bear to witness the suffering of the Empire's denizens. In your youth, you were so afraid that the frogs in the water would drown that you brought them into your bedroom to hide them. However, the affairs of the Empire are far more complex than you might assume. In the eyes of the Empire, the value of human life is the least significant. Chu Tian Yuan was drenched in cold sweat, astonished that his childhood mischief of capturing a frog and hiding it in his bedroom had come to Chu Tian's attention. What troubled him most was the thought of how Chu Tian would react if she discovered that his sole benevolent physician had dissected that very frog. That's not what I meant, Chu Tian Yuan explained. I was merely pondering that Miss Feng seems to be the one I inadvertently abducted. Zirujing was almost overwhelmed by the amusing anecdotes from Chu Tian Yuan's childhood. Yet, this remark from Chu Tian Yuan rekindled Chu Tian's sense of guilt. Brother Tian Yuan, there is no need for you to feel remorse. Even if Feng Ruliu had not departed, war would have broken out in the Fengxia Empire. It was merely a matter of time. However, I may have mistakenly misjudged the mentors who came to my rescue, inadvertently leading them to the frozen wasteland. I believe they will forgive you, Brother Tian Yuan, once they understand it was not your intention. Outside the Ice Palace, Putatus shattered an ice demon assassin with a single punch. Cursed ice monster, and that wretched Chu Tian Yuan, who was once part of my martial arts class, hasn't he attended a single lesson. He vowed to not forgive him upon returning to the Seoul Martial Academy. Rich's wind blades tore through another ice demon assassin, disdainfully remarking, "You should focus on surviving. Even if you manage to return to the Seoul Martial Academy, do you believe you can defeat him?" Putatus felt a wave of frustration. After all, even Chu Tian Yuan's bizarre purple-eyed golden-haired ape was enough to keep him occupied, leaving him powerless against its master. In a certain part of the frozen wasteland, Ming Lingwan stood quietly upon the icy expanse, surrounded by countless fragments of ice demons. The shards swiftly coalesced into numerous ice demon assassins, charging towards her. Yet she merely cast a glance and declared, "Evil thoughts, shatter." The newly formed ice demon assassins burst into fragments once again. The most formidable ability of the Eye of Judgment was to control the expansion of evil thoughts. The ice demon assassins were undying beings summoned by the Ice Demon King, each infused with the icy aura of their master. It was no wonder that outside the frozen wasteland, Ming Lingwan sensed such a heavy presence of malevolence. The entire region was teeming with ice demon assassins. How could the evil not be profound? As the shattered ice sought to reassemble, Ming Lingwan's gaze turned frigid. Evil thoughts, be purified. The fragmented ice ceased all movement. The pieces of the ice demon assassins unable to reform under the power of the Eye of Judgment. However, that was not the end. After all the ice demon assassins beside Ming Lingwan exploded, the icy expanse beneath her feet bore witness to the Ice Demon King's ethereal descent. Just as before, she emerged from the icy rain, gazing at Ming Lingwan as if she were merely a slightly larger ant. The divine aura pressed down upon her. Yet Ming Lingwan displayed no signs of discomfort. The tranquility of her pure soul remained unshaken. She softly uttered a phrase, and the Ice Demon King, taken aback, realized that her divine presence had failed to compel Ming Lingwan to bow. Pure soul power. She exclaimed, "How did you achieve this?" Without a hint of fear, Ming Lingwan replied, "Are you the one controlling these ice demon assassins?" The Ice Demon King took a moment to calm her emotions. Although she was astonished by Ming Lingwan's pure-hearted soul, she was, after all, a divine-level being who had lived for thousands of years. Here, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. "You are the first. I have come here merely to seek someone. As long as I find the person I am looking for, I shall not cause you any trouble," Ming Lingwan stated slowly, as if she were confronting an ordinary opponent. "Ha, not cause me trouble? Who do you think you are? A mere 7th-level soul master. Even if you are the rarest type of spatial and pure-hearted soul master. What does that matter? A 7th-level dual system soul master. If the Seoul Martial Academy were to learn of this, it would certainly cause a stir. However, at this moment, Ming Lingwan faces the Ice Demon King. Can a 7th-level dual system soul master possibly contend with a divine-level Ice Demon King? What tier of divine being are you? Ming Lingwan suddenly inquired. The Ice Demon King, caught off guard by the question, began to sense something amiss. In her eyes, Ming Lingwan's strength was merely that of a 7th-level soul master, akin to an ant. Yet, the calm demeanor of Ming Lingwan made her hesitate. Could it be that a powerful entity from the divine realm had descended? With this thought, she set aside her pride as a divine being. I am a 2nd-tier divine being. Who exactly are you? I am merely here to find someone. And who are you searching for? The Ice Demon King began to grow certain, as no 7th-level soul master could maintain their composure beneath the pressure of a divine being. Chu Tianyuan. Ming Lingwan hesitated momentarily. He possesses a coat of fine golden fur. Are you referring to that soul ape? The Ice Demon King asked. Ming Lingwan turned to the Ice Demon King. Have you seen him? He is currently within my ice palace. Then take me to see him, Ming Lingwan replied calmly. See him? First, let us gauge your abilities. The Ice Demon King ascended into the air, accompanied by a vast expanse of glaciers. The might of a divine-level attack was truly formidable. Even if a divine envoy were to descend, could a mere 7th-level soul master wield their original strength within such a body? As Ming Lingwan gazed at the approaching glaciers, resembling a tidal wave, she merely cast a fleeting glance and proclaimed, Judgment Eye, activate. With her commanding shout, 2 beams of golden light erupted from her eyes. Soaring into the heavens, countless golden rays cascaded down from her form, rendering Ming Lingwan as pure and celestial as a goddess descended from the heavens. The Eye of God. It is indeed the Eye of God, the Ice Demon King exclaimed in astonishment. However, her initial shock quickly transformed into boisterous laughter. You are not a divine envoy. If you are not a divine envoy, do you believe that merely possessing the Eye of God will enable you to defeat me? You may certainly try. Ming Lingwan stood suspended in the air. This is not the sacred domain's essence, nor the spirit of wind, but divine power. Very well. Let me witness the true might of the first divine eye, Judgment Eye. The Ice Demon King encased her entire body in numerous layers of solid ice. Feeling the need to proceed with caution, for possessing the Judgment Eye granted one the capabilities of a deity. As for the extent of the Judgment Eye's power, only its bearer truly comprehended it. World of ice and frost, arise. The Ice Demon King raised both hands, summoning countless ice mountains that erupted from the ground. The Eye of Judgment pierced through dimensions. Ming Lingwan's gaze hardened, as solid golden light penetrated the ice mountains like a sharpened sword. Evil thoughts shattered. Countless ice mountains crumbled into fragments. The Ice Soul surged forth. The Ice Demon King was enveloped in a thick mist, forming hundreds of ice demon warriors, each the size of a small mountain, each possessing the strength of a sacred domain expert. Yet, with a mere cold glance, Ming Lingwan proclaimed, Evil thoughts purified. With a deafening roar, hundreds of sacred domain ice demon warriors exploded in an instant, their icy remnants cascading down like a torrential stream. No longer possessing the inclination to regroup. Is this the power of the Goddess Eye? The Ice Demon King's expression turned grim. But how long can you sustain it? The icy plains erupted with ice shards like blades shooting forth from the ground. The grace of the divine gaze blessed the earth. Countless rays of golden light cascaded from Ming Lingwan's form. The ascending ice blades met the golden light and immediately transformed into droplets of water, scattering downwards. The Goddess Eye. The Goddess Eye possesses such formidable strength. The Ice Demon King glared fiercely at Ming Lingwan. She was a being of divine caliber, and the pride of such a being would never allow her to bow before an insignificant entity. I have seen the evil thoughts within your heart. Once I perceive them, they become your weakness. Ming Lingwan declared, no matter what soul technique you employ, it will be tainted with evil thoughts. As long as you harbor such thoughts, you can never triumph over me. Is that so? So it is the evil thoughts that are the bane. Then I shall conceal them and see how you will contend with me. The Ice Demon King's face revealed a resolute expression, splitting spirit. Do you not wish to escape from my body? Now, come forth. Countless glaciers exploded, shards flying, obscuring the sky of the frozen wasteland. Hail fell, glaciers surged, and numerous ice demon warriors shattered only to reassemble again. Amidst the tremors of this icy expanse, the Ice Demon King clutched her head tightly. Evil thoughts melt. With her tearing scream, everything fell into silence. Fragments of ice scattered, and the Ice Demon King slowly opened her eyes amidst the debris, revealing a crystalline blue clarity. Chapter 45. The Pure Heart of the Soul. Ming Lingwan gazed at the Ice Demon King, her complexion pale, for she could no longer discern a trace of evil thoughts within her. Without the perception of evil thoughts, her eye of judgment became utterly ineffectual. Your evil thoughts, she trembled, the aura of the divine being pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. It resides here. The Ice Demon King pointed to her heart. I have merged it with my splitting spirit. Impossible. Even if merged with the splitting spirit, it cannot be concealed. Ming Lingwan exclaimed in disbelief. I apologize for disappointing you. My splitting spirit is separate from my original soul. The Ice Demon King waved her hand lightly. And a gust of chilling wind swept through, freezing Ming Lingwan's expression. After the ability of the Eye of Judgment ceased to function, she could not even withstand the simplest soul technique of the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King summoned a fierce wind, and Ming Lingwan vanished alongside her across the icy plains. She soared towards the Ice Palace, her heart filled with trepidation.